Chapter 1. The Launch of the Multiverse Lottery System. Sigh, I have traversed worlds. Su Feng sat in his chamber, gazing out at the play of light and shadow outside, his expression tinged with melancholy. He had crossed over, yet nothing had changed. He remained himself, and his parents were still the same. The only alteration lay within this world, which had experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy. This realm was now teeming with a myriad of alien creatures. In response to these menacing entities, humanity had devised the martial artist system, turning every citizen into a warrior. The ranks of martial artists range from 1 to 9, with level 9 being the most formidable. To distinguish between gifted martial artists and ordinary ones, this world had instituted a rigorous examination akin to a college entrance test. This examination bore similarities to the one Su Feng had encountered in his previous life. The sole distinction lay in his former life, the examination assessed a variety of knowledge, whereas in this life, it evaluated martial artist levels. In my previous life, the benchmark for prestigious universities was 600 points. I fell short by nearly half, at 300. In this life, the threshold for top-tier institutions demands a martial artist level of 1.2, and I am also lacking at 0.6. Indeed, both instances reflect a deficit of half. However, Su Feng reclined backward, allowing his entire form to rest upon the bed. This world is inundated with countless alien beings. In the past, if you neglected your studies, the worst that could happen was a factory job tightening screws. But in this life, if you do not diligently cultivate, encountering an alien could spell your demise. As a lackluster student, Su Feng felt the oppressive weight of this world's expectations. After lying on the bed for a while, he sat up once more, determination flickering in his eyes. Damn it, just because I am poor at studying, does that imply I cannot cultivate? I refuse to believe that in a different world, I would still be a mediocre student. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng began to follow the cultivation methods of this world to enhance his energy. First, I shall close my eyes and meditate. Su Feng sat cross-legged. Next, I will attune myself to the energies of heaven and earth. He began to sense the energy surrounding him. 1 minute later, I have sensed it, but I cannot absorb this energy. I must locate that which I can absorb. Onward. Su Feng remained undeterred, for he understood that martial artists below level 1 could absorb only a meager amount of energy from the environment. Those below level 1 possessed frail bodies and could only assimilate the gentler energies of the world. Thus, finding suitable energy required patience. 2 minutes later, I have found it. There is a tiny bit of energy that can be absorbed. I shall attempt to draw it in. Su Feng guided the energy, slowly drawing it into his body. He directed it towards his dantian. Buzz! The energy from the heavens and earth entered his dantian. I did it! Su Feng exclaimed, his expression brightening. Simultaneously, his dantian stirred slightly, absorbing the energy. Excellent! At this pace, gaining admission to a prestigious university will be a cinch. Su Feng clenched his fists. Isn't cultivation rather straightforward? Is it not merely the act of drawing in energy and channeling it into the dantian? Before Su Feng could bask in his triumph for long. Buzz! 90% of the energy he had absorbed dissipated into the air. Only 10% remained in his dantian, transforming into his intrinsic energy. This was the conversion efficiency of the dantian, absorbing external energy, then having the dantian converted into personal energy. Currently, Su Feng's dantian exhibited a conversion rate of merely 1/10. Su Feng, he fell into silence. The energy present in the world was abundant. To illustrate, one might compare it to a vast barrel of water. Yet, due to his martial artist rank being below level 1, he could only draw a small cup from that barrel. Out of that minuscule cup, 90% would evaporate upon reaching his dantian. In the end, only a fraction would successfully convert. Su Feng gauged his current energy level at 0.6. Through his prior efforts, he had managed to elevate it to 0.6001. With a mere 10% conversion efficiency, his progress could only be described as abysmal. Are you kidding me? Is this some kind of joke? Su Feng rolled his eyes in frustration. No wonder he had only managed to cultivate to zero point 0.6 before this was exceedingly difficult. Indeed, talent is paramount in this world, isn't it? Sufeng sighed helplessly. In his previous life, there were prodigies who could memorize everything effortlessly, while he struggled to recall even the simplest of phrases. In this life, he believed that prodigies still existed, boasting remarkably high conversion efficiencies. Returning to the analogy of the barrel of water, all martial artists below level 1 could only extract a small cup from that vast reservoir. Yet, the prodigies boasted a conversion efficiency of 1/3, far surpassing Sufeng's meager 1/10. While Sufeng toiled away in seclusion for an entire day, others could achieve similar results in just 8 hours. Such was the disparity in conversion efficiency. Moreover, some geniuses had already broken through to level 1 martial artists during their high school years. Upon reaching level 1, their physical prowess increased, allowing them to absorb more energy from the world. Whereas a martial artist below level 1 could draw just 1 cup, a level 1 martial artist might extract 2 or even 3 cups. With a conversion efficiency of 1/3, these geniuses only grew stronger. The gap between them would only widen. This was precisely why the entrance examination was established, to select geniuses from ordinary martial artists. After all, nurturing prodigious warriors held significance. When the same resources are allocated to both geniuses and the average individual, the genius might already be at level 3, while the ordinary person barely reaches level 1. Thus, humanity's educational resources predominantly concentrate on those prodigies. According to the memories of my predecessor, it seems there are ultimate geniuses with a conversion efficiency of 4/5 within their dantian. Sufeng grimaced. 4/5 or 80%, when compared to his paltry 1/10, rendered him utterly inferior. No wonder my predecessor abandoned cultivation after an entire day of grueling effort. Perhaps the energy increase was less than 0.01. Why endure such exhaustion when I could simply play video games? This arduous seclusion is far more tedious than memorizing texts in my previous life. With this thought in mind, Sufeng powered on his computer. This world appears to have popular games as well, such as Hero League and Dungeon and Warriors. Let's go. After all, there's still 3 months until the entrance examination. Taking a few days off won't hurt. Sufeng deftly navigated his computer, logging into the game with practiced ease, inputting his account details. Success. Sufeng's eyes sparkled. Indeed, nothing had changed in this world. Not even the items within his game account had altered. The only difference was the resurgence of spiritual energy. Let's go. Sufeng placed his hand on the mouse, poised to begin the game. But he hesitated, not pressing the button. After a considerable pause, damn it, cultivation. Sufeng tossed the mouse aside, ultimately resisting the lure of gaming. I refuse to believe it. They say the early bird catches the worm. I will not accept that effort yields no results. Sufeng once more assumed a cross-leg position, resuming his energy sensing. He sought the energies of heaven and earth that were suitable for his absorption. Then, he would channel them into his dantian. 10 minutes later, XXXX. Sufeng erupted in frustration. The conversion efficiency was truly dismal. His internal energy had scarcely increased. At that moment, ding! The multiverse lottery system is now online. A beginner's gift package has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Chapter 2. The Beginner's Gift Package. 1 chance to draw. What? A system? Sufeng was momentarily taken aback. He, Sufeng, had awakened a system? And it was the multiverse lottery system? It sounded rather promising. Thus, he focused intently on his system. After a moment, he comprehended its function. This system operated like a lottery wheel. By drawing a world, he could acquire all the techniques that originated from that realm. Of course, the only method of acquisition was through a lottery. A lottery, you say? Sufeng took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. All right, let me see what world I can draw. System. Initiate world selection. Sufeng murmured softly. Ding. Commencing random world selection for the host. The systems will begin to spin before Sufeng's eyes. He beheld a plethora of worlds displayed on the wheel. From the realm of Resident Evil, the DC universe, to the world of pirates and beyond. In short, These were all films and anime he had encountered in his previous life. Please, grant me a powerful world. Su Feng could not help but voice his plea. A formidable world would bestow formidable skills. Thus this lottery was directly tied to his very survival. After all, in this world teeming with foreign races, strength is paramount. The weak do not even possess their own lives. Thus, his calm demeanor is a mere fraud. Please, do not let me draw a world akin to the four courtyards. Such a realm is utterly useless. Su Feng clenched his fists in anxiety. Before long, the pointer on the wheel gradually came to a halt. Ding! The system's notification echoed. Su Feng held his breath slightly. Here it comes, the moment that would determine his fate. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon Ball world. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with light. His body trembled involuntarily. He was thoroughly familiar with this world. It was a realm where stars could be obliterated with ease. There were virtually no useless skills. In this world, as long as he could adeptly wield those abilities, his self-preservation would be more than assured. Indeed, he could even dominate the land. Marvelous. Su Feng tightened his fists. I never expected such fortune to befall me. Su Feng gazed at the system's wheel. With the world selection complete, it was now time to draw skills. Ding! Due to the host drawing the Dragon Ball world, the host will now select one skill from the Dragon Ball realm. As the system's voice faded, the wheel of various worlds vanished. In its place appeared a wheel brimming with skills. Su Feng observed intently, noting the presence of Kaio-ken, Spirit Bomb, and an array of other techniques. Without exception, they were all moves from the Dragon Ball universe. Let's draw a skill. Su Feng inhaled deeply. May I be fortunate enough to acquire a commendable skill. He located the lottery button and then, ding, insufficient draw attempts. Unable to draw. Please complete system tasks to gain more draw attempts. Su Feng, why is there a limit on the number of attempts? Feeling somewhat dispirited, Su Feng thought it was akin to being given a mountain of gold, but being forbidden to touch it. Forget it. Let's check that novice gift pack. Su Feng suddenly recalled he still had a novice gift pack unopened. System, open the novice gift pack. Su Feng murmured. Ding. Opening. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the method to use Chi, one draw attempt, and a temporary luck boost. One draw opportunity? Su Feng's eyes lit up once more. He had been ready to undertake the system's tasks, only to find he had received a free draw opportunity. This truly is. However, what is this luck boost? Su Feng examined the description. Temporary luck boost. Enhances the host's luck to the utmost during draws. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. This meant his chances of drawing something valuable had increased. Fantastic. Su Feng clenched his fists. With this enhancement, he could draw a superior skill as a starting point. Too bad it's only temporary and can be used just once. Su Feng took a deep breath. Then, his gaze fell upon the final reward. The method to use Chi. He understood this to be a fundamental technique commonplace in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, he regarded it with indifference. Let's practice a bit after all, it would be a waste not to. With a mindset of trial, Su Feng began to circulate the flow of Chi. First, he transformed external energy into Chi. Then, he drew the Chi into his body. Buzz. Moments later. Impossible. Su Feng stood in disbelief. The conversion efficiency of using Chi is an astounding 100%. This, Su Feng was rendered speechless. Previously, he had been a mediocre individual with only a 10% conversion rate. Now, his conversion rate had astonishingly reached 100%. And all of this was due to the method of using Chi. Is Chi truly this formidable? Su Feng's breath quickened in excitement. With this training method, even in the absence of other skills, he could become the most powerful genius in the history of humanity. For historical records state that the most gifted had a conversion rate of merely 80%, and he, astonishingly, surpassed even the most talented by a full 20%. 100%. The conversion rate is remarkably high. Su Feng took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. What on earth is happening? Su Feng delved into contemplation. Moments later, I understand. Su Feng exclaimed in realization. The conversion of energy to the Dantian is synonymous with the conversion of energy to qi. And he, utilizing the qi training method, directly transformed external energy into qi. Thus, it could be absorbed into the dantian. While others absorbed energy, he absorbed qi. Naturally, his dantian's conversion rate soared to 100%. Moreover, upon further examination, Su Feng discovered another point. He could now absorb energy on a much larger scale. Warriors of below level 5 could only absorb a fraction of the energy contained in a barrel of elemental energy. Due to his insufficient level, he was unable to absorb energy on a large scale. Only martial artists of level 5 and above could indiscriminately absorb all forms of energy. This was a matter of martial artist ranking, unrelated to innate talent. Even the most prodigious genius would be constrained by this limitation. Those below level 5 could not absorb energy extensively. Yet, Su Feng discovered he was not subject to this restriction. Indeed, now if a bucket of energy were placed before him, he could absorb it directly. He need not consider any repercussions. As a level 0.6 martial artist, he accomplished what could only be achieved by those of level 5. And all of this was a result of that cultivation method of qi. Come, let us practice a bit. Su Feng began to cultivate that in an instant. All the surrounding energy transformed into qi, rushing eagerly into his body. It was a ravenous consumption. 3 seconds later, Su Feng halted, not because he wished to stop absorbing, but because his absorption capacity was so immense that he had depleted all the surrounding energy. His room was devoid of energy. How much had I improved? Su Feng introspected. After some exploration, Su Feng was astonished to discover that following this ravenous absorption, his energy level had risen to 0. 62. Indeed, just 3 seconds of cultivation had elevated his energy level by 0.02. This stark contrast to his previous 10 minutes of effort yielding only a 0.0001 increase was nothing short of remarkable. It was simply outrageous. Su Feng's breathing grew rapid. He had not forgotten that previously, he toiled for 24 hours without even achieving a 0.01 increase. Now, in merely 3 seconds, 0.02, the disparity was truly immense. How many times had I improved? 10-fold? 100-fold? Or even 1,000-fold? Su Feng murmured to himself. Never mind, I don't know, but it's certainly many times over. Being somewhat of a mediocre student, Su Feng felt a headache at the sight of so many decimal points. Therefore, he chose not to calculate further. He had not anticipated that the basic cultivation method in the Dragon Ball world, the manipulation of qi, could be so powerful. Su Feng clenched his fists. Initially, he had not regarded the manipulation of qi with much importance, considering it merely a fundamental skill that everyone possessed. However, it now appeared that this skill was akin to a treasure. Even if he acquired no other skills in the future, the mere use of qi would suffice for him to establish himself in this world. If the basic rewards were this exceptional, what about the lottery? Su Feng refocused his mind and turned his gaze back to the skill lottery wheel. It displayed a variety of Dragon Ball skills. Time to draw. Su Feng took a deep breath that he utilized the lottery chance granted by the novice gift pack, simultaneously activating the luck enhancement. Ding ding ding. The system's pointer spun in circles. Suddenly, the pointer came to a stop. What's this? Su Feng's pupils contracted as he beheld the skill he had drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the most powerful skills in the Dragon Ball world, the ZZIJYGing. The system's notification echoed in his ears. It was indeed the ZZIJYGing. Su Feng clenched his fists that he understood that upon employing this skill, his body would automatically evade and counterattack, especially his evasion ability, which would be maximized. With this skill, even when facing monstrous foes from other races, self-preservation would not be an issue. Regardless of whether he was outmatched, the opponent would not be able to touch him, no matter what. Thus, acquiring this skill was undoubtedly a boon. Moreover, both the lottery chance and the luck enhancement were rewards from the novice gift pack. This equated to Su Feng having received 2 skills without engaging in any system tasks. One skill significantly accelerated his cultivation speed through qi. The other allowed his evasion to be fully maximized with ZZIJYGing. I feel utterly filled with hope now. Su Feng tightened his fists. Initially, he had been anxious about the impending college entrance examination in 3 months, feeling his future was bleak and that he might not even qualify for a third-tier institution. But now, he could hardly wait for the examination to arrive, to achieve the top score and soar to great heights. After all, in this era of spiritual revival, all resources must be fought for by oneself. If you possess talent, you must showcase it. Those in higher positions will allocate more resources to you upon noticing. With resources at hand, cultivation becomes significantly easier. As for hiding one's talent, that is entirely unnecessary. The government of Yin country cherishes talent greatly. To reiterate, the more talented you are, the more resources you will receive. The more mediocre you are, the fewer resources you will obtain. Therefore, concealing talent is ultimately counterproductive. Today is the weekend, and there are no classes that Feng clenched his fists and gazed out at the community from his window. At the entrance of our community, there is a Hongya martial arts school. I shall go there to test my agility. Feng had initially planned to cultivate, but upon sensing the surrounding energy had been excessively depleted, he realized that it would take at least several dozen minutes to recover. Hence, he decided to test his agility. He wanted to see how far his agility could reach under the enhancement of ZZIJYGNG. Feng opened his door. The house was empty. He was not an orphan. He had parents. It seemed they had gone to work overtime. Feng muttered to himself. With the college entrance examination approaching, his parents were working tirelessly to purchase energy-enhancing potions for him, hoping to help him barely reach the first level of martial artist status within the final months. This way, he might qualify for a second-tier institution. His parents, truly, they were not unaware that the state does not place much importance on martial artists who use drugs. Feng sighed helplessly. Even if he became a first-level martial artist and enrolled in a second-tier institution, he would receive no cultivation resources. While he sighed, Feng understood that his parents' intentions were more about wanting to elevate his status. Graduating from a second-tier institution, even if one's martial artist level was low, even if one had relied on drugs to get in, once graduated and entering society, life would undoubtedly be somewhat easier. At the very least, it would be better than that of the average populace that, in my opinion, those who rely on drugs to participate in the college entrance examination should be eliminated. Feng couldn't help but mutter. After all, using elixirs can only elevate one to level 5 at most. The path of martial art cultivation sees level 5 as a significant watershed. Below level 5, the absorption of natural energy is limited. Beyond level 5, one can freely absorb natural energy. Simultaneously, drug users can only reach level 5 at most. After that, the road is essentially blocked. Therefore, to cultivate true strong warriors, one must rely solely on one's own efforts. However, since some individuals may never reach level 4 throughout their lives, the allure of elixirs remains substantial. This is also why elixirs are so prevalent in this world, of course, to prevent some useless individuals from consuming elixirs and masquerading as geniuses. The college entrance examination not only tests martial artist levels, but also energy conversion rates. Useless individuals will always remain useless, even if they attain the score required for a top-tier institution through elixirs. Their conversion rates might be merely 0.2 or 0.1. Even if they get into a top-tier institution, the school will not regard them highly. They will receive no resources, only a gilded status. However, for these individuals, that is sufficient. For within this, there are opportunities. The difference between a top-tier and a second-tier institution may seem merely 0.2, yet it is a chasm. In ordinary families, such as Feng's, his parents could toil their entire lives, exhausting their savings, yet could only elevate him to a second-tier institution. Aspiring to enter a top-tier institution? Impossible. There are insufficient financial resources. After all, the affluent excel in martial arts while the poor excel in academics. The costs of elixirs are exorbitant. To cultivate a first-level martial artist using elixirs requires at least 3 million at the start. How could an ordinary family afford that? Thus, students within top-tier institutions are either exceptional geniuses or the offspring of wealthy families. The prestige of a top-tier institution is exceedingly high. There are only 5 top-tier institutions in the entire Yin country. In other words, if you are a wealthy individual, even if your son lacks talent, You can still invest heavily in him to forge a personal network of connections. You can spend lavishly on various elixirs to ensure he gains admission into a top-tier institution. For within those walls, the friend your child makes will either be future top martial artists or the children of other affluent families. Chapter 4. The Level Up Test. This is why many wealthy individuals, even if their children possess average talent, still wish to invest heavily in their admission to top-tier institutions. Simply because, once inside, there's a wealth of networking opportunities. Even ordinary second-tier institutions, while lacking the resources of top-tier ones, still offer decent prospects. At the very least, the martial artist classmates one meets will generally have better futures, and with the qualification from a second-tier institution. With a stroke of luck, landing a small management position is entirely possible. This is precisely the reason why Su Feng's parents toil tirelessly to accumulate wealth, aspiring to enroll him in a second-tier university. By the way, the elixirs are strictly regulated by the Yen Nation. Any money spent on purchasing these potions ultimately benefits the state. Thus, the Yen Nation is quite pleased to see you expend funds in pursuit of excellence during the college entrance examination. The only caveat is that they may pay closer attention to your reliance on these elixirs. During your university years, they might allocate fewer resources to you. For potential martial artists, the affluent expenditure on elixirs is something the authorities grasp firmly, leaving nothing to chance. Consequently, spending money to gain admission to first-tier or second-tier universities has become a rather commonplace occurrence in the realm of college entrance examinations, beyond the martial artist's rank. The competition hinges on the energy conversion rate, which serves as the true criterion for identifying genuine prodigies. Some gifted individuals may enjoy a smooth journey through life, possessing adequate ranks to easily surpass the first-tier threshold. Yet, others may emerge from energy-scarce regions, having absorbed limited energy since childhood. Coupled with an inability to afford supplements, they might find their energy levels barely reaching level 1 on the day of the examination. However, their energy conversion rates could soar to 50 or 60%, rendering them worthy of cultivation. Even if they fall short of the first-tier threshold, they may still be granted special admission. In summary, the college entrance examination in this world encompasses all strata of society. The upper-class elites seek connections among martial artists, as long as you can pay to ascend to a first-tier university. Opportunities abound. The lower-class populace, in need of cultivation resources, will find that as long as they are talented, entering a first-tier institution will not lead to neglect by the Yen Nation. Hence, a semblance of fairness prevails. With these thoughts in mind, Su Feng found himself at the door. Creaking open the door and locking it swiftly, he made his way down the community streets towards the Hongya Martial Arts School. Hongya Martial Arts School. Due to its proximity to the entrance of their community, Su Feng arrived in no time. "Welcome to Hongya Martial Arts School." A service attendant clad in professional attire greeted him with a smile at the entrance. Su Feng offered a brief nod without uttering a word and stepped inside. The interior revealed a bright hall, with the reception desk directly in front of him. Various tables and chairs lined both sides of the reception area, alongside a staircase leading to the second floor. Without hesitation, Su Feng approached the front desk. "Good day. How may I assist you?" A few attendants stood behind the desk, and the one addressing Su Feng sported a number 2 badge. "I require a testing room," Su Feng replied. "Not for measuring energy levels, but for practical combat." The practical combat assessment encompasses 3 primary categories: striking, evasion, and defense. "Certainly, one practical testing room." The number 2 attendant maintained a professional smile while tapping on the computer before her. Subsequently, she turned to Su Feng. "1 hour. The fee is 3 yen coins. How many hours would you like?" "1 hour. "Thank you." Su Feng nodded and handed over 3 yen coins. "Here's your room card." The attendant presented him with a key card. Su Feng glanced at it. "Room 207, located on the second floor." Without delay, he proceeded to the staircase, ascending to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was spacious, lined with a row of doors. From room 201 to room 250, there were 50 rooms in total. "Room 207 is over there." Su Feng noted the room number and walked directly toward room 207. Inside, the room was equipped with various sophisticated instruments. To the center of the room was a circular area marked on the floor. Su Feng stepped into the circle. Having visited before, he was familiar with the basic operations. Once a person stands within the circle, the Hongya Martial Arts School system is activated. Welcome to Hongya Martial Arts School. Martial artist Su Feng, please select a testing mode. A panel descended from above. Landing before Su Feng, accompanied by a mechanical voice emanating from the device. The panel presented 3 modes: defense, attack, and evasion. Without hesitation, Su Feng selected the evasion mode. Mr. Su Feng, please remain still within the circle. The evasion test will commence in 5 seconds. The panel slowly ascended, ultimately vanishing into the ceiling. Simultaneously, gun barrels began to emerge from the surrounding walls. Su Feng remained unfazed. He understood these barrels were designed to test his evasion skills. They were loaded with specially crafted bullets that would inflict no pain upon impact. As long as he evaded without stepping outside the circle, he would be fine. Su Feng kicked the ground lightly. Leaving the circle during the evasion would result in an immediate failure. Meanwhile, 5 seconds have elapsed. A countdown of 3 seconds will now begin. 3. Su Feng took a deep breath. 2. He gradually closed his eyes. 1. Su Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a silvery hue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, a barrage of bullets was fired from the wall directly in front of him. Whoosh. In an instant, the bullets were nearly upon him. Whoosh. Suddenly, just as the bullets were about to strike his head, he slightly tilted his head. Whoosh. The first bullet narrowly grazed past his ear. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon the second and third bullets followed suit. Su Feng's body seemed to possess its own awareness, executing minimal movements to evade each oncoming bullet with precision. Not a single bullet struck him. Congratulations, Mr. Su Feng. You have achieved a perfect score in the Level 0 Martial Artist Assessment for Evasion. A Level 0 Martial Artist refers to those within the range of 0 to 0. 9. Essentially indicating below, Level 1.to pass the Level 0 Martial Artist Evasion Assessment. One must remain in the circle and avoid being hit more than 3 times. Achieving excellence means being hit twice, while exceptional performance entails being struck only once. As for Su Feng, not being hit at all. Even an ordinary Level 1 martial artist might struggle to attain such a feat. This demonstrates the lack of emotion in computers. Had a human witnessed this scene, they would surely be astounded. What a fascinating sensation. My body moves instinctively. Su Feng took a deep breath. Continue. Elevate me to the Level 1 Martial Artist Evasion Test. Mr. Su Feng, you are currently a Level 0.6 martial artist. Undertaking a Level 1 martial artist test may pose a risk. Would you like to proceed with the advanced test? This artificial intelligence displayed a commendable concern for the martial artist. Su Feng grinned. Absolutely. I wish to proceed with the advanced test. Chapter 5. The arrival of a Level 6 martial artist. Why wasn't I informed? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bullets erupted simultaneously from the walls. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Feng appeared to possess vision in all 4 directions, continuously evading. As the final bullet was dodged, congratulations, martial artist Su Feng, you have achieved a perfect score in the Level 5 evasion test. In a Level 1 reaction assessment, Su Feng scored full marks and subsequently progressed through Levels 2, 3, and ultimately he passed the Level 5 martial artist evasion test with perfect scores. Achieving full marks in the Level 5 evasion test is something only Level 6 martial artists could potentially accomplish, and even for Level 6 martial artists, it is not guaranteed. 1. Can only imagine the terrifying reaction Su Feng possessed under the influence of the Zai-Ji technique. Feeling slightly dizzy, Su Feng placed a hand on his forehead. Sensing a significant drain on his mental energy, it appears that prolonged use of the Zai-Ji technique rapidly depletes my mental strength. He took several deep breaths, blinking his eyes as his pupils returned to their natural black hue. That will suffice for now. While I can pass the Level 6 martial artist reaction test, if I continue, I might exhaust my mental energy and lose consciousness. Time to head home. Despite the depletion of his mental energy, Su Feng wore a joyful expression. This Zai-Ji technique is indeed remarkable. At his current level, he effortlessly completed the Level 5 martial artist evasion test. He is merely a Level 0.6. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it. Observing his mastery of the Zai-Ji technique, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of optimism regarding his future. 3 months later, the college entrance examination. He muttered softly to himself and slowly exited the training room. Having successfully tested his Zai-Ge, he was content, for he did not wish to exhaust his mental energy and collapse onto the floor. 10 minutes after Feng departed from the Honya Martial Arts Hall, a luxury car drove up. "Welcome to Honya. Director, what brings you here?" exclaimed the startled attendant at the entrance. What event could possibly summon the esteemed director? "What are you all doing?" The director glared at the attendant. "A level 6 martial artist comes to our hall, and you failed to inform me." The attendant, bewildered, replied, "A level 6 martial artist? That's impossible. If a level 6 martial artist were to arrive, how could I not know? Level 6 is a VIP status. If one were here, all staff would be notified." Naturally, the attendant was puzzled by the lack of such a notification. "Why are you looking at me with such incredulity?" The director scolded the attendant. "You are truly dull-witted. If I had not checked the back end and discovered this, you would have neglected a level 6 martial artist. If they were to hold you accountable, you would face dire consequences." Fuming, the director stormed towards the front desk. Meanwhile, the attendant felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Had they truly offended a level 6 martial artist? Such figures were the elite of the martial arts world, wielding significant influence. Level 3 martial artists and those below were commonplace, easily found in abundance. However, level 4 martial artists were a different matter entirely. Many individuals never reached that echelon in their lifetime. Level 5 martial artists represented a watershed moment, often occupying high-ranking positions in various enterprises. As for level 6 martial artists, they were sufficient to command the upper echelons of city governance. In Yan Nation, there were 5 major base cities, each containing 4 to 5 districts. The location where Feng and his companions resided was the Nandu base city of Yan Nation, specifically the Lushui district. The district chief, who governed millions, was merely a level 6 martial artist. Thus, one could imagine the excitement among the staff upon learning of a level 6 martial artist's presence. "I hope the martial artist will not hold my negligence against me," the attendant silently prayed, their spirits plummeting. After all, one would rarely have the opportunity to curry favor with such a high-profile individual, let alone dare to offend them. At that moment, the director entered the front desk area, exclaiming, "What is going on?" The 4 front desk attendants responded in confusion. "What's the matter? Why are you so furious, director?" The director, staring incredulously at the bewildered attendants, felt a surge of frustration. "What are you all staring at? How are you performing your duties?" he chastised sharply, particularly singling out the attendant labeled as number 2. Me. Number 2 stammered, taken aback. "What have I done?" Bang! The director slammed his hand on the desk. "Are you feigning ignorance? Today, a level 6 martial artist was received, and you failed to inform me." Number 2 replied, perplexed. "Level 6 martial artist? When did I receive a level 6 martial artist today?" "No, that's not right." Swallowing hard, Number 2 continued, "Director, I did not receive a level 6 martial artist today. Our records show that the highest rank of martial artist received today was only level 3. There were no level 6 martial artists." The director's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Are you saying the highest-ranking martial artist you received today was only level 3? "Yes," Number 2 nodded vigorously. "If you don't believe me, check the records. Every martial artist's level is directly linked to their identity card. When citizens apply for martial arts testing, their identity information is uploaded to the system. If a level 6 martial artist had tested, how could we not have notified you?" Number 2 felt a twinge of grievance. The director, however, was left speechless. "An level 6 martial artist. How could that be? Did not someone pass the level 5 agility test with a perfect score?" A perfect score. That is something even level 6 martial artists struggle to achieve. It could even be the case that only a level 7 martial artist could accomplish such a feat. Yet, considering the rarity of level 7 martial artists, the director dismissed that possibility. Thus, he believed that the one who aced the level 5 test must undoubtedly be an extraordinarily powerful level 6 martial artist. "Wait, is that person from just 10 minutes ago?" The director scratched his head and snatched the front desk computer. "I recall it was at 9:13. Look, it's right here." Soon, the director located the historical footage. There, Feng could be seen negotiating with Number 2 about opening the training room. "That's him. I would not mistake him." The director pointed at Feng's silhouette. What is his recorded martial artist level? Number 2 paused momentarily, recalling that the individual appeared to be a student. Please hold on. Let me check. After a flurry of operations, Su Feng's personal information card appeared. Name: Su Feng. Gender: male. Age: 18. Martial artist level: 0. 6. Chapter 6. Impossible. The Hongya Martial Arts Hall possessed Su Feng's personal information not through an invasion of privacy, but due to official regulations mandating that an identity card be presented to access training rooms. Once the identity card is registered, personal information appears on the hall's computer, akin to how one must provide identification to enter an internet CAF in the ordinary world. Upon reviewing Su Feng's information, both the director and number 2 fell silent. 0.6 level martial artist. Moreover, at merely 18 years of age, it was evident he was a senior in high school. Achieving a mere 0.6 at this stage undoubtedly marked him as an underachiever. How could such a student be considered a level 6 martial arts master? Well, 0.6 multiplied by 10 does indeed equal 6, the director muttered. Are you certain there is no mistake? Number 2 wiped the sweat from their brow, internally judging the director. Look at you, making such a fuss. I almost believed I had truly overlooked a level 6 master. In the end, it's merely a high school underachiever. You gave me quite the scare. Impossible, the director scratched his head. Retrieve the surveillance footage of the room he booked. It must be room 207, correct? Yes, number 2 nodded and proceeded to operate the system. The surveillance of room 207 was soon displayed. Within the video, Su Feng was seen deftly evading movements as he effortlessly passed the level 0 martial artist agility test. Number 2's eyes widened in disbelief. The 0.6 level martial artist managed to pass the level 0 agility test with such ease, achieving a perfect score. That was a feat only a level 1 martial artist could accomplish. This high school student was remarkably skilled. Number 2 couldn't help but exclaim, he is undoubtedly a prodigy, a master of agility. While some individuals may possess a low martial artist level, they can excel in specific aspects. Su Feng was a prime example of someone whose agility stood out remarkably. However, at that moment, the director shook his head. Moreover, I have received information that Su Feng passed the level 5 martial artist agility test. Number 2 was taken aback. Not just that, director, are you unwell? A 0. 6 level martial artist passing the level 0 agility test with a perfect score is undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. For someone so talented, you claim there is even more. Just watch, the director murmured. Without further ado, number 2 continued to observe the footage that in the video. Su Feng elevated his agility testing level to level 1. Hiss, the attendant couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Level 1. This Su Feng dared to challenge the agility test of a level 1 martial artist? I am certain he won last 3 seconds. The attendant remarked, for the level 1 agility test was entirely insurmountable for a level 0 martial artist. Even many level 2 martial artists had to exert themselves fully to earn an excellent rating. This 0.6 level martial artist. The attendant was about to voice another thought when the test commenced. The level 1 martial artist agility test began, with bullets continuously fired from the front. Approximately 30 shots were unleashed. Compared to the 10 or so shots fired in the level 0 test, this was a significant increase. Yet even so, Su Feng in the video effortlessly dodged each bullet with precision. In a swift manner, all 30 bullets were discharged, and Su Feng stood there unscathed, his hair even remaining perfectly styled. The second receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she just witness? A level 1 warrior passing the agility test with a perfect score. Such feats are only achievable by warriors of level 2.5 and above. How could this level 0.6 warrior possibly? Am I dreaming? Unable to restrain herself, the second receptionist slapped her own face. Smack! Ouch! She covered her face. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, it seems this is not a dream. The director remarked, "Are you unwell?" To which the second receptionist replied, "Director, he is simply too formidable." Rubbing her face, she reflected, "This is undoubtedly the dark horse of this year's college entrance examination. With such agility, he is certain to be specially recruited by Nandu University. Who knows, with this level of skill, he might even become this year's top scorer. Incredible. In Yin country, there are only 5 prestigious universities. And Nandu University is the sole one established in Nandu, the only top-tier university within the city. The director merely let out a few cold chuckles. Continue watching. After uttering these words, the director stepped aside, opened a cigarette box, and lit one. He needed to regain his composure. Initially, he believed the individual was a level 6 expert, so witnessing him pass the level 5 agility test seemed unremarkable. He only felt that with a level 6 expert present, his service was insufficient. However, it now appeared. Exhaling a smoke ring, the director squinted his eyes. Has this young man concealed his true warrior level? Has he cultivated to a remarkably high level without updating at a martial arts school? But that doesn't seem right. Given his youth, even if he had concealed something, it would likely be below level 2, certainly not exceeding level 2. In other words, he has achieved the agility of a level 6 warrior with a standing below level 2. Contemplating this, the director took a deep drag. Reducing the cigarette to a mere stub, he then carelessly tossed it aside and stamped on it several times. Damn it, I've encountered a genius. Moreover, a once-in-a-century genius. No, although the martial arts world has only developed for a few hundred years, I am certain this is a millennium-level talent. I will hit the jackpot. While the director marveled at his fortune, the second receptionist obediently continued to observe. In the video, Feng initiated the level 2 reaction test. This time, bullets were fired from both the front and the back simultaneously. Feng not only effortlessly dodged the bullets coming from the front, but also evaded those from behind without even turning around, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. What kind of agility is this? The second receptionist was left dumbfounded. She had witnessed many strong warriors at the martial arts school, but this level of agility was unprecedented. Passing the level 2 warrior test with a perfect score, the level 3 warrior test, with bullets fired from 3 directions, saw Feng again achieve a perfect score. The level 4 warrior test, where bullets were unleashed from 4 walls, also resulted in another flawless performance. At this point, the receptionist's jaw dropped in astonishment. A monster! Just then, Feng commenced the level 5 agility test. The receptionist held her breath, a mix of fear and anticipation in her gaze as she watched the video of Feng. This time, bullets rained down from all directions, dense enough to make one question reality. Yet even so, Feng continued to effortlessly evade every single one. The level 5 agility test, once again, resulted in a perfect score. This is impossible. The receptionist couldn't help but scream. Her outburst attracted the attention of other receptionists and warriors present. Chapter 7. The Ultimate Agility Genius. What is the matter with you? Overreacting, the warriors and a few other receptionists looked at the second receptionist with a mix of exasperation. The second receptionist seemed to realize her rudeness and quickly apologized to her colleagues and the warriors present. I apologize for disturbing everyone. A few warriors merely shrugged, and seeing the second receptionist's attitude, they chose not to comment further. Once no one was paying attention to her, the second receptionist let out a sigh of relief. Phew, being scrutinized by so many warriors was quite intimidating, she reflected. A voice drifted from behind her. Feng, truly that frightening? Director, the second receptionist gasped, then took a moment to steady her breathing. You really startled me. How do you appear out of nowhere? Isn't it a bit exhilarating? The director's voice trembled slightly. You must understand why I'm so excited, right? I do, the second receptionist nodded. An 18-year-old ultimate agility genius. Who wouldn't be thrilled? She was still in disbelief, unable to recover from the shock. This individual, does his identity information carry a star rating? The star rating represents the official recognition of Yin country, denoting a genius warrior. No, the second receptionist stated with precision. Then that indicates he is an undiscovered genius warrior. The director clenched his fist. If we report this, we will undoubtedly strike it rich. Yin country has an announcement. Anyone who discovers a genius warrior will receive a reward upon reporting it. The method of distinguishing genius warriors lies in the star rating on their identity cards. Those with a star rating signify discovered genius warriors, while those without indicate undiscovered ones, aside from the college entrance examination. This is the second method for Yin country to seek out geniuses. Reporting a genius can yield a monetary reward. The director couldn't help but interject. Given this young man's level of talent, we might be able to secure $1 million in rewards. Passing the level 5 agility test at level 0.6 is undeniably extraordinary. The second receptionist concurred. This is undoubtedly the strongest agility genius in the history of Yin country. As long as his Dantian transformation rate isn't too poor, his future is limitless. Thus, we must invest in him, the director asserted. While he's still on the rise, let us provide him with ample resources. Once he grows, he won't even need to repay us. Just mentioning our martial arts school would suffice. Tis TSK. Indeed, the second receptionist nodded. Investing in genius talents is a common practice among martial arts schools. In Baidu Bay City, there's a branch of the Hongya Martial Arts School that gained significant recognition after investing in a warrior early on. That warrior eventually emerged as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. When the top scorer gave a speech, they casually expressed gratitude to the Hongya Martial Arts School, leading to a flurry of parents eager to enroll their children there, believing it could cultivate future top scorers. Even if one could not become the top scorer, they were willing to bask in that glory that in no time, the director of the Hongya Martial Arts School reaped considerable rewards. Moreover, even if his Dantian transformation rate were merely 1/10. The second receptionist could not help but add, the state would not hesitate to provide him with core resources from other races. Indeed, the director nodded, as long as this individual's agility talent remains robust. Even if his qualifications are lacking, the state will ensure he attains the level of a level 6 warrior. Yes, the second receptionist agreed. The two shared a unified view on Su Feng, as long as his agility talent remained strong. His future prospects were boundless. However, the second receptionist's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Director, did you see at the end of the test? He was holding his forehead, looking as if he were dizzy. Is there something wrong with his health? I hope he doesn't suffer any setbacks. Stop speaking such ominous words. The director shot a glare at the second receptionist. This is clearly a case of overexertion. A level 0.6 warrior achieving what even a level 6 warrior might struggle with. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal. All right? The director was unaware that Su Feng was merely experiencing mental fatigue, mistakenly attributing it to physical limitations that, indeed, that is normal. The second receptionist nodded. After all, with such a vast difference in levels, if he weren't feeling dizzy, that would be abnormal. All right, quickly report this to the authorities, the director chided with a smile. Let us await our fortune. I will inquire whether this young man is local, aiming to secure him as our martial arts school spokesperson. Haha, perhaps our Hongya Martial Arts School will echo throughout the Lushui district. The second receptionist blinked, saying nothing. Yet, deep down, she found it hard to believe that a level 0.6 warrior had accomplished such feats. It truly felt like a dream. The receptionist at desk 2 could not help but murmur softly at this moment. Su Feng had already returned home. He sat upon his bed in his room, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Approximately 30 minutes later, Su Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His mental energy had been fully restored, and he felt was his mental strength slightly stronger than before. It was not a significant increase. Yet upon careful observation, Su Feng indeed discerned a subtle enhancement in his mental prowess. It seemed that mental energy, much like the body, could be augmented through consistent training. The practice of Zizai Ji Gong consumed mental energy each time. Thus, frequent use would undoubtedly exercise Su Feng's mental faculties, making them increasingly robust. Excellent. Now he would focus on refining his martial artist level. Su Feng closed his eyes once more. He was about to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth. He sensed the energy surrounding him could be absorbed. It would be transformed into qi. Then, with a 100% conversion rate, it would be drawn into his dantian. Boom! All the surrounding energy surged wildly into Su Feng's body. First, it filled his room, then his home, and, subsequently, it flowed into the neighboring houses, both above and below. 10 seconds later, Su Feng paused. He had completely drained the energy from his surroundings. At that moment, he overheard someone upstairs expressing confusion. Where has all the energy of the heavens and the earth gone? How can I prepare for the college entrance examination now? Hearing his neighbor's bewilderment, Su Feng merely smiled. He had no intention of revealing that. Through a voracious absorption, all the surrounding energy had been drawn into his own body. Previously, the energy absorbed from his room had enhanced him by 0.01. He was uncertain how much he had gained now. Su Feng focused inward, eager to ascertain his current martial artist level. This time he had absorbed every ounce of energy available in the vicinity. This enhancement was certainly more than just 0.01. Chapter 8. Level 0. 9. As Su Feng examined his internal state, he was astonished to find that his martial artist level had remarkably risen to 0.7. Indeed, after merely 10 seconds of cultivation, he had advanced from 0.6 to 0.7. Truly, his current talent was awe-inspiring. Su Feng could not help but exclaim. Such rapid advancement was something he had never dared to imagine before. With all the surrounding energy depleted, he now found himself with little to occupy his time. Su Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. It would take at least 30 minutes for the energy of the heavens and the earth to replenish. Too slow. Alas, is this what it feels like to be a top student? Unable to find a place to cultivate, Su Feng could venture outside to absorb energy, but meditating in public and voraciously absorbing energy would likely draw a crowd of curious onlookers. He was too shy to endure that. No matter, with my current cultivation speed, I will surely reach 1.2 before the college entrance examination. Su Feng clenched his fists. There was no need to rush. Thus, 30 minutes passed. Wonderful! The energy of the heavens and the earth had finally returned. At this moment, a voice from above erupted in excitement. Hurry and cultivate. Prepare for the college entrance examination. The voice was loud, clearly filled with genuine surprise. Su Feng merely smiled slightly and sat cross-legged. He began to absorb energy. 30 minutes later, from upstairs came a loud outburst of anger. What the hell? Where is all the energy of the heavens and the earth gone? How am I supposed to take the college entrance examination now? Meanwhile, Su Feng was downstairs, letting out a satisfied burp. There was an abundance of energy. He felt quite full. His energy level had reached 0.8, and he estimated that he would reach level 1 today. Su Feng glanced at the clock that it was nearly 10 o'clock. Who would have thought that my limitation is not laziness, but rather the energy of the heavens and the earth in the past? He had found cultivation tedious and slow, which deterred him from practicing. Now, however, his cultivation speed was so rapid that the energy of the heavens and the earth could hardly keep up. Perhaps I should practice Zizai Ji a bit? Su Feng rose to his feet. Zizai Ji had two forms. One was active, allowing for 100% evasion but consuming mental energy, while the other was passive, requiring no energy but lacking precision in evasion. What Su Feng intended to train was the passive form of Zizai Ji. He closed his eyes, gradually sensing the flow of air around him. After a considerable time, he felt his body had become remarkably more agile. It was indeed astonishing. Was the improvement so pronounced? Su Feng attempted a split, and with a swift motion, he easily descended. Truly, he had made progress. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, although he was a martial artist, his body remained rigid. A split would have been impossible for him. Now, however, it was effortless. According to conventional training wisdom, Zizai Ji was an advanced technique, and this was the first time he had earnestly practiced it. He would surely reap significant benefits. Given that Zizai Ji primarily focused on evasion, his bodily agility would see a marked enhancement. However, the benefits would diminish upon repeated practice. Su Feng took a deep breath and executed several evasion movements, all of which he completed with ease. Excellent. Even if I do not actively employ Zizai Ji, my evasion capability is now vastly superior to before. Su Feng lifted his head and realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. The energy of the heavens and the earth had long since replenished. When engaged in serious cultivation, time truly flies. That Su Feng chuckled helplessly, then began to absorb energy. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy was once again entirely consumed. Delightful. Su Feng laughed heartily. That moment, a furious roar erupted from upstairs. What the hell? How can I be out of energy again after only a few minutes of practice? Where is all the energy gone? I am truly at my wit's end. To this, Su Feng merely sensed his martial artist level. It stood at 0.9. Sufficient. Su Feng nodded. With a martial artist level of 0.9, he could venture into certain training grounds to hunt down alien beings. Speaking of alien beings, it was time to mention his system, the multiverse lottery system, Hostbound. Su Feng, non-detachable. Age, 18 martial artist level. 0.9 current lottery world. Dragon Ball obtained skill. Zazai G system task. Kill 10 alien beings to gain 1 lottery opportunity. His system task was to eliminate 10 alien beings. There were no restrictions on the level of the alien beings. Killing any level would suffice. Killing 10 level 0 alien beings would complete the task. Likewise, killing 10 level 9 alien beings would also count. Undoubtedly, Su Feng opted to hunt level 0 alien beings. After all, he did not wish to complicate his system task. In Nandu Bay City, numerous man-made training grounds have been established by human experts. Level 0 training grounds housed various alien beings, ranging from level 0.1 to 0.9, with none exceeding level 1. The same applied to level 1 training grounds, which contained alien beings from levels 0 to 1.9. Never exceeding level 2 to training grounds of level 2 followed suit. These facilities endeavored to replicate the living environments of various alien species, striving for utmost authenticity. The goal was to train new human recruits. Level 1 martial artists could only access level 1 training grounds, while level 0 martial artists were restricted to level 0 grounds. This was the official regulation. After all, a significant level disparity rendered training meaningless. Now, with Su Feng at 0.9, he could be considered the pinnacle within the level 0 training grounds. He could easily accomplish his system's task if he were to advance to level 1 and enter the level 1 training grounds. He would be the lowest rank. Thus, he chose to remain at his current level and visit the level 0 training grounds. With this thought, Su Feng chuckled softly to the fellow upstairs. I shall no longer cultivate. You may now prepare for your college entrance examination. Checking the time, he noted that noon was fast approaching. Shortly thereafter, Su Feng's parents returned home. Haha, Xiao Feng, guess what I brought you? As soon as he entered, Su's father laughed boisterously, carrying a paper bag and walking quite hastily, nearly stumbling. You're already so grown. Can you not be so reckless? Su's mother shot a glare at Su's father, a hint of reproach in her tone. Haha, I was just too excited. Su's father scratched his head, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Su Feng gazed at the wrinkles at the corners of his father's eyes and the few strands of white hair at his temples. Pursing his lips, Dad, what did you bring? Su Feng looked at his father. Although he was a transmigrator, everything was the same upon his arrival. His original parents were identical in every aspect: name, personality, and appearance. Even those few strands of white hair were positioned exactly the same. Thus, in Su Feng's eyes, these were his parents, with no discernible differences. Chapter 9. Awakening of the Dantian Hehe. I brought this. Su's father revealed the contents of a bag, which contained a packet of medicine. Vitality powder. This is a great find. Su's mother merely smiled from the side, evidently not surprised, as she had known beforehand. Vitality powder? Su Feng was taken aback. He recalled that this seemed to be a particularly effective supplement for level 0 martial artists. After consumption, it could at least raise one's level by 0.01. It was one of the substances used during the high-stakes examination preparation. As for its price, it could fetch around 4,000 to 5,000 yen kingdom coins, which was considered relatively inexpensive. If one took too much of the same medication, they would develop a resistance, and after consuming this cheap vitality powder, they would only be able to resort to more expensive alternatives. For a martial artist who did not train diligently and relied solely on medicine, advancing from level 0 to level 1 would cost nearly 1,000,000 yen kingdom coins. Moreover, for martial artists above level 1, the cost would multiply several times, with any single medication starting at a price of 100,000. Therefore, for an ordinary family to afford the expenses required to reach level 1.2, it was indeed a daunting challenge. Dad, these things. Su Feng looked at the vitality powder in his father's hand, smiling helplessly. This stuff is of little use to me. You might as well take those several thousand coins and buy something for the family to eat. A mere 0.01 increase. He could achieve that in just 3 seconds of seclusion, spending several thousand on this. It was hardly worthwhile. Hey, what are you saying, child? Buy food for the family. Your father and I hardly eat anything. Su's mother shot a stern glance at Su Feng. If there's something you want to eat, just tell Mom, and I'll get it for you. But remember, preparing for the high-stakes examination is our family's top priority. Quickly, mix the medicine with water and drink it. In a few days, your father and I will borrow some money to buy more medicine. Perhaps we can help you reach level 1 martial artist. Getting into a second-tier university would significantly improve your future. Indeed, Sue's father coughed lightly, patting his back. Your mother and I lack martial talent. Your conversion rate is only 1/10, and there's little we can do. We can only rely on medicine in this regard, my child, so don't be stubborn. The high-stakes examination is of utmost importance. No matter how much money we spend, it's worth it. The original Feng had poor talent and lacked enthusiasm for training. Without the aid of medicine, he would only be at level 0.3, and his parents had exhausted hundreds of thousands in savings. They had painstakingly raised him to level 0.6. Now, they were desperately trying to push him toward level 1. Because of this, Feng felt quite displeased. He resented the expensive medications and his own lackluster talent. His parents' relentless toil, their dwindling savings, and the increasing strands of white hair on their heads were all consequences of his situation. He was unwilling to see his parents spend exorbitant amounts on these supplements. When Sue's father and mother saw Feng's refusal, they assumed he was once again falling into his old habits. Thus, following their usual approach, they urged him to take the medicine. Feng, you must understand that once you get into a second-tier university and meet a few martial artist friends, your future will be bright. Sue's father continued, to that point, they might offer you some guidance, and your life will be better than ours. Look at what you're saying. After working a lifetime, surely your son will surpass you. Sue's mother glared at Sue's father. Yes, Feng will definitely be better than me. Sue's father chuckled awkwardly as Feng fell into a moment of silence. He truly no longer needed these medicines. Mom, Dad, really please don't buy these things anymore. Feng shook his head in resignation, my current martial artist level. Before he could finish, he was met with a stern glance from his parents that we've told you countless times, don't worry about us. It's our duty to earn money to help you improve your martial artist level. Quickly listen, drink the medicine, and prepare for the high-stakes examination. Don't waste any time on your training. Sighing, Feng could only express his resignation. Mom and Dad, just watch. With a sudden burst of energy, Feng unleashed his power. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him, causing a crack in the floor tiles. This. Sue's father and mother were momentarily stunned. This aura seemed to surpass level 0.6 by a small margin. This aura definitely exceeded level 0.8. Sue's father took a deep breath. You are at this level. I won't mistake it. Yes, I'm at this level. I am very familiar with level 0.8. Sue's mother was equally astonished. This aura seems to be at level 0.9, doesn't it? Indeed, level 0.9. Feng nodded. My Dantian appears to have awakened, and the conversion efficiency has significantly improved. Dantian awakening. Sue's father and mother exchanged glances, both reading shock in each other's eyes. In this world, there were indeed certain prodigies whose Dantian would suddenly enhance at the age of 18. The conversion rate would experience a substantial increase. This phenomenon was referred to as Dantian awakening. Every year during the high-stakes examination, a few fortunate individuals would experience such an event. I asked this for real. Sue's mother found it hard to believe that such good fortune could fall upon her family. That it must be true. The aura does not deceive, Sue's father affirmed. Has our Sue family's ancestral grave truly produced such good fortune? Does this mean Feng now has a shot at the second-tier university? Sue's mother murmured in astonishment. Not just a shot. Sue's father clenched his fists in excitement, having weathered many storms in his 50-plus years. He usually would not be so agitated. However, Feng, you have truly made something of yourself. Sue's father could not contain his joyful laughter. Indeed, Feng, you can get into a second-tier university. Sue's mother beamed with delight. With 3 months until the high-stakes examination, Feng was now at level 0.9. With just a little push, he could easily become a level 1 martial artist. Securing a place in a second-tier university was a certainty. The future of their child shone brightly. After a lengthy period of excitement, the couple finally settled down. By the way, now that your Dantian has awakened, what is your current conversion rate? Sue's father asked first. Feng, when did you awaken? Why didn't you tell us? Sue's mother could not help but inquire. As Feng fell silent, he had not truly awakened his Dantian. He had merely awakened the system. Let us take turns answering, Mom and Dad. Please don't rush. Su Feng chuckled. I awakened 3 months ago. I was a bit skeptical about life back then. You both know that an awakened Dantian can be unstable. It might revert in a few months, and Su's father and mother nodded. Indeed, some individuals experienced a reversion of their Dantian. To ensure stability, I trained diligently for 3 months. Su Feng smiled. Now I can confidently say that my Dantian is stable. The energy conversion rate has completely transformed. And what is your current energy conversion rate? Su's mother swallowed hard. Enable a level 0.6 martial artist to advance to level 0.9 in 3 months. Your conversion rate must have increased significantly. Chapter 10. The second greatest genius in human history, my current conversion rate. Su Feng hesitated. His parents certainly meant him no harm, but would a 100% conversion rate be too astonishing? After all, such a feat had never been recorded in history. The first genius documented in human history had only achieved a conversion rate of 4/5. Moreover, since the Dantian absorbs energy and converts it into chi, theoretically, the maximum conversion rate is 9/10. There would always be some energy that could not be converted, dissipating into the air. A 100% conversion rate was impossible. That if he openly claimed his conversion rate was 100%, he might even be taken for research. 4/5. Su Feng hesitated for a moment before revealing a recorded conversion rate. When it comes to showcasing his talents, Su Feng would never hold back. However, there are certain aspects he is destined to conceal. Moreover, a conversion rate of 4/5 is already quite remarkable. What? 4/5? Su father and Su mother stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. 4/5? The most talented martial artist in recorded history has only achieved a conversion rate of 4/5. Furthermore, throughout all of history, there has been but one genius with such a conversion rate. This genius, over a century ago, saved the Yen nation and established 5 major base cities for it. He laid the foundation for the current way of life in the Yen nation. In terms of both talent and contribution, he is a figure enshrined in history. Su mother pinched Su father. That hurts. What are you doing? Su father exclaimed, his eyes wide. Does it hurt? So this isn't a dream. Su mother murmured, Su father. Su Feng. Our child actually has a conversion rate of 4/5. Su mother gazed up at the ceiling, her emotions in turmoil. But you shouldn't pinch me, Su father mumbled. Then turned to Su Feng. Xiao Feng, are you certain it's 4/5? Don't lie. We're getting old and cannot withstand such fluctuation. If it weren't 4/5, how could I have gone from 0.6 to 0.9 in just 3 months? Su Feng replied helplessly. With a conversion rate of 4/5, honing my skills for a few months to reach 0.9 is quite feasible. Thus, Su Feng's fabrication successfully deceived his parents. It seems to be true, Su father muttered. Then in a burst of joy, Su father leapt up. Ha! My son has achieved greatness. My son has a conversion rate of 4/5. Su Feng. I thought you were so composed earlier. I assumed you were quite steady, yet you're just as alarmed as my mother. This is only 4/5. If I claim to be 100%, you might soar to the heavens. Indeed, Su mother chimed in, equally exhilarated. Even if our son's conversion rate were to revert, becoming 1/10, it's still at 0.9. With a bit more training, becoming a first-level martial artist is a certainty. Don't speak such disheartening words. Su father glared at Su mother. What do you mean revert? Our son is the most talented martial artist of our time. How could he possibly regress? 4/5. He has been specially recruited into the first tier. Ha ha ha. He is the second martial artist in the entire human race with such a high conversion rate. Indeed, Su mother agreed joyfully. Now, our son is truly on the path to success, with a bright future ahead. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Su mother kept chattering excitedly. At this moment, the Su family was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Thus I said there is no need to purchase any elixirs. Su Feng smiled. Besides, consuming too much has led to blockages in my meridians, preventing me from advancing beyond a 5th-level martial artist. That would be a significant loss. Right. Su father nodded vigorously. Xiao Feng, your future is limitless. Taking elixirs will only hinder your prospects. You must refrain from consuming them. After saying this, he hurriedly put away the vitality elixir. From now on, if you have money, buy more food and drinks for yourselves. Su Feng glanced at his parents. How can that be? Su's father shook his head repeatedly. Your mother and I can buy 5 buns for 2 yuan, enough to last us a day. We spend no money. We're saving up for your future marriage. Indeed, with our son's high conversion rate. P.S. The second super genius of the human race, Su's mother beamed. Whoever marries into the Su family will be honored. There's no need to worry about brides. Feng pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he noticed the vitality elixir. By the way, Dad, how did you manage to afford this? Didn't we exhaust the family funds? Did you borrow money again? Previously, all the family's savings have been spent on Feng's preparation for the college entrance examination, leaving them nearly depleted. This? Su's mother glanced at the vitality elixir and said, this was compensation from the construction site when your father accidentally got hit by a heavy object while working. They paid him several thousand yuan to buy this for you. Su's mother wanted to say more, but was silenced by a glare from Su's father. She quickly bit her tongue, as if realizing something. Ahaha, Feng, today is a momentous occasion. I'm so happy. Mom will go prepare some meat for you. Su's mother hurried into the kitchen. Dad, you got hit? Feng inquired, looking at Su's father. He knew that if it weren't for his mother's exuberance causing her to slip, he might never have learned of this incident. You know I'm a level 1.2 martial artist. Su's father merely flexed his arm. Getting hit by something actually invigorated me. Nonsense. Feng shot a glare at Su's father. What level martial artist gets injured? Let me see. Su's father chuckled awkwardly, saying little more, and simply sat on the sofa. Then Feng examined his father's injury on the left shoulder. There, a distinct steel imprint was visible. It appeared that a steel pipe from a height had struck his shoulder. Yikes, if it had shifted a bit, it could have hit your head. Feng could not help but exclaim, it's not as terrifying as you make it sound. Su's father shook his head. It was just a bump. It's nothing serious. Ouch. Don't touch it. That hurts. Feng. You act as if it hurts so much from just a touch, yet you say it's nothing serious. You really are tough on yourself. Feng gradually channeled his energy to soothe his father's injury. Dad is old. This body isn't worth much anyway. What's there to cherish? Su's father chuckled lightly. It's just a pity that the vitality elixir won't be of use to you. All right, relax. Let me treat you. How does it feel now? Feng inquired. I feel much better, Su's father exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of treatment is this? As long as it works, you don't need to ask so many questions at all. Find out. Su's father didn't press further as Feng focused on the treatment, while Su's father closed his eyes, saying little. Thus, the father and son fell into silence. After a considerable time, a voice called from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. Chapter 11. Endorsement fee. What? You say you're going to the training ground? Su's father's eyes widened, his mouth still stuffed with a large white bun. Finish your bun first. Su's mother glared at Su's father. Don't choke. Oh, all right. Su's father quickly swallowed the bun and then looked at Feng incredulously. What are you going to do at the training ground? It's so dangerous there. What if you get killed by an alien? How could that happen? Feng couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, Su's mother placed a piece of meat in Feng's bowl. Feng. After a brief pause, he continued, at the training ground, there will be matching protective gear. The level 0 training ground provides level 1 protective gear. Those aliens below level 1 can't possibly breach the protective gear. It's very safe. That's what they say. Su's father frowned. However, every month, there are always 1 or 2 who, due to accidents, die outright. When facing aliens, having protective gear doesn't guarantee safety. Feng pondered. Su's father was not wrong. When confronting aliens, there has never been a notion of absolute safety. Yet the training ground is relatively safer. With an estimated 100,000 martial artists participating in training each month, having only 1 or 2 incidents is already quite acceptable. Dad, riding a bicycle on the road carries the risk of falling. Feng contemplated. With my current conversion rate, engaging in combat with aliens is only a matter of time. It's better to familiarize myself in advance and practice fighting against them. Su's father still wished to say something, but Su's mother urged him. Dear, the child speaks truthfully. Going to eliminate the alien tribe now would also serve as a form of training. Moreover, with protective measures in place, it can be deemed relatively safe. It is far better than sending Feng to the battlefield later, with no experience. thrust into a life-or-death struggle. Upon reflection, Sue's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, for a moment, silence enveloped everyone. This was because a single trip to the training ground required 300 yen coins. Their family should sell the vitality powder, Sue's father proposed. After all, Feng has no need for it at present. Yes, let us sell it, Sue's mother concurred. It seemed there was a recycling center at the entrance of the training ground. Feng said nothing, merely consuming his meal in silence. Moments later, he declared, I am heading out. He approached the door, a bag in hand, which contained the vitality powder. Come back early, Sue's mother called out from the kitchen. Feng turned, closed the door, and stepped outside, glancing at the bag in his hand. He murmured, rest assured, I shall make you proud of me in this lifetime. As he walked through the community, Feng spotted a few familiar faces. Are they from the Hongya Martial Arts School? What brings them to our neighborhood? Are they here for promotion? He pondered quietly before exiting the area. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were indeed from the Hongya Martial Arts School, seeking to gather information about him, hoping to recruit him as a spokesperson. Soon, Feng arrived at the entrance of the community. Taking a taxi is too expensive, he mused, feeling the meager amount of pocket money he possessed. Only a little over 10 coins. I'll run, a perfect opportunity to exercise. Thus, clutching the bag of vitality powder, Feng sprinted towards the level 0 training ground. With the physical prowess of a level 0.9 martial artist, running short distances posed no challenge at all. 20 minutes later, Feng exhaled deeply. Arriving at the entrance of the level 0 training ground, he needed to locate the window for recycling medicines. He wished to exchange for some money. Meanwhile, back at Sue's home, Sue's father and mother sat on the sofa, with Sue's mother massaging Sue's father's shoulders. How does it feel? Still painful. In truth, it was hardly an issue. Feng's skills were rather impressive, Sue's father reflected. Truly, he is the second greatest genius of the human race. Sue's mother cast a glance at Sue's father, her heart swelling with pride that I can hardly believe Feng possesses a conversion rate of 80%. I find it hard to believe as well. Sue's father chuckled. Perhaps we are still dreaming. As they contemplated further conversation, the doorbell rang. Excuse me, is this the residence of the martial artist Feng? Both Sue's father and mother were taken aback. Looking for Feng, they quickly rose and approached the door. Who are you? Sue's father inquired through the door. We are from the Hongya Martial Arts School, and we mean no harm, came the response that Sue's father and mother exchanged glances. Hongya Martial Arts School, the prestigious one, the one with branches throughout the Yen Nation. Sue's father hastily opened the door, revealing several representatives from the Hongya Martial Arts School standing outside. Hello. May I ask who you are? The head of the school bowed politely. All right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the principal of Hongya Martial Arts School. Sue's father and mother were once again astonished. The principal of Hongya Martial Arts School. This school was exceptionally renowned, and in the vast Greenwater district, there was only one principal. At the very least, they were level 4 martial artists. This principal was certainly not someone ordinary citizens could afford to offend. Great principal. Greetings. Sue's father appeared somewhat flustered. He could not fathom why such a prominent figure would visit their humble abode. Could it be that Feng inadvertently damaged something at the school? Sue's mother whispered from behind, Is he here to demand compensation? Compensate? Sue's father was taken aback. Yes, surely, he must have broken something of theirs. Otherwise, a person of such high stature would not come personally at this moment. Both Sue's father and mother felt a pang of anxiety. After all, they were merely ordinary folk. The principal of the martial arts school interjected, No, I heard your murmuring, being a level 5 martial artist. He possessed keen hearing and could clearly discern Sue's mother's whispered comments. You two have misunderstood. I presume you are Feng's parents? We are, they nodded, albeit with some confusion. But why have you come to see Feng? If not for compensation? Well, here is the matter. The principal cleared his throat. Today, Feng visited our school for a test, and we discovered he possesses immense potential. In light of such a genius, we would like to invite him to be our spokesperson. Of course, the spokesperson fee is not negligible. 50,000. What do you think? The principal contemplated that Feng had a high likelihood of becoming a top scholar. Investing 50,000 for a future scholar seemed quite a bargain. What? Sue's father and mother were momentarily stunned. They had worked tirelessly their entire lives and had saved only around 30,000. most of which had already been spent on medicine for Feng. This 50,000 was more than they would earn in a lifetime. Chapter 12. I understand you, ahem. The principal noticed the couple's dazed expressions and wondered if he had offered too little. Upon further reflection, given Feng's agility, the chances of him achieving the top scholar title were indeed quite high. If he truly did become a scholar, the spokesperson fee would likely exceed 100,000. Offering 50,000 now seemed rather paltry. Moreover, it was quite possible that Feng was the greatest talent in agility among the human race. My apologies, dear couple. I acted impulsively. The principal quickly apologized. Let us reconsider the spokesperson fee. The couple sighed in relief. 50,000 was still too much for them. Although they recognized Feng's exceptional abilities, 50,000 was simply beyond their comprehension. What do you think about 200,000? The principal proposed cautiously. This is the highest I can offer at the moment. After all, the principal paused, failing to continue. After all, Feng is still young and has yet to fully develop. The future remains uncertain. Betting 200,000 on a potential future is quite a gamble for me. Hisses, Sue's father and mother gasped in astonishment. 200,000? Feng was merely a high school student, and his spokesperson fee was an astounding 200,000. What a joke! They had never encountered such a sum in their lives. The couple stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. The principal wondered, what is wrong with these two? They are silent and merely hissing. It truly makes one anxious. Did I offer too low a price? Sue's father quickly cleared his throat. Feng has stepped out. We will need to wait for him to return before discussing the spokesperson matter. Yes, we shall wait for him to return. Sue's mother nodded in agreement. Is Feng not here? The principal appeared somewhat regretful, realizing he had missed the opportunity to meet him. He should return today. Right. Yes, Sue's father and mother replied. Then I shall wait here for him. The principal smiled at Sue's father. Sue's mother. What? You, the esteemed principal of Hongya Martial Arts School, are willing to sit here and wait for a mere child. The couple was once again taken aback before they realized. This principal must have recognized that Feng's conversion rate was 80%. He was the second person in the human race to possess such a high conversion rate. An ultimate genius. Thus, he would treat them with such deference. Having come to this realization, the elderly pair cast a knowing glance towards the curator. Under the scrutiny of their gaze, the curator paused momentarily, quickly grasping the implication. These two must have recognized that Feng's agility was unparalleled, a feat unmatched in the annals of human history. It was no wonder they regarded him with such admiration. In turn, the curator responded with an expression that conveyed his understanding, returning their gaze. The three shared a knowing smile, an unspoken camaraderie enveloping them. I could see the entrance of the Level 0 training ground. Feng sneezed. Who is speaking of me? He mused, rubbing his nose and patting his protective suit. This was a Level 1 suit, capable of withstanding all attacks below that threshold. Only assaults of Level 1 or higher posed a risk of damage. He had now entered the Level 0 training ground. Selling potions earned me 3,009, Feng murmured. The price was reasonable, considering it was secondhand. After entering the training ground, he had spent 300 on the entry fee and an additional 2,000 for renting the protective suit, albeit merely as a deposit. Sighing at the expense, Feng lamented that with his agility, he truly did not require any protective gear. After all, no attack could ever land on him. However, an official mandate forbade entry into the training ground without proper attire. Well, I hope to strike it rich during the lottery, he whispered, raising the hefty blade in his hand. This sword was part of the protective gear, designed for warriors to hunt monsters. I hope it's swift enough. With that, Feng dashed into the depths of the Level 0 training ground. This training ground was a near-perfect simulation of a wild environment, featuring forests, streams, and even mountain ranges, sprawling over an area comparable to several football fields. Just as Feng slipped away, a group of warriors arrived, casting a casual glance at his retreating figure. That one is clearly a novice, one remarked. Indeed, just like I was back then, rushing him with nothing but a protective suit. Another laughed. Such naivety. He is undoubtedly a newcomer. The group chuckled, then discarded their backpacks, proceeding to spray insect repellent on themselves. It was important to note that although this was a training ground, it perfectly mimicked the wild. Various insects, some venomous, abounded here. Neglecting insect repellent could spell danger. Moreover, there were occasional gatherings of small bee swarms, necessitating constant vigilance. Yes, this is precisely why we must band together. A lone warrior stands little chance against a bee swarm. No matter how formidable the protective suit, it cannot withstand the force of a collective attack. They scoffed at the foolishness of the young man who had recklessly charged in alone, predicting he would learn his lesson the hard way. They feared for his survival. The warriors exchanged banter as they liberally applied the insect repellent. "All right, that should do it," the leader coughed lightly. "Hey, someone check to see if we have all our bandages and hemostatic agents." "No problem, boss," came the reply. "Excellent, preparations are nearly complete. We should—" Just then, a vibrant young woman entered the scene. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise that, look at that. The girl raised an eyebrow. "What else with the staring? Is something wrong?" The leader quickly cleared his throat. Miss, would you care to join us? We are a group with ample experience in cooperation, ensuring absolute safety." "No thanks, I have my protective suit," she replied, shaking her head decisively. "Ahem, miss, is this your first time at the training ground?" The leader pressed, eager to persuade her. "Don't let the name fool you. Though it's labeled a training ground, it's akin to the real wilderness. Even with a protective suit, facing a swarm of 0.9 level monsters could be perilous." While the leader exaggerated, the training base likely housed no more than 4 or 5 0.9 level creatures, and these monsters were solitary, unlikely to band together, let alone assault humans. Chapter 13. My blade is truly dashing. Yet the girl remained unaware. Upon hearing the leader's warning, her expression shifted, clearly alarmed. "Look at us, we're all around 0.7 level warriors," one of the men chimed in with a grin. "We're strong enough to team up, and you're just a girl." Boom. The girl unleashed her aura. 0.9 level. "Is 0.7 level really that impressive?" she inquired, puzzled. The warriors' faces turned pale. How could this be? A girl of such youth possesses 0.9 level, boss. She might be a recent high school graduate, someone whispered. "Yes, she looks young enough for that," another quickly agreed. The leader wiped the sweat from his brow. They were all dropouts with lackluster skills. Nevertheless, they relied on their teamwork to hunt level 0 monsters, earning enough to sustain themselves. The corpses and pelts of level 0 monsters were worth a decent sum. Ahem, while you may be a 0.9 level warrior, going solo remains dangerous. The leader coughed. "Miss, I suggest you join us for safety. Though we may not match your strength, we have ample experience in wilderness survival." Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. The girl furrowed her brows, then relented. "You make a fair point. Let us team up." Upon hearing her consent, the warriors erupted with excitement. They had no ulterior motives. After all, it was a society governed by law, and the training ground was under constant surveillance. They simply sought a lively addition to their group, which was otherwise comprised solely of men. "Hey, miss, this is insect repellent. Please spray some on," the leader said, producing a bottle. "Thank you," she replied, taking the spray and applying it to herself. "Let us go hunt some monsters," the leader bellowed, exuding enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Feng traversed a dense thicket, a serious expression etched on his face that I can sense something, yet I cannot see it, he pondered, gripping his iron blade with a wary demeanor. "It must be a miniature monster, perhaps," he mused. "These creatures are truly bothersome." Just as he contemplated this, a shadow darted towards him from behind, striking swiftly and accurately at his head. The protective suit included a helmet, but Feng had chosen not to wear it, finding it obstructive. Thus, his unprotected head was vulnerable, and should he be struck, swish! In that instant, Feng whirled around, meeting the shadow with a decisive slash. The blade connected squarely, cleaving the creature in twain. Judging by his sense of aura, it was a level 0.3 monster. Hardly a challenge. With a swift stroke, the shadow was reduced to 2 halves. Feng glanced at his iron blade, now splattered with blood and flesh, the pungent stench assailing his senses. Ugh! He retched, unable to stifle the reaction. The odor was overwhelming. What a foul stench! Feng shook the blade clean, then wiped it down. Thankfully, slaying monsters felt akin to exterminating pests. No psychological burden weighed upon him. After venting his frustration, he examined the remains of the shadow. Though it had been severed into pieces, he recognized it as a creature of the rodent race. Rodents, is it? No wonder I couldn't spot them earlier. They're simply too small, he muttered, retrieving a pouch. With a few swift motions, the creature's carcass was secured. This fur should fetch a decent price, I presume. Muttering to himself while pinching his nose, he furrowed his brows. The stench of blood was overwhelming. System task. Eliminate 10 alien beings. Progress. 110. Su Feng secured the bag at his waist, grasped his iron blade, and ventured deeper into the jungle. It would be splendid if he could encounter an alien creature of level 0.8 or above. Their pelts might hold some value. After traversing the jungle for a while, he found no sign of any aliens. Can my heightened senses truly fail to detect any? Are there so few aliens in this training ground? Or perhaps I have not ventured deep enough. With this thought, Su Feng dashed forward. Whoosh, he plunged into the heart of the jungle. Oh, a sensation. To the left, there lies a creature of approximately level 0.5. Directly ahead, another at about level 0.7, as Yu Feng's perceptive range extended roughly 30 meters around him. A target of level 0.7. Worth the effort. Su Feng accelerated towards a 0.7 level alien. Soon a larger unicorn dinosaur came into view. A member of the dinosaur clan. Indeed, Su Feng quickly held his breath. The dinosaur clan is quite rare among the aliens, and even more so among the lower-tiered ones. Typically, lower-tier aliens are common animal types. Such creatures are a rarity. Roar. At that moment, the unicorn dinosaur let out a tremendous roar in Su Feng's direction. Su Feng. Ah, so I've been discovered. Seems your sense of smell is quite impressive. He stepped forward boldly, thinking that halting his advance would keep him hidden. Yet it appeared he had underestimated the creature. Roar. The unicorn dinosaur continued to bellow. Su Feng unsheathed his blade with a cold snort. Then, let us end this. Whoosh. In an instant, he charged at the unicorn dinosaur. The creature, refusing to back down, thrust its horn against Su Feng's iron blade. Zing! The clash of horn and blade produced sparks, the sound of steel intertwining echoing through the air. Such formidable strength. Su Feng was taken aback. This unicorn dinosaur, merely level 0.7, managed to hold its ground for a moment. Indeed, such massive alien beings possess a strength that slightly surpasses that of humans. Though they lack agility, Su Feng inhaled deeply, exerting a slight force. Bang! With a single strike, he sent the unicorn dinosaur sprawling. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for the creature's mouth, delivering a horizontal slash. One strike. Ripping. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly cleaved the unicorn dinosaur in two. At this moment, as he severed the creature, Su Feng summoned a protective barrier around himself, using his energy, thus shielding him from the splatter of blood. Remaining pristine and unblemished, standing with his blade, Su Feng gazed coolly at the carcass of a unicorn dinosaur before casually tossing his iron blade. Whoosh! The blade flew straight into the creature's head, embedding itself. The body lay halved, the head pierced. The unicorn dinosaur was undeniably dead. That strike was truly magnificent. Chapter 14 Task Progress. 910 Su Feng narcissistically remarked. Then approached the unicorn dinosaur's carcass. Tiske, such a large body. It cannot be carried with me. Unfazed, Su Feng produced a sticker from his pocket. Warrior, Su Feng affixed the sticker and, after a moment's thought, also placed it on the corpse of a rat he had. He then laid both on the ground. Now, keep an eye on these. They belong to me, he called out to the nearby trees. Trees, done and dusted, as Su Feng clapped his hands and departed from the scene. Barely a second after he left, the ground trembled. The unicorn dinosaur's carcass, along with the rats, was completely absorbed into the earth. 2 seconds later, the ground returned to its original state. This is a feature of the training ground. Once a warrior affixes a label and places the corpse on the ground, the surveillance of the training ground will see it and extract the body for storage, awaiting the warrior's return. The monitoring system is embedded in every tree and rock. It is, without a doubt, a thorough security measure. This is also why that young girl dared to join the ranks of the warriors. The training ground indeed provides ample protection for its warriors. System task. Eliminate 10 alien beings. Progress. 210. Whoosh! Su Feng sidestepped and charged towards another alien, the previously sensed one of level 0.5. Hours later, Su Feng arrived beside a river. Although each kill was swift, it was rather exhausting. Taking a deep breath, he realized he was feeling somewhat hungry. The energy consumption was excessive. No wonder warriors consume copious amounts of meat in a single meal. The expenditure is staggering. With that thought, Su Feng settled down cross-legged. Thankfully, I can draw energy directly from the heavens, instantly absorbing for a second. Boom! Su Feng's body was replenished with energy. Those warriors cannot recklessly absorb energy like I do. Su Feng stood up, muttering. Even a level 5 warrior, while capable of absorbing energy without limitation, still faces the threshold of transforming their dantian. The process of absorbing energy and then converting it requires considerable time. It is incomparable to Su Feng's direct intake of energy. Now, let us check the system task. Su Feng examined his system. System task: eliminate 10 alien beings. Progress: 810. Only 2 more aliens to complete the task. If he slays 2 more, he will be done. Su Feng splashed water on his face from the stream, then drew forth his iron blade. Directly ahead, there lay a crocodile turtle. Energy level: 0.6. Whoosh! Raising his iron blade high. He aimed for the turtle's head. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed as Su Feng's strike met the turtle's shell. Su Feng. It's not that he missed. Rather, the crocodile turtle had withdrawn its head. As a turtle-like creature, the crocodile turtle possesses formidable defenses. To breach its shell, one must possess at least 1.5 levels of strength. Su Feng inhaled deeply, withdrew his blade, and turned to leave. He had no desire to waste time here. Perhaps after several hours of grinding against the crocodile turtle, he might slay it. But it was not worth it. A few hours could suffice to complete the system task. He yearned to finish the task quickly. Unwilling to squander time, the moment Su Feng turned to leave, the crocodile turtle extended its 4 legs and swiftly dove into the stream. Hearing the commotion, Su Feng glanced back just in time to see the crocodile turtle sprinting across the water surface. Su Feng, your speed is rather unfair. With a scoff, Su Feng refocused, realizing he could not catch up to the crocodile turtle in the water. Speaking of which, having traversed deeper into the training ground, there should be aliens aplenty. Su Feng muttered to himself. Throughout his journey from the outskirts to the core, he had encountered but a handful of aliens. Could it be that all the aliens have been exterminated? Have the authorities not yet replenished them? Just then, a sudden cry echoed from above. A majestic eagle descended from the sky, extending its steel claws towards Su Feng. Oh, a wind eagle. Su Feng's eyes brightened. This too is an alien, level 0.7. The aliens deep within the training ground possess high levels. That Su Feng was fortunate. Whoosh! At that moment, the wind eagle was upon Su Feng. As he sidestepped, his iron blade sliced towards the wind eagle's head. Swoosh! A clean cut. The level 1 iron blade proved its worth, making it effortless to slay such creatures. Su Feng shook the blade. Each strike was a clean kill, not only due to his ample energy, but primarily because this iron blade is formidable. Only 1 more to go. Su Feng affixed the label to the wind eagle's body. Then he turned and walked towards the entrance of the training ground. He was confident that on his way back, he would encounter another alien. At that point, with a swift motion, he would dispatch it, completing his task. System task: eliminate 10 alien beings. Progress: 910. Whoosh! Su Feng retraced his steps, traversing the river area, and arrived at the plains that a little further back lies the jungle zone, which marks the outermost boundary. Su Feng surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of any monstrous entities. Utilizing his instinctive sense, he still found nothing. How peculiar it is that in such an expansive plain, there are no otherworldly beings. Su Feng murmured to himself and dashed towards the jungle zone. Soon he reached the junction between the plains and the jungle. Su Feng paused. He vaguely heard cries for help. Strange, is there truly someone in peril within this training ground? He decided to investigate. Su Feng made his way in that direction. In the training ground, if one encounters an insurmountable foe, pressing the distress signal will summon rescue warriors who will arrive within 10 minutes. At the intersection of the plains and the jungle, a pack of hungry wolves was encircling a group of warriors. To his dismay, this group included those who had previously mocked Su Feng. along with a young and beautiful girl. What bad luck. No wonder there are so few otherworldly creatures today. It turns out the Wolf King is on the prowl. The leader gripped the enormous sword in his hand. The Wolf King, a peak-level creature at 0.9, had several subordinates at 0.8 under his command. Chapter 15. Mission accomplished this time. They were truly in a bind. The leader's expression was grim. Boss, do not worry. I've already notified the official personnel of the training ground. A junior approached in approximately 7 minutes. 3 level 1 warriors will arrive, though the difference between level 1 and 0.9 is merely 0.1. The gap between them is akin to heaven and earth. 3 level 1 warriors, even the most basic 1.0, could easily sweep away these wolves. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. The leader gritted his teeth. 7 minutes. They might not even be able to endure the wolves' assault, although they were all clad in protective gear, which the wolves could not tear apart. The 0.8 level lead wolves could still inflict injuries through the armor. Moreover, they were not wearing helmets, leaving their heads completely unprotected. Damn. Had I known, I would have worn a helmet. Someone cursed out loud. Stop the hindsight. Who knew we would be so unfortunate as to encounter a pack of wolves? The leader muttered under his breath. Helmets are favored by warriors below level 0.5. Once one's level exceeds 0.5 and they gain confidence in their abilities, they tend to forego helmets due to the inconvenience they pose. Warriors above level 0.5 seldom wear helmets. It's much like riding a bike on the road. Even though one knows the dangers of not wearing a helmet, many still choose to go without. It can only be said that everyone believes such low-probability misfortunes will not befall them. However, once it does, it is too late. Roar! Several wild wolves lunged at the warriors. The leader and a few others immediately steeled themselves to fend off the wolf-pack's assault. One warrior was directly knocked down by a wild wolf, staggering back several steps. Are you okay? The leader huffed that I'm fine. I have protective gear. It was just too strong of an impact, the man replied, clearing his throat. As long as you're all right, keep the sister safe. The leader said, gripping his massive sword. Regardless of the circumstances, their character was commendable. Even in such a perilous moment, they prioritized protecting the sister. Although she was a 0.9 level warrior at that moment, the sister was encircled by all the warriors. Safeguarded in the center, she bit her lip, gazing at the surrounding wolves. Everyone, shall we fight together? I'm also a level 0.9 warrior, perhaps. No need, sister, not as long as we remain standing. You're safe, the leader said through clenched teeth. Although we may not be particularly powerful warriors, we will do our utmost to protect you. A group of grown men stood here. How could they allow a woman to fight? Right, brothers? Indeed, the others laughed. Sister, but the sister wanted to say more when the Wolf King suddenly let out a fierce roar. In an instant, the pack of wolves seemed to erupt, charging ferociously at the warriors. Most of their attacks were directed at the head. It appeared they had pinpointed the fact that this group lacked head protection. Thud, thud, thud. Although the wolves were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the warriors, pushing them to the brink of collapse. Damn, how much longer can we hold out? The leader roared. We must endure for another 5 minutes, someone shouted. Damn. Meanwhile, Feng crouched in the distant woods, witnessing the entire scene unfold. One of the warriors appeared to be around level 0.6. He looked as though he might vomit blood from the impact. It seemed this group could last at most 3 more minutes. How unfortunate. With that thought, he jumped down from the tree trunk. Preparing to depart, the sheer number of wolves could potentially spell doom even for a level 1.2 warrior, let alone for him, a level 0.9 warrior, to rescue them. It would be far too difficult for him now. Had he been strong enough, he might have saved them effortlessly. However, given his current strength, attempting to rescue them could very well endanger his life. Risking his life for a group of strangers. I am no savior. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng turned away, even if there was a youthful and radiant beauty among them. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a wild wolf staring at him. Feng. Oh no! I had been so engrossed in watching the spectacle that I neglected my own surroundings. Feng took a deep breath. His battle experience was indeed somewhat lacking, that he had been too careless. The wild wolf, however, showed no other reaction and merely fixed its gaze upon Feng. Feng, wild wolf. The two, one human and one wolf, maintained eye contact for a considerable time. "Brother, have you had your fill? If so, could you kindly step aside?" Feng asked tentatively. "Wild wolf." "Roar." The wild wolf let out a growl, then slightly inclined its body, preparing to pounce. Whoosh! A flash of steel sliced through the air, cleaving the wild wolf in two. Not willing to yield. "Huh. In that case, I shall strike first," Feng murmured. "I could see that moment." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's task for the first time. Reward for completing the system task. 1 lottery chance. A new system task has been issued. Please pay attention to its completion. As this is the host's first completion of the system reward, you will receive a lottery wheel. 1 reward lottery chance. The system's voice echoed in Feng's ears. However, he had no time to listen to these notifications, because the entire wolf pack had turned its gaze upon him. Especially the Wolf King, Tisich. Feng spat. Was it because he killed one wolf that it drew the attention of the entire pack? He had no intention of fleeing, as a 0.9 level human could not outrun even a 0.8 wild wolf, let alone a 0.9 wolf king. Thus, rather than escape, it would be better to gather his strength and see if he could confront them. Feng tightened his grip on the iron dagger. "Roar!" the wolf king howled, and from within the pack, dozens of wild wolves surged forth, charging at Feng. "Then come." Feng narrowed his eyes. His pupils turned white. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of wild wolves, he dared not be careless and activated his ultimate technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng effortlessly evaded the wolves' attacks. His target was clear. The Wolf King. He wished to avoid trouble. But if it sought him out, he would not shy away. In the blink of an eye, Feng was before the Wolf King. Capture the thief by capturing the king. Roar! The Wolf King howled, swiping a paw at Feng. Feng merely sidestepped, evading the Wolf King's attack. "You think you can hit me? You are mistaken." Feng swung his dagger directly at the Wolf King's head. He had calculated that if he maintained the ultimate technique, he could sustain it for a maximum of 1 minute. Surpassing a minute could lead to a fainting spell. Of course, if one toggles the switch, one could endure for several minutes. Chapter 16. A single slice. With a thunderous momentum, Feng's iron blade swung towards the Wolf King, just as it was about to strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, from behind him, a level 0. 8 guardian wolf charged forward, aiming to bite Feng's head. Whoosh! Feng seemed to sense the impending danger, swiftly pivoting to evade the attack. His pupils constricted. Fortunately, he had maintained the practice of the free-flowing essence technique. Fighting amidst a pack of wolves was undeniably perilous. Roar! At that moment, several other guardian wolves also howled in unison, surging towards Feng. "Humph!" Feng scoffed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Employing his agile movements, Feng once again dashed to stand before the Wolf King. The Wolf King was taken aback. How could this young man be so nimble? He could not comprehend why, despite the multitude of wolves in his tribe, they could not thwart Feng's advance. As he was still astonished, Feng boldly lunged forward, raising his hand. 1 strike. Meanwhile, the few warriors continued to valiantly fend off the onslaught of the wolves. Suddenly, the leader sensed a sudden reduction in pressure. Although there were still some wolves attacking them, they could mostly defend themselves. Given the current circumstances, holding out until help arrived at the training ground seemed effortless. What had transpired? The leader was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that most of the wolf pack had shifted their focus. "Boss, look over there," one of the subordinates called out. As they fought off the wolves, they glanced in that direction. There Feng was evading all the attacks from the wolf pack with his extraordinary agility, then charging towards the Wolf King, delivering a decisive blow. The warriors were left dumbfounded. What kind of being was this, to navigate so freely amidst the wolves solely by virtue of his agility? Unbelievable! "I get it. He is a rescue warrior from within the training grounds," someone exclaimed. "Help must have arrived." "Nonsense! How could rescue warriors possibly arrive this swiftly?" Another questioned. "Wait a moment, that silhouette looks somewhat familiar." Upon hearing this, everyone scrutinized closely. Hiss! The warrior moving effortlessly among the wolves was none other than the one they had encountered at the beginning. It turned out that this young man was a big shot. I had mocked him for his inexperience. Someone spoke, trembling. I too mocked him. Thinking he was foolish, another nodded in agreement. In retrospect, he wasn't inexperienced. He had confidence in his abilities. Goodness, just how strong must he be to play around so easily within the wolf pack? Someone muttered under their breath, "Is this person truly a level 0 warrior? His agility must be at least level 1.5. It was evident he was formidable. We truly misjudged him. The training grounds only allowed entry for those below level 1. He must be below level 1, right?" Yet with such agility, the crowd whispered among themselves, speculating about Su Feng's true level at that moment. The leader of the warriors shouted, "Enough chatter. Focus on fending off the wolves before us. And see if we can break through." "Yes," everyone responded. On the other side, Su Feng swung his blade towards the Wolf King, targeting its head. The Wolf King, with no avenue for escape, could only charge forward. Slicing through the air, Su Feng's iron blade struck solidly against the Wolf King's skull, producing a resounding metallic clash that tad hard. Su Feng marveled, as several guardian wolves rushed to his side, perhaps due to the Wolf King being struck. These guardian wolves were filled with fury. Their eyes, ablaze with wrath, glared at Su Feng. These otherworldly creatures possess quite the emotional depth. Su Feng scoffed. The primary distinction between otherworldly beings and beasts lies not in power, but in intellect. Though these wolves were all level 0.8, classified as lower-tier beings, their intelligence was not lacking. Su Feng tightened his grip on the iron blade. The blade was a level 1.0 weapon, perfectly suitable for other monsters, but striking a level 0.9 Wolf King proved somewhat taxing. To be precise, striking the hardest part, the skull, was indeed challenging, perhaps a change of strategy, avoiding the head. While Su Feng contemplated, the other wolves charged forward. The free-flowing essence technique could still be maintained for 20 seconds. "You shall not touch me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Feng effortlessly dodged the guardian wolves' attacks, charging straight for the Wolf King. The Wolf King, undeterred, showed no signs of fear. It lunged with a paw aimed at Su Feng, attempting to strike me. As the paw descended towards Su Feng, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the claws. It appeared to be an extremely close escape. Whoosh! Su Feng targeted the Wolf King's neck, employing the free-flowing essence to enhance his accuracy. This move was destined to hit. One strike. Su Feng's iron blade glided across the Wolf King's neck. A grotesque wolf head flew into the air. In the wolf's eyes, there lingered confusion, as if questioning why this human had not been struck. It could not comprehend why. Despite the ongoing confrontation, neither it nor its pack had managed to land a single blow on Su Feng. Truly, not even once. After severing the Wolf King's head, Su Feng landed gracefully. I knew it. With a level 1 blade and the free-flowing essence, slicing through a Wolf King's neck would be effortless. Subsequently, Su Feng raised his gaze towards the remaining guardian wolves. "Shall we continue this battle?" he challenged, brandishing the iron blade before him with an air of dominance. The guardian wolves hesitated, their eyes fixed on the menacing Su Feng. Roar! One wolf let out a bellow. Roar, roar! Others joined in, howling in response. Then the entire pack, including the guardian wolves, retreated. Indeed, once the Wolf King was slain, the threat dissipated. Su Feng exhaled in relief, then stumbled slightly. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Disengage! Su Feng blinked. The free-flowing essence dissipating. The tremendous drain on his mental energy left him feeling unwell. Thankfully, in another 10 seconds, I might just hold on to in 10 seconds, if the Wolf King had endured another 10 seconds. The fainting Su Feng would become a lamb awaiting slaughter, or, if those guardian wolves continued to assault him, Su Feng would still be at risk. Challenging a wolf pack may seem simple, yet it is fraught with peril. Indeed, far too dangerous. Su Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure and prevent himself from collapsing. Simultaneously, he left behind a dashing silhouette for the warriors to behold at that moment. The group of warriors observed the retreating wolves, collectively sighing in relief. "How wonderful! We are saved." They turned their grateful gazes towards Su Feng, realizing it was his decisive strike against the Wolf King that had secured their escape. Truly a benefactor. This figure exuded an aura of elegance. Indeed, wielding a long blade, standing upon the Wolf King's carcass, bathed in golden sunlight. Ah, this is a scene straight from my dreams. Undoubtedly impressive. The leader nodded in agreement. With sheer determination, he had slain the Wolf King amidst the pack. Emerging unscathed, Chapter 17. He is only 18 years old, such prowess. The leader's body trembled involuntarily. He could very well be capable of defeating a level 1-5 warrior. Truly, it is unfathomable that our benefactor possesses such strength. Perhaps even the strongest genius of the human race does not compare. At this moment, everyone gazed upon Feng with reverence, beyond his act of salvation. It was the display of his power that left them in awe. A level 0 warrior, slaying a level 0.9 Wolf King amidst 100 wolves. Normally, a level 0.9 warrior might struggle to defeat a Wolf King in single combat, especially with the protection of its pack. Yet Feng accomplished this feat. One could even say it was a single decisive blow. This was nothing short of an impossible achievement. All were enveloped in astonishment. Only one person, the sheltered sister, gazed at Feng's silhouette with an inscrutable expression. However, one must wonder, why does our benefactor stand idle? Someone pondered. Who knows? Perhaps we should approach him for an autograph. Though I spoke rather harshly before. I now hold the utmost admiration for our benefactor. Likewise, a group of martial artists appeared somewhat agitated, preparing to approach Feng for his autograph. Whoosh! Suddenly, they heard a swift sound, and Feng vanished from his spot. Huh, how did our benefactor disappear? He ran away so quickly. We barely caught a glimpse. Truly, he is remarkable. Moving with such incredible speed, he arrived without a trace and left the same way. Indeed, we scarcely saw him leave. Our benefactor has astonishing abilities. The crowd expressed their admiration, exclaiming how swift he was. Only the younger sister seemed puzzled, as in her spiritual perception, it felt as though Feng had suddenly vanished, rather than simply moving away. How strange, she murmured softly. Her voice drew the attention of the martial artist. Are you all right, sister? Indeed, the wolf pack didn't harm you, did they? Their gazes were sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. After some interaction, the sister understood that these individuals merely wished to team up with her, holding no excessive thoughts towards her, and even showing her great respect. I'm fine. You needn't worry. She nodded affirmatively. By the way, let us collect the Wolf King that our benefactor slain. The leader suddenly realized something. Our benefactor must have left in a hurry and forgotten. Let us take it for him and later hand it over to the training ground management. Yes, we mustn't allow other martial artists to snatch it away. Thus, the group of martial artists dashed forward. Rip, a note was torn down, and then someone inscribed benefactor exclusive on the seal. After that, they did not move again. A Wolf King can easily fetch several thousand. The leader of the martial artists chuckled that we must preserve it well for our benefactor. All the martial artists nodded in agreement with the leader's decision. Minutes later, whoosh, 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 3 figures descended. They were the rescue martial artists from the training ground, consisting of 1 level 1.5 and 2 level 1.4 martial artists. Are you all right? The level 1.5 leader inquired with concern. Haha, we're fine. Our benefactor has already driven away the wolf pack. The leader of the martial artists laughed. Our benefactor drove away the wolf pack. The 3 level 1 martial artists were momentarily taken aback. Within this training ground, apart from the 3 of them, there were no other level 1 martial artists to confront a wolf pack. Even they, as level 1 martial artists, would need to team up in 3s to ensure absolute safety. Who could this benefactor be? A level 2 martial artist? But the problem is, how could a level 2 martial artist enter a level 0 training ground? Please cooperate. We need to investigate this matter. The level 1.5 martial artist stated. The Wolf King's sudden death had also garnered their attention. All right. The martial artists readily complied, not delving into unnecessary words. Furthermore, having just experienced an attack from the wolf pack, they were all on edge. Therefore, under the guidance of the level 1.5 martial artist, they soon arrived at the entrance of the training ground. Here, apart from the ticket booth and the record-keeping of each martial artist's information, there is also a security room. Everyone entered the security room. Inside the room, there were 2 rows of seats, and at the center sat a human in front of a computer. Hey, Lao Wu, could you pull up the footage? The level 1.5 martial artist approached. Sure thing, third brother, what do you want to see? Lao Wu adjusted the computer in front of him. The Wolf King replied the level 1.5 martial artist. Soon they accessed the footage of the Wolf King. Initially, everything seemed normal until Su Feng appeared, effortlessly maneuvering through the wolf pack, and then swiftly beheading the Wolf King. Hiss! The level 1.5 martial artist inhaled sharply. What on earth is this guy? He took down the Wolf King with a single strike. To be precise, Su Feng delivered 2 strikes. The first did not break through the defense, while the second was a decisive kill. If we disregard the first strike, it was indeed a single strike that felled the Wolf King. The rescued martial artists were equally thrilled to witness it again. Although they had seen it with their own eyes earlier, watching it once more was still exhilarating. After all, it was a fellow human of the same rank beheading a Wolf King. This had never occurred in human history. Could this individual possibly be a level 2 martial artist? Has he secretly infiltrated our training ground? The level 1.5 martial artist pondered in disbelief, setting aside the display of strength. Even the agility he exhibited was something he couldn't replicate. Wait a moment. Let me check some information. Lao Wu quickly began searching. Before long, he found it. Lao Wu hit the enter key on the computer screen. Su Feng's martial artist information appeared in the martial artist rank column. It was listed as level 0.9. What? How could he only be level 0.9? The level 1.5 martial artist was incredulous. This must be a mistake. He is definitely hiding his martial artist rank. No. Third brother, this guy is unquestionably a level 0.9 martial artist. Lao Wu's expression turned serious, because isn't there a regulation at the training ground? Any martial artist entering must first undergo a level test. This rank was personally tested by our training ground. His original martial artist rank was 0.6, which I updated myself. This is indisputable. What? The level 1.5 martial artist began to doubt his own beliefs. Could it really be that he is a level 0.9? Third brother, you are aware of the training ground's rules. One must test their level before entry. Lao San said helplessly. Why would you think he is hiding his strength? Obviously, compared to the feat of slaying the Wolf King. Third brother grimaced that I'd rather believe he is a level 2 martial artist who simply employed tactics to evade our detection. Lao Wu. But, third brother, look at his personal information. Lao Wu shook his head that he is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist. Don't you think that is even more terrifying? Lao Wu shook his head that it is also possible he is hiding both his age and martial artist rank. Lao San mused. Lao Wu, do you think anyone in Yin country would dare to tamper with their national identity card? Lao Wu replied helplessly. Upon hearing Lao Wu's words, third brother pondered for a moment. Damn. So, he really is a genius? Yes, and a top-tier genius at that. While Lao Wu and third brother fell silent. The rescued martial artist noted down Su Feng's name. So, our savior is named Su Feng. That younger sister also murmured his name. Su Feng. Oh, right, the leader of the martial artists slapped his forehead. What is it? Third brother turned to look at the leader of the rescued martial artists. The Wolf King that our benefactor slayed was marked with a benefactor label. The leader stated, please ensure that the Wolf King's body is handed over to Su Feng. Don't worry about that. Our training ground will never seize a martial artist as remains. Third brother nodded. Well then, if there are no further matters, shall we take our leave? The leader of the martial artists took a deep breath. Today has been too overwhelming. I wish to relax with my brothers. All right, you may go. Third brother paid little heed. After all, they had mostly grasped the situation regarding Su Feng, and there was little point in keeping them around. All right, we'll be on our way. With that, the leader of the martial artists led his companions out of the security room. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as well. The younger sister murmured softly, Third brother and the others waved goodbye. After the younger sister departed, only Lao Wu and third brother remained in the security room. Phew, Lao Wu, this genius. Does he have a star mark? The star mark indicates he has been recognized by Yin country. He doesn't have one. Lao Wu contemplated that I believe we should report this. Slaying a Wolf King of the same level. The authorities will surely cultivate him. Yes, let us report it. Third brother nodded that if he turns out to be an exceptionally talented genius, we could also reap some rewards for discovering him. Thus, the two submitted Su Feng's exploits to Yin country. Once everything was concluded, was this fellow already leaving the training ground? Three brother could not help, but inquired. No. Fifth brother shook his head. According to the computer records, he is still within the training ground and has not exited. How strange. Where could he be? Three brother remarked. You see, he just vanished in an instant. Let me check. Fifth brother began to examine all the surveillance footage of the training ground. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Found nothing." Damn it, fifth brother's eyes widened. This Feng seems to have disappeared into thin air. What? Nothing. Three brother was equally stunned. How could there be nothing? The training ground clearly has only one exit. Suddenly, both three brother and fifth brother came to a realization. Damn, could it be that rumor is true? The mere thought of the legend left both men speechless, too frightened to speak further. Ahem, three brother, what shall we have for dinner after work today? Fifth brother hastily changed the subject. Let me think. Three brother quickly followed suit. Outside the training ground, a young woman emerged and, upon looking up, spotted a middle-aged man. Xiao Yu, how did it feel in the real combat? Teacher, the young woman, known as Xiao Yu, approached Tatio. Be honest, you probably won't believe this, but I didn't succeed in the actual combat. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. What do you mean you didn't succeed? To put accurately, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. I didn't even get the chance to strike it. Oh, the middle-aged man replied. Puzzled, I encountered a group of warriors in the training ground who protected me the entire time and prevented me from fighting. You silly girl, didn't I tell you this is a combat simulation? It's meant to show you how to deal with other races. Well, I feel it wasn't in vain. At the very least, following them allowed me to learn a lot about survival in the wild. All right then, since you're a psychic warrior, actual combat isn't as crucial. Now, focus on preparing to break through to rank 1 warrior when you return to school. But speaking of which, those warriors were quite interesting. In what way? They insisted on teaming up with me and went to great lengths to protect me. Yet throughout it all, they maintained a significant distance, completely afraid to approach me. That shows their integrity. It's good that you weren't bullied. How could I be bullied? I am. Right, you are a psychic warrior. The strongest. Speaking of which, Master, today I encountered someone even more formidable in the training ground. Oh, he seemed about my age. Likely a college entrance examination student, and he was incredibly powerful. How powerful could he be? In terms of the same rank, psychic warriors are much stronger than regular warriors. No, I feel I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Enough, girl, don't dwell on it too much. You're aiming for the top spot. There is no need to waste time on a passerby. All right. Thus, the teacher took his most outstanding student back to school. Within the training ground, more accurately, in a certain underground base, Feng's voice echoed with confusion. Where is this? It's so dark. As his voice resonated, suddenly, lights illuminated above him. Then, everything around him became bright, voice-activated lights. Feng wondered. Yet, he could finally see his surroundings. It appeared to be a corridor, but the end of the passage was obscured from his view. Wait, where am I? Feng was truly bewildered. He had merely felt a void beneath his feet and had fallen. Shouldn't the underground passage lead to the storage area for the corpses of other races? Why am I here? Feng surveyed his surroundings but found no explanation. Forget it. I'll focus on my system for now. He recalled that his system task was complete, that it was time to claim his reward. Multiverse lottery system. Hostbound. Feng, non-detachable, age, 18 warrior level, 0.9 current lottery world. Dragon Ball skills acquired. Zizai Ji Gong lottery attempts. 1 system task. Become the top scorer in the South Capital Bay City. After completing the old system task, he received a new one. Become the top scorer. Feng muttered, then cast it aside. That was a matter for 3 months later. For now, he still had a system reward to claim. I remember there is also an item lottery disc. What is that? Chapter 19. Lottery, skills and items at this moment, in the Yin Kingdom's central capital Bay City. The Yin Kingdom, with its 5 major Bay cities, lies at the heart of the nation. In the military district, within a certain general's residence, a middle-aged man with a stern expression was adjusting his military uniform. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dingling. The middle-aged man set aside his tasks and slowly approached the phone. Hello. Is this General Zheng? Came a voice from the other end. It is. The middle-aged man, General Zheng, replied in a deep tone. Are you still using an outdated phone? The sound quality is rather poor, the voice chuckled. General Zheng replied, Get to the point. Are you the person in charge of the South Capital Bay City calling me for small talk? Aha! Good news. The inheritance you placed in the training ground of the Greenwater District has been triggered. The caller announced that M.Y. inheritance? General Zheng, was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that when he inspected the South Capital Bay City a few years prior, someone had requested him to establish an inheritance. And he had done so under rather outrageous conditions. One must slay a wolf king. Killing the wolf king in a zero-level training ground was practically impossible, that we all thought your inheritance would never be triggered. Who knew? The caller said, I also did not expect anyone could slay the wolf king at the same rank. General Zheng responded, falling silent for a moment. Hearing General Zheng's words, the caller seemed taken aback. All right, no more chatting. I have matters to attend to, General Zheng stated, preparing to hang up. Oh, so busy. Huh. The caller pondered. Other races to the west, General Zheng replied tersely. All right, I hope the general returns triumphantly, the caller responded. Rest assured. As long as I am here, the other races shall not invade. General Zheng's voice was low yet filled with strength. At this moment, in the South Capital Bay City, at the Central Command Center, a man slowly ended his call. Thanks to you, General Zheng, our Yin Kingdom can remain worry-free. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the man's eyes. The Yin Kingdom was not originally very stable, but with General Zheng's rise, it seemed as if a stabilizing force had emerged. No other race could breach the shores of the Yin Kingdom. From then on, the Yin Kingdom was at peace, and the people lived without worry. I hope the general's heir will be as outstanding as General Zheng. The man murmured, by the way, didn't someone just upload information about a talented warrior? Indeed, someone approached. Look, it was sent from the Greenwater District Training Ground. They said he has remarkable agility and can maneuver through a pack of wolves. The head of the South Capital paused. Could it be that the one who received General Zheng's inheritance is the same person? He glanced at the computer. The warrior's information read, Name, Su Feng. In the passage below the training ground, Su Feng exclaimed, Oh, I understand now. So this is the item lottery disc. Su Feng gazed at the system, finally grasping the situation. The item lottery wheel corresponded to the skill wheel, but the item wheel could only yield items from the Dragon Ball world, such as Senza beans and battle suits. He happened to have a chance to draw. So he thought, why not? Su Feng pressed the lottery button. As the arrow spun incessantly, it eventually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn Senzu Beans 3. Senza Beans? Su Feng looked into the system space. Senza Beans can instantly restore all injuries, including mental energy. Su Feng exclaimed, What? This is a fantastic item. He clenched his fists. The ability to restore oneself instantly when exhausted was akin to having a second life. It seemed that today was indeed a fortuitous day. Su Feng took a deep breath, hoping that the skill lottery would also grant him something beneficial. He felt a deficiency in his offensive capabilities. His battle with the Wolf King had made him acutely aware of his inadequacies. His strength was insufficient. Being able to slay the Wolf King in one strike was largely thanks to the material of his iron sword. Had it been an ordinary long sword, the outcome would have been uncertain. The Zizai Ji Gong had enhanced his evasion to its pinnacle, but if his strength did not keep pace, he would merely become a target. It made no sense. Logically, the Zizai Ji Gong should also provide a boost to strength. That Su Feng felt a wave of frustration, that he recalled that the complete Zizai Ji Gong allowed the user to possess both offense and defense. It was flawless, the ultimate divine technique. Was it possible that what he had was merely the Zizai Ji Zhao? Under the transformation of Zhao, his strength was indeed lacking, yet that seemed implausible. Su Feng was perplexed. The system clearly indicated it was the Zizai Ji Gong. It was evident that it was not Zhao. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Feng still could not unravel the situation. Forget it. Let us proceed with the lottery. Su Feng pressed the lottery button once more. The skill will begin to spin. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kaio-ken. Kaio-ken can exponentially increase the user's physical capabilities, up to a maximum of 20 times. Furthermore, there was a note. This technique is exceedingly dangerous. If the user's strength is insufficient, it may result in backlash. It is advised that the user gradually unlock the Kaio-ken, starting with a twofold increase. Upon reading this, Su Feng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, even a low-level technique like Kaio-ken could result in backlash if unleashed at too high a multiplier, not to mention the Zizai Ji Gong. The strongest technique, he understood now. It must be that he was currently too weak to fully harness the power of the Zizai. Su Feng inhaled deeply, a 0.9 level warrior. It was indeed improbable for him to fully unleash the might of the Zizai Ji Gong. He estimated that as he grew stronger, he would gradually unlock the potential of the Zizai Ji Gong. Su Feng clenched his fists, simultaneously sensing the power of the Kaio-ken. What a terrifying skill. With his current physical condition, he probably couldn't even manage a twofold Kaio-ken. No, to be precise, if he pushed his body to the brink, he could barely maintain it for about 5 seconds. After that, he would likely suffer a catastrophic backlash, shattering his bones. Su Feng reflected on this and was taken aback that it seemed that all his techniques had side effects. The Kaio-ken was like that, and the Zizai Ji Gong was no exception. Thinking of this, Su Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself that he realized that it was his own weakness that prevented him from fully wielding the technique's power. Once he became stronger, these techniques would shine brilliantly in his hands. Su Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Subsequently, he exited the system space. Speaking of which, it was time to investigate his surroundings. Su Feng surveyed his environment. Chapter 20. Legacy. Where exactly is this place? Su Feng observed the underground passage. It was evident that everything around him was man-made. The various lights and walls bore unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. Wait a moment. Su Feng suddenly recalled something. It was rumored online that within training grounds, certain prominent figures from the Yin Kingdom would leave behind their legacies, as long as the warriors within the training ground met specific criteria. They would be recognized by the internal computer, triggering the legacy. However, the conditions to trigger it were exceedingly stringent. He had only heard rumors, yet no one had ever succeeded. Given this, Su Feng took another look around. The passageways were filled with a metallic essence. Could it be that the rumors were true? Had he inadvertently triggered the legacy of a certain prominent figure from the Yin Kingdom? With that thought, Su Feng stepped forward. After confirming that there were no unusual movements around him, he took a few more steps. Once assured that everything was fine, Su Feng headed straight toward the end of the passage. Minutes later, a colossal iron door completely blocked the passage that To passed through. He would need to open this iron door. What is this? After a thorough examination, Su Feng discovered a button in front of the iron door. He decided to see what it was about. Su Feng pressed it. Buzz! A 3D holographic silhouette appeared above the button. I am Zheng Yueji. The silhouette depicted a middle-aged man with a resolute expression and a powerful voice. Su Feng, General Zheng Yueji. He knew that this was the pinnacle level 8 warrior of the Yin Kingdom. Before General Zheng's emergence, the Yin Kingdom had struggled against foreign races. The 5 major base cities would occasionally come under attack from these foreign entities. However, with the rise of General Zheng, the foreign races dared not infringe upon the territories of the Yin Kingdom. General Zheng Yueji could be regarded as an idol for a generation in the Yin Kingdom. He never imagined he would be able to receive the legacy of General Zheng Yueji. Su Feng took a deep breath, confident that this was indeed the legendary place of inheritance. And the one who left this legacy was none other than General Zheng. Kid, I never expected you to meet my standards and slay the Wolf King. The holographic image of Zheng Yueji remarked nonchalantly, I don't know how you accomplished this. I certainly couldn't at level 0. 9. Moreover, I believe no one could. Slaying a Wolf King of the same level amidst a pack at level 0.9 was nothing short of a miracle, Su Feng. You understand it's impossible. Why set such a test? If it weren't for me, perhaps centuries would pass before anyone could claim your legacy, because the human race needs miracles. Zheng Yueji replied coolly. All right, enough of the small talk. Besides his basic test, I have no other trials set. After all, slaying the Wolf King is already a miracle. Anything else pales in comparison. Now, as long as you agree to go to battle and slay the foreign races, fighting for the lives of our fellow humans. For the sake of humanity, risking your life, you may take my legacy, slaying foreign races, risking one's life for humanity. Su Feng murmured to himself. After a moment of silence, he inhaled deeply. The foreign races are sworn enemies of humanity. It is everyone's duty to eliminate them. As for protecting humanity within the limits of my capabilities, I shall do so. However, if it exceeds my limits, I won't hesitate to turn away. Risking my life, I truly cannot do that. I'm not so noble, nor do I have the ideal of sacrificing myself for humanity. I simply wish to protect my parents and safeguard our little home. That's so. You see, do I qualify to accept your legacy? Facing this general who had defended the Yin kingdom for over a decade, Feng used honorifics. He could fight foreign races and protect humanity, but only within reasonable limits, right? General Zheng Yuejin suddenly smiled. You only wish for your parents to live well. An amusing little fellow. Very well, you have passed my test. Go inside and take my legacy. Kid, I have high hopes for you. With those words, the holographic image of General Zheng vanished. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a military aircraft soared through the air. Inside, General Zheng turned off the transmission device in his hand. General Zheng, did you just use a 3D holographic transmission device? At that moment, General Zheng's assistant approached, appearing quite astonished upon seeing the transmission device being turned off. It is noteworthy, General Zheng, that even when conversing with the sovereign of the Yin kingdom, one resorts to the antiquated telephone. After a brief exchange with the young lad, it became evident that the location was subterranean, devoid of any signal. Zheng Yuejin chuckled softly. Well then, let's not dwell on such matters. How much longer until we reach the West Capital Base City? About an hour, replied the assistant. Very well. Zheng Yuejin nodded. He had already cast aside thoughts of Feng. Indeed, Feng's talent was commendable, yet the reality was, he was merely at level 0.9. It was uncertain how many years would pass before their paths crossed again. I hope it won't be too long. Meanwhile, upon the disappearance of Zheng Yuejin's image, the iron door of the passageway swung open. I have actually received recognition. How splendid! Feng murmured as he stepped inside. There, he found a USB drive. Beside it lay a note. This is my signature skill. Take it home and study it diligently. Feng tucked the USB drive away and scanned his surroundings, after confirming that there were no other items nearby. It became apparent that this so-called inheritance referred to this very object. That Feng looked up, suddenly realizing a pressing question. How on earth do I get out of here? Suddenly, buzz, crack, the wall ahead suddenly vanished, transforming into a staircase. Ha! How considerate, Feng quipped as he ascended slowly. Moments later, he found himself back on the grass. To be precise, he was on the grass of the training ground. The system task was complete, and he had obtained a legacy. Taking a deep breath, Feng felt immensely rewarded. It was time to return home. With that, he made his way to the exit of the training ground. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the training ground, Feng approached the management office. I would like to withdraw my deposit. Thank you. Feng handed over his protective suit and iron knife to the staff member. All right. Please hold on for a moment. The staff member took them. Moments later, the staff announced, Martial artist Feng, your deposit has been refunded to your bank card, and I would like to claim the bodies of the foreign species and have them processed for sale. Feng stated, within the training ground, martial artists could directly sell the bodies of foreign species. Chapter 21. Star-level genius, certainly. Mr. Feng, please hold on a moment. The staff member nodded. After a few more minutes, they continued, Hello, Mr. Feng, for your other foreign species bodies, our training ground is willing to offer 300 for purchase at AS for the corpse of the Wolf King. We are prepared to offer 2,000. Do you wish to sell? The Wolf King? Feng was taken aback. The body of the Wolf King had not been collected after he was taken away. He distinctly remembered several martial artists being present at that time. It seems those martial artists were of good character. They did not seize my belongings, Feng murmured to himself before addressing the staff. All right. I will accept that price. 2003 is reasonable enough. Please wait a moment. The staff member nodded. A few minutes later, all funds have been transferred. Please check your account. Hearing this, Feng opened his phone and took a glance. Balance, 5913. Selling medicine yielded 3,900. The ticket cost 300 and selling items netted 2300 AS for the remaining 13. That was his living expenses. TSK. If it weren't for slaying the Wolf King, the money I earned at the training ground would barely cover the ticket price. Feng shook his head. Earning money from hunting foreign species is indeed quite challenging. However, Feng understood that it was due to his own lack of hunting. Those who could afford the ticket likely spent the entire day hunting, slaying over a dozen foreign species, which would certainly yield some profit. All right, time to head home. With a substantial sum of 6,000 in hand, Feng cheerfully made his way home. Before long, Su Feng jogged back to the entrance of his community. Even with several thousand in his pocket, he refrained from taking a taxi and opted to run instead. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he paused. There's someone at home. Su Feng knocked on the door. Dad, I'm back. I could see that moment. Everyone inside was filled with excitement, especially the head of the Hongyam Martial Arts School. After waiting for 3 to 4 hours, Su Feng had finally returned. Whoosh! The head of the Hongyam Martial Arts School rushed forward. The first to reach the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. I will open the door. Impatiently, the head twisted the knob. Click! The door lock broke. Head. Why is this door so flimsy? Father Su. Mother Su. You, a level 5 martial artist, exert the slightest force, and what door can withstand you? You broke our door, and you still have the audacity to... I'm sorry, I was too excited. The head awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem. He realized that he had been too hasty. This door doesn't just open. You have to press it first, then twist it. Father Su stood up, clearly exasperated. If you don't press it and just try to twist it, it certainly won't open. I apologize. I will compensate you. The head repeatedly offered apologies. Father Su, somewhat helpless, approached the door. Wait a minute, the doorknob is gone. How can I open the door now? Should we break it? The head cleared his throat. I assure you, if we break the door this afternoon, a new one will arrive at your house tonight. Father Su, Mother Su. The couple exchanged glances, both equally resigned. Let us break. It seems at 1 open otherwise. Let us break it, Father Su declared. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, the head gathered his strength and delivered a punch to the door. Boom. The punch, faintly radiating red energy, easily penetrated the doorknob. The door burst open effortlessly. The head and Father Su pushed through the door to find Su Feng staring at them in disbelief. Are thieves nowadays so brazen? Our family may be poor, but you shouldn't smash the door just because you can't find anything valuable to steal. Father Su. Mother Su. Head. You little rascal, what are you saying? Father Su glared at Su Feng. That's not a thief. It's... Indeed, this can no longer be classified as mere theft. It borders on robbery. Su Feng nodded seriously. Head. What in the world? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Hongyam Martial Arts School. Oh. Su Feng looked at the head with keen interest. The head of the Hongyam Martial Arts School. I conducted a test there this morning. It seems my earlier actions must have stirred the higher-ups of the martial arts school. I've come to ask you to be the spokesperson for our school. The head got straight to the point. For the endorsement fee, I can offer 2 million. Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, Su Feng's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He simply replied calmly. First, fix my door. Head, I'm discussing a multi-million-dollar business with you, and you're concerned about a door costing a few thousand? I believe Su Feng is correct. Let us set aside other matters for now and fix the door first, Father Su added earnestly. Head, fine. The head, with no other option, called for his assistant. You there, go find someone to install a door. Approximately an hour later, a new door was installed. How is it? The latest fingerprint recognition. Much more convenient than your previous door, the head boasted proudly. Your old door was over a decade old. It was high time for replacement. I don't like it. Mother Su shook her head. Neither do I. I prefer the older generation of things. Father Su concurred. These high-tech gadgets are not to our liking, curator. Let this be the conclusion. Su Feng had no objections. Dad, Mom, learning something new is not a bad thing. Very well. The elderly couple nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Curator. He appeared somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that, in the end, everyone gathered together. Ahem. Let us discuss the matter of endorsement. The curator turned his gaze towards Su Feng. All right. Su Feng replied with a nod. You speak. The elderly couple remained silent, offering no further comments. Regarding your assessment at our martial arts school. The curator extended his arm, glancing at the watch on his wrist. With a swipe, a holographic screen materialized before everyone. Our martial arts school has discovered your remarkable talent and intends to submit your information to the state, designating you as a star genius. What the hell? The curator cursed under his breath. Su father. Su mother. Su Feng. What is going on? Why the fuss? Who was so fast as to submit to the state already? The curator's expression soured. This was due to the computer displaying that Su Feng's personal identity card now bore a star mark. This indicated that Su Feng was now a genius of national interest. He had already been discovered. When they recognized Su Feng's potential, they contemplated reporting him to the state immediately. However, upon further reflection, they believed that reporting him in his presence might earn them goodwill. After all, such a report could significantly enhance his resources, and only large institutions had the privilege to do so. It could be considered a fortuitous connection. Chapter 22. Breakthrough. Level 1 Warrior. Yet, as a result, their hesitation resulted in Su Feng becoming a star genius already. Which institution made the report? The curator of Hongya Martial Arts School had his lips twitching slightly at this moment. Su father and Su mother also caught sight of Su Feng's personal information. What? Xiao Feng has already become a star warrior. A star warrior. That is a genius recognized and acknowledged by the state. How wonderful. The elderly couple felt a wave of joy. Su Feng was taken aback. I am a star now. When did this happen? How come I was unaware? He then speculated that it must be due to receiving the legacy from General Zheng Yuejin. After obtaining the legacy, General Zheng must have promoted him. After all, he had a mentor now. However, he was unaware that General Zheng had not performed these actions. It was the official training ground that did so. Ahem, I truly did not expect that within just half a day, Su Feng would become a star warrior. The curator awkwardly cleared his throat. Let us discuss our collaboration. After some deliberation, Su Feng ultimately agreed to endorse Hongya Martial Arts School. The nature of the endorsement entailed that should Su Feng achieve success in the future, he would declare that it was cultivated at Hongya Martial Arts School. Apart from that, he would not be required to do anything else. As for the endorsement fee, the school's curator directly offered 2 million. This was the maximum he could provide within his authority. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may it be fruitful. Su Feng smiled. Shall we have a meal before parting? Su mother suggested kindly. No, I have matters to attend to. The curator waved his hand dismissively. Be careful not to damage my front door on your way out. Su Feng called out. Curator. Thus, the curator departed with his subordinates, leaving Su Feng and his parents alone in the room. 2 million, just like that. Su father shook his head in disbelief. That is 2 million. I have only seen such an amount on television in my life. I cannot believe it either. I feel like I am still dreaming. Su mother glanced at Su father with a serious expression. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged numerous thoughts. Su father. Come on. Resolute. Su father gritted his teeth. Su mother performed a gesture with her fingers towards her waist. It hurts. This is not a dream. Su father exclaimed in agony. Su Feng. After a moment of silence, Su Feng stated, I will go practice now. You two can enjoy yourselves. With that, he returned to his room. By the way, remember to call me for dinner. That moment, Su father and Su mother exchanged awkward smiles. Ahem, it seems it is indeed true. Yes, our son has truly achieved success now. This 2 million. Su father pondered. Let us save it to find a wife for Xiao Feng. Su mother chuckled. The rest can go towards buying a house. That should suffice it indeed. Su father nodded. They certainly would not squander this money. In his room, Su Feng sat cross-legged as for the legacy USB drive from General Zheng Yuejin. He placed it beside the computer. Presently, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. A breakthrough to level 1 warrior. That is correct. Su Feng intended to directly reach level 1 today. With eyes closed, he began to absorb energy. 10 seconds later, the energy had been completely absorbed. It was time for the breakthrough. For a level 0 warrior to ascend to level 1, one must compress their own energy. To be precise, it involves refining the energy within oneself, upgrading one's energy to the fullest. Compress. Boom. The energy within Su Feng was compressed to half. Thus, Su Feng's dantian now had half of its capacity freed. Then he proceeded to compress the absorbed half. This cycle continued. After a period of time, Su Feng successfully completed the energy compression. Breakthrough. Su Feng struck against the threshold. Boom! Level 1 warrior. It was accomplished. What tremendous power! Su Feng could hardly believe as he clenched his fists. The refined energy coursed through his entire body. This energy level completely overwhelmed a level 0 warrior. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng attempted to absorb energy. Although the external energy had not been refined, once Su Feng became a level 1 warrior, his dantian would automatically refine it, directly elevating the energy level. The energy of a level 1 warrior continuously surged into his body. Good. Excellent. Feng felt a surge of excitement, and then introspected his level .1.001 Feng. After a moment of silence, he began to enter a state of closed-door cultivation. This time, he did not employ the whale-swallowing method of absorption. Allowing the surrounding natural energy to flow in continuously, a few minutes later, Feng checked his energy level once more, 1005 slow to improve. Feng could not help but exclaim it if he were still a level 0 warrior. He would have already increased by 0.01 by now. Level 1 warriors require refined energy, and thus their energy levels rise much more slowly. No wonder the pills for level 1 warriors start at 10,000. Now that makes sense. It is no wonder some individuals remain merely level 1 warriors throughout their lives. Their demand for energy is simply too great. Those prodigies often become level 1 warriors in their second year of high school. Yet during their third year, they only manage to increase by 0.2 throughout the entire semester, reaching the threshold of 1.2. Even I would likely require a month to raise my level by 0.1. It turns out that being a level 1 warrior is just the beginning, truly astonishing. If a level 1 warrior requires so much energy, how much would a level 2 or level 3 warrior need? It is unimaginable, truly unimaginable. After this moment of reflection, Feng turned his attention to his system. Universal Lottery System. Host Binding. Feng, Irreversible. Age, 18 warrior level. Level 1 current lottery world. Dragon Ball acquired skills. Ultimate Instinct Technique. Kaio-ken System Task. Become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for Nandu Base City. Item Props. 3 Senzu Bean Skills. Ultimate Instinct Technique. When actively used, the host can completely evade all attacks. The power scales with the warrior's level. Kaio-ken can exponentially enhance the user's physical attributes. Excessively high multipliers may lead to backlash. Currently recommended, double. Can be sustained for 1 minute. It seems it is exactly as I had anticipated. As the martial artist's level ascends, the power of their techniques also experiences a significant enhancement. Feng gazed upon the introduction of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. However, what truly delighted him was the extended duration of the King's Fist. Remarkably, it had increased from a mere few seconds to a full minute. With such an improvement, the King's Fist could indeed be utilized in combat. Allow me to first test the differences brought forth by the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Feng focused his mind and summoned the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Activate. A few white flames manifested around Feng, and his pupils transformed into a silvery hue. Indeed, a transformation had occurred. Chapter 23. This guy is a slacker feeling the power of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Feng flicked his wrists. His evasion remained at a perfect 100%. The difference was that he sensed his strength had increased by approximately 30%. At this moment, I could effortlessly cleave the skull of the Wolf King with a single strike. There would be no need to target the neck. Taking a deep breath, Feng deactivated the Ultimate Freedom Technique that he noticed a decrease in mental energy consumption. More accurately, his mental fortitude had also strengthened. Thus, he could maintain the Ultimate Freedom Technique for a longer duration. Finally, let us try the King's Fist. Feng extended his hands and slowly clenched his fists. King's Fist, double the power. Boom! Red flames erupted from Feng's body. With this doubling effect, I felt my physical prowess enhanced twofold. Feng's expression was one of sheer amazement. With such formidable strength, I feel I could vanquish the Wolf King with my bare hands. Feng took several deep breaths, absorbing the overwhelming power of the King's Fist. However, upon closer inspection, certain parts of my body began to show signs of strain. After 40 seconds hiss. Feng winced in pain, feeling a tearing sensation in his legs that, if I am already experiencing discomfort at 40 seconds, then what would a full minute entail? The system indicated I could endure for a minute. But that must pertain to a state of utmost exertion. Reflecting on this, Feng released the King's Fist. The power granted by the King's Fist was indeed terrifying, surpassing even the current iteration of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Presently, the Ultimate Freedom Technique had allocated all its attributes to evasion, and in terms of sheer strength, it could not quite match the double power of the King's Fist. Nevertheless, this was merely a reflection of my own inadequacies. I firmly believe that the complete form of the ultimate freedom technique would utterly eclipse the King's Fist. Having thoroughly tested all techniques, Feng rose to his feet. Once I become a star-level martial artist, the officials will surely take notice of me and provide certain resources that I wonder when they will reach out to me. The benefits that the officials of the Flame Nation can offer are undoubtedly substantial. It is merely a matter of time. First, let me examine the legacy of General Zheng. At this moment, Feng's anticipation was solely directed toward this. Eagerly, Feng inserted the USB drive into his computer. Within the USB drive, there was only a single document. Leap Wind Body Technique, Leap Wind. Feng's pupils contracted slightly. This is the most powerful S-rank body technique in the Flame Nation. No, to be precise, it is the most formidable S-rank body technique across the entire Blue Star. General Zheng Eugene's renowned body technique, Leap Wind. Additionally, there was a brief note following it. Kid, your body technique is impressive, so I am entrusting you with my strongest technique. Once you become a level 6 martial artist, seek me out, and I will impart more knowledge to you. I will pass on everything to you. If you fail to reach that level, then so be it. This was the entirety of General Zheng Eugene's message. So the S-rank body technique is merely a welcoming gift? Feng inhaled deeply. All right, General Zheng, await my arrival. Subsequently, Feng opened the USB drive and began to study Leap Wind, S and S-rank body technique manual. Leap Wind is divided into 3 realms. The first realm, following the wind. Following the wind automatically, allowing the body to move with the wind, light and unrestrained. Upon reading the introduction of the first realm, Feng couldn't help but look up. General Zheng's naming of his technique seems rather casual. Just voicing a casual remark, he did not dwell on such trivialities. After all, as long as it is powerful enough, what the technique is named matters little. Based on the records, he commenced practicing. Feel the wind and follow it effortlessly. As Feng gradually closed his eyes, while sensing the wind, he could also perceive the passive operation of the ultimate freedom technique. Wind moved. Feng's body flowed with the wind, as if he were a piece of paper. In the breeze, he swayed to the left and right with ease. What an exhilarating sensation! Feng became completely entranced, drifting with the wind for quite a while. Until Feng, come out for dinner. Su's mother called out. Feng immediately withdrew from his state of following the wind. How could I have lost track of time during my practice? Feng was somewhat astonished, and oh wonder they say that practicing makes one oblivious to the passage of time. It truly flies by. I feel my body technique has improved significantly. At my current level, I fear I could navigate through a wolf pack without even resorting to the ultimate freedom technique. The passive effects of the ultimate freedom technique, combined with the use of following the wind, have greatly enhanced his body technique. Regrettably, I have likely only completed less than half of the first realm. Feng shook his head in contemplation. Once the first realm is fully mastered, I could even harness the power of the wind to launch attacks, greatly amplifying my strength. All right, let us leave it at that for now. I still need to practice my martial artist level later, so it's time for dinner. Feng stepped out of his room. Nighttime. Feng practiced following the wind once more, according to the records. Achieving mastery in the first realm typically requires several years, and that is only if one is fortunate enough to succeed. Some may never find the path in their entire lives, but for him, perhaps due to the influence of the ultimate freedom technique, he possesses an exceptional aptitude for body techniques. Feng felt that with just a few more weeks of practice, he would undoubtedly achieve full mastery of the first realm, following the wind. After mastering following the wind, I could evade numerous threats without even employing the ultimate freedom technique. Feng couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the S-rank body technique. It truly is formidable. Now let us commence training my martial artist level. After becoming a level 1 martial artist, energy growth begins to slow down. Meanwhile, at the central command of the South Capital Bay City, the head of operations lit a cigarette with a lighter. How should I best arrange for him? A commendable body technique along with General Zheng's legacy, but the issue lies in his martial artist level being only 0. 9. With the college entrance exams approaching and still not at level 1. This fellow is undoubtedly a slacker. Once he reaches level 1, training will become even more challenging. I fear his future is quite limited. Sigh. Initially, I was indeed astonished by Su Feng's talent, but upon learning that his martial artist level is merely zero point 0.9, my spirits plummeted. At this moment, someone approached. Director Wang. You're still awake? Wang Tai, being the head of the South Capital Bay City, was commonly referred to as Director Wang Dedo. Just a bit troubled, Wang Tai shook his head. Would you care to share? The individual inquired. It's nothing much. Just a little rascal with extraordinary aptitude and body techniques. Possibly the best among humanity. Yet his martial artist level is far too low. Wang Tai sighed. I suspect his Dantian conversion rate is not high while his body technique talent is exceptional once he grows. His potential is limitless, yet he struggles to grow. His cultivation aptitude is far too poor. It's already the third year of high school, and he is still at 0.9. Chapter 24. Let him compete for himself great aptitude and body techniques. But a low Dantian conversion rate? The individual sighed. That certainly poses a dilemma. No wonder Director Wang is so hesitant. Reports from the training grounds only indicate that Su Feng could navigate the wolf pack with ease. They remain entirely unaware that Su Feng's body technique has passed the level 5 martial artist test. If Wang Tai were to discover Su Feng's true talent, he would likely be so astonished he would be left speechless. He wouldn't be agonizing over Su Feng's aptitude at night. However, the Hongyam Martial Arts School, upon seeing Su Feng attain a star mark, ceased reporting. Thus, aside from those at the Hongyam Martial Arts School, no one knows that Su Feng's talent and body techniques is truly monstrous. Speaking of which, I regret awarding him the star-level genius designation. Wang Tai's expression displayed his displeasure in his third year of high school, and yet only at 0.9, unable to even enter a second-tier university. The cutoff for second-tier schools is merely 1.0, yet he is undeniably gifted in agility, is he not? After a moment of hesitation, the man remarked, how about we let him participate in the training camp? He should strive for what he desires. If he cannot even secure it for himself, it is no wonder we are concerned. That is an excellent idea. Wang Tai's eyes lit up. There are so many valuable resources in the training camp, and he can compete for them as long as he possesses the capability. If he lacks the ability, it is of no consequence to us. They exchanged a knowing smile. The following day, Su Feng awoke. It was Monday, a day for school. He found himself reluctant to attend. Looking out the window at the morning light, he thought, attending school means dealing with a myriad of trivial matters, which will only hinder my cultivation. Moreover, the energy within the school is limited, shared among all. Even if I could absorb it voraciously, some would still be siphoned away. It is far less effective than isolating myself in seclusion. Today, I shall apply for leave to prepare for the college entrance examination. Many talented students would request time off to focus on their studies for the exam. With that resolved, he headed out for breakfast. Su's mother had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After washing up and eating, he grabbed his backpack. Mom, I'm off to school, he announced as he stepped out of the house. Leaving the community behind and arriving at a bus stop, gazing at the bus bound for school, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Just a day prior, he was a mere 0.6 level warrior, a low achiever with a conversion rate of 1/10. Today, however, he had achieved the status of a level 1 warrior, with a conversion rate soaring to a full 100, such a transformation in just one day. Surely, no one at school would believe it, especially that fellow Li Qianni. The thought made Su Feng chuckle. Li Qianni was a childhood friend. They had grown up together. He had been the same before and after his transmigration. Su Feng couldn't help but imagine the astonished expression of his best friend, which brought a smile to his face. 10 minutes later, Su Feng disembarked and arrived at the school entrance. Greenwater District No. 2 High School. It wasn't particularly prestigious, nor was it abysmal. It was simply average. As he walked to the classroom door, he happened upon the homeroom teacher reprimanding a student. Li Qianni, you rascal. Have you once again failed to complete the assigned task of throwing punches 10,000 times? Your parents have informed me. This is unacceptable. You're already in your senior year, and your energy level is still at 0.8. At this rate, you won't even make it to a second-tier university, let alone a first-tier one. Do you wish to work for the rest of your life? You little scoundrel, your conversion rate is 0.3, which is quite respectable. If you put in effort now, there is still hope. You might still reach a second-tier university. So, Play fewer games from now on, understood? Stop hanging around with that Su Feng. His conversion rate is only 1/10. He's practically useless, Su Feng thought to himself. Isn't that a bit of an area of effect attack? Nevertheless, he understood that the frustration stemmed from his close association with Li Qiani, as they spent their days gaming together. With a conversion rate of 3/10, Li Qiani was considered a small genius at Greenwater No. 2 High School. There were only a few in the entire school with a higher conversion rate than him. Yet despite such talent, Li Qiani showed little interest in cultivation, preferring to play games with Su Feng instead. Any teacher would be hard-pressed not to feel exasperated. "All right, homeroom teacher, I understand my mistake," Li Qiani murmured. The teacher, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought to himself that after years of teaching, it was apparent that Li Qiani had brushed off his concerns entirely. "You have such a remarkable talent for cultivation." The teacher felt a wave of anger. How many students with lower conversion rates toil through sleepless nights just to gain a mere 0.001 improvement? And here was Li Qiani, with 3/10, failing to appreciate his gift. "Do you know that our classmate Wang Xiao has a conversion rate of only 1/5, yet she has already reached level 1 as a warrior?" The teacher could only provide examples. Consider this. Why is it that someone with a lower conversion rate has achieved a higher warrior level? Because she is diligent. Li Qiani shrank back slightly. While he understood the teacher's point, games were simply too enjoyable to AT that moment. Su Feng approached, greeting the teacher. "Su Feng?" Li Qiani looked up, surprised to see him. He raised his eyebrows, as if to ask, "Are we gaming all night or going for a session at noon?" Meanwhile, he appeared puzzled, as if questioning why Su Feng had not joined him for gaming over the weekend. The homeroom teacher turned to Su Feng, but it was evident that his expression was one of anger. "You little rascal. Have you completed the assignments I set for you? Have you failed to do so again? Each week, I expect you to improve your warrior level by 0.01, yet you never manage to meet that goal. Is it really so difficult to cultivate? Everything I do is for your benefit." Su Feng smiled faintly. Although the teacher was scolding him, he felt no anger. After all, as the teacher mentioned, it was indeed for his own good. If he were truly disregarded, the teacher would have likely remained silent, choosing not to care at all. Those abandoned by their teachers were the most pitiable. "Rest assured, homeroom teacher, I completed it," Su Feng replied calmly. "What?" The teacher was taken aback. Even Li Qiani was momentarily stunned. "What?" Su Feng actually did his homework. The sun must be rising in the west. Suddenly, the teacher struck Li Qiani on the head. "Why did you hit me?" "Homeroom teacher." "Oh. Did that hurt?" "Yes. Then it seems I am not dreaming." Chapter 25. Nonsense. Both of them fell silent for a moment, then incredulously turned to Su Feng. "This kid, he actually knows how to cultivate." The world had become utterly insane. Li Qiani sighed deeply. "I never imagined that my most loyal comrade would betray me. How infuriating." The homeroom teacher also remained silent for a moment, then looked earnestly at Su Feng. "Did you truly complete the assignments I gave you? Let me see your warrior level." "Certainly." Su Feng slightly revealed his aura, 0.7. After all, he was merely allowing the teacher to see his results. He had no desire to unleash his full power. "You truly have broken through 0.6. The teacher gazed at Su Feng in delight. Su Feng had lingered at 0.6 for several months, and now he had finally decided to put in the effort. "Wonderful, wonderful. It's never too late for a wayward son to return." The teacher was even feeling a surge of excitement. There are still 3 months until the college entrance examination. If you work hard and cultivate diligently every day. 28 hours of cultivation each day for 3 months. Are you out of your mind, teacher? Su Feng felt a wave of helplessness. The teacher's enthusiasm had led him to forget that there are only 24 hours in a day. Should I inform the teacher that I am already a level 1 warrior? If he gets this excited over my 0.01 improvement, how will he react when he finds out I am at level 1? Su Feng was aware that his homeroom teacher had a heart condition. Never mind, never mind. It would be a shame if the teacher were to faint. While Su Feng was lost in thought, Li Qiani approached him with a sorrowful expression. "Brother, you have changed. Su Feng. You have fallen," Li Qiani continued. "How can you focus on studying? Have you forgotten our vow? We were meant to reach the pinnacle together." "Brother, heed my words. Cultivate diligently." Su Feng simply shook his head. Meanwhile, The homeroom teacher listened with great pleasure. Haha, this Su Feng, not only is he aware of his own cultivation, but he also persuades his classmates. What a promising student. Truly wonderful. Yet I cannot fathom how this lad suddenly came to such enlightenment. However, my gaming account. Li Qianni grimaced. Before he could utter a word, he was met with a piercing glare from the homeroom teacher. Li Qianni instinctively shrank his neck. In response, Su Feng merely smiled. Old teacher, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. Su Feng stated earnestly, locking eyes with the homeroom teacher. Pray tell, the teacher replied. His mood notably brightening as he focused on Su Feng. That I would like to request a leave of absence. Su Feng articulated. What? The homeroom teacher's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, the homeroom teacher escorted Su Feng to the office of the head teacher. Are you quite certain about this? The homeroom teacher inquired, glancing at Su Feng. Yes, taking leave to return home would facilitate my cultivation. Su Feng replied solemnly that a leave of absence until the college entrance examination. The homeroom teacher shook his head. Alas, I hope you achieve a bright future. Thank you, teacher. Su Feng expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, the homeroom teacher placed his hand on the doorknob and, with a click, opened the door. Director, I seek your counsel. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Head teacher, director's secretary. What is it, teacher? Su Feng leaned in curiously. What has the teacher seen that renders him speechless? In that instant, the four of them fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the homeroom teacher cleared his throat, awkwardly closing the door once more. Su Feng, homeroom teacher. Just a moment, the homeroom teacher said, slightly flustered. After a brief wait, the head teacher beckoned. Come in. Thus, the homeroom teacher led Su Feng into the office. The head teacher's secretary stood beside him. Clad in professional attire complemented by black stockings, her makeup strikingly bold. Well, the head teacher glanced at the homeroom teacher and Su Feng. What brings you here? The director's tone was curt, his demeanor decidedly unwelcoming. He was in a foul mood. The homeroom teacher's heart sank. Observing the head teacher's displeasure, it was clear that today's matter was unlikely to reach a favorable conclusion. Shall we return tomorrow? The homeroom teacher suggested quietly to Su Feng. Today is the day. The sooner it is settled, the better I can focus on my cultivation. That Su Feng shook his head. Homeroom teacher. This child, devoid of any discernment. The head teacher was already irate. How could they possibly succeed in their endeavor? The homeroom teacher sighed inwardly. That I wish to request a leave of absence until the college entrance examination commences. Su Feng boldly stepped forward, addressing the head teacher directly. I hope you can grant it. A leave of several months necessitated school approval. The homeroom teacher had no authority to decide. Requesting leave? Until the entrance examination? The head teacher's brow furrowed in discontent as he glared at Su Feng. What is your name? Su Feng, he replied nonchalantly. One moment. The head teacher opened his office computer and began typing. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, Su Feng's student information appeared on the screen. Name. Su Feng age. 18 warrior level, 0. 9 Dantian conversion rate. 110. This was the school's official record. More precise than personal information, even detailing the Dantian conversion rate. As for the warrior level, it had originally been 0.6, but with Su Feng's recent updates, the school records have been adjusted accordingly. Warrior level 0.9 and a Dantian conversion rate of 1/10. The head teacher murmured. Homeroom teacher. What? The homeroom teacher gazed incredulously at Su Feng. When did Su Feng's warrior level rise so significantly? Wasn't it just 0.6 before? I've been diligently cultivating for several months without reporting it. Su Feng gestured for the homeroom teacher to remain calm. He genuinely feared that an excited outburst from the teacher might lead to a heart attack. Oh, I see you've been secretly cultivating. The homeroom teacher nodded, though he still felt something was amiss. I recall a few weeks ago during testing, Su Feng still. How peculiar. Is he intentionally concealing his abilities? The homeroom teacher pondered, conflicted. Nonsense. At that moment, the head teacher erupted in anger. With your meager strength, you dare to request a leave of absence. Those who apply for leave are typically top students, confident in their ability to gain admission to a second-tier university. Look at you, approaching graduation, and your warrior level is still at 0.9. Who else is in your position? A waste of potential. You lack the capability and yet are unaware of the need to train diligently at school. Our esteemed institution boasts such a wealth of resources. How could you possibly surpass the education you would receive here by self-studying at home? I suspect you merely wish to stay home and play games. I will not approve this leave. It is utterly impossible. The homeroom teacher sighed. As expected, the head teacher was in a foul mood today. This leave would not be granted. Chapter 26. Stellar Genius. Feng frowned slightly at the remarks. A long leave is not particularly difficult to secure. Even for underperforming students, Greenwater No. 2 High School would not make things overly difficult. Typically, providing a reason would suffice. For top students, there was even less to worry about, as various tutoring programs would ensure approval for any leave. Moreover, the head teacher's derogatory remarks about him were clearly an attempt to pick a fight, stemming from his displeasure with Feng. Is it merely because I interrupted your little scheme? Feng could not help but mutter under his breath. Head teacher. As a level 4 warrior, the head teacher possessed keen hearing. What did you say? You brat? He growled, his expression darkening, an ominous aura subtly emanating from him. A level 4 warrior. Even a hint of his pressure left Feng feeling utterly overwhelmed. He almost felt as though he might cough up blood under the weight of it. The pressure was unbearable, director. The homeroom teacher immediately recognized the escalating tension and called out sharply. The head teacher hastily retracted his oppressive aura, rolling his eyes in irritation. Damn it, I accidentally exerted too much force. Thankfully, this kid lacks any significant backing. Bullying him is no trouble if it were someone with connections. The star emblem is directly displayed on the identity card. The school had no record of it. Hence, the head teacher remained unaware that Feng had already achieved the status of a stellar genius. You actually harmed me. Feng clutched his chest, feeling his breath grow shallow. Humph. This is a lesson to you. Strive to improve your studies. The head teacher sneered. It is far better for me to correct you now than for you to face the harsh realities of society later. Focus on your studies here. I will categorically not approve this leave. Is that so? Feng steadied his internal energy. Absolutely. The head teacher declared, looking down upon Feng. He relished this feeling of authority. In the school, he was akin to a god. No one dared to contradict him. As long as I live, you shall never receive approval for leave. You may as well abandon the thought for life. Now, return to class. I have no patience for students who lack ability and yet are so troublesome. The head teacher grew increasingly agitated, his anger bubbling to the surface. The homeroom teacher frowned slightly, realizing the head teacher was crossing a line. In contrast, Feng merely chuckled coldly. Very well, I shall withdraw from school. From this moment forth, I am no longer a student of No. 2 High School. Even without being a student, he could still participate in the college entrance examination, since the school refused to grant his leave. He would take the initiative to withdraw. The head teacher was taken aback, then scoffed dismissively. With your level of incompetence, get lost. Don't sully my vision. Feng. The homeroom teacher looked at Feng. Feeling somewhat helpless, I'm leaving. Teacher, please do not say anything more. Feng turned, kicking the door of the head teacher's office open with a decisive motion as he strode out. Hey, this brat thinks he can act so brazenly. The head teacher sprang to his feet, indignant. Kicking the door, just because you think you're no longer a student, you believe you can do as you please? He intended to give Feng a thorough beating, teaching him a lesson. After all, you are no longer a student of our school, so what does it matter if I hit you? The head teacher attempted to intervene. Shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll deduct your salary. The director of education sprang up from his seat in a flash. I want him begging for mercy on his knees. A level 4 martial artist is considered a master among ordinary people. The head teacher opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. After all, he had a family to support and relied on his salary. That little brat, just as the director of education was about to leave. His phone rang. Damn it, another clueless fool. The head teacher remained silent. The director cursed under his breath and pulled out his phone. Hiss, he gasped in shock. It was a call from the district head of Lushuate District. Hello, district head. The director hurriedly answered it. Yes. The elite training camp, you say? Yes, I understand. Are there spots available on our end? Whatever you say, I'll arrange it. All right, understood. You want to add another one? Is that what you're implying? Fine, I understand. What? What did you say that person's name was? I'm sorry, I got too excited to SU phone, right? I got it. All right, all right. After hanging up, the director's expression turned complex. The head teacher was taken aback. What happened? What's going on with that Su phone? He's your star pupil. The director looked at the head teacher with a complicated gaze. What is wrong with you? What is going on with Su phone? What is the situation? Nothing, just praising you. You've indeed taught a good student. The director's mouth twitched a few times before he dashed out of his office. What the hell? What a joke. There are only 2 spots in our second high school for this elite training camp. And one of them was expelled by me. If the principal finds out that I forced an elite student to drop out, then I might as well resign. Damn you, Su Feng. You've become a star-level genius. And you didn't even tell me. This guy is clearly acting like a pig to eat a tiger. How dare he play me like this? But he forgot that he had pressured Su Feng from the start, giving him no chance to speak. That Su Feng arrived at the school gate, glancing back at the sign of Lushui, second high school, 3 years of youth. Farewell. He was about to leave when suddenly, whoosh, a shadow descended from the sky. Boom. It landed with a heavy impact, causing cracks to form on the ground. The director of education, Su Feng, was momentarily stunned. Despite the dust swirling around, he recognized the figure as the director. This director had likely come to teach him a lesson. It must have been his kicking of the door that displeased him. With that thought, Su Feng clenched his fists. Let us fight then. Who is afraid? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to give it his all using the King of Worlds fist. Thanks to his training in the leap of wind, his agility had reached a level 2 standard without using the ultimate control technique. In such a situation, using the King of Worlds fist would double his agility, giving him a fighting chance. If worst came to worst, he could still use the ultimate control technique, although he had no offensive capabilities in that state. At the very least, he could ensure his survival. Come on. Su Feng tightened his fists, eyeing the director warily. I could see that moment. A gust of wild wind blew, clearing the dust to reveal the director's figure. Su Feng, my student, didn't you want to apply for a vacation? I approve. Chapter 27. Scum must be dealt with using scummy means Su Feng. Seeing the director's somewhat obsequious smile, Su Feng furrowed his brows. No need, he scoffed. I have no ties to second high anymore. Goodbye. Hey, wait. The director's mouth twitched at Su Feng's words. That was exactly what he feared. To have lost a genius like Su Feng, he would certainly face dire consequences. I haven't approved your withdrawal yet, the director hastily replied. How can you decide to leave just like that? Withdrawing requires your approval. How laughable. Su Feng flicked his wrist, preparing to leave. Whoosh, the director swiftly stepped in front of him. Ahem, of course, your withdrawal must follow procedure. The director cleared his throat. First, it requires the class teacher's approval, and then, spare me the details, Su Feng sneered. You must have realized that I'm a star-level genius, right? So now you come to retain me. The director, this kid actually knows? He had intended to subtly persuade Su Feng to stay, but was caught off guard. I'm sorry. You insulted me for being worthless and even injured me with your imposing demeanor. Su Feng said coldly. This matter is far from over. The director furrowed his brows, contemplating for a few seconds. I can offer you benefits, as long as you stay at second high. And oh need. Su Feng's eyes flared with anger. Get out of my way, the director. Looking at the stubborn Su Feng, the director felt a headache coming on. What could he do to retain this genius? Name your conditions, and I will comply. The director gritted his teeth. If you leave, I will lose my job that I have an elderly mother to care for. And just consider it pitying them and let me off this once. Conditions? At this, Su Feng paused mid-step. I want you to kneel and apologize to me. Can you do that? Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, the director dropped to his knees. I was blind not to see your greatness. Please spare me this once. Su Feng. Such decisiveness left Su Feng momentarily speechless. Please. The director looked up, his eyes filled with desperation. My future depends on you. I truly cannot afford to lose this job. Only in this position can I exert my authority. Su Feng. So you're just clinging to power? Su Feng merely chuckled coldly. When you were bullying me with your authority, why didn't you mention this? You scoundrel. Yes, I am a scoundrel. The director nodded repeatedly. Su Feng. Watching the director, now groveling like a dog, Su Feng felt utterly bored. And no matter what he insulted him with, the director bore it all, this spineless demeanor devoid of any satisfaction from his revenge. Scum! Su Feng spat. Give me 6 million, and I might consider letting this go to, of course. This matter would not simply end here. Su Feng had further plans. 6 million. The director took a deep breath. That amount was quite a stretch. However, thinking of how 6 million could secure his future, he gritted his teeth. Account number. Moments later, the transaction was complete. From now on, I'm still a student at second high. Remember to approve my leave. With that, Su Feng waved his hand and departed. The director watched Su Feng's retreating figure, clenching his fists. This time, he had truly been bested. It seemed that in the future, he must thoroughly investigate a student's background before insulting them. A glimmer of resentment and brutality flashed in the director's eyes. At that moment, Su Feng walked down the street, quietly pulling out his phone, and a notification popped up. 6 million received. However, he paid it no mind. He opened the phone and dialed the Lushuate District Education Center. Hello, this is Su Feng. Yes, I'm a newly recognized star-level genius. Could you please check on the Director of Education at Lushuate Second High? He has been oppressing students. Yes, that's right. I was previously beaten to the point of spitting blood. All right, please handle it as soon as possible. Subsequently, Su Feng hung up the phone. You think you could just brush this off? How naive. I firmly believe that the personnel at the Education Center will provide me with an explanation that in country. The crime of suppressing geniuses is taken very seriously. Essentially, the Director of Education will spend the rest of his life behind bars. After taking your money, he turned around to report you. Humph, scum must be dealt with in kind. Although he committed a shameless act, Su Feng felt no psychological burden whatsoever. In fact, he found it quite exhilarating. Only then could he savor the sweet taste of revenge. All right, I need to find a quieter place. I shall enter seclusion now, Su Feng murmured. Just at that moment, Su Feng's phone rang. Who could it be? Su Feng answered the call. Hello, this is the elite training camp. The voice on the other end was exceedingly polite. The elite training camp? Su Feng felt a jolt of surprise. That camp only seems to appear on the eve of the college entrance examination each year. It is specifically for geniuses aiming for the top tier. What do you want with me? Su Feng inquired. As a stellar genius, we are, of course, inviting you to participate in the training camp. The other party replied with a chuckle. You want me to participate? Su Feng found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, one needs to be at least a level 1 warrior to enter the training camp. Of course, he already was. It was just that the outside world remained oblivious to this fact. The fact that they were still willing to extend level 1 warrior treatment to him left him utterly astonished. Indeed, the other party confirmed that we hope him or Su Feng can prepare accordingly. The elite training camp will commence shortly. Can you make it tomorrow? Su Feng asked. Certainly, came the reply. Very well. I shall be there tomorrow. Su Feng nodded. He then hung up the phone. The elite training camp. I've heard that one's strength there is tantamount to resources. Excellent. I shall see what treasures I can acquire within. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Su Feng's eyes. But for today, I will focus on my seclusion and cultivation. Now that Su Feng had money, he found a relatively quiet room in a martial arts school for his secluded training. Around noon, his homeroom teacher sent him a message, stating that his vacation had been approved. Simultaneously, she expressed her astonishment at what Su Feng had done to elicit such a drastic change in the Director of Education. To this, Su Feng merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate for fear of alarming his homeroom teacher. Afterward, it was time for meals and further secluded training. In the afternoon, the Education Center called. Yes, the Director of Education has already been apprehended. Surveillance footage confirmed that he indeed harassed and abused students. He has been dismissed and imprisoned. They inquired if Su Feng was satisfied with this outcome. Naturally, I am satisfied. I hope he remains incarcerated for several more years. Was Su Feng's response. Rest assured, under the laws of Yin country, he won TB release for decades, came the reply. Chapter 28. With a wind, completion at this moment, outside a certain prison. Bastard Su Feng. You took my money and reported me. The Director of Education clenched his fists in fury. He had never encountered such a blatant betrayal of trust, nor had he seen someone so despicable. Except for himself. Enough of your nonsense. Get inside. A guard behind him shoved him forward. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several menacing inmates. The director of education froze in shock, then couldn't he help but shiver. He had heard that the people inside were... Hiss! A chill coursed through the director of education. His martial abilities had been sealed. If anything were to happen, he would be powerless to defend himself. Just then, a guard shouted from behind, "Hey, who's he? This guy came in for bullying students. Handle him as you see fit." With that, he walked away to AT that moment. The other inmates paused in surprise. Bullying students? Bullying minors? Damn it. One burly man stood up. "You bastard, is it true you came in for that?" "And no, big brother, I didn't do it." The director of education hastily shook his head, his face paling. "I loathe those who bully students and women." The big brother spat. "Same here," the other chimed in. The director of education trembled uncontrollably. Big brother, I think he really did come in for that," someone remarked. "Bah, what a scumbag, picking on students at his age." Someone else scoffed. The big brother fell silent for a moment. Then a sinister smile crept across his face. "Enough chit-chat. Let us see what he's made of." Hearing this, the director of education nearly wet himself in fear. As expected, he was nothing but a coward. The big brother chuckled coldly. "Brothers, let us take him down." In the evening, at a hotel in Greenwater District, since the martial arts school was closed for the night, Feng decided to come to the hotel. At this moment, Feng was practicing his agility, moving with the wind. According to the records in the manual, the first step is to move with the wind. Generally, reaching this level requires years of training, yet I succeeded on my first attempt. Of course, it could also be attributed to the nature of the ultimate freedom, allowing me to grasp the first step effortlessly. The second step then follows. The wind moves with the person. In the first step, Feng moves with the wind, allowing him to travel with it when it blows. This is a passive ability. Wherever the wind goes, he follows. The second step, however, allows Feng to dictate the wind's movement. More freedom, more initiative. Mastering this step means completing the first realm of Wind Leap. Let us see if I can achieve it tonight. Feng took a deep breath, beginning to sense the flow of the wind. Let the wind move with me. Feng slightly raised his hand but failed to stir the wind. No good. Try again, summon the wind. Still no success. Keep going. Feng gritted his teeth and continued practicing once, twice, thrice to sense the wind, and then the wind moves with the person. Still a failure. Making every movement trigger the wind was exceedingly difficult. Feng practiced throughout the night, but the results were not particularly promising. That I feel like I'm missing something. That Feng took a deep breath, but remained undeterred. Wind, after all, is a natural phenomenon of the universe. Attempting to guide it is truly a challenge. Feng looked up at the time. It was 10 o'clock. Time to rest. For tomorrow, I must go to the elite training camp. That Feng took a deep breath and was about to sleep when a plastic bag was suddenly swept up by the wind outside the window. Feng stared in surprise. The wind. He gazed out the window, lost in thought for a long while. I was wrong. I was wrong. I previously thought I could escape the wind, make it follow my movements. I was mistaken. How ridiculous. I had been arrogant. How could the wind follow a person? It can only be that my actions merge with the wind. Yes, merge. Let me become one with the wind, not to direct the wind. Merge. Merge. Let us try again. Feng's drowsiness vanished entirely. He began to attempt to merge with the wind. Around 3 in the morning, Feng stood up, feeling the power of the wind and gently urging it. Wind. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past him. I did it. I have merged with the wind. The first realm, moving with the wind. Success. Feng calmed his exhilarated heart and then turned to the second realm of Wind Leap. Wind Force. Use the wind to create something akin to a domain wherein the user can thrive. Utilize the wind to pressure opponents. The powerful wind can slow their movements. Use the wind to evade. Even with closed eyes, the user can easily perceive all incoming attacks through the triggered wind to create something akin to a domain with the wind. Feng gritted his teeth. Present, he could only summon a slight breeze. To fight using wind force? That is still a long way off. Time to sleep. Today's progress was significant enough. With that, Feng collapsed on his bed, exhausted at 3 in the morning. Yet it was manageable. As a level 1 warrior, his physical constitution was enhanced. 3 hours of sleep would suffice. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Su Feng emerged from a breakfast establishment. He was eager to head to the martial arts hall to test his agility. A sense of impatience surged within him as he contemplated fully grasping the profound realm of following the wind. He yearned to ascertain just how formidable he had become. Inside the martial arts hall, Su Feng gazed at the testing apparatus before him. Let us commence with a level 2 martial artist agility test. Ding! Martial artist Su Feng, your martial artist level is 0.9, though would you like to proceed with an advanced test? Su Feng hadn't even had the chance to update his martial artist level. Yes, I shall undertake the level 2 agility test. Begin. The walls on either side began to relentlessly fire bullets. However, this time, Su Feng did not activate his ultimate technique. He merely harnessed the power of the wind. Following the wind, he evaded every bullet with utmost ease, not once being struck. Congratulations, martial artist Su Feng. You have flawlessly passed the agility test. Achieving a perfect score in the level 2 agility test without employing the ultimate technique was an accomplishment that even many level 3 martial artists could not attain. The ultimate technique, after all, could not be used for extended periods, while the ability to follow the wind was a skill that could be employed indefinitely. Su Feng felt a surge of excitement since comprehending the concept of following the wind. His progress had been remarkable. I shall continue. I want to challenge the level 3 martial artist agility test. Chapter 29. The Genius Training Camp's level 3 martial artist test. Bullets approached from 3 directions. This time, Su Feng faced more difficulty, being struck twice. Hitting 3 times was a passing score, while being hit twice was considered excellent. Congratulations, martial artist Su Feng. You have successfully passed the level 3 agility test. Evaluation. Excellent. Those who achieved an excellent rating typically fell within the range of level 3.8 or higher. It appears my agility is now on par with an ordinary level 4 martial artist. Su Feng chuckled softly. Without relying on the system, his agility had evidently surpassed that of his peers. I wish to test my striking power. Su Feng instructed the computer. The room's layout swiftly transformed. A punching machine now stood before him. Martial artist Su Feng, please deliver your strike. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng unleashed a punch. Bang! It landed solidly on the punching machine. The data soon appeared. Punching power level 1. Su Feng's full-force punch was roughly equivalent to that of an average level 1.1 martial artist. While his strength was not particularly remarkable, he pondered, I shall integrate the power of the wind for another strike. Su Feng inhaled deeply, this time infusing his punch with the power of the wind. With a powerful punch, thud, martial artist level 2.3. Su Feng was taken aback. The force of this punch had astonishingly reached the level of an ordinary level 2 martial artist. Is it truly that exaggerated? He mused in astonishment. The power of the wind excelled in reflexes and evasion, yet was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, it had significantly amplified Su Feng's strength. This enhancement even surpassed the King Kai fist. While the King Kai fist doubled his strength, it could only elevate Su Feng's power to 1.9, failing to bridge the gap to level 2. Moreover, the King Kai fist had adverse effects at this stage. The integration of the wind's power into his body was indeed remarkable. Su Feng couldn't help but reflect. If I were to use the King Kai fist in conjunction with the power of the wind, could I reach the level of a level 3 martial artist? A level 1 martial artist achieving the prowess of a level 3 martial artist. That would be truly unprecedented. Excellent. Now I possess yet another trump card. And it is one acquired through my own efforts. Su Feng felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The knowledge gained through personal endeavor was entirely distinct from skills obtained through chance. All right, it's time to attend the elite training camp. Su Feng glanced at the time. Departing at 9, that's just about right. From the Green Water District to the center of the southern city base, the Magic Water District, although merely 2 districts apart. Each was immensely vast, even larger than the prefecture-level cities from Su Feng's previous life. After all, there were only 5 base cities in Yan country, with each city containing merely 5 or 6 districts. He boarded the high-speed train as Su Feng exited the martial arts hall. As Su Feng had not exhibited the prowess of a level 6 martial artist this time, he did not attract the attention of the higher-ups at the martial arts hall. At 9:18 a.m., Su Feng boarded the train, and it would take an hour to reach the Magic Water District. Shortly after settling in, two beautiful young women joined him, with only 3 seats in a row. They were in close proximity to Su Feng felt. Before long, the train set off as Su Feng intended to rest his eyes. A young man in front turned to the 2 young women. "Hello, where are you headed?" "To the Magic Water District." He sported a large gold chain around his neck and had dyed yellow hair, exuding a somewhat non-mainstream vibe that Su Feng thought. Is this what they call a social butterfly? He sighed inwardly and closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the 2 young women exhibited contrasting personalities. One was shy, while the other was more outgoing. The outgoing girl smiled gently, unbothered by the young man's advances. "Yes, we're definitely headed to the Magic Water District." "Wonderful. What a coincidence. We shall cross paths." The young man tugged his gold chain. "I'm also going to the Magic Water District, and I'm participating in the Genius Training Camp." The Genius Training Camp? Both young women were taken aback. The Genius Training Camp was reserved for second-year students, specifically gathering those with exceptional talents. The Elite Training Camp, on the other hand, recruited third-year students. In terms of prestige, the Elite Training Camp far surpassed the Genius Training Camp. "Humph, I see you are both aware of it." The young man with yellow hair seemed slightly smug. "The Genius Training Camp is a place for selecting star-level talents. It gathers the outstanding individuals from various regions like myself, who have been chosen to enter the Genius Training Camp, competing against thousands of other selected geniuses. Ultimately, the top 3, becoming a star-level talent, awarded the star-level insignia." The star-level insignia. That is a nationally recognized talent. The more outgoing girl exclaimed in surprise that a star-level talent was a prime candidate for national cultivation. Among 10,000 students, there might be only one. "Hee, I have heard that star-level talents can participate in the nation's most prestigious training," the young man chuckled. "What about the Elite Training Camp?" The outgoing girl couldn't resist asking. "Indeed, that is the Elite Training Camp." The young man seemed quite excited. "The most prestigious training camp in all of Yin country, gathering the finest martial artist prospects in our nation. My goal is to secure a top 3 position in the Genius Training Camp this year and earn the star-level insignia. Then next year, I will strive for the Elite Training Camp." How impressive! The eyes of both young women sparkled with admiration. The Elite Training Camp was not a place for just anyone to enter. This young man certainly had something about him. Sensing the admiration in the gazes of the 2 girls, the young man couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. His true abilities were not particularly strong. Likely just average within the Genius Training Camp. His earlier claim of aiming for the top 3 was merely boasting. However, boasting in front of the girls and basking in their admiration was immensely gratifying. Throughout the journey, the young man continued to brag about his accomplishments and prowess, eliciting gasps of awe from the 2 girls. Finally, the boastful young man noticed Su Feng, who was quietly meditating beside him. "Why isn't this guy marveling at my talent?" The young man felt a twinge of irritation. "Everyone admires me, and yet you pretend not to hear?" "Hey, buddy," the young man called out to Su Feng. Have we arrived?" Su Feng awakened from his reverie. He had not slept well the previous night, and though it did not hinder him, he still wished to catch up on some rest. The young man was taken aback. "What do you mean, have we arrived? I called you to shout 666 with me, and you ask if we have arrived." Su Feng lowered his head and glanced at his phone. Point 10. We have 8 minutes until we reach our destination." "Hey, buddy, are you also headed to the Magic Water District?" the young man inquired. Su Feng nodded slightly. "I see you are a student. In your second year of high school this year?" the boy with yellow hair inquired. "No, I'm in my 3rd year," Su Feng replied. The boy with yellow hair. "3rd year?" Chapter 30. He is really from the Elite Training Camp. Upon learning that Su Feng was a 3rd-year student, the boy couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. 3rd year? Who isn't scrambling to prepare for the college entrance examination at this time? Running around aimlessly now is undoubtedly the hallmark of a poor student. As for whether Su Feng might be attending the Elite Training Camp, impossible, absolutely impossible. The Elite Training Camp only recruits a little over 100 students in the entire South City base. How could it be that they just happen to be on the same train? And how could he possibly be seated right behind him? Thus, the boy immediately dismissed this possibility. 3rd year, huh? The boy shook his head. "Bro, it seems your grades aren't that great." Well, they used to be quite average, Su Feng replied with a slight smile. If he had indeed been a poor student in the past, I wonder if you've heard of the genius training camp? The boy with yellow hair said, grinning with pride that in casual conversation, he felt himself superior to Su Feng. The genius training camp? I'm aware it recruits talented second-year students, right? Those who can get in are all geniuses from various academies. I dreamed of entering it when I was in my second year. Upon hearing this, the boy with yellow hair became even more delighted. Huh, the things you dream of are at my fingertips. Ahem, bro, let me tell you, I'm going to the genius training camp. The corners of the boy's mouth seemed to rise to the heavens. Indeed, this big brother is quite formidable at this moment. The more cheerful sister chimed in. Next year, I'll be striving for the elite training camp. The boy with yellow hair's smile widened again. Striving for the elite training camp. Huh. Su Feng looked at the boy with a hint of surprise. I've heard that only the top 3 in the genius training camp can enter. Are you confident? Aye. The boy with yellow hair hesitated for a moment, but he instantly filled with confidence. Of course, it's a piece of cake. After boasting all the way, the boy clearly wouldn't tee back down here. That is quite impressive. Su Feng nodded. Star-level geniuses are indeed scarce nationwide. For an ordinary person to become a star-level genius is truly remarkable. However, seeing Su Feng's calm reaction, the boy with yellow hair felt displeased. I told you shout 666, and here you are just nodding? Can't you show a bit more astonishment? Give me some sense of achievement for bragging. Watching Su Feng's indifferent demeanor, the boy grew increasingly irritated. Suddenly, he had a thought. This Su Feng must be heading to the Magic Water District to work. Many third-year students, knowing they won T, get into university, will directly go out to work as the college entrance exam approaches. Hey, brother, I haven't T asked you yet. What are you going to the Magic Water District for? The boy with yellow hair's mouth curved upwards again. I am going to participate in the training camp while you're going to work. The difference is clear. If you're not surprised, I'll just let those 2 sisters continue to be amazed. Oh, I'm going to the Magic Water District, Su Feng said with a nonchalant smile. To participate in the elite training camp. The boy with yellow hair, the cheerful sister, the shy sister. All 3 were momentarily stunned. Then, the boy with yellow hair burst into laughter. Brother, you're bragging even bigger than I am. The elite training camp? Su Feng, seeing the disbelief on the boy's face. Su Feng didn't say much more, merely shrugging his shoulders. Whether one believes it or not has nothing to do with him. However, the boy with yellow hair did not intend to let Su Feng off the hook. No, I mean, brother, the boy said, laughing so hard he was almost in tears. When you were in your second year, you said your dream was to enter the genius training camp. Now you're telling me you can enter the elite training camp? That is hilarious. Really. When you brag, can you at least draft a rough outline? It doesn't even match up. My Dantian has awakened, Su Feng said calmly. So, I was specially recruited by the elite training camp. The boy with yellow hair? Brag. Keep bragging, your Dantian awakened? If you can enter the elite training camp, I'll bark like a dog on the spot. Brother, bragging isn't good. The boy with yellow hair shot a meaningful glance at Su Feng. I never boast, Su Feng said, choosing not to elaborate further. The boy with yellow hair scoffed. This guy is quite good at pretending. Once we reach the station, how will he still act? When the time comes. Every training camp will personally come to pick up their students. If no one comes to pick up Su Feng, then he'll be in for some serious mockery. You 2 sisters have never ridden in a train for the genius training camp, right? The boy with yellow hair changed the subject. How could we have been to such a gathering of geniuses? Naturally, we've never ridden it. The cheerful sister shook her head. All right, I'll take you both for a ride then. The boy with yellow hair smiled smugly. I'm not bragging. The people from a genius training camp will come pick me up. Unlike some people, TSK, he said this. All 3 cast a glance at Su Feng. Su Feng remained silent. Brother, if no one comes to pick you up, you can also take our training camp car. The boy with yellow hair chuckled ominously. Didn't you once dream of entering the genius training camp? Riding in the car is also a way to fulfill your dream. Su Feng. A few minutes later, the train arrived at the station. Magic Water District has arrived. Passengers heading to the Magic Water District. Please disembark here. Magic Water District has arrived. Passengers heading to the Magic Water District. Please disembark here. Magic Water District has arrived. Please. The station's announcement repeated 5 times. and Su Feng and the others also got off the train. Wow, look, that's the car for my genius training camp. The boy with yellow hair smiled proudly. Come on, follow me. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Haha. As for Su Feng, he found a reception team from the elite training camp and walked straight over. The boy with yellow hair? Damn, this guy is really bold enough to walk towards the elite training camp. He is even wilder than I am. Has he bragged so much that he believes it himself? Could that big brother truly be from the elite training camp? The cheerful sister found it hard to believe. Impossible. The boy with yellow hair shook his head. Just watch. Soon the people from the elite training camp will kick him out. Star-level geniuses are so rare. How could we possibly encounter one? Thus, the three watched Su Feng. Upon reaching the elite training camp's base, they exchanged a few words and then boarded the reception vehicle of the elite training camp. He got on the bus, the cheerful sister exclaimed. The boy with yellow hair. Impossible. He'll definitely be kicked out soon. He must be relying on his thick skin to squeeze in, so the three continue to watch. The vehicle, carrying Su Feng and the reception staff from the elite training camp, drove away to Hiescon. The corners of the boy's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was undeniable proof. Su Feng is indeed from the elite training camp. That big brother is so impressive. The two sisters couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The boy with yellow hair, however, was trembling all over. He actually is from the elite training camp? Chapter 31. A poor student enters the camp. I actually bragged in front of a star-level genius this whole time. No wonder he didn't react. If he can enter the elite training camp, who cares about the genius training camp? Woof, woof, woof. The boy with yellow hair couldn't help but make a sound. The two sisters were taken aback. What's wrong? It's nothing, the boy with yellow hair said, clearing his throat. Just clearing my throat. The two sisters. Is your method of clearing your throat to bark like a dog? They truly didn't expect that the silent big brother would turn out to be a star-level genius. The sister couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. The boy with yellow hair grinned. I thought it was all just bragging, but it turned out to be true. You still said your dream was to enter the elite training camp. The cheerful sister suddenly laughed. In the end, your dream is something he can easily attain. Xiao Huangmao. This sentiment feels remarkably familiar. I previously mocked him for not being able to enter the genius training camp. And it was precisely like this. Xiao Huangmao felt utterly humiliated, as if he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet. How embarrassing. Enough said. I truly am foolish. Xiao Huangmao let out a bitter laugh. This time, I genuinely misjudged him. Meanwhile, Su Feng was seated in the vehicle heading towards the elite training camp. As for Xiao Huangmao's affairs, he had long since dismissed them from his mind. How much longer until we arrive? Su Feng inquired of the person in charge. Just a moment. We have about 20 minutes left, the official replied with a smile that he understood that these were all national-level geniuses and should not be underestimated. 20 minutes later, Su Feng disembarked at the entrance of the camp. That a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, comprising journalists, parents of students, and onlookers eager to glimpse what the elite training camp looked like. The throngs of people effectively blocked the entrance. Ahem, brothers, could you make way? Su Feng lightly coughed. Hey, don't push me. Someone grumbled in annoyance. Everyone's jostling for position. Why should I yield to you? I have the perfect spot to see inside the camp. Want me to move? Scram. Su Feng. Before he could respond, the official approached, saying, Everyone, clear the way. A star-level genius is coming through. As he arrived, he felt somewhat helpless. The journalists were crowding the entrance, preventing the star-level geniuses from entering. What? A star-level genius? What? A star-level genius? Oh my gosh! In an instant, the crowd erupted, all turning to gaze at Su Feng. Click, click. The cameras were incessantly flashing. Su Feng. Could you please make some room? Su Feng squeezed through the crowd and entered the training camp. Outside, the journalists and parents were all expressing their astonishment. Wow, this kid is indeed a star-level genius. He looks so handsome. I reckon this kid has great potential. The future is boundless. He seems quite promising. But he can't possibly compare to my son. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, someone exclaimed, Oh my gosh, the one who just spoke to me was actually a star-level genius. Inside the camp, please present your personal identification card. Su Feng was halted in front of a security checkpoint. Here you go. Su Feng presented his identification card. Ding! Verification successful. Star-level genius. Su Feng. The instructor at the checkpoint was momentarily stunned upon noticing that Su Feng's personal information indicated a martial artist level of 0. 9. It is well known that only those at level 1 and above are eligible to participate in the elite training camp. A genius among geniuses. How could he possibly be just 0.9? Is there a problem? Su Feng looked at the instructor. The instructor stood there, unable to let him pass. Oh no, it's all fine. The instructor shook his head repeatedly and then approved Su Feng's entry application. Here is your student card. Keep it safe. Over there is the dormitory, and that way is the cafeteria. The large grassy area in the middle is for training. Oh, by the way, this is your enrollment handbook. Please proceed to the camp. Thank you. Su Feng took the student card and handbook, making his way towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, the instructor eagerly scrutinized Su Feng's personal information. Impossible. A 0.9 level being designated as a star-level genius. It makes no sense. Could he be a special talent? Is his specialty speed? Is that even considered a specialty? Does he possess a high energy conversion rate? Let me see. Only 1/10. How could such a waste enter the elite training camp? The instructor was dumbfounded. How could a student who could barely get into a second-rate university gain entry to the elite training camp? This was an utter disgrace to the entire camp. Who recommended him? Let me see. The instructor clicked to view the recommendation. Recommender. Wang Tai. Puffed. The instructor spat out a mouthful of water. Wang Duozhang. Wang Tai is the chief officer of the Nandu base city. In Nandu, he is the law. Who would dare oppose him? Could this Su Feng be a relative of Wang Duozhang? The instructor couldn't help but speculate. Otherwise, why would Wang Duozhang recommend such a waste? However, that didn't seem right. Wang Duozhang wasn't the type to act in such a manner. He couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't understand. While the instructor was in distress, Su Feng, holding his student card and enrollment handbook, arrived at the dormitory building. The handbook stated that he should find his own room. Su Feng murmured to himself, following the handbook's instructions. Over the next 3 days, the training camp students would arrive in succession. I came on the second day, so the timing is just right. Su Feng chuckled lightly and entered the dormitory building. The handbook mentioned that each room would accommodate 2 individuals, which was quite spacious. Su Feng located an unoccupied room, swiped his student card, and the system chimed. Ding! Room 106, recorded student. Su Feng, remaining vacancy. 1. Su Feng stepped into the dormitory, which had a commendable layout. There were 2 beds on either side, each adorned with various daily necessities. In the center, there was a table and 2 chairs. This truly was a fitting accommodation for a star-level genius. The conditions were such that I would believe it to be a hotel. Su Feng felt a sense of admiration. This was the finest student dormitory he had ever resided in. All right, let's familiarize myself with the general outline of the elite training camp. Su Feng glanced at the handbook. At this moment, Su Feng was unaware that the instructors outside were in an uproar. What did you say? We've admitted a mediocre student into our training camp. A martial artist level of 0. 9, a 1/10 energy conversion rate. How did such a person get in here? This is a disgrace to our training camp. Some instructors, furious, sought out the chief officer of this training camp. Instructor Xiang, I refuse to accept this. How could someone like Su Feng infiltrate our elite training camp? An instructor questioned the chief officer. Su Feng was arranged here by Wang Duozhang. If you have an issue, take it up with him. The chief officer replied coldly. Wang Duozhang. The instructor's momentum weakened, only to erupt once more. Bah, what of Wang Duozhang? Our resources are meant to nurture geniuses. What does it matter to accept such a waste? Do you think Wang Duozhang is abusing his power? Instructor Xiang shook his head. That Su Feng possesses remarkable speed as a specialty, which is quite formidable. How formidable can it be? The instructor scoffed. Can he slip through a pack of wolves without a scratch and ultimately slay the Wolf King? If he can't do that, then don't tout his speed as exceptional. Instructor Xiang. Did you peek at Su Feng's personal records? Ahem. Instructor Xiang cleared his throat and then brought up a video feed. Take a look. The footage displayed Su Feng weaving effortlessly through a pack of wolves, drawing near to the Wolf King, and delivering a decisive strike. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The instructor inhaled sharply in astonishment. This kid can truly slay the Wolf King? What a joke. Is there really someone with such extraordinary speed? So, Do you still believe he doesn't deserve to join the training camp? Instructor Xiang stated coldly that, you still think it's Wang Duozhang's fault? No, the instructor shook his head repeatedly. What a joke, killing the Wolf King amidst a pack of wolves. This is a testament to strength. Who would dare question it? In truth, such a caliber of genius should be directly recruited. Instructor Xiang sighed lightly. What a pity. What a pity. His energy conversion rate is simply too low. You saw it. Wang Duozhang specifically arranged for him to enter, likely with this consideration in mind. After all, in the training camp, to obtain resources, one must seize them for oneself. If this Su Feng is indeed a genius, he will surely achieve something. If not, then so be it. The instructor nodded, seemingly grasping the intentions of the city lord. Wang, it is truly a twist of fate that such a prodigy in agility possesses merely this level of energy conversion in his dantian. Both individuals sighed in unison. That evening, in Su Feng's dormitory, another figure entered. With a cropped haircut and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, he presented himself neatly. He was a man. Greetings, I am Lu Xia. Lu as in Liu Bei, and Xia as in knight-errant. He continued, since the other rooms are occupied, I've taken the liberty of joining you here. I hope you don't mind, after saying this. Lu Xia even offered Su Feng a salute, as Su Feng thought to himself. This isn't a military setting. Why the formality? Moreover, how could he arrive so swiftly? Just this morning, many rooms were still vacant, and yet by afternoon, they were all filled? Hello, I am Su Feng. He greeted Lu Xia. Feel free to settle in. This is not solely my room, so there is no need to worry about disturbing me. Thank you. You're truly a good person. Lu Xia beamed, revealing a set of bright teeth. As Su Feng mused, why does it feel like you're insulting me? Lu Xia strode directly to his bed, straightened his posture, and began tidying his sleeping area. Su Feng was taken aback. There was an inexplicable air of a soldier about Lu Xia. Upon reflection, he recalled Lu Xia's rigid stance upon entering the room, reminiscent of military bearing. The subsequent salute during their conversation. And now the meticulous organization of his bed. Every aspect of his demeanor exuded the essence of a soldier. Are you from a military family? Su Feng inquired, curiosity piqued at Indeed, Lu Xia paused in his tasks, gazing at Su Feng with intrigue. How did you know? Your guess is astoundingly accurate. Su Feng replied, it would be quite peculiar if I didn't suspect why father often tells me to slay a few of the alien races. Lu Xia chuckled lightly. Why grandfather, too? Insisted that if I couldn't take down even a single alien, I ought not return to see him. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, both my grandfather and father served in the military when they were young. My elder brother was in the army a few years back and sacrificed himself fighting the aliens. Posthumously awarded a first-class merit. I apologize. I am not boasting, merely sharing my family background. Not at all. Su Feng shook his head, looking at Lu Xia. Your family is quite impressive. This remark was not intended as mockery. Su Feng genuinely admired soldiers who risked their lives to protect ordinary people. Moreover, without the resistance of these servicemen, the alien forces might have already breached the 5 major bastion cities. Every human residing peacefully within those cities owed a debt of gratitude to the soldiers on the front lines. And Su Feng was no exception. Well, it's nothing extraordinary, Lu Xia scratched his head. Our family has grown accustomed to it. Dying on the battlefield is our honor. To be honest, I aspire to achieve first-class merit like my brother. Su Feng pondered for a moment. Such aspirations. By the way, my friend, allow me to show you a treasure. Lu Xia suddenly produced a small package. I usually don't show this to just anyone, but I'll let you see it. This is a military medal passed down from my great-grandfather at the time of his sacrifice. It was then that he established the family rule mandating military service. A military medal. Su Feng looked closer to it. Was a red insignia inscribed with gilded characters, albeit weathered and dulled by time. This is a cherished heirloom of my family, which I secretly took out. Lu Xia said, carefully concealing the medal. If my grandfather finds out, he would surely be furious. Your great-grandfather's insignia. Could it be? Su Feng suddenly realized something. Yes, Lu Xia nodded enthusiastically that I've heard that during that time. There were no aliens. Humanity was engaged in civil strife. This is a remnant of their battles. My grandfather told me that my great-grandfather, on his deathbed, kept muttering about charging with a bayonet, but those are merely tales of the past. Our common enemy now is the alien races. Indeed, Feng nodded. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, various beings transformed into alien races. The terrestrial monsters formed one group, while those from the ocean constituted another. Moreover, due to humanity's inability to thrive in aquatic environments, the ocean has largely become a stronghold for alien forces. Subsequently, both sides fought for decades. Ultimately, humanity managed to stabilize on land, while the aliens found it challenging to invade. The aliens secured the oceans, and humanity dared not venture deep into them. Consequently, all coastal cities, including several island nations, have long been consumed by the forces of the sea. This is what Lu Xia meant when he said that the events of the past are inconsequential. A century ago, the ocean had already devoured everything. Those island nations have vanished. Thus, the people of Yin country today rarely recall that history. Now, all of humanity faces a singular adversary, the alien races. Indeed, the aliens. Feng affirmed, the existence of the aliens poses a threat to all humanity. Until they are eradicated, humanity cannot find peace. Thus my grandfather advised me to slay a few powerful aliens. Lu Xia grasped his great-grandfather's military medal tightly. I shall not bring shame to my great-grandfather. I will return home adorned in glory. Whether or not I survive is of little consequence. I must return triumphantly. I will fight for humanity. You are impressive. Feng shook his head. If I were faced with life-threatening danger, I would prioritize protecting my parents. After all, they have worked hard to raise me, and I must repay them by ensuring they live well. I cannot die. If I do, there will be no one to care for my parents. Therefore, I cannot risk my life fighting for strangers. I'm not that noble. What does nobility matter? Lu Xia shrugged nonchalantly. When the aliens come, everyone will flee. Not running would be foolish. After a moment of silence, Feng asked, so, will you run? Me? I want to run, Lu Xia chuckled. Why not? Because I intend to join the military. Lu Xia grinned widely. If the soldiers flee, what will happen to the ordinary people? Thus, I will not run. I will protect your escape. Feng was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. You will make a fine soldier. He finally remarked that, I will definitely slay several aliens, Lu Xia declared, clutching his great-grandfather's military medal tightly. During dinner, Feng and Lu Xia dined together. The evening meal was quite sumptuous, comparable to that of a typical restaurant. A stark contrast to the school cafeteria. Thus, they enjoyed their meal immensely. However, Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Around them, the others were discussing a particular matter. I heard someone entered through the back door. Yes, they say there's a warrior with a conversion rate of 1/10. A level 0.9 loser. Indeed, how could such a mediocre student gain entry to our elite training camp? Who knows? But I heard he is the illegitimate son of the city lord. Nonsense. Your gossip is inaccurate. I heard he is a godson. I heard he is the younger brother-in-law. Although various rumors circulated, the central theme remained unchanged. That level 0.9 warrior was merely a connection-based entry. A complete waste, despite the presence of instructors and the chief commander to suppress the gossip. The rumors spread too swiftly. Hey, Feng, what do you think of this connection-based individual? He must be quite formidable, right? Lu Xia couldn't help but exclaim that T.O. gained admission to the elite training camp without being a level 1 warrior. What connections? Hearing his roommate's words, Feng cleared his throat. Is it possible that he truly possesses strength? Lu Xia hesitated slightly. I think that is also a possibility. After all, my father says that the city lord is impartial and would never allow someone to gain entry through connections. By the way, Feng, what is your martial artist level? I haven't asked you that. Why? Feng chuckled. Lu Xia's martial artist level is 1.1. He came to the elite training camp this time to strive for 1. 2.as for me. On my personal identification card, my martial artist level is 0.9. What? The so-called strongest connection. Could it possibly be you? Lu Xia was immediately taken aback. Is it possible? Feng scratched his nose. You're impressive. Lu Xia gave a thumbs up. After a brief silence, he inquired with curiosity, are you a special recruit? Lu Xia couldn't help but ask, I mean, no offense. I'm just a bit curious as to why your martial artist level is so low yet you were still admitted here. Ahem. I truly have no ill intentions, just curiosity that I understand. Su Feng nodded. After becoming familiar with Lu Xia, Su Feng realized this person might speak a bit too bluntly, but there was absolutely no malice intended. My specialty lies in body movement, Su Feng replied. Body movement? Lu Xia scratched his head as, oh, you were specially recruited for your body movement skills. You must be quite formidable then, right? I suppose so, Su Feng pondered before responding. Previously, I killed the Wolf King and a pack of wolves. Lu Xia. He was momentarily stunned, then blinked. Are you saying a pack of hundreds of wolves? Yes, a pack of hundreds of wolves, and you maneuvered effortlessly among them? Exactly. In the end, you decapitated the Wolf King amidst the pack. Correct. Lu Xia remained silent for a moment, then raised his thumb. Incredible. Wow, that's truly impressive. No wonder you were specially recruited. Lu Xia couldn't help but exclaim. What you did is truly astonishing. Slaying the Wolf King in the midst of a pack. I find myself somewhat in awe of you, that's nothing much. Su Feng maintained a calm demeanor. After all, at that time, it was largely thanks to the concept of ultimate freedom. TSK, Lu Xia couldn't help but be amazed that it seems you are indeed the most fearsome individual in this training camp. Truly remarkable. Nightfall. As the training camp was not yet fully assembled, there was no gathering today, and the day passed in an ordinary manner. In the evening, Su Feng rose to contemplate the second stage of gale force. How exactly can one harness the wind to create momentum? Su Feng pondered deeply that moment. Lu Xia, who had just finished washing up, returned to the dormitory. Hey, are you training? Lu Xia grinned that I'll join you. Lu Xia set down his belongings and immediately began performing push-ups on the floor, one after another. While doing so, he spoke, I like to exercise in the evenings, not for chi training, but to strengthen my body. Hee, I was worried I might disturb you with the noise, but it turns out you also train at night. This is great. It seems we have a shared interest. Su Feng. If you can't find the right words, then perhaps refrain from speaking. Thus, Lu Xia continued his various push-up exercises to strengthen his physique. Meanwhile, Su Feng delved into the study of gale force. He discovered that mastering gale force was significantly more challenging than previously assimilating the wind. When he practiced merging with the wind, he found a key within mere seconds. However, with gale force, after practicing for quite a while, he had yet to see any results. Forget it, I'll focus on enhancing my martial artist level for now. Su Feng began absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. The martial artist level is equally important. He was still at level 1. He aspired to break through to level 1.2 before the entrance examination. Although his energy conversion rate was 100%, and he could be specially recruited, he still wished to rely on his own strength to reach level 1.2. While Lu Xia was doing one-handed push-ups, he noticed Su Feng absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Haha, brother, you could also work on your physical training, Lu Xia suggested. If your physical strength is sufficient, even if your martial artist level is lacking, you can still unleash tremendous power. Moreover, chi can be depleted. Once it runs out, you'll have to rely solely on your physical strength. Thus, exercising the body has numerous benefits. I understand, Su Feng nodded, just like some ordinary individuals who regularly train. Even if they're not martial artists, with one punch, they can surpass a level 0.5 martial artist. However, you also know my martial artist level is only 0.9, which is too low, so I want to improve a bit more. Chapter 34. Entry Level, Gale Force Hee. I was merely suggesting. You continue your training. Lu Xia chuckled. He had sufficient martial artist level, which is why he turned to physical training. Combining the two can also enable him to unleash formidable strength. For those whose martial artist levels lag behind, the martial artist level is fundamental. How could they afford to waste time on other pursuits? Su Feng nodded in affirmation, indicating he would continue his training. He then chose to ignore Lu Xia and focused on enhancing his martial artist level. In reality, he and Lu Xia were quite similar. The only difference was Lu Xia utilized his spare time for physical training, while Su Feng dedicated his spare time to the study of wind power. Thus, the two of them diligently practiced until midnight before retiring for the night. The following morning, nothing noteworthy occurred. Lu Xia continued to enhance his martial artist level and work on his physical fitness. Meanwhile, Su Feng also researched gale force while furthering his martial artist level. After a night of practice, coupled with an entire morning of study, Su Feng was able to construct a region the size of a fingertip. Although it was not large, and could even be deemed quite small, it truly was a region composed of wind. He had entered the realm of gale force. The text stated that it typically takes years to achieve entry-level mastery. Su Feng reflected on this. The second stage, however, will be even more challenging to enter. Difficult. I never anticipated that I would reach entry-level mastery in just one day. It seems I possess quite a talent for comprehending the power of wind. Su Feng flipped his palm, and the region formed by the wind power vanished instantly. Now that he had achieved entry-level mastery, he felt no rush and could focus on cultivating his martial artist level. Su Feng planned to dedicate these days to quietly advancing his martial artist level all the way to 1.2. He cast a glance at Lu Xia, who was still doing push-ups with one finger. Impressive. Su Feng's lips twitched slightly. If he were to utilize energy, he could accomplish that as well. However, he could sense that Lu Xia was not employing any energy. He was solely relying on his physical strength to perform push-ups. Achieving such feats purely through physical strength was something Su Feng could not currently replicate. Such physical prowess, he speculated it was likely close to a level 0.8 martial artist. Truly, a testament to the superiority of those who train daily compared to those who do not. Su Feng? Lu Xia sensed Su Feng's gaze and looked up. Why have you stopped training? If you find training too monotonous, why not join me for some physical exercises? Su Feng, you go ahead. I was just about to focus on enhancing my martial artist level. Su Feng smiled, then began absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Martial artist level, 1.001 increased. Martial artist level, 1.002 increased. He continued training until noon. Su Feng's martial artist level had reached 1.09999, just a breath away from 1.1. All right, that's enough for the morning. Su Feng clapped his hands, concluding his training. Lu Xia, let us go have lunch. Sure, Lu Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead and also ceased his workout. Let us go eat lunch. In the cafeteria, Su Feng and Lu Xia each ordered their meals. It's worth mentioning that all expenses in the training camp are paid using points. These points come from the student cards, each individual starting with a base of 100 points. Su Feng and the others were currently spending their points, but how to earn more was still unknown. Su Feng, when do you think this training camp will be fully occupied? Lu Xia asked while eating. That isn't today the last day. Su Feng remarked, I estimate that we will reach full capacity today. Oh, I see. Lu Xia nodded. That means the training camp will commence today. Thus, the two engaged in a casual conversation. Suddenly, a loudspeaker echoed throughout the cafeteria, or rather, the entire camp. Attention, esteemed star prodigies. The final star prodigy has just taken their place. All of you are requested to gather on the playground. We will conduct a roll call, and any tardiness will result in a deduction of 20 points. The voice repeated this several times, ensuring no one would miss it. Damn, Lu Xia exclaimed, his eyes widening. Getting points deducted for being late? That's harsh. What? Aren't you the one eager to join the military? Why are you worried about being late? Su Feng chuckled. I certainly won't be late. I just think... Lu Xia shook his head and stood up. I just think the management of this training camp is rather strict. At least it's more stringent than school. Su Feng smiled and rose to his feet as well. Let's go see the other prodigies. The two left the cafeteria and made their way towards the playground. Fortunately, it was March and the weather was not too hot. Otherwise, some pampered prodigies would likely be cursing the instructors for their poor judgment in scheduling a gathering at midday during the scorching heat. Soon, a crowd had gathered on the playground. Fewer people than I expected. Su Feng observed, estimating the number to be around 1 to 200. That's reasonable. After all, they are star prodigies, so it's normal for there to be fewer of them, Lu Xia whispered. Indeed, it's a rare selection. Su Feng nodded at that moment. An instructor emerged, accompanied by several staff members. Everyone, please be quiet. The instructor cleared his throat. I will call the roll. Respond when your name is called, so we can ensure no one is missed. Understood. The crowd chorused in unison. XXX, here, XXX, here, Su Feng, here. Upon hearing his name, the crowd erupted into a buzz, all eyes turning towards Su Feng. Did you hear? This guy is the strongest connection. Su Feng, I know, despite having a conversion rate of merely 1/10. And being a level 1 martial artist, a total academic underachiever, has still managed to join the elite training camp. I'm so envious. I train late into the night just to reach this level. And yet, this underachiever managed to sneak in through the back door. Be careful what you say. You should know he has connections with the Duke of Wong. Indeed, the Duke's illegitimate son is not someone we can afford to offend. The murmurs among the crowd rose and fell. Feng remained unfazed. What others said was beyond his control. Hey, brother, you're quite the celebrity. Lucia couldn't help but laugh. If they knew your unparalleled agility, they would be utterly astonished. Haha, these superficial folks that IT doesn't matter. Su Feng said calmly, I'm here to grow stronger. What they say is of no concern to me. Wow, your mindset is impressive, Lucia exclaimed. If it were me, I'd be eager to showcase my abilities and let them know how formidable I am. Chapter 35. The core of the other races to this. Su Feng merely smiled. For him, having strength and the ability to improve was sufficient. But I believe in you. You'll definitely shine. Lucia praised. When the time comes, they will be utterly astounded. I really don't care about all that, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. Lucia was about to say something else when the instructor called out, Lucia! Here, Lucia quickly responded. The instructor continued the roll call. Moments later, he announced, a total of 157 have arrived. The instructor clapped the roll book in his hands. There are still 4 who have not arrived. Each will lose 20 points. You there, go deduct their points. All right, the instructor's assistant pulled out a computer and began operating it. Moments later, done, instructor, the points have been deducted. The assistant chuckled. Gasp. The other star prodigies collectively inhaled sharply. Wait, they really are deducting points? If they lose 100 points, won't that be devastating? You are prodigies, the instructor addressed the chaotic crowd. But this is also a training camp. I expect you to adhere to the most basic order. Without rules, there can be no structure. I don't require you to act like soldiers, but at the very least, do not arrive late. By the way, you can call me Instructor Xiang for the next 2 months in the training camp. I will be your supervisor. Instructor Xiang? Su Feng murmured that I don't mind a militarized approach to management in the training camp. Lucia chuckled at Su Feng. That's impossible. Su Feng shook his head. Many students are still the pampered darlings of their families, needing their parents to care for them even for meals. Those people are just too pathetic, Lucia scoffed. He understood that certain parents' indulgence could create such overgrown infants. The two engaged in hushed discussion. At that moment, Instructor Xiang raised a spherical object. Let's cut to the chase. I want to show you this. Over 100 star prodigies turned their attention to the sphere, confused about its purpose. Instructor Xiang scoffed. IT seems there are no connoisseurs among you. Just then, one student, visibly excited, exclaimed, could this be? What is it? Several students turned to the speaker. He gulped, appearing incredulous. Speak quickly, or do you think I won't make you regret it? The impatient ones grew agitated. It's the core of the other races, abbreviated as the Other Race Core, the student declared. The Other Race Core? What is that? Some were bewildered. IT this moment. Instructor Xiang smiled. IT seems there are some knowledgeable individuals here. Let me inform you that the Other Race Core is a valuable item. For instance, this one in my hand is a level 4 Other Race Core. If any of you can absorb it, you can at least break through to level 2.8. There are no restrictions. You can directly achieve level 2.8. Hiss. Upon hearing Instructor Xiang's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Su Feng looked at the Other Race Core with a hint of surprise. This item is so powerful. How is the Other Race Core obtained? I've heard about the Other Race Core from my father. Lucia couldn't help but interject that and why father served in the military and fought against the other races. So he knows a thing or two that the Other Race Core only drops when you kill another race. It is the essence of their energy. In essence, it is akin to our human dantian. Oh, Su Feng nodded. Oh, every other race has one. Wait. Why didn't the Wolf King I killed produce an Other Race Core? Only other races of level 4 and above can condense an Other Race Core. Lucia seemed to understand Su Feng's confusion. Thus, the Other Race Core is at least level 4. A level 0 martial artist could directly rise to level 4 if they absorbed 2 level 4 Other Race Cores. However, if they could only absorb one, they would only reach around level 2.8. I see. Su Feng nodded. The energy contained in the Other Race Core is equivalent to half of what a martial artist of the same level possesses. The energy required to ascend from level 3 to level 4 is significantly greater than that needed to progress from level 0 to level 2. Hence, although the energy of a level 4 core is only half that of a level 4 martial artist, it can still elevate a level 0 martial artist to level 2.8. Certainly, it is not to say that the alien creatures at the same level possess energy less than half that of human warriors. It is merely that upon their demise, the cores they yield are only half as potent as those of comparable rank. While they are alive, their strength is on par with, if not slightly superior to, that of their human counterparts. It seems this item is not widely circulated in the market. Feng could not help but inquired. In his 18 years of online exploration, he had never encountered such a thing. It is available, but rather scarce, Lu Xia replied. This is specifically designed for military personnel to recuperate from injuries. My father informed me that sometimes, when wounded on the battlefield or drained of energy, one can directly absorb this, and the effects are remarkable. Such treasures are in high demand within the military, hence they seldom circulate outside. However, if one is truly curious, they can still find some information online. I see, Feng nodded. Such a precious item actually appears in the training camp. It is worth noting that even a single level 1 warrior's elixir can fetch a starting price of 100,000. And its effect is likely to merely elevate a level 1 warrior by a mere 0.01. In contrast, the alien core that could directly elevate a human to level 2 or above. The efficacy is simply explosive. If sold, it would undoubtedly command an astronomical price. This is the first time I've learned that such items exist in the training camp, Lu Xia remarked, unable to suppress a grin. Logically speaking, individuals of our tier should not have access to such things. My father mentioned that even if some affluent individuals wish to purchase this, they must first bid for the opportunity to compete for the energy core. It is exceedingly rare. This core can heal frontline soldiers and, in critical moments, is tantamount to saving a life, Feng stated. Such a lethal treasure should naturally not be sold lightly. Indeed, Lu Xia nodded in agreement. If such life-saving resources for frontline warriors were to be indiscriminately sold, resulting in deaths at crucial junctures, leading to a failure in defense and an alien invasion, the resulting butterfly effect is indeed terrifying. No one dares to shoulder such responsibility, and thus, no one would dare to engage in rampant trade. While the two were engaged in discussion, Instructor Xiang raised the core in his hand. Desire it? This query sent the entire crowd into a frenzy. Do we desire it? Of course, absorbing this core would instantly elevate us to level 2.8. It is worth noting that the cutoff for college entrance examinations is merely 1. 2. Chapter 36. Points. Who wouldn't want that? Level 2.8. That's a leap to greatness. Instructor Xiang surveyed the crowd, whose breaths grew heavy and felt quite satisfied. This was precisely the effect he sought. I tell you, this is the essence of the elite training camp's existence. Instructor Xiang proclaimed loudly. Resources. Resources. We can provide you star-level geniuses with an abundance of resources. As for how to obtain them, points. Your very own points. 500 points for a level 4 alien core. At this, the crowd erupted into chaos once more. 500. I only have 100. To be precise, I have just over 90 points. Indeed, one needs points to eat. To take hot showers, everything requires points. I suspect there must be methods to earn points, so do not panic. After a brief commotion, the crowd settled down, all eyes fixed on Instructor Xiang with eager anticipation. They deduced that since everyone only had 100 points, and the alien core was priced at 500 points, there must be ways to earn points. Precisely. Instructor Xiang acknowledged the crowd's understanding. There are 2 methods to earn points. 1. Challenge others to duels. The minimum is 1 point, while the maximum is 20 points. As long as you are willing to fight and your opponent agrees, the duel can take place. The victor claims the points wagered by the loser. The other method is to showcase your talents. The more formidable your display, the more points you will accumulate. Moreover, points can be exchanged for various other items. Upon concluding, Instructor Xiang waved his hand. You may return to your dormitories and inspect. During your assembly, we have issued each of you a point recorder. Inside, you will find an array of items available for exchange. Everyone, you are dismissed. Upon hearing Instructor Xiang's words, the crowd hastily returned to their dormitories. Su Feng and Lu Xia exchanged glances and also made their way back. They were equally curious about what items could be redeemed with these points. Observing the throng dispersing, Instructor Xiang smiled. I hope among these individuals, there exists one who can rise and fight for our kind. I have heard there is a mentalist among them, remarked an instructor beside him. Thud-oh. A mentalist? Instructor Xiang expressed surprise. Mentalists are far more efficient at eliminating aliens than warriors. While warriors must rely on their blades, a mentalist could dispatch a dozen flying daggers with merely a thought. Such efficiency in combat is unmatched by warriors. Pay close attention to this mentalist. What is their name? Guan Xiaya, a level 1 warrior who has recently broken through. Very well. In the dormitory. Room 106. Wow. This is incredible. Lu Xia's astonished voice echoed. This is outrageous. Truly, I am at a loss for words. This Tianyan body refinement technique can elevate a warrior's physical strength to level 5. My goodness, I must have it. Elevating a warrior's physique to level 5 is exceedingly extraordinary. Generally speaking, even a level 6 warrior might possess only around level 2 in pure physical strength. Losing the energy within their bodies significantly diminishes the combat effectiveness of higher-tier warriors. The evaluation of this Tianyan body refinement technique is D-grade. Are you not seeking an S-grade technique? Su Feng chuckled. Come on, such opportunities are rare. Lu Xia rolled his eyes. This D-grade body refinement technique costs 300 points. I am absolutely envious. Moreover, did you not notice? The highest-rated manuals available for exchange here are only D-grade. This Tianyan body refinement technique is sufficient for my needs. Su Feng nodded in agreement that he too had observed that the manuals available here cap at D-grade. With no C-grade or B-grade items, let alone S-grade, Su Feng S-leap wind technique, when presented, would likely be worth several thousand points that IT would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. However, the price is indeed exorbitant. Lu Xia grimaced. This Tianyan body refinement technique is merely 300 points, while that alien core costs an astounding 500. I knew the state would not casually bestow such valuable resources upon us. Indeed, I took a look. Su Feng interjected. The most expensive item for exchange is merely 550 points. That alien core can be considered one of the priciest treasures that I estimate. It will be quite challenging to obtain. However, other items are relatively inexpensive, such as those that enhance energy absorption. What might sell for tens of thousands outside can be acquired here for just a handful of points within the exchange section. While there is an abundance of items, including those that expedite the absorption of natural energy, enhance meridians, or bolster physical attributes, there are even items to augment mental strength, as well as weapons and combat attire. The priciest offering is a complete set for level 5 warriors, including clothing and weaponry. The entire ensemble requires 555 points for redemption. This level 5 set would suffice for these level 1 warriors for quite some time. As for manuals and similar items, they are beyond comparison. In summary, the array of items available for exchange here is truly dazzling. However, conspicuously absent are any elixirs. It is evident that the Yin nation, in nurturing these star-level geniuses, deliberately refrains from allowing them to consume elixirs. For elixirs can, to some extent, obstruct their meridians, impeding their future prospects, and should not be consumed excessively. TSK, I am now eager to discover how to earn points. Lu Xia gazed at the Tianyan body refinement technique, nearly drooling. So far, it seems the only way to earn points is through duels that Su Feng retrieve his point recorder. Here, it documents the 161 prodigies of the elite training camp. Each individual S points are displayed beside their names, and some have merely a handful of points left, clearly having already redeemed items in addition to the point displays. There is also a dual challenge button. Challenging others can yield points, provided one emerges victorious. TSK, I currently feel my points are rather meager. Lu Xia couldn't help but express his frustration. Those who had 20 points deducted must be feeling quite distressed. After all, who asked them to arrive late? Su Feng chuckled lightly. Let us first examine the challenge system. Lu Xia nodded in agreement. The two delve into their research for quite a while. That's how it works. The challenge system is relatively fair. One party initiates the challenge to the other and awaits their consent. If declined, the challenge is deemed a failure. Should the other party agree, the challenge is considered successful. Once a challenge succeeds, the battle commences based on the points proposed by the challenger. Once the opponent consents to the challenge, the battle is mandatory. Those who refuse to fight will be deemed as admitting defeat. Once agreed upon, the challenge cannot be rescinded. Acquiring points through challenges is quite arduous. Feng shook his head. Indeed, it is challenging, Liu Xia concurred. They both recognized the underlying issues. Chapter 37. Am I to believe Feng is a deity of fortune? The challenge system has its merits, but one aspect stands out. The opponent has the right to refuse. If a strong individual seeks to challenge me, I simply decline, right? If I cannot defeat you, I can just refuse the challenge. No one is foolish. If I sense I might lose, I will straightforwardly decline the challenge. Thus, acquiring points through challenges is exceedingly difficult. Only those who are evenly matched and possess unwavering confidence in victory will agree to a challenge. Liu Xia shook his head. I estimate that out of 10 challenges, having one accepted would be quite remarkable. However, once both parties agree to a challenge, it cannot be cancelled. Feng chuckled softly. This aspect is indeed intriguing. Perhaps it is to prevent individuals from backtracking. Liu Xia did not dwell on this thought, and instead joyfully clicked on another person's avatar, that I'll attempt to challenge someone first. Feng nodded, remaining silent as he too analyzed the point system. A moment later. Damn. As expected, it was a failure. Liu Xia felt a bit disheartened. I offered to challenge someone for 10 points, and they outright refused. Quite normal. Feng interjected. Everyone is only around 90 points. If you propose a challenge for 10 points without any confidence of winning, who would dare accept? TSK, a bunch of cowards, Liu Xia muttered. I didn't even use the maximum of 20 points to challenge. Feng laughed softly that I reckon those who appear weak are bound to receive numerous challenges. After all, they are easy targets. Indeed. Liu Xia nodded. However, since the camp has just commenced, it's hard to determine who is weak. Before they could finish their conversation, Warrior Feng, you have received a challenge. Points, 20. Oh, I actually received a challenge. Feng was taken aback and opened the message. Feng, do you dare to challenge me? I wager 20 points. If you have the capability, then come. Should Feng accept and win, he would gain 40 points, but if he loses, he would lose 20 points. Why would this person want to fight me? Feng found it amusing. His combat prowess should be the strongest in the training camp, with agility at level 3 and strength above level 2, not to mention the Realm King Fist and the ultimate skill. These first-level stellar geniuses stand no chance against him. Seeking a duel with him? That would be tantamount to gifting him points. If this fellow knew that Feng could slay the Wolf King, he would likely refrain from challenging him. Liu Xia chuckled as well. Surely, you will accept? Of course. Feng raised an eyebrow. There is no reason to refuse points offered so conveniently. Thus, Feng directly clicked to agree. Simultaneously, in another dormitory. What the heck? The strongest connected individual, Feng, actually accepted the challenge. A young man exclaimed, What? Which connected individual agreed. His roommate was astonished. Is Feng mentally challenged? Doesn't he realize how weak he is? Only at level 0.9. We're all first-level warriors. Isn't it easy to overpower him? With such meager strength, how does he dare to accept a challenge? Who cares? The young man was thrilled. Once the challenge is successful, it cannot be cancelled. Feng's 20 points will belong to me. Damn, I'll challenge him too. His roommate, in a rush, exclaimed, such a fortuitous opportunity to snatch 20 points must not be missed. Immediately, the roommate also initiated a challenge. He might not agree, the young man remarked. This Feng, I feel, isn't that foolish. He wouldn't accept every challenge. Before he could finish his thought, oh no. He agreed, the young man. Is this person truly a deity of fortune? The two exchanged glances, both feeling that Feng's intellect was lacking. Damn, I need to inform my friend. He only has 100 points. Everyone must hurry to seize the opportunity. Thus, in the eyes of many, the seemingly weak yet oblivious Feng became the so-called deity of fortune. Everyone incessantly sought to challenge Feng. Meanwhile, in the chief instructor's office, that little rascal, Su Feng has received dozens of challenges in a mere 10 minutes? The instructor glanced at the back-end data, somewhat incredulous. Moreover, each challenge is for the maximum of 20 points. They must think this kid is easy to bully. Point one instructor approached at that moment. He had witnessed Su Feng slay the wolf. If these individuals were aware of Su Feng's true combat power, they would likely be filled with despair. Perhaps it is for the best. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through the chief instructor's eyes. I believe this will serve as a meaningful lesson for them. One must never be deceived by the superficial appearances of their adversaries. However, I do think Su Feng can win, though it may not be particularly effortless. One instructor expressed his opinion. Indeed, Su Feng's agility is impressive, likely at the level of a second-level warrior, but his strength is only at 0.9. When faced with formidable first-level geniuses, he may not necessarily prevail. Even so, Su Feng should be able to triumph over 80 of the geniuses. The chief instructor shook his head. Even if he defeats 50 individuals, Su Feng could amass 1,000 points. This time, our training camp is bound to experience a significant loss. There's no helping it. The instructor sighed in resignation. In previous training camps, an individual accumulating over 300 points was remarkable. How could one possibly exceed 500, let alone reach 1,000? Very well. Allowing those youngsters to face some hardship could be beneficial. The chief instructor smiled. We should also prepare for tonight's assessment. This assessment is a boon for those youngsters. Together, the instructor nodded in agreement. Several hours passed, and Su Feng sat in his dormitory, gazing at the 98 challenge requests, lost in thought. Lucia, do I truly appear that weak? Lucia chuckled awkwardly. Were it not for my knowledge of your true strength, I might also have challenged you. After all, my surface level is merely 0.9, correct? Su Feng found it amusing. Lucia laughed heartily to that moment. Su Feng received another new challenge. Still the maximum points, 20. You're quite popular. Lucia couldn't help but feel envious. At the very least, you should be able to secure 800 or 900 points, right? Su Feng nodded. He accepted all these challenges. Once accepted, they cannot be cancelled. And with his strength, winning them all would be a piece of cake. Chapter 38. Training robots, they believe Su Feng to be a harbinger of wealth. Yet, unbeknownst to them, it is they who are the true source of his fortune. With these points, my strength should witness a significant enhancement. Su Feng never anticipated that by not upgrading his warrior level, he would stumble upon such a fortunate opportunity. Everyone assumed he was a level 0.9 warrior and sought to challenge him. Envy, nothing but envy. Lucia shook his head. While he was contemplating how to accumulate 300 points, Su Feng might very well surpass 1,000. No, I must also challenge a few opponents. Lucia began his search for adversaries. After several hours, not a single soul dared to accept his challenge. He, too, received no challenges. A few hours later, success! I finally secured a challenge. Lucia exclaimed excitedly. The opponent's warrior level is 1.2. Likely thinking my 1.1 is an easy target, hence the agreement. The challenge carries a point reward of 10. If I win, I shall earn 10 points. By the way, Su Feng, how many challenges have you arranged? 114. Su Feng replied. Lucia. After a moment of silence, he managed to utter 2 words. Impressive. However, challenges can only commence after the elite training camp officially opens, Su Feng remarked, shaking his head. The elite training camp begins tomorrow. We cannot engage in battles today. It's evident that you're eager to reap their points, Lucia chuckled. Not really, Su Feng pondered. But with a maximum of 3 challenges per day, over 100 challenges mean I would need 30 to 40 days. It's far too lengthy. Enough already, you opportunistic fellow. Lucia sighed. Others wish to challenge but cannot. You have so many challenges yet find it bothersome. Su Feng smiled in response. As evening approached, Su Feng's challenge count ultimately reached 115. Virtually all the star geniuses in the training camp opted to challenge Su Feng. Without hesitation, Su Feng accepted every challenge. Victory over them would grant me my energy core and a level 5 set. Su Feng grinned widely. Additionally, he intended to redeem some health-enhancing potions for his parents. Soon, dinner time arrived, and Su Feng and Lucia made their way to the cafeteria together, while Su Feng was serving himself. He overheard others discussing. Hey bro, have you challenged him? He's incredibly weak. Challenging him is a guaranteed win. It's a fantastic opportunity. Huh, I haven't challenged him. If he's so weak, shouldn't he refuse the challenge? He's foolish, unaware of his own weakness. And he doesn't refuse our challenges. Really? Such a good opportunity? I'll give it a try. After that, Feng heard his points system chime. Warrior XXX has initiated a challenge against you. Do you accept? Feng. Accepted. Thus, Feng's challenge count surged to 116. It's worth noting that the entire training camp comprises only 161 individuals. He truly has become a prominent star within the training camp. Feng chuckled softly. After finishing their meal, Feng and Lucia were just about to return to their dormitory. Hey everyone, I have some exciting news. A fantastic opportunity. Want to earn points? Come to the training room tonight for a chance to earn 200 points. The voice of Instructor Xiang resounded through the training camp's loudspeaker. After repeating this several times, the entire elite training camp was abuzz. 200 points. Let us head to the training room. Come on, let us go. Feng and Lucia were momentarily taken aback. 200 points is no small sum. Shall we check it out? Let us go. Instructor Xiang stood on the platform in the training room, maintaining a composed demeanor. These talented individuals were certainly stirred up. Indeed, a nearby instructor nodded. This will serve as our first lesson. Let us temper their enthusiasm, Instructor Xiang declared. This year's star geniuses seem to be in for a rough time. The instructor mused. After we teach them a lesson, there's also that anomaly, Feng, to contend with. Haha, it's unavoidable. This initial phase is a tradition we have maintained over the years. Instructor Xiang glanced at the roster in his hands. This phase also serves to help us select the elite and cannot be omitted. Therefore, they are indeed unfortunate. A glimmer of sympathy flashed in the instructor's eyes. Each year before the elite training camp commences, a powerful training robot is introduced, generally unbeatable by the average person. As most star geniuses are quite arrogant, this training robot is designed to temper their zeal, delivering a much-needed reality check. Those few extraordinary geniuses who can defeat the training robot will naturally receive a reward of 200 points. In previous years, a single defeat was often sufficient to humble these talents. However, this year, in addition to the training robot, these geniuses will likely face Feng as well. It's fair to say they are in for a tough time. Before long, all the talented individuals gathered within the training camp. I believe you all heard my announcement. Instructor Xiang addressed the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. 200 points. Who wants it? Of course, someone immediately chimed in. Quick, tell us how to earn it, another shouted. Very simple, just defeat the training robot. Instructor Xiang waved his hand. A robot equipped with cushioning apparatus approached. A robot? A training robot? What is that? Defeating this thing grants 200 points. The crowd appeared puzzled. Silence, please. Instructor Xiang cleared his throat. Let me clarify the rules. First, this robot has access to your data, your warrior levels, combat styles, everything that it is a training robot created using a vast national database. As soon as you engage it, it will be set to a level 0.1 higher than yours. Anyone who manages to strike it will earn 200 points. If you are struck, rest assured, as you can see, the robot's hands are equipped with cushioning gloves, so its strikes won't be overly painful. With that, Instructor Xiang chuckled. He was eager to witness the talented individuals facing setbacks at a level 0.1 higher than us. The crowd paused for a moment. Are we engaging in a level-up battle? It's just a robot. What is there to fear? Exactly. Brothers, let us take it down. At that moment, a classmate stepped forward decisively. ILL, take it on. All right, go for it. Everyone encouraged him. Then, step onto the arena. Instructor Xiang gestured toward an empty space. There a mat was laid out, devoid of any other equipment. Chapter 39. The powerful robot, the robot, and XXX made their way to the arena. It is worth noting that the robot jumped directly onto the platform. A robot. Feng observed with keen interest from the sidelines. I wonder how strong it really is. Lucia pondered. It likely won't be weak. Considering it's set to be 0.1 levels higher than us, we'll find out soon enough. Feng replied nonchalantly. On the arena, the robot emitted a mechanical, synthesized voice. XXX, warrior level 1.1, simulated level 1. 2. The robot's inherent strength was elevated to that of a level 1.2 warrior, a level-up battle. XXX appeared excited. Both of you prepare yourselves. Instructor Xiang bellowed from the sidelines. Point 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the countdown concluded, Triple X erupted with energy. The aura of a level 1.1 warrior surged forth. Even the lights in the training room quivered. Ah, prepare to meet your demise. A mere robot dares to challenge me? Triple X unleashed all his strength. Throwing a punch at the robot, bang, the robot raised its arm, and the mechanical limb collided with Triple X's fist. Zing! The robot staggered back 3 or 4 steps before finally stabilizing itself. What? Triple X gasped in disbelief. His full-powered punch had been effortlessly blocked. Remember, its warrior level is 0.1 higher than yours. A voice called out from below, urging for a clever strategy. We must outsmart them. We are human beings, do you understand? Use your wits. Triple X took a deep breath. He is human. He possesses intellect. He can employ cunning to his advantage. Just as he was advising himself, swoosh, the robot swung its arm in a wide arc, aiming straight for Triple X's head. Oh no! Triple X was taken aback. The punch was too swift for him to react. Bam! The blow landed squarely on Triple X's head. He felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pillow, his entire body losing balance and flying through the air. Fortunately, he was not knocked off the stage. That kid, if not for the boxing gloves on the robot, he would have been finished with just one punch. He shook his head at the instructor. During combat, to become distracted is a grave error. His combat awareness is severely lacking. It's typical for a newcomer, the instructor chuckled. Humph! Triple X huffed lightly at the instructor. Clearly dissatisfied on the stage, Triple X gritted his teeth, clutching his head, and shakily rose to his feet. How infuriating! That punch was incredibly heavy. Triple X felt dizzy, barely able to maintain his footing. No, I am human. I cannot be defeated by a robot. I must. Just as he attempted to regain his stance, the robot charged forward. The robot would show no mercy. Seeking to exploit my vulnerability, to take my life, Triple X could barely stand, yet he watched as the robot approached. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and hurled his fist forward. Die! Swoosh! The robot deftly sidestepped. Then, with a powerful elbow strike, it landed directly in Triple X's abdomen. The robot's elbow was, of course, equipped with protective gear. Gulp! Triple X spat out bile, his body propelled backward. Bam! He crashed to the ground, unable to rise. As a level 1 warrior, such minor collisions would only cause Triple X some pain, but no serious injury. Witnessing Triple X's defeat, the other prodigies gasped in shock. Especially at the end, the robot's clever evasion followed by a decisive elbow strike. Truly formidable. Feng nodded. Those 200 points will not be easily acquired. This fellow possesses remarkable skill. Xia could not help but exclaim. Many prodigies shared the same astonishment. How could this robot exhibit such combat prowess? The martial arts repository, Feng reminded. Let's not forget, the instructor mentioned that this robot was constructed using resources from the martial arts repository of Yin country. With such a vast repository at its disposal, it would be uncanny if the robot lacked combat skills that I see. Xia grimaced. Most of these star prodigies lack combat experience. Facing a robot with a martial arts level 0, one higher than theirs, combined with overwhelming combat experience, winning seems nearly impossible. It is likely that no more than 5 individuals in this training camp could emerge victorious. Indeed, Feng nodded at this moment. The instructor stepped forward once more. All right, who else wishes to challenge the robot? Victory will earn you 200 points. At this, everyone hesitated. 200 points seemed significant, but could they actually win? That robot appears to be far too powerful. Just then, Triple X managed to rise from the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? I am among the top 3 talents in our school. How could this happen? Upon hearing his words, the instructor scoffed. Top 3. In an ordinary high school, where there is no sparring and students merely test their martial arts levels, how can a talent emerging from such an environment hope to compete against a battle-hardened robot? The life and death struggles against foreign races are far more brutal than this. Young man, your journey is only beginning. With that, the instructor turned his gaze towards Feng. Feng is among the few star prodigies with real combat experience. He has been to the level 0 training ground. Of those present, fewer than 10 have ever visited a training ground. The instructor lamented. Today's parents coddle their children far too much. They provide no practical experience until college. As the instructor shook his head, another challenger stepped forward. I will. Another individual aimed to take on the robot. Their battle lasted no more than 10 seconds. This person, too, was sent flying by the robot. Defeated. I refuse to believe that we humans can be overpowered by this robot. A defiant prodigy declared. Up he went. Defeated, defeated, defeated. Several prodigies took to the stage, yet the strongest among them could only last half a minute. All fell. How could it be this strong? The prodigies were left dumbfounded. Logically, the martial arts level was only 0.1 higher. It shouldn't be like this. They completely overlooked the disparity in combat experience. That I will. At this moment, Lu Xia, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. Let me see what makes this contraption so formidable. He leaped onto the stage, standing opposite the robot. Oh, this young man. The instructor regarded Lu Xia with interest. He seemed to recall this individual. His family had a lineage of military service spanning 4 generations. His brother had even received first-class honors, being part of a military family. The instructor couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Lu Xia, I hope you do not bring shame to your brother. The instructor looked at Lu Xia with a hint of anticipation, for he knew that apart from his background, Lu Xia was also among the few star prodigies with practical experience. In the Level 0 training ground, he had slain 1,217 foreign beings. Such combat experience is exceedingly rare for an ordinary high school student. Lu Xia has a chance to defeat the sparring robot. The instructor's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Lu Xia. Feng shared in this anticipation, eager to see the true extent of Lu Xia's abilities. Meanwhile, many spectators remained skeptical. Another one destined to fail. Indeed, that robot is exceptionally formidable. Brothers, look at his muscles. He's quite robust. Perhaps he could defeat the robot. Muscles? What good are they? Every warrior has some muscle. True, warriors can channel energy into their bodies, enhancing their physical form. We all possess some degree of muscle, but his is more pronounced. True, but having visible muscles does not guarantee victory. The prodigies chattered among themselves, observing Lu Xia's silhouette on the stage. Lu Xia stretched, then struck his palm with a fist. Come on, robot. Let me see your abilities. Warrior information. Lu Xia. Martial arts level. 1.1. The robot's voice echoed. Simulation upgrade. 1.2. Commence battle. The instructor, upon seeing that the robot simulation was complete, issued the command. Lu Xia inhaled deeply, charging toward the robot. The robot showed no hesitation, delivering a punch toward Lu Xia. Lu Xia's expression shifted. He swiftly maneuvered into the robot's midsection, striking at its joint and aiming a punch at its core. Bang! In the ensuing exchange, Lu Xia barely shifted, while the robot stumbled back 3 steps. What? The robot was actually pushed back? The prodigies below erupted in excitement. No way. The invincible sparring robot has been defeated. No, it was merely pushed back. It doesn't guarantee loss. Even so, that's impressive. No one here could push the robot back. Incredible. Lu Xia looks so cool. Some even gazed at Lu Xia's back with a hint of admiration. Well done, the instructor nodded. Lu Xia, indeed, has not disappointed him. Su Feng pondered. Lu Xia's inherent strength, combined with his martial arts level, likely places his true combat power around 1.4. Defeating a 1.2 robot should be well within reach. Impressive, Su Feng remarked at this moment. After being pushed back a few steps, the robot swiftly changed its tactics. Its entire posture shifted. Adjusting strategies. Lu Xia snorted. It's futile. Victory is already mine. Whoosh, as soon as the words left his mouth. Both combatants charged at each other. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they exchanged blows 3 to 4 times. Lu Xia was pushed back 2 steps, while the robot retreated 3. It was evident that Lu Xia had the advantage, albeit not significantly. However, if the battle continued, victory would undoubtedly belong to Lu Xia. Lu Xia spat disdainfully and charged once more at the robot. After a minute of fierce confrontation, Lu Xia managed to topple the robot, subsequently hurling it aside. Though victorious, he felt far from triumphant. This fellow is truly exhausting. Lu Xia gasped, his breaths heavy. His victory had been hard-won. Nevertheless, what an impressive feat. Bravo! Lucia, from now on, I shall be your devoted fan. That was incredibly cool. The first to conquer the training robot? Remarkable. All the prodigies were in a fervor. The previous string of defeats had left them with lingering psychological shadows, but now, they finally glimpsed the hope of overcoming the robot. They nodded in acknowledgement to the instructor. AS agreed. Lucia, here are your 200 points. Lucia. Wonderful. With these 200 points combined with my own 97, and should I triumph in the upcoming duel, I'll secure a total of 307 points. The coveted Tianyan body refinement technique will be within my grasp. Lucia nodded at the instructor before leaping off the stage. At that moment, the robot stood back up. This robot could simulate a level 3 warrior and was resilient enough to withstand Lucia's assault without short-circuiting. Soon, it returned to the arena, eagerly awaiting the next contender. Lucia approached Feng. So, when do you plan to make your move? Lucia asked with a smile, confident that Feng's prowess would likely create an even greater stir than his own. No rush, Feng replied with a slight smile. After all, the 200 points won't vanish. What's there to fear? Haha, then I eagerly await your display. Lucia responded with a grin. Feeling elated, the Tianyan body refinement technique was nearly in his grasp. At that moment, 3 or 4 more prodigies, witnessing Lucia's victory, excitedly stepped onto the stage to test their mettle. The outcome was predictable. They all fell short. Once again, a wave of despondency swept through the crowd. Why was this robot so difficult to defeat? Just as the audience felt disheartened, a melodious voice rang out. I shall take my turn. A girl donned in casual attire, her hair tied back in a ponytail and possessing a striking appearance, stepped forward. A female contestant. Wow, there are only about 20 or 30 girls in this training camp. Who would have thought she would finally take the stage? She is quite beautiful. Go for it, sister. I hope you can defeat the robot. Feng was taken aback upon seeing her. He recognized her as the girl who had been protected by the warriors when he had slain the Wolf King that day. Could she also be a star-level prodigy? Feng was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the girl under protection would be so formidable. The instructor nodded. This girl was one of his focal points. Guan Xiaoye, level 1 warrior, a mentalist. Surely a mentalist would stand a chance against the robot. The instructor amused at that moment. Guan Xiaoye leaped in front of the robot. Come on, with a flick of her wrist, 5 spheres were sent soaring. These spheres floated in midair, circling around Guan Xiaoye. What in the world? Gasps erupted. At that instant, all the prodigies erupted in excitement. This was undeniably the technique of a mentalist, manipulating objects with mental energy from a distance. This girl was a mentalist? Good heavens! I've heard that mentalists are as rare as 1 in a million. Lucia couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Mentalists were indeed exceedingly rare. Feng was also taken aback that a mentalist was this girl of such high caliber. Chapter 41. The first move given this. It seemed that even if he had not intervened that day, the presence of this mentalist girl would have ensured their safety from the wolf pack. Feng found himself puzzled as to why she hadn't taken action at that time. Unbeknownst to him, she had intended to intervene, but the warriors had insisted that she need not do so, thereby depriving her of the opportunity. On the arena, Guan Xiaoye waved her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 iron spheres whirled furiously around her. Bring it on, robot. Warrior information. Guan Xiaoye. Warrior level. 1. The robot assessed Guan Xiaoye, simulating a level of 1.1. Once the simulation concluded, the robot launched an immediate attack, seemingly intent on striking first. However, Guan Xiaoye merely raised her hand lightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All 5 spheres hurtled toward the robot. Bang, 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 targeting its head, joints, and heart. The relentless assault of the 5 spheres left the robot no chance to breathe. Bang, 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 bang. Under the barrage of the 5 spheres, the robot was sent crashing to the ground. Wow, this is utterly ridiculous. I can hardly believe my eyes. The onlooking prodigies were rendered speechless. What was happening? The invincible robot had been utterly defenseless. It had fallen so easily. Guan Xiaoye had won with such apparent ease. The instructor nodded knowingly. This is the might of a mentalist. The objects controlled by a mentalist can launch a 360-degree, all-out assault on their target. Each sphere's attack is equivalent to the full power of a level 1 warrior. The ability to control 5 spheres is akin to 5 level 1 warriors coordinating their attacks. Not to mention, they move with greater agility and close coordination. Naturally, they can easily defeat the robot if mentalists were not powerful. Why would humanity treat them as treasures? The instructor chuckled that a fully developed mentalist is a veritable killing machine. XXX ensured to covertly protect Guan Xiaoya. The instructor murmured, "I in the elite training camp," while the probability of danger was minimal. Vigilance against potential alien spies harming our human prodigies was paramount. "Yes, rest assured, instructor," the assistant replied. The Mida mentalist had undoubtedly astonished everyone present, particularly the prodigies. They had never imagined that a mentalist of the same level could be so formidable. "Incredible," Lucia couldn't help but marvel. "I feel I could never match her." "Indeed impressive," Su Feng nodded. "Attack from 5 directions, 360-degree coverage. The average person would struggle to cope," just as Su Feng and Lucia were reflecting on this. Guan Xiaoya cast a glance at Su Feng. She looked deeply into his eyes before descending from the stage. Of course, the 200 points were also secured. "Su Feng, why does it feel like this girl is so focused on me?" "What the heck, which mentalist is even watching you?" Su Feng, Lucia exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Quickly tell me, do you have some secret affair with her?" No, you're overthinking it." Su Feng shook his head to evade further inquiries from Lucia. Su Feng took a few steps and leaped onto the stage. "I also wish to take on the challenge." "Instructor, is that all right?" After Guan Xiaoya had stunned the entire arena, Su Feng was finally ready to make his move. "Of course, everyone is welcome to challenge the training robot," the instructor replied, casting a profound glance at Su Feng. "At last, it's your turn to shine. Show me what a practitioner of exceptional agility can do." The other prodigies turned their attention to Su Feng. "Oh wow, is this the so-called strongest connected individual?" "Indeed, that SM robot, give him a good thrashing. Damn, a waste of space. Who took the back door? I recall he is at level 0.9. So, does that mean the robot will be raised to level 1.0 to face him?" "Exactly. The difference between level 0 and level 1 is immense. He is sure to be ruthlessly pummeled by the robot." The prodigies exchanged glances, reveling in his misfortune. The disparity between level 0 and level 1 represented a significant gap. Such a leap in challenge was generally deemed insurmountable. In the elite training camp, there had never been a precedent for this, because those who could join the elite training camp were all at least level 1 warriors, and they faced robots of level 1.1. Cases like Su Feng at level 0.9 were unheard of. Ahem. The instructor cleared his throat awkwardly at that moment. "Yes, Su Feng, I forgot to mention, your identity card indicates your warrior level is 0.9, that we will arrange for a level 1 robot to face you." "Which is indeed a significant leap. Are you ready for this challenge?" Despite the circumstances, Su Feng nodded. "All right," he acknowledged the instructor with a slight bow. His curiosity about Su Feng's true capabilities piqued. A level 0 warrior, yet possessing the audacity to challenge a level 1 warrior. Remarkable, truly impressive. He is indeed a warrior who has slain the Wolf King. However, the others erupted into laughter. "This is hilarious. I challenged him before, and he accepted without hesitation." I was a bit perplexed. Clearly, I'm stronger than him. Why would he dare accept my challenge? It appears he is simply foolish. He has no comprehension of his own weaknesses. Indeed, this fellow. Challenging a level 1? It's akin to courting death. I am filled with rage. I've exhausted all my points and cannot challenge him now. Same here. In my excitement, I spent everything. Had I known, I would have saved some points to challenge this idiot. Battling against a level 0 warrior like him is merely a means to steal points. At that moment, countless prodigies were pounding their chests in frustration. Only Lucia and Guan Xiaoya regarded Su Feng with a hint of astonishment. A challenge across levels, no less. Could Su Feng truly succeed? Among those present, only Lucia, Guan Xiaoya, and the instructor believed that Su Feng might have a chance of triumphing. Yet it was merely a possibility. They could not be certain. After all, for a level 0 to conquer a level 1 is utterly astounding. On the arena, Su Feng stood opposite the robot. Warrior information. Su Feng, warrior level, 0.9. The robot emitted a sound. Simulated level, 1.0. The robot slowly raised its hand, signifying it had locked onto Su Feng. Su Feng remained motionless, standing there with a nonchalant expression. Goodness, how pretentious, someone scoffed. Indeed, with such a calm demeanor, one might think he is assured of victory. Perhaps he is merely attempting to feign confidence in the face of inevitable defeat? Quite possibly. What a fool. The majority of prodigies looked on with glee at Su Feng's predicament. Just then, the robot moved. It surged towards Su Feng at an incredible speed. A fist aimed directly at Su Feng's head. Chapter 42. The Astonished Instructor. The power of heaven and earth explodes him. Someone couldn't help but shout. Too many had grown weary of Su Feng. After all, they believed Su Feng had entered through backdoor means. How could the diligent talents accept this? I toil night and day, and you waltz in through connections. Is this not an affront? Naturally, Su Feng became the public enemy. Yes, smash him, others echoed. The instructor fixated on Su Feng, eager to observe his agility. Just how formidable was it? In the arena, Su Feng watched the incoming fist. With the wind, Su Feng executed the first level of the S-class agility technique. With the wind, whoosh, in 0.5 seconds, Su Feng flowed like the wind, slightly tilting his head to evade the robot's punch. In 0.5 seconds, Su Feng clenched his fist, infusing it with the power of wind. He struck out. The punch landed squarely on the robot's body. Boom! A tremendous impact reverberated. The robot was sent flying, eliminated in an instant. In that moment, the entire training room fell silent. The instructor trembled as he gazed at Su Feng. Not because Su Feng had dispatched the robot in an instant, but because he recognized it, the power of heaven and earth. His eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the talented individuals in the training room fell into a hush. This for real. A mere backdoor entry, yet so formidable. Suddenly, someone reacted. Goodness, I understand. It's a conspiracy. This fellow must be relying on connections to orchestrate a sham match with a robot. Yes. The crowd began to comprehend. Indeed, it had to be a rigged match. Under normal circumstances, how could a level 0 warrior possibly defeat a level 1 warrior, let alone a seasoned level 1 robot? How could a mediocre warrior like Su Feng prevail? Come on, is the illegitimate son of the capital's lord receiving such preferential treatment? Why should this be? Protests arose. Yes, protests. All men are created equal. Why should Su Feng be favored? Why allow the robot to throw a match for him? Damn, if a level 0 weakling can defeat a level 1 robot, I'll eat my words. The outcry from the prodigies intensified. They exhibited none of the decorum expected of the elite. Lu Xia and Guan Xiaoya, however, were lost in contemplation. They believed in Su Feng's capabilities, but could he truly be that strong? A level 0 warrior annihilating a level 1 robot. The displayed combat prowess was more outrageous than that of a psychic warrior. What the hell? At that moment, a prodigy continued to curse. A level 0 psychic warrior could never achieve such feats, right? Don't tell me Su Feng surpasses even psychic warriors. Indeed, this conspiracy is too outrageous. Truly absurd, I must protest. This is simply denying us any chance. The crowd was incensed. At that moment, however, the instructor had no time to heed them. He hurried to the surveillance room. Delete. Quickly delete it, the instructor barked. Erase the footage of Su Feng annihilating the level 1 robot. Speed. Yes. Though the staff were baffled, they complied. Once they confirmed the footage had been deleted, the instructor exhaled in relief. This way, the spies from other factions would be unable to discern Su Feng's secrets. A level 0 warrior, having grasped the power of heaven and earth? Unbelievable. I, a level 5 warrior, have yet to comprehend such power. What kind of genius is this? No, this is no longer a genius. This is a monster. The instructor gritted his teeth. Su Feng's talent is simply staggering. Having grasped the power of heaven and earth, as long as Su Feng does not meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly ascend to become a level 6 warrior. A level 6 warrior. A level 6 warrior who comprehends the power of heaven and earth is not inferior to a psychic warrior. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is talent. Su Feng can perceive the power of heaven and earth even at level 0. Once he ascends to level 6, what kind of spectacle will that be? It is likely our human race may gain another level 8 warrior. Perhaps even a level 9 is not out of the question. A level 8 warrior is far more precious than a psychic warrior. While psychic warriors dominate their level, they seldom break through beyond level 7. Currently, there's only one level 8 psychic warrior in the world. Thus, in terms of potential, Su Feng surpasses Guan Xiaoye by several leagues. This is why the instructor reacted so strongly. He must keep Su Feng hidden to prevent assassination by foreign spies. The instructor believed that once the foreigners learned of such a prodigy among our human race, they would surely spare no expense in attempting to eliminate Su Feng. After all, a level 0 warrior grasping the power of heaven and earth is nothing short of terrifying. Alas, Su Feng's Dantian conversion rate is rather poor. The instructor muttered. However, it matters not. As long as the official government of the Yin Kingdom is aware of Su Feng's potential, they will undoubtedly invest whatever it takes to nurture him. This fellow has truly given me a delightful surprise. With that thought, the instructor dialed a number. At this moment, in the most confidential agency in the capital of the Yin Kingdom, a middle-aged man answered the phone, speaking in a flat tone. Who is this? Boss, I've discovered a genius. No, not a genius, a monster. Oh, Xiaoxiang. Are you referring to the elite training camp in the southern capital that you're in charge of? What is going on? Tell me, a level 0 warrior has mastered the power of heaven and earth. What? Bang! The previously composed, middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, standing up in excitement. What did you just say? A level 0 warrior, the power of heaven and earth. The instructor repeated. You are not deceiving me. The man began to breathe rapidly. Boss, how could I deceive you? The instructor replied. Just wait. Ensure that boy is protected. I will send someone to verify the truth. The man hastily instructed. Remember, keep him safe. We must not let any foreign spies take advantage. Boss, you can rest assured. The instructor smiled. How could there be any issues within the southern capital's base city? Do not be careless, the man urged. Seal off the training camp immediately. No one is to enter or exit. Understood? Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. Very well. He nodded to the instructor. I will send someone over. Just wait. The individual concluded the call with the instructor that a level 0 warrior, having comprehended the forces of heaven and earth. Am I dreaming? Is this a blessing for humanity? Taking a few deep breaths, he dialed another number. Hello, is this Li Jiushuan? Yes, what is the matter? Do you have a task for me? Indeed, in the southern city, in the Magic Water District at the elite training camp. I need you to investigate a certain young fellow. What do you mean? That lad has achieved level 0 mastery of the forces of heaven and earth. Chapter 43. How did you all cultivate? What? What did you say? Li Jiushuan's tone was filled with disbelief. A level 0 warrior mastering the forces of heaven and earth. This is absurd. The leader of the Yin Huang group of the Yin Kingdom is making jokes now. Who would have thought that a peak human could crack jokes? Li Jiushuan replied with a forced smile. To this, the caller merely responded with indifference. You will find out once you get there. Just help me investigate and protect him. With that, he hung up the phone. That I cannot remain idle. If it is true that a level 0 warrior comprehended the forces of heaven and earth, I must prepare diligently in the southern Bay City at the Magic Water District Elite Training Camp. Boss, rest assured, I will ensure Su Feng's safety, he muttered to the instructor before shutting off his phone. Afterwards, he checked again and confirmed that the video of Su Feng had been deleted before leaving the monitoring room. He murmured to himself. Fortunately, the other instructors and the monitoring room personnel are not at the required warrior level. They are oblivious. To break through to a level 6 warrior, one must comprehend the forces of heaven and earth. Therefore, aside from me, no one knows the true extent of Su Feng's prodigious talents. Su Feng may very well be the most gifted genius of humanity. Soon, the instructor returned to the training room. His expression was calm, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he had merely stepped out for a moment. However, the training room was in chaos. How is this fair? This is truly a dark scheme. I refuse to accept it. Su Feng should be expelled from the training camp. Damn, everyone was utterly infuriated. They were convinced that Su Feng had used backdoor means, even causing the robots to be weakened. This is simply bullying honest individuals. Cough, cough, silence. The instructor cleared his throat a few times, and instantly, the entire training room fell silent. Everyone, I will say this only once. The instructor surveyed the room full of talented individuals. There is no dark scheme within the training camp. It is absolutely fair. If you question this, you may leave immediately. No farewells, the talented individuals. Hearing the instructor say this, some wanted to retort, "If anyone brings this up again, I will expel them." The instructor shot a glare at the crowd. What do you understand? Do you know how talented Feng truly is? The forces of heaven and earth. You may never comprehend them in your lifetime. Thinking this, the instructor glanced at Feng, who stood there with an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed by it all. Impressive. His temperament is remarkable. Having comprehended the forces of heaven and earth, he remains utterly humble. Feng truly deserves the title of ultimate genius of our race. The more the instructor observed, the more he felt that Feng was extraordinary. A perfect genius. The other talented individuals, hearing the instructor defend Feng, fell silent, refraining from further comments. Yet, this brat has a powerful background. Even the instructor is on his side. No worries, we will endure for now. The camp officially opens tomorrow, and we can challenge him then. Yes, when the time comes, we will give him a good beating. For now, we'll hold back. The crowd gritted their teeth in anger, eagerly awaiting the chance to unleash their fury on Feng the next day. But they were oblivious to the fact that Feng was also waiting for the challenges to commence and to reap the rewards. The instructor returned to the forefront and continued to arrange challenges for the talented individuals against the robots. As if nothing had changed, nothing had happened. However, this time, the instructor could not help but steal glances at Feng. Feng also noticed that the instructor, after stepping out, seemed inexplicably fixated on him. Could it be that I was too conspicuous defeating a level 1 robot as a level 0? Should I inform him that I have broken through to level 1? Little did Feng know. Even if he defeated the level 1 robot, the instructor would be surprised, but not overly concerned. The reason for the instructor's astonishment lay solely in Feng's comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth. Soon, the arena matches concluded. Aside from Feng, Lu Xia, and Guan Xiaoya, there was one other individual who defeated a robot. This time, only 4 individuals in the elite training camp managed to defeat a robot. All right, everyone disperse. The instructor waved his hand, and the talented individuals scattered. Though it was merely a challenge against robots, most of the talented individuals were thoroughly beaten. With nightfall upon them, the dual fatigue of both mind and body urged them to return to their dormitories for rest. Feng and Lu Xia were just about to leave when you there, Lu Xia, right? At that moment, the instructor approached and intercepted Feng and Lu Xia. Looking for Lu Xia. Feng understood. Yuri looking for me? What for? Lu Xia was somewhat puzzled. You come from a good family. The instructor patted Lu Xia on the shoulder. I haven't retired yet. I've heard of your brother's unit. He's quite exceptional. Ah, haha. Lu Xia chuckled, scratching his head. Are you a friend of my brother? Feng realized, so that is why he came over for a chat. By the way, Lu Xia. The instructor seemed to recall something. We also have a gravity chamber here. It's something you absolutely want to see at the martial arts school. How about it? Would you like to take a look? A gravity chamber? A glimmer of longing flickered in Lu Xia's eyes. Isn't that the best place for physical training? A gravity chamber? Feng also blinked. The instructor mentioned. Such a place was only seen in movies. He had never encountered one in reality. He couldn't help but feel curious. And the instructor, seemingly aware of Feng's curiosity, casually extended an invitation. Would you like to learn about the gravity chamber as well? Feng nodded. That my name is Feng. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement, secretly amused. Of course, I know your name. I'm just pretending. Nevertheless, my objective has been achieved. Getting Feng to the gravity chamber will allow me to gauge his approximate level. How exciting, the strongest genius of humanity. That over there is the gravity chamber. I'll lead you to take a look. The instructor took the lead. Feng and Lu Xia followed closely behind. After walking for a while, the instructor suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem, may I ask how you two cultivate? Share your methods with me. Although I am the instructor of the training camp, I also consider myself a teacher. I'd like to see if your training has gone astray. Me? Lucia scratched his head. I usually just work out and then cultivate my warrior level. Yes, your muscles indicate as much, the instructor nodded. Very good, but remember to balance work and rest. Don't overdo it. Understood, Lucia replied. And you? What is your name again? Su Feng, right? The instructor turned his gaze to Su Feng. Chapter 44, The Power of Wind. Although his eyes remained placid, if one looked closely, one could discern a profound sense of anticipation within them. He was eager to hear Su Feng's cultivation method. Let me see how this genius trains. Perhaps I can learn from his methods and break through to a level 6 warrior. To advance from level 5 to level 6, one must comprehend the forces of heaven and earth. Yet he had been stuck at this stage, unable to grasp the forces of heaven and earth. Do I have to share too? Su Feng was taken aback. He had assumed the instructor was only asking Lucia. Yes, both of you should share. Let us see if I can offer some guidance. With hands clasped behind his back, the instructor exuded an air of mastery. My method of cultivation is rather simple. Su Feng remarked, scratching his head. It involves advancing my warrior level and then attuning myself to the power of the wind. The power of the wind? Please elaborate, the instructor inquired, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Though his heart raced with anticipation, the power of the wind, at last we arrive at this point. It is the technique I employed to effortlessly obliterate the robots today, Su Feng revealed candidly. The effect of merging with the wind's power is quite satisfactory. Is that truly the power of the wind? Lucia exclaimed in astonishment. And no wonder you could annihilate a level 1 robot. It sounds remarkably impressive. The instructor, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, gazed forward, yet inwardly he scoffed. Of course it's impressive. It's the very essence of the universe. While it certainly sounds like a commendable method of cultivation, he maintained his calm demeanor. But how exactly do you comprehend it? By observing the wind, Su Feng replied with tranquility. Since it pertains to the power of the wind, I naturally watched the wind. I borrowed General Zheng's manuscript, and by observing the wind, I gained initial insights. The fact that Su Feng had acquired General Zheng's manuscript was hardly a secret. It was common knowledge among officials who wished to investigate. Thus, Su Feng had no reason to conceal it. At that moment, the instructor, who had been leading them with a calm demeanor, wore an expression of utter disbelief. You merely glanced at the manuscript and observed the wind, and that was sufficient for comprehension? Is there an alternative? Su Feng replied, puzzled by the instructor's reaction. The instructor was momentarily rendered speechless, grappling with the realization that he had hoped to glean insights from Su Feng's cultivation experience, only to discover that such brilliance was beyond his reach. Though he had never perused the manuscript on jumping wind, he had studied others. Observing the wind, he was so accustomed to the harsh winds of the northwest that he could not sense them at all. This implied that Su Feng's rapid comprehension was purely a reflection of his innate talent, one that others could not replicate. I have heard of General Zheng's manuscript. The instructor pondered. Are you suggesting that it typically takes several years to achieve the initial understanding? Indeed, it usually does. Su Feng nodded in affirmation. However, I seem to possess a certain aptitude in this regard. After only a short period of cultivation, I attained the initial stage, after merely a short period. Possessing remarkable aptitude, and you've reached the initial stage. The instructor felt as though he had been struck 1,000,000 times. To reach the power of the universe after such a brief period of training. Such aptitude was not merely remarkable. It was unprecedented. Very well, continue to strive in your cultivation. The instructor managed to suppress his excitement, striving to maintain a steady tone. Yet within, his heart trembled with exhilaration. He is indeed a genius, a true prodigy of our human race. Yes, I will diligently cultivate the jumping wind. Su Feng nodded. The technique had imparted him with tremendous strength, and he had no intention of abandoning his training. By the way, how is your progress with the second level of cultivation? The instructor inquired instinctively, immediately mocking himself internally. What am I doing? Why am I inquiring about Su Feng's progress with the second level? This S-class secret technique requires comprehension of the power of the universe and the momentum. Su Feng, at such a young age, capable of merging with the power of the universe, was already extraordinary. How could he possibly grasp the momentum as well? The second level. I just attained the initial stage today, Su Feng replied nonchalantly. As soon as he spoke, a loud thud echoed as Lu Xia bumped into the instructor's back. "Hey, instructor, why have you stopped?" Lu Xia complained, rubbing his head. If the instructor hadn't suddenly halted, he wouldn't have collided with him. The instructor, however, was incredulous as he turned to look at Su Feng. Even though he fought to maintain control, his body quivered uncontrollably. "What did you just say?" "You attained the initial stage, the second level." Su Feng frowned slightly. What is wrong with the instructor? Why is he so agitated? Lu Xia also felt annoyed. "You are the instructor, after all. Why are you so surprised that you forgot to walk, causing me to bump into you? Before you say anything else, just tell me, are you truly at the initial stage?" The instructor's voice was tinged with desperation. "Yes," Su Feng replied, waving his hand as a small area of wind momentum materialized at his fingertips. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Su Feng questioned, observing the instructor's unusual behavior. There's something wrong with the wind momentum. Is there a problem?" No. There's no problem." The instructor hastily shook his head. "The power of the universe, momentum, it is essential to attain level 7 as a warrior. As long as one comprehends the momentum, they will undoubtedly become a level 7 warrior. This young man is truly a prodigy of our human race." The instructor marveled inwardly. Incredible. If merging with the power of the wind was coincidental, then grasping the momentum signifies an extraordinary level of comprehension. Su Feng's significance must be elevated even further. His future is indeed limitless. Perhaps he may be the savior of humanity. As the instructor contemplated this, Su Feng felt confused. If there's no problem, then why are you so astonished? Well, the instructor scratched his head. "You should be aware that cultivating jumping wind is notoriously difficult. It could take a decade or more to comprehend. For those with lesser comprehension, it may even take a lifetime. Thus, I am astonished by your aptitude, which appears to exceed my expectations." "Oh, I see." Su Feng nodded. It was true. He was also surprised by his own progress in cultivating the jumping wind. Lu Xia chuckled lightly from his side. "Not bad." Su Feng was unconcerned, as the power of the universe did not equate to warrior rank. Meanwhile, the instructor's mouth twitched in exasperation. These two little brats. Chapter 45. I'll compensate you with 100 points. These two youngsters truly had the audacity to speak so casually. If other top-tier warriors learned of Su Feng's talent, they would likely be left speechless in shock. Yet in their conversation, one described it as not bad, while the other simply stated, "It's all right." This was utterly absurd, especially considering that he himself was stuck at the threshold of the power of the universe and the momentum, something he might never comprehend. Comparing himself to the remarkably young Su Feng was a source of profound frustration. Ugh! Enough is enough. The instructor could no longer contain his frustration and muttered an expletive. "Su Feng. Lu Xia. Why are you cursing? By the way, I just remembered I need to relieve myself." The instructor suddenly clapped his hands. "You two just walk straight ahead, take a right turn, then proceed forward, take another right, and then keep going. Just a few steps forward and you'll reach the gravity chamber. You go on ahead. I'll take a quick break." With that, the instructor walked away. "Su Feng. Lu Xia, you need to be clearer. With all those turns, how are we supposed to find our way?" Meanwhile, the instructor exited the training room and immediately dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a moment, the call connected. "Oh my goodness, boss, you won't believe this." The instructor spoke in a slightly hurried tone. "What is it?" The boss replied, furrowing his brow. "What is going on? It's late at night, and you're making such a fuss. That guy, the one who comprehended the power of the universe." The instructor took a deep breath. "I just asked him, and it turns out he has actually grasped the momentum." "What?" The boss was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to process the information. The power of the universe. Momentum. He comprehended it. "Indeed," the instructor affirmed. "What? Is this for real?" The boss's voice boomed, nearly deafening the instructor. "Hey, can you tone it down a bit? You're lacking in composure," the instructor complained. "Stop the chatter. Just tell me. Is it true or not?" The boss pressed that it's true. At first, I was skeptical, but once he demonstrated the momentum, I was convinced he is indeed a prodigious talent of our race. He has grasped the momentum. Goodness, what a freak. The superior could not help but utter a curse. What should we do, Chief? He inquired of the instructor. Maintain tranquility to counter movement. The superior responded. Let us refrain from disturbing him. Allow him to continue his own mode of cultivation. Whatever resources he requires, we shall provide. The comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth is exceedingly difficult to impart. It must be realized through his own insights. The fact that he can grasp it so swiftly on his own indicates that his cultivation method is correct. We should not interfere lest we inadvertently hinder his progress. Yes, I understand. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement. The understanding of the forces of heaven and earth can only be achieved independently. Others' advice is futile, and he is most acutely aware of this. If others' guidance were effective, he would not still be at level 5. It seems I must seek an opportunity, the instructor remarked, scratching his head. Let us try to provide him with more resources. How shall we do that? Isn't that simple? The superior replied nonchalantly. Invent a few reasons, like his walking posture being too impressive, and add 1,000 points. The instructor, Chief, isn't that a bit too obvious? Is it really that apparent? The superior frowned. Indeed, that I believe a lesser amount would suffice, the instructor responded. How much? The superior inquired. Adding 100 points should be sufficient, the instructor suggested. All right, do as you see fit. Just ensure he receives more resources. The superior concluded before hanging up the phone. As for the instructor, he gazed sorrowfully at the sky. Feng, you truly are a genius. Meanwhile, after ending the call, the superior immediately contacted Li Jiushuan. Keep a close watch on that fellow. He must not encounter any issues. Understand? Oh, got it. Li Jiushuan replied somewhat impatiently. That moment, a peculiar noise emanated from Li Jiushuan's end. Are you out gallivanting again? The superior frowned, finding the sound quite bothersome. Just having a bit of fun, Li Jiushuan casually remarked. All right, you old rascal. Enjoy yourself, the superior muttered before hanging up. This fellow, I wonder if he can be relied upon. The superior reclined on the sofa, his brow furrowed. No, I must also prepare more myself. This Su Feng is truly exceptional. In the Nandu Bay City, at the training camp, the instructor returned to the training room and, after taking a few steps, spotted Su Feng and Lu Xia standing there, looking displeased at him. Why aren't you two in the gravity room? The instructor asked, somewhat perplexed of course, with your convoluted directions. Who could possibly know the way? Su Feng retorted irritably. Indeed. How could we possibly find our way? Lu Xia chimed in. Ahem, my apologies. It was my fault for not explaining clearly at the time. The instructor apologized profusely. To express my regret, Su Feng, I shall compensate you with 100 points. Su Feng. Lu Xia. Both were momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Don't you want it? The instructor was equally surprised. Lu Xia fell silent, then cast a meaningful glance at Su Feng. That look seemed to say, you little rascal, you claim to have no backing. If you truly had none, why would the instructor specifically arrange compensation for you and not for me? If you don't want it, then you're a fool. Without hesitation, Su Feng decisively accepted the offer. Thus, 100 points were secured, coupled with the previous 200 points and the 100 points upon entering the camp. He now had 397 points. As for Lu Xia's ambiguous gaze, Su Feng found it difficult to provide an explanation. This was clearly preferential treatment. There was no way to justify it. Let us go check out the gravity room, the instructor chuckled, leading the two towards the training room. A moment later, the trio arrived at the entrance of the gravity room. Su Feng. Lu Xia. It's just a straight walk and a left turn to get there. Why did you say to turn right? Are you directionally challenged? Aha! Faced with their stares, the instructor repeatedly scratched his head. I was too anxious at the time, so I spoke carelessly. Su Feng. Lu Xia, you can just say anything. All right, let us take a look at the gravity room, the instructor said as he approached the door. I'll open the door. You each enter one at a time. Su Feng, if you don't mind, may I go in first? Lu Xia asked eagerly, clearly excited about the gravity room. Sure. Su Feng gestured for Lu Xia to proceed. After all, it mattered little whether he went in first or later. He was not in a rush. Chapter 46. A temporary task upon entering the gravity room. Lu Xia eagerly jumped a few times. It feels no different from outside. Huh? Lu Xia scratched his head because it hasn't been activated yet, the instructor explained. How do I activate it? Lu Xia inquired. There's a control panel over there. Just go over and activate it yourself. The instructor pointed to the wall. If anything unexpected occurs, I have a controller here that can halt everything from the outside. So rest assured it's safe. All right, Lucia dashed to the control panel. Let us try double gravity first. Lucia was about to adjust the gravity multiplier. Ahem. The instructor cleared his throat from outside. Since it's your first time, I recommend starting with 1.1 to be safe. 1.1? Lucia was taken aback. Fine, I understand. Lucia looked at the display where the number read 1.0. Thus, he raised the number to 1.1 and pressed the button. Buzz! A surge of gravity suddenly bore down on him. So heavy, Lucia exclaimed, nearly collapsing to his knees. It's a bit heavier than I expected. That is quite normal. You've never trained in a gravity room before, the instructor remarked, unfazed. First-time users of the gravity room typically struggle with it. That is why I advise you to start at 1.1. If you had jumped straight to double gravity, you might have sustained an injury. Understood, Lucia nodded, then cautiously began to increase the multiplier. 1.2. Lucia's knees bent slightly. 1.3. He could not help but tremble. 1.4. Sweat poured down Lucia's face, as if he were on the verge of collapse. 1.5. Lucia leaned on the control panel. His veins bulging. I will not be limited to this level. It's just 1.5 times gravity. Lucia unleashed his full potential. 1.6. I can endure it. 1.7. Lucia's momentum began to falter. 1.8. With a thunderous crash. Lucia collapsed to the ground. Oh no, the instructor exclaimed, rushing to shut off the gravity room. As the gravity dissipated, Lucia stirred slightly, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped continuously from him. Are you all right, Lucia? The instructor rushed in. I am fine, Lucia sighed, feeling a sense of frustration that I train day and night, and yet I can only manage 1.8 times? How could I be so weak? You are already quite strong. The instructor shook his head. For a level 1 warrior experiencing the gravity room for the first time, 1.5 times is the norm. You reaching 1.8 is indeed beyond my expectations. That's so? Lucia nodded. Then it seems my training has not been in vain. The gravity room will be open during the camp, and you should come and train regularly. I estimate that in about 2 to 3 days, you should be able to adapt to 2. 3 times the gravity. Is that really possible? Lucia was taken aback. To increase from 1.8 to 2.3 in 3 days is quite a leap. It's not an exaggeration. I've said it's simply a matter of acclimatization. The instructor patted Lucia on the shoulder. Once you get used to it, the improvements will be significant. At this point, the instructor turned to Feng. So, Feng, would you like to come in and give it a try? With a slight nod, Feng expressed his curiosity about the gravity chamber. Subsequently, Lucia and instructor Xiang exited the chamber. Alone, Feng stepped inside, and as he approached the control panel of the gravity chamber, a notification chimed. Ding! Temporary mission activated. Complete under 3 times gravity. Earn a chance at a reward lottery. Feng was taken aback upon hearing the system's prompt. He had not anticipated that the system would issue temporary tasks. He had yet to fulfill his main quest of becoming the top scholar. Excellent. Feng clenched his fist. Initially intending merely to observe the effects of the gravity chamber, he now realized he must engage earnestly. Thus, he began by setting the gravity to 1.1. Feng adjusted the gravity and pressed the button. Buzz! Instantly, 1.1 times gravity was imposed upon him. Wow! Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The sudden weight felt as though his insides were being compressed. It was somewhat uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, Feng reassured himself. Nevertheless, it's within my limits. With that, he decided to increase the gravity further. Buzz! In an instant, the gravity surged to 1.5. Sweat began to bead on Feng's forehead, and his entire body trembled. It felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. At that moment, outside the gravity chamber, both Instructor Xiang and Lucia were astonished. Did you not say that a typical level 1 warrior only endures 1.5? Lucia inquired. It appeared that Feng was anything but ordinary. The corner of Instructor Xiang's mouth twitched. He had not expected that a 0-level warrior like Feng could withstand 1.5 times gravity. Truly, he was someone who had comprehended the power of heaven and earth. Remarkable. Moreover, he had yet to unleash the force of heaven and earth. Instructor Xiang took a deep breath. Once he did unleash that power, who knew what might happen? Suddenly, within the gravity chamber, Feng erupted. He unleashed all of his warrior abilities. Boom! The aura of a level 1 warrior surged through the room. What? Instructor Xiang and Lu Xiao exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. They knew all too well that Su Feng's energy conversion rate was merely 1/10. This was no secret in the training camp. With a 1/10 conversion rate, continuous practice from birth, it was only possible to reach level 1. A normal person could not achieve this. And the only explanation for Su Feng's accomplishment was an awakening of his dantian. Instructor Xiang felt a surge of excitement. Su Feng's comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was evident. The only regret was that Su Feng's conversion rate was rather dismal. Instructor Xiang lamented over this for quite some time. But now, it seemed, such concerns were entirely unnecessary. His conversion rate was high enough, and his insight into the power of heaven and earth was equally formidable. Instructor Xiang couldn't help but marvel. What kind of genius is this? Ha ha ha! Heaven bless our humanity! Heaven bless our humanity! Such dual talents are exceedingly rare. How many geniuses, despite attaining the warrior level, have faltered at level 5 due to insufficient understanding of the power of heaven and earth? Instructor Xiang himself was a prime example. In his youth, with a conversion rate of 50%, he gained admission to a prestigious institution. Yet upon reaching level 5, he found himself stymied by the inability to grasp the power of heaven and earth. No amount of urgency could change that. Understanding the power of heaven and earth had no shortcuts. I must inquire how much his conversion rate has improved since awakening, Instructor Xiang thought, regarding Su Feng with hopeful eyes. In those eyes lay the glimmer of hope for humanity. Chapter 47. 3 times gravity at that moment. Su Feng, fueled by determination, set the gravity to 1.8. This was the very gravity that had overwhelmed Lu Xia. Su Feng relentlessly increased his strength. Yet, the terrifying force of 1.8 times gravity was also compressing his body. He felt as though he were being flattened. It was unbearable. No wonder it had bested Lu Xia. Su Feng took a deep breath, realizing that relying solely on his warrior energy, he had reached his limit. Next, he would have to tap into the power of heaven and earth outside the gravity chamber. Lu Xia was dumbfounded. He was clearly at the same warrior level as me. No, wait, my warrior level is 1.1, and he hasn't even reached 1.1. He must be at the limit of 1.0. He hasn't broken through to 1. Lu Xiao's keen intuition made him realize that Su Feng's warrior level was still at 1.09999, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Yet he had not chosen to advance. This is impossible. Lu Xia felt a twinge of self dashed out, that my physical prowess is certainly superior to his, and my warrior level is higher. Why can he withstand 1.8 times gravity? I crumbled under it. This doesn't make sense. Instructor Xiang, observing Lu Xiao's confusion, could only sigh inwardly. The intricacies of the power of heaven and earth are beyond our comprehension. Initially, he had been somewhat surprised by Su Feng's remarkable physique. However, it now seemed Su Feng's physical capabilities were likely enhanced by the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth had infused his body, providing a permanent enhancement to his physical attributes. Even if Su Feng were to abandon that power now, the enhancement would remain in effect. Within the training room, Su Feng unleashed the power of heaven and earth. The force of wind began to circulate within him. The immense pressure on his body vanished in an instant. It felt as if the gravity had returned to normal. Su Feng was astonished. He hadn't anticipated the power of heaven and earth to be so effective. In fact, I feel considerably lighter. The gravity that could crush Lu Xia was rendered utterly ineffective before the power of heaven and earth. Truly remarkable. Shaking his head, Su Feng prepared to further increase the gravity. His goal was 3 times outside the gravity chamber. As Su Feng actively utilized the power of heaven and earth, the 1.8 times gravity could not affect him. This placed him far ahead of other warriors at the same level. Instructor Xiang marveled once more. The power of heaven and earth is indeed extraordinary. Or rather, Su Feng's comprehension is truly astounding. A level 1 warrior grasping the power of heaven and earth is something unheard of. It has never happened before. Ah, why? Lu Xia was engulfed in confusion. Does this mean that my training is futile? Su Feng, without training, has already matched me, or rather, surpassed me. Did I ask there any necessity for me to continue my training? Lu Xia was deeply impacted, questioning his own worth. Instructor Xiang, why are you still fixating on this, Lu Xia? Instructor Xiang gazed earnestly at Lu Xi. Oh, not forget, today you defeated the training robot. Remember why you won? The training robot? Lu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Oh, right. I triumphed over the training robot due to my immense physical strength. The remnants of confusion in Lu Xia's eyes started to dissipate. So, do you still believe that physical training is pointless? Instructor Xiang reassured Lu Xia. Meanwhile, Su Feng had already raised the gravity to 2.1 times. Once the gravity reached 2 times, the pressure increased significantly. Su Feng took a deep breath. He felt the weight once more. The previous ease had vanished entirely. Increase. I cannot linger here too long. Gravity level. 2.2 times. Su Feng's back bent slightly under the strain. Yet his reaction was not particularly remarkable. Gravity level. 2.3 times. Su Feng leaned on his legs, his breathing becoming labored. Gravity level. 2.4 times. Su Feng clenched his fists, his legs trembling. Almost there. He was nearing his limit. Gravity level. 2.5 times. Bang. Su Feng knelt on one knee, the tremendous weight causing sweat to stream down his face. Almost at his limit, Su Feng felt as if every organ within him had been burdened with a weight of 10,000 pounds. Just 0.5 times away from achieving 3 times. Outside the gravity chamber, as Instructor Xiang had just finished reassuring Lu Xia, he turned his gaze towards Su Feng. The sight left him utterly astonished. Su Feng, on his first visit to the gravity chamber, had managed to endure 2.5 times gravity. Even with the power of heaven and earth, such an accomplishment seemed outrageous. Instructor Xiang struggled to comprehend this. Su Feng's physical prowess appeared to be extraordinarily robust. If he could withstand 2.5 times gravity on his first attempt, how much could he achieve with practice? Lu Xia felt numb. The strength Su Feng displayed was overwhelming. It was incomparably superior. Perhaps he could reach 3.1 times. Taking a deep breath, Xiang instructor looked at Lu Xia with a hint of melancholy. Lu Xia sighed. I truly feel that my efforts in physical training are utterly meaningless. Please, instructor, spare me the consolation. Lu Xia jested lightly. The instructor grinned, recognizing Lu Xia's jest, yet he remained puzzled. Why was Su Feng so extraordinarily strong? Even with the power of heaven and earth, it seemed excessive. A level 1 martial artist, utilizing the gravity chamber for the first time, managed to withstand a staggering 2.5 times the gravity. Lu Xia, possessing remarkable physical attributes, could only endure 1.8 times. The disparity was indeed overwhelming. If he were to inform the boss, it would surely astonish him as well. The instructor felt that Su Feng was continuously shattering his understanding of limits, time and again. It was simply outrageous. At that moment, Lu Xia was about to say something else when the sound of increasing gravity echoed through the chamber. To their astonishment, Su Feng had elevated the gravity to 2.6 times. Hiss! Both the instructor and Lu Xia gazed at Su Feng in disbelief. Could this lad continue to break through? Suddenly, within the gravity chamber, a crimson aura erupted around Su Feng. A formidable presence emanated from him. It was undeniably the King Kai fist. What is this? The instructor was left in a state of shock. While he could comprehend the earlier power of heaven and earth, this red aura was utterly beyond his grasp. What on earth was it? Lu Xia was equally bewildered. What was this red aura enveloping Su Feng? After its eruption, he astonishingly withstood the 2.6 times gravity. As both men grappled with confusion, Su Feng raised the gravity to 3.0 times, 3 times the gravity. Impossible, the instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Transitioning from 1 to 2 times is a threshold. Similarly, from 2 to 3 times is also a significant barrier. 3 times the gravity is definitely beyond what a level 1 martial artist could achieve. Absolutely impossible. The instructor clenched his fist. He then fixated his gaze seriously upon Su Feng's crimson aura. What was this phenomenon? After employing this technique, Su Feng could withstand 3 times the gravity. The instructor gritted his teeth internally. It appeared that Su Feng possessed not only exceptional insight, but also other secrets. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber, Su Feng heard the system's voice. "Congratulations, host! You have completed the temporary task. You have earned 1 opportunity for a prize draw." Su Feng did not immediately utilize the draw, but instead lowered his gaze towards the control panel of the gravity chamber. Was 3 times the maximum gravity achievable. Su Feng unleashed a punch. Boom! A powerful gust of energy erupted forth, such immense strength, truly deserving of the fusion of the 2 times King Kai fist with the power of heaven and earth. Su Feng examined his hands. He felt remarkably strong. Under the 3 times gravity, he merely experienced a slight tightness in his chest. After a few more movements, throwing punches and kicking, he soon recognized a peculiar issue. Has the duration of my King Kai fist increased? Su Feng had trained for approximately 30 seconds. Previously, he would have already felt the backlash of the King Kai fist by now. Yet currently, he felt nothing at all. What was happening? Su Feng was taken aback. He remained unaware that since integrating the power of wind, his physical attributes had indeed improved. Thus, the duration of the King Kai fist naturally extended. Never mind, although he was unsure of the cause. It was a positive development. Su Feng grinned broadly. Based on his estimations, he could now activate the King Kai fist for a full minute without any detriment, from a previously sustainable 30 seconds to a full minute without repercussions. This was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. All right, time to wrap this up. Su Feng approached the control panel and pressed the button to deactivate the gravity. Buzz! In an instant, gravity vanished. Su Feng felt as if his body was weightless. My goodness, he incredulously clenched his fists. Once gravity dissipated, he felt as though he were floating like a cloud. Even his strength seemed to have increased slightly. This gravity chamber has allowed me to enhance so much. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, anyone utilizing the gravity chamber for the first time would experience substantial growth. Only after fully acclimating to the chamber's gravity would this immense boost cease. For instance, Lu Xia's rapid enhancement ranged from 1.8 times to 2.3 times. During this period, his growth would be immense, but once he reached 2.3 times, his progress would slow significantly. The gravity chamber truly is a remarkable invention. Su Feng gazed longingly at the gravity chamber. Even after the rapid growth phase, the benefits for physical training far surpassed regular workouts. Among 2 ordinary individuals, one training under double gravity for a year and the other training normally for a year, the one who trained in the gravity chamber would undoubtedly be stronger. Thus, Su Feng yearned for a gravity chamber. It was an invaluable treasure. However, he also understood that such equipment was likely a vital resource for the state, and it would be improbable for him to obtain one. Alas, merely gazing upon it was not sufficient. Su Feng licked his lips, reluctantly exiting the gravity chamber. Upon stepping out, he noticed the instructor and Lu Xia observing him as if he were a rare specimen. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Feng scratched his head. "What is it?" Lu Xia exclaimed with wide eyes. "I never imagined you could be this formidable. Why didn't you tell me?" Su Feng replied, "What's there to boast about?" He shook his head. Lu Xia responded, "Wow, you are far too modest. What is that red aura of yours, Su Feng?" The instructor posed a question that perplexed him the most. Why did Su Feng's energy surge dramatically upon unleashing that red aura? It seemed to elevate his power by more than a fold. How absurd! "Oh, that?" Su Feng replied nonchalantly. "When I was researching the power of wind, I discovered that enveloping my entire body with it actively enhances my strength. Consequently, I developed this technique. It's something I comprehended on my own, so it's perfectly normal for you not to have seen it before. I'm certain you won't encounter anyone else in this world employing this technique, because it is my unique insight that Su Feng used inwardly. This was a technique from the Dragon Ball world. If anyone else in this realm could employ it, they would indeed be impressive." The instructor responded, "Is that truly the case? Is it indeed derived from the power of wind?" Though somewhat skeptical, the instructor recalled the wonders of the power of heaven and earth. leading him to consider its plausibility. Perhaps, with further exploration of the power of wind, it could indeed yield such techniques. The instructor pondered this. After a moment of silence, Feng inquired, "I noticed that the gravity chamber seems to max out at 3 times the gravity?" "Ah," the instructor snapped back to attention, hastily responding, "Yes, this is designated for your use, with 3 times the gravity. However, do not underestimate this gravity chamber. Although it only offers 3 times the gravity, activating it demands substantial resources. Tomorrow, the training camp will officially commence. Enter this gravity chamber. You will need to expend points. It requires points as well." Lu Xia was taken aback. Of course, the gravity chamber consumes resources. The instructor shot a disapproving glare at Lu Xia. "However, the deduction of points is still quite economical. The state is covering the expenses for you." Indeed, Lu Xia scratched his head. Points are not actual currency. The state providing them with resources for free was indeed a great deal. He chuckled sheepishly. "So, are there even better gravity chambers available?" Feng asked curiously. "Yes," the instructor nodded. "I have encountered gravity chambers with 20 times the gravity in the military camp. However, the resource consumption for such chambers is even greater, making it a waste to provide for you. You are all merely at level 1. 3 times is sufficient. Of course, Feng, you are an exception." Feng, "Yes, that is sufficient." Lu Xia nodded in agreement. He was at 1.8 times, and achieving 3 times seemed an unimaginable prospect. Indeed, it was sufficient for them. There are even higher multipliers. Feng's curiosity was piqued. A training camp with 20 times the gravity would surely enhance his physical attributes at an astonishing rate. Perhaps in just a few days, he could wield the 2 times King Kai fist without any strain. He genuinely yearned for a gravity chamber. The instructor seemed to perceive Feng's thoughts. For an individual, the burden of a gravity chamber would be unmanageable. Xiang Jiawan spoke to Feng. To activate it once and convert to Yangua currency, it costs dozens of dollars per minute. This is merely the 3-fold gravity chamber, not accounting for the more expensive 20-fold. Feng and Lu Xia couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Dozens of dollars per minute. If we train casually, wouldn't that amount to hundreds or even thousands? Chapter 49. Lottery. 100-fold gravity chamber. It's simply unaffordable. Ordinary people certainly cannot sustain the cost of a gravity chamber. It's far too expensive. Observing the expressions of the two, Xiang Jiawan chuckled. "Well, I can grant you a few more points. Once the camp officially commences tomorrow, you will be able to train. Extra points?" Lu Xia was dumbfounded. Is Xiang Jiawan being too kind to us? Feng, however, cast a knowing glance at Xiang Jiawan, realizing the latter's generosity was indeed unusual. Was it due to the power of the heavens and earth? Feng pondered quietly. He wasn't Na'vi. Ever since he demonstrated the power of the heavens and earth, Xiang Jiawan had treated him with exceptional care, especially when he inexplicably compensated him with 100 points earlier. Lu Xia had been right there. Yet the compensation was exclusively for him. This clearly indicated his uniqueness. As for the specifics of that uniqueness, Feng believed he lacked any significant background, let alone being the illegitimate child of a noble. Thus, he quickly concluded it was because he possessed the power of the heavens and earth. Moreover, he realized that this power could significantly enhance his own strength, undoubtedly a remarkable asset. Hence, he understood why Xiang Jiawan paid such close attention to him. It was likely due to his exceptionally high comprehension of the power of the heavens and earth. As for why Xiang Jiawan didn't explicitly communicate this to him, he couldn't fathom it. Nor did he wish to inquire. If Xiang Jiawan chose to feign ignorance, he was more than willing to play along. Xiang Jiawan represented the Yangua authorities, and he preferred to avoid entanglements with them at present. If he could feign ignorance and gain benefits, that would be ideal. After some casual conversation, Feng and Lu Xia bid farewell to Xiang Jiawan. Watching their retreating figures, Xiang Jiawan shook his head. This lad should be brought into the military for proper training, hidden away. He could serve as our Yangua's secret weapon. Alas, since the higher-ups have forbidden it, I must protect him instead. I'll just remain hidden near his dormitory. That way, should any issues arise, I can respond promptly. That very night, room 107, adjacent to 106, was commandeered by Xiang Jiawan. The two unfortunate youths were thus expelled in the dead of night, in dormitory 106. You truly are formidable, Lu Xia exclaimed, shaking his head in awe of Su Feng's prowess. I thought I was strong enough. Among peers of the same rank, no one could defeat me. Yet, compared to you, I feel utterly useless. I merely had a stroke of luck, Su Feng replied casually, gesturing for Lu Xia not to belittle himself. Oh, I'm just joking. I'm off to train. Lu Xia immediately dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups, starting with both hands, then to one hand, and finally, a single finger. Perhaps you are strong now, but I shall not cease my efforts. One day, I will surpass you. Observing Lu Xia's fiery determination, Su Feng nodded. It seemed Lu Xia had indeed recovered from his previous setback and adjusted remarkably well. However, considering his resilient nature, he likely wouldn't be easily discouraged. While reflecting, Su Feng accessed his system, but he had not forgotten that he completed a temporary task, earning a chance to draw a prize. Although it was merely a prize draw for items, there was still something to anticipate. In the system space, Su Feng activated the item lottery wheel. Inside, various items from the Dragon Ball universe awaited. Below the wheel, his remaining lottery chances were displayed. 1. Draw. Su Feng pressed the draw button. The pointer spun within the wheel. Suddenly, it came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained an item from the Dragon Ball universe. Gravity chamber, 100 times. Su Feng was taken aback. A gravity chamber? And 100-fold one at that. He never expected to draw something like this. He couldn't help but marvel. However, where would he even put such a large item? Ding! Please rest assured, the host can place the gravity chamber within the system space. When in use, the host's physical form will automatically enter the gravity chamber, using the gravity chamber in the system space. Will it have training effects? Su Feng inquired, his primary concern. Ding! Yes. Excellent. Let me enter the gravity chamber now. Su Feng was eager. He truly hadn't anticipated that he would transition from coveting the training camp's 3-fold gravity chamber to directly acquiring a 100-fold. It was leagues beyond the 20-fold gravity chamber mentioned by Xiang Jiaoguan. Cough. Wait a moment. Su Feng cleared his throat. If I suddenly disappear, will my roommate notice? That would be difficult to explain. Ding. A 3D projection can be cast for the host. As long as the roommate does not touch the host, they will not discover any issues. All right, let us proceed. Show me the gravity chamber. With a single thought, Su Feng swiftly transitioned from his dormitory into the gravity chamber within the system space. Just as he left, a 3D projection materialized on his bed, seated in a meditative posture, as if he were cultivating his martial arts level. Though merely a projection, it appeared incredibly lifelike. However, if one approached to touch it, they would realize it was an illusion. Inside the gravity chamber, Su Feng wandered about. This decor resembles the spaceship from Namek. He recalled the storyline, where Sun Wukong boarded the Namek spaceship to travel to Namek. The ship housed 100-fold gravity. He was amused to find it was the same type of spaceship. Having said that, Su Feng approached the gravity chamber's control panel. After some exploration, he nodded. Oh, this is how it works? After thorough research, he understood the operation of this gravity chamber. Importantly, while the training camp's gravity chamber could adjust the gravity to an accuracy of 0.1, this lottery-acquired gravity chamber could only provide increments of 2x or 3x. The impact was negligible. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng activated the power of the heavens and earth. Without hesitation, he employed the Kaio-ken technique. Finally, 3-fold gravity. Boom! The immense gravitational force bore down upon him, causing his back to curve slightly. If it increases gradually, I can manage. Su Feng inhaled deeply, straightening his back. But this sudden surge of gravity is quite overwhelming. After about 3 seconds of adjustment, Su Feng completely acclimated to the 3-fold gravity. All right, let the training commence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Utilizing the Kaio-ken technique and the power of the heavens and earth, Su Feng executed several flips within the gravity chamber. He then began doing push-ups. 1 minute later, the backlash from the Kaio-ken surged through his body. The external pressure combined with the internal strain felt as if it would tear him apart. Su Feng took a deep breath. However, you shall not hinder my breakthrough. Tonight, I shall certainly surpass the 3-fold gravity. Chapter 50. Frenzied Advancement Under the 3-fold Gravity. A minute and 20 seconds passed as Feng gasped for air, squatting on the ground. The gravity did not significantly affect him. The issue lay with the backlash from the Kaio-ken, which he found increasingly difficult to bear. Feeling on the brink of his limits, he thought, if this continues, I might not even be able to lift my arms. With a thought, a senza bean appeared before him. He opened his mouth, and the senza bean was swiftly consumed. Boom! In an instant, Feng was fully revitalized. Onward. Threefold gravity, I will overcome you. Feng resumed his training, this time at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Feng's stamina was completely depleted. Such remarkable progress. I've improved by nearly 30 seconds. Feng was slightly astonished, then consumed another senza bean. Thus he had only one bean remaining. He also released the twofold Kaio-ken. Boom! Instantly, the immense threefold pressure bore down upon him, rendering him unable to stand. Yet, Feng endured. No injuries, splendid. He could gradually acclimate. Gritting his teeth, Feng knew that after enduring 2 rounds of extreme gravity, his tolerance could increase from 2.5 times to 3 times without employing the Kaio-ken. Though it was somewhat arduous, he persevered. Taking a moment to breathe, Feng felt as if he could scarcely lift his arms. Yet he refused to surrender. The forces of heaven and earth, coupled with the energy of a warrior, swirled ceaselessly within his body. After 3 minutes, Feng managed to move his fingers under triple gravity. 5 minutes later, he raised his arm. 10 minutes later, he trembled to his feet. Although it was a struggle, he succeeded. Feng took deep breaths, reminding himself to persist. As long as he refrained from utilizing the Kaio-ken, his body would remain intact. Approximately 20 minutes later, Feng began to walk within the gravity chamber, his steps heavy and laborious. Each stride was immensely taxing, beads of sweat rolling down like pearls. Yet, Feng remained undeterred. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng, with both hands on the ground, commenced doing push-ups in the gravity chamber. An hour later, he stood within the chamber, exhaling deeply. He had thoroughly adapted to the triple gravity. It was largely thanks to the senza beans that he could engage in such extreme training. Were it not for their restorative effects, he would have been bettered in for several days after his initial injury, making it impossible to adapt to triple gravity in just 2 hours. Although only one senza bean remained, he felt it was worth the investment. After a moment of reflection, Feng deactivated the gravity device and wiped the sweat from his clothes. That session had indeed caused him to perspire profusely. System, could you assist me in cleaning up? Feng gazed skyward. A hum resonated as an energy wave enveloped him, causing all his sweat to vanish. How refreshing! Feng laughed heartily, and then, Kaio-ken, boom! A crimson aura surged forth from his being. My physical strength has grown even stronger. The Kaio-ken should be sustainable for a longer duration now, right? 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Feng held on for nearly 3 minutes before feeling a slight discomfort. From 1 minute to 3, his physical prowess had nearly tripled. Feng marveled at the unexpected magnitude of his enhancement. These senza beans were truly worth it. Glancing at his system, he noted, multiverse lottery system. Hostbound. Feng, non-detachable, age, 18 warrior level. Level 1 current lottery world. Dragon Ball skills acquired, Ultra Instinct. Kaio-ken system mission. Become the top scorer of the South City Base's college entrance examination. Items. 1 senza bean, gravity chamber 100-fold skills, Ultra Instinct. When actively employed, the host can completely evade all attacks. Power scales with warrior level. Kaio-ken can exponentially enhance the user's physical attributes. Excessive use may result in backlash. Current recommendation. Double, sustainable for 5 minutes. No side effects within 3 minutes. Excellent. Excellent. Feng nodded in approval. I'm quite satisfied with today's growth. With that, he exited the gravity chamber and the system space. Upon returning to his dormitory, Feng discovered Lu Xia still performing push-ups. Checking the time, he noted it was well past midnight. Lu Xia, you're really pushing yourself, Feng called out. Lu Xia, while continuing his push-ups, replied, aren't you the same? You've been meditating and training for hours that you've become so strong. How can I afford to be lazy? They say the early bird catches the worm. If I don't work hard, I'll just fall further behind you talented ones. Feng retorted, you consider yourself an early bird? you're already a stellar genius. Besides, you've surpassed the training robots. How many in the entire training camp can claim that? If you're an early bird, then what do they count as? You're really something to Feng shook his head helplessly. With your strength, if other stellar geniuses knew, they'd be utterly astonished. However, Feng forgot that he was the most diligent of them all, the strongest, and the one who exerted the most effort in the gravity chamber. Was indeed him. Diligent? What does that mean? Lu Xia asked, momentarily perplexed. It's nothing. Feng waved his hand at it was a term from his previous life, one he had grown accustomed to, unaware that it was incomprehensible in this world. I am taking a rest. All right, Lu Xia nodded. The following day, just after 7 in the morning, the training camp's alarm rang. Today marked the official opening of the elite training camp. By 7:30, everyone gathered in the cafeteria for breakfast. At 8 o'clock, they assembled on the playground. There are a total of 161 of you. Instructor Xiang addressed the crowd in a calm tone. You will be divided into 3 classes, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Once the classes are assigned, the elite training camp will officially commence. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Soon, the training camp divided the 161 participants into 3 classes. Class 1 consisted of 53 members. Class 2 had 55, and Class 3 also comprised 53, with the latter being an all-female class. I'm in Class 1. Feng noted upon reviewing the assignments. I'm in Class 1 too. Lu Xia nodded. Before long, everyone had completed their class assignments. Next, I will introduce your instructors. Instructor Xiang continued. Shortly thereafter, the teachers for each class were announced. Class 1's teacher, Mr. Li, was a level 5 warrior. However, Instructor Xiang was a 5.9 level warrior, while I was at 5.1 level. The difference was significant. Chapter 51. Feng takes action. Damn. Which powerful connection is in Class 1? Someone from Class 2 exclaimed eagerly, I can't wait to take him on. The training camp has officially begun. Let the battles commence. Yeah, have the battle started yet? The crowd looked expectantly at Instructor Xiang. Instructor Xiang sensed their eagerness. It seems everyone is impatient to engage in battles. Interesting. Very well. Let them experience what despair feels like. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, I announce that the battles have officially begun. Let us head to the training room. Understood. Hooray. The crowd erupted with excitement. They had been waiting far too long for this moment. Finally, they could openly take down Feng, that detestable connection. Everyone hurried eagerly to the training room. Feng cast a glance at Instructor Xiang before following suit. Inside the training room, the familiar arena awaited. Instructor Xiang approached the side and pulled out a points device, shaking it a few times. Now, we will commence the battles. When I call your name, step onto the arena. Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement. So, the first battle will be XXX versus XXX. Instructor Xiang announced. 2 individuals stepped up to the arena. They exchanged blows, resulting in a fiercely contested match. After about 10 minutes, a victor emerged. The defeated party broke down in tears, lamenting, my points. I only have 20 points left. It's all right, brother. Didn't you challenge Feng? His friend reassured him. If you win against Feng, your 20 points will be restored. That's true. Hearing this, the defeated individual felt much better. The matches continued. Each one intensely fought. Given the stakes involved with points, participants were cautious in selecting their opponents. Those lacking confidence refrained from challenging, resulting in closely matched battles. Soon after, it was Lu Xia's turn to face off against XXX. The instructor recited Lu Xia's name with a hint of admiration. Watch my performance. Lu Xia cast a proud glance at Feng. In the arena, Lu Xia faced an opponent who was a level 1.2 martial artist. I can't defeat you, he thought, baring his teeth in frustration. Upon seeing a level 1.1 martial artist challenge him, he had initially intended to bully the opponent. However, after Lu Xia gained fame yesterday by defeating the experienced level 1.2 training robot, he realized in that moment that he stood no chance against Lu Xia. The gap in their abilities was far too significant, were it not for the inability to cancel the challenge. He would have fled long ago. Although it was not the highest tier of 20 points, it was still worth 10 points. What? Not going to give it a try. Lu Xia chuckled. The opponent hesitated for a moment. Fine, I'll test my skills against you. In an instant, he unleashed the full might of his level 1.2 martial artist aura. I'm going all out. He took several steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Xia. With a punch, bang! Just as Lu Xia's opponent swung his fist, Lu Xia moved in, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Pooh! The opponent spat out a mouthful of bile. Your fighting style is far too reckless. Lu Xia remarked with a cold expression. Your practical experience is lacking. You should train more. He turned and delivered a kick. Bang! The opponent barely managed to block the strike with both hands. You're right. My combat experience is indeed insufficient, that he took a deep breath, but I'm still a level 1.2 martial artist. Do you think you could defeat me so easily? Not a chance. Interesting. It seems you still wish to struggle. Lu Xia exerted force with his legs. Whoosh! He dashed to the opponent's front. Ah! With a punch, Lu Xia's fist rose, enveloped in a faint mist. The observing instructor was momentarily surprised at the Tianyan body refinement technique. He hadn't expected that Lu Xia, who had only exchanged for the technique last night, had already grasped its fundamentals. Lu Xia had over 290 points already, after leaving the gravity chamber last night. The instructor had awarded both of them 100 points. Consequently, Lu Xia possessed 390 points and immediately exchanged for the Tianyan body refinement technique. He had engaged in a frenzied session of push-ups last night, aiming to master the technique. Ultimately, around 2 a.m., he successfully entered the realm of the Tianyan body refinement technique. It appeared that Lu Xia indeed possessed a remarkable talent for physical training. The instructor nodded in approval. To master the Tianyan body refinement technique in a single night is undoubtedly a sign of genius. Historically, individuals of Lu Xia's caliber would be prioritized for official training. However, this year, in comparison to Feng, the instructor felt that Lu Xia was rather underwhelming, that at the very least, he did not shine as brightly. In the arena, Lu Xia employed the Tianyan body refinement technique. With a punch, he struck towards the opponent's head with a thunderous force. The opponent dared not underestimate him, immediately raising both hands to block. Bang! Although the opponent successfully blocked the punch, the tremendous impact sent him flying. The opponent was eliminated. The instructor announced Lu Xia's victory. Lu Xia wins. Following this, there were battles among other martial artists. After 2 matches, it was Feng's turn to face the opponent. The instructor proclaimed. The talented onlookers reacted with excitement. Finally, it's Feng's turn. Wait, I'm not the first one to battle Feng. Panic set in. What if Feng's points get depleted by others? If he spends all his points, he have none left. Exactly. If he runs out of points, what is the point of challenging him? Honestly, I believe points don't matter as much as the chance to give him a good beating upon hearing this. The crowd burst into laughter. Indeed, as long as we can thrash Feng, it's all worth it. At that moment, a person approached. You all are quite naive. Don't you know the rules for challenges? Once you agree to a challenge, your personal points will be locked at 20. They cannot be spent, no matter what. You can only access them after the challenge concludes. Huh, there is such a rule. Someone exclaimed, is that true? Absolutely, the individual confirmed. Haha, that is fantastic. Feng is finished then? Yes, all those points belong to us. The crowd erupted in laughter as Feng and his opponent stood on the arena. Chapter 52. Strength in the arena. Feng regarded his opponent with an air of indifference that, I'll give you a chance. Strike first that you're giving me a chance? The opponent scoffed. You're a level 0 martial artist. And you're offering me a chance? You're the one who should be grateful for the opportunity. The opponent declared. Useless. Exactly. We're the ones who should be giving him a chance. Someone in the crowd jeered. Does Feng truly not realize how weak a level 0 martial artist is? Is he so ignorant of his own weakness? The crowd erupted into mockery once more. In response, Feng stood with his arms crossed. If I strike, you may not get another chance. What are you saying? The opponent laughed uncontrollably. With your skills, you do realize that a level 0, before the opponent could finish, Feng moved in an instant. He dashed to the opponent's front, then delivered a punch. Boom! The force sent the opponent crashing into the wall, knocking him out of the arena. Naturally, that meant he had lost. The observing talents were left speechless. Silence enveloped the arena. Despite the presence of over 100 spectators, not a single sound was made. After several seconds, one finally spoke. Is he really that strong? This must be a joke. He is a level 0 martial artist. Could it be that the one who was knocked out was bribed? Are you suggesting there is foul play? Another fixed match? Exactly. How else could Su Feng possibly defeat a level 1 martial artist? The crowd buzzed with discussions, some casting complex glances at Su Feng. Among them was the mentalist, Guan Xiaoya. Even the instructor and Lu Xia, who understood Su Feng's strength, were taken aback. Without utilizing the power of heaven and earth, Su Feng can still send level-matched opponents flying? Has he broken through once more? At that moment, the defeated opponent, clutching his head, struggled to rise from the ground. He gazed at his hands in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend why he had lost. This was simply impossible. I remember mocking that useless fellow. Then suddenly, he had charged at me with an incomprehensible speed, delivering a punch with such force that it sent me flying. This is utterly absurd. The opponent could not grasp how Su Feng, as a level 0 martial artist, could so easily send him flying. He had heard the whispers of collusion, but deep down, he knew the truth. In front of Su Feng, he felt like a child, utterly powerless, so strong. How could such a formidable individual exist? Could it be that he is a strength prodigy? A realization dawned upon him. Su Feng must be a strength prodigy. Moreover, he was likely one blessed with innate strength. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? With this understanding, he looked up at Su Feng's composed expression, realizing, just as Su Feng had said, if he struck first, he would have no chance at all. Su Feng was too powerful. Su Feng had not taken any shortcuts. He had advanced solely through his own strength. We had been too naive, too arrogant, to think of Su Feng as useless. The opponent felt a pang of shame as he bowed his head, and he felt as though his former self was nothing more than a comical jester, than a mere clown. Isn't that what we all are? He glanced at the other talented individuals, shaking his head. These people still believed that Su Feng's strength was a facade. How ridiculous, truly laughable. At that moment, the second talent to face Su Feng stepped onto the stage. He rolled up his sleeves and spoke confidently. Everyone rest assured. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. I have not been bribed. I shall effortlessly defeat Su Feng and show him what true genius really is. All right, charge. The others raised their arms in fervent cheer. It's all on you, brother. Ha! Teach Su Feng a lesson and do not hold back. In a single day, one could engage in no more than 3 duels. The instructor had scheduled all 3 of Su Feng's battles at the very end. Thus, they were consecutive as Su Feng and Triple X stood on the arena. Triple X let out a cold chuckle. I will not suffer the same fate as that previous contender. I will not be defeated by you. I have not been bought off by you all. I will send you flying with a single punch. Oh. Su Feng's expression remained indifferent, showing little reaction. Yet the other prodigies in the arena were electrified. Yes, that's how it should be. Knock him out with one punch. The line must be drawn between genius and mediocrity. Indeed, fear not, I shall protect the dignity of our geniuses, Triple X declared with fervor. If geniuses receive the same treatment as the mediocre, can they still be considered geniuses? I shall safeguard the privileges of the gifted. At this point, Triple X was so moved by his own words that he charged straight at Su Feng. Foolish, as Su Feng observed Triple X rushing towards him. He merely sidestepped slightly. Whoosh! In the instant they passed each other, Su Feng delivered a precise chop to Triple X's nape. Ugh! Triple X could only emit a pitiful cry before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, Su Feng followed up with a kick, sending the unconscious Triple X tumbling off the stage. At this moment, all the prodigies fell into a profound silence. The first time, they could attribute it to a fixed match, but the second time, could it be possible? Just as someone was about to voice their thoughts, they caught sight of Su Feng standing on the arena and swallowed their words. The prodigies' faces flushed crimson. They wanted to say something, yet were at a loss for words. I did not engage in a fixed match. At this moment, the first contender who had been knocked out, Triple X, approached. Su Feng is a powerhouse specializing in strength. He is formidable. We were simply overconfident that a powerhouse specializing in strength. The other students exchanged glances. In this world, some fortunate individuals might simply be stronger than others from birth. whether in reflexes or strength. Thus, the terms powerhouse, specializing in strength, and powerhouse, specializing in agility emerged. However, such talents are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than mental practitioners. Could he truly be that formidable? Someone swallowed hard. Isn't it obvious? He wouldn't have defeated the previous two contenders in mere seconds if he weren't a powerhouse specializing in strength. At that moment, all those who had challenged Feng shivered in unison. A powerhouse specializing in strength, able to dispatch a level 1 martial artist in a single move. Little did they know, the strength conferred by being a powerhouse specializing in strength was at most 0. 2. And that was only in the early stages. In the later stages, the advantage of being a powerhouse specializing in strength diminished. Moreover, Feng's strength had increased after breaking through to a level 1 martial artist and adapting to 3 times the normal gravity. His strength would continue to augment. The disparity was insurmountable. Indeed, Feng had casually broken through the 1.09999 threshold last night. Chapter 53. Your points are all mine. Despair. At this moment, a wave of hopelessness swept over everyone because they had all challenged Feng. Previously, they had thought of Feng as a source of easy fortune. Yet now it appeared they were the ones who had been foolish. No, my points, my last 20 points. If Feng wins them, I won't even be able to afford a meal. Who isn't in the same boat? I have only 20 points left if I battle Feng. Won't I be ruined? Shall we spend the 20 points first? That way, Feng can't win them. Are you foolish? When we challenge Feng, those 20 points are locked in and cannot be spent. What? There's such a rule. I was unaware. The prodigies lamented in unison. It hurts. It hurts too much. Those were 20 points, enough to exchange for numerous treasures. A small fraction, however, felt a sense of relief. They had not spent points to challenge Feng. Earlier, while everyone was challenging Feng, they regretted spending their points too early, which left them without points to challenge him. Now, they felt fortunate, grateful they had not spent points to challenge Feng. At this moment, the third genius to face Feng stepped forward. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists. What powerhouses specializing in strength? I refuse to believe it. He can't possibly defeat someone of higher level. If powerhouses specializing in strength were that formidable, they would have long been invincible. They must have been bribed. It's all a show. My 20 points won't be so easily taken. He approached the arena, cautiously eyeing Feng. These 20 points were the last of his savings. He absolutely could not afford to lose them. Now, for today's final match, he waved his hand towards the instructor. Simultaneously, it was also the last duel for Feng. Feng against Triple X. Begin. Triple X on the arena took a deep breath. What nonsense, Feng. What powerhouses specializing in strength? I refuse to submit. Triple X unleashed his full momentum right from the start. The power of a level 1. 2 martial artists ravaged the arena. 1.2. Feng nodded. In this training camp, a martial artist of level 1.2 was considered quite strong. Prepare to lose. Triple X charged directly towards Feng and threw a punch. The target, Feng's face. I refused to accept this. He was unwilling to believe nor accept the overwhelming reality of Feng's strength. I will win your 20 points. Boom! Triple X's fist collided with Feng's face. Success! Triple X rejoiced. He had successfully hit Feng. He was certain of the power behind this punch. It would undoubtedly send Feng tumbling off the arena. I knew it. Those people were all in on the fix. How could a mere level 0 martial artist? Suddenly, Triple X realized, after delivering the punch, that Feng seemed to have not moved at all. He stared intently. Although Feng had taken the blow on his face, he remained standing unharmed, even his hairstyle untouched. Just as I thought, your punches, Feng slowly raised his hand, are weak and feeble, akin to a mosquito bite. With a single punch, the force of his punch. Boom! Triple X was sent flying off the arena. Feng emerged victorious. 3 matches, without a doubt. A crushing victory. Points increased by 60, starting from 96 points, adding the 200 point from defeating the robot, plus the 100 points owed to the instructor, and the 100 point from the gravity chamber. With today's additional 60 points, he now possessed a total of 556 points. In the training camp, the most coveted complete martial artist set required only 555 points. He could redeem one right away. Feng nodded. Even if his points dwindled to a mere fraction, he was unperturbed, because tomorrow 3 more challengers would come. He would earn another 60 points, observing Feng's effortless victory. The instructor nodded. In the end, Feng had utilized a bit of the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with his inherent abilities, he could never have withstood the full force of a level 1. 2 martial artists. Though the instructor perceived the truth, the other prodigies were oblivious. They were all engulfed in deep shock. Previously, when Feng had dispatched a fellow martial artist of the same level with a single punch, they could attribute it to his specialization in strength. But what about now? Withstanding a punch from a martial artist of the same level and remaining completely unscathed, what did that signify? A specialization in defense. What a joke. Can one person possess 2 specializations? As the prodigies fell into profound self-doubt, suddenly, someone in the audience began to chant Feng's name. Feng, you are incredible, invincible. I previously mocked you. I apologize. I am willing to be your loyal subordinate. Feng, you are too strong. The others. What nonsense is this? Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was this person on about? The individual noticed Feng's attention and hurried over, wearing a fawning smile. Brother Feng, I wish to be your underling. Could you spare me just this once during our duel? I only have 20 points left. I have family obligations. Alas, if you could just concede, I would compensate you with 30 points. How about that? Leave me just 10 points. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized. Oh, it turns out this fellow intends to retain his points. Losing to Feng would cost him 20 points. However, if Feng concedes, he could gain 20 points, thereby possessing a total of 40 points. With those 40 points, even giving Feng 30 wound tea seemed like such a loss. What a despicable little rascal. The crowd was indignant. To stoop so low for a mere 20 points, transforming into a sycophant. Is there no dignity left? Truly, it's outrageous. Even worse, he concedes without dragging us along. Big brother, we were wrong. One after another, the crowd apologized to Feng. They all hoped that Feng would show mercy and spare them. So many people apologizing at once. Feng was taken aback. He estimated that about 100 individuals had gathered. Essentially, everyone who had challenged him was now apologizing. If all these people lost to him, they would contribute over 2,000 points to him. Such a vast amount of points, what splendid rewards could that procure? How could I possibly forgive you? A faint smile curled at the corners of Feng's mouth, resembling that of a devil, the very least, in the eyes of those talented challengers. Feng was a demon reaping their points. You wish to concede? You want me to let you go? Feng gazed earnestly at them. You think too highly of yourselves. I will defeat each and every one of you. One by one. Your points are all mine. Chapter 54. Level 5 Equipment, All Talents. Upon hearing Feng's merciless declaration, all the talented individuals' expressions changed dramatically. This Feng, not sparing any feelings whatsoever. In response, Feng merely scoffed. Although he hadn't responded to their previous taunts, he had not forgotten them. Now, they come to apologize? It's too late. Hand over your points. Some talents wished to say something further, to make amends, but feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Feng, they all fell silent. No one dared to provoke Feng again. Ahem. At that moment, the instructor stepped forward. Well, I presume your points are nearly depleted? Upon hearing this, several talented individuals lowered their heads in dismay. The recent challenges had caused many to see their points dwindle to nothing. All right, now I shall inform you of several alternative methods to earn points. The instructor waved his hand. Teachers, please lead the students over. Very well. At this point, 3 teachers approached. Among them, of course, was Teacher Lee. Students, the matters I am about to relay to you require your utmost attention. Teacher Lee began to explain various details. Meanwhile, Feng took out his points device, preparing to make an exchange that I asked for what Teacher Lee was saying. He could roughly guess. It likely involved a place similar to a gravity chamber, where an initial data point would be recorded, and upon surpassing it, points would be rewarded. This was meant to encourage students to break through their limits. Thus, he was disinclined to listen further. Let us redeem a set of warrior gear. Feng felt that while the alien core was enticing, The warrior set was even more impressive. A level 5 set would last him a considerable time. Without hesitation, Feng chose to redeem it. The alien core could be exchanged for later. There was no harm in that. In the background of the elite training camp, some little ones have chosen to redeem. Someone held a cup of tea. It must be that the challenges have just concluded, right? Someone yawned. They were likely eager to spend their newly acquired points. Let me see what they chose to redeem. After saying this, the person attempted to open the points page. At that moment, their companion handed them a cup of hot water infused with goji berries. Oh, thank you. The person smiled slightly. I enjoy this. It's quite nourishing. I understand. I feel the same way. The companion chuckled in agreement. The saying about middle-aged people needing to steep goji berries in thermos cups is indeed accurate. Yes, both lifted their thermoses and took a sip. Let us see what these little ones are redeeming. The two focused their gaze. 555 points, level 5 warrior gear. The most precious item within the training camp? Puffed. Both individuals simultaneously spat out their water, even the goji berries they had just consumed splattering onto the computer screen. What the heck? How is it that within such a short time since the camp opened, someone is already able to redeem level 5 gear? Is this a question of how long the camp has been open? His companion shook his head. You must understand, in the past, even at the end of the training camp, the maximum points would only be a little over 400. How could anyone possibly accumulate 500 points? Exactly. How could anyone possibly gather 500 points? 500 points come with abundant rewards. This was intentionally presented to stimulate the talents. This way, they would strive diligently to train, break through, and accumulate points. The issue lies here. The items displayed for admiration were never thought to be redeemable. That was simply impossible. Quickly, let us ask the instructor. Yes, let us inquire about it. After consulting, they received a response from the instructor. No issue, he indeed accumulated 500 points through legitimate means. You may proceed with the redemption. The two exchanged glances, both expressing disbelief in each other's eyes. How on earth did he manage to gather 555 points on the very first day of camp? They suppressed their curiosity and began purchasing the level 5 gear for Feng within the military mall. The level 5 equipment was not even displayed within the elite training camp. To present to a student, it required remote purchase. Meanwhile, in the training room, the instructor furrowed his brows slightly. Feng, surprisingly, chose to redeem the warrior set instead of the alien core. He is only at level 1, yet desires to purchase level 5 equipment. This is too... The instructor was at a loss for words, but he could only shake his head helplessly. Simultaneously, after Feng opted for the level 5 gear. Approximately 20 minutes later, in a distant cave, a robust man dressed as a wild man stood upon a skull, gazing at several beasts beside him. There were tigers, lions, and a few similarly rugged men. Roar. At this moment, a tiger approached, eyeing the Beast King on the throne. Are you saying that we just received word that human genius purchased something worth 555 points in the training camp? He has made history. The Beast King scratched his ear. Furthermore, he defeated a level 1 warrior with a single punch. What is so noteworthy about such trivial matters? Tiger King, have you been in beast form for too long that your intellect has diminished? While we may not be as clever as humans, we shouldn't be this way, right? Is it necessary to pay attention to a level 1 warrior? A mere breath from me could extinguish him. I still need to research the battle at the western capital base of Yen Nation. Do not disturb me with trivialities. I must think of a way to ensure Zheng Yuejin remains in the western capital forever. Let him know our might. Roar. The tiger growled deeply at this moment. The other wild men chuckled. You beastly types are truly foolish. Why bother concerning yourselves with a weak human? A mere level 1 warrior should warrant the king's attention. A level 6 spy could easily eliminate him. Roar. At this moment, the lion beside the tiger and the other beasts roared in unison. They glared fiercely at the wild men. The wild men were undeterred, returning the glare at the lions and tigers. The higher-ups of their beast tribe were divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that upon reaching the transformation phase, they should evolve into bipedal humans, which they deemed noble, known as the transformation faction. The other faction insisted that as proud beasts, why should they mimic humans? They steadfastly refused to transform, being referred to as the beast faction. Enough! Stop your bickering! The Beast King's brow was tightly knitted. Clearly displeased, the Beast Tribe, in terms of raw power, far surpassed their human counterparts at the same level. Yet in terms of intellect, they lagged significantly. Even these formidable individuals are nothing but single-minded fools, prone to quarrels at the slightest provocation. How foolish. Chapter 55. Mental Force Impact. I wish to discuss an alliance with the Sea Clan, hoping to retain Zheng Yuejin. The Beast King, growing increasingly impatient, commanded, "Silence," he sighed, pondering how, if only our kin possessed a modicum of intellect, would it ever be the turn of the human race? Indeed. Roar. Both factions responded in unison. Alas, the more the Beast King contemplated, the more vexed he became. Waving his hand, dismissively, "Go roast a few humans for me. I need to whet my appetite." With that, he crushed a skull beneath his foot. Closing his eyes, he prepared to communicate with the Sea Clan using the most common method among the other races, mental projection. Although their intellect may not match that of humans, nor have they crafted satellites or employed communication technologies, they have developed their own unique means of contact. The powerful other races can, in serene environments, communicate telepathically across half the blue planet. However, such communication is contingent upon silence and can only be executed by shape-shifting races, which imposes significant limitations. Their capabilities cannot be compared to human technology. As the Beast King focused on establishing contact with the Sea Clan, he muttered, "Yinghua, how long has it been? It's about time you shed some blood." Zheng Yuejin, meanwhile in the southern capital of Yinghua, within the elite training camp of the Demon Water District. Teachers from 3 classes escorted their students to tour the training equipment. "Our 3 classes will take turns using these machines," proclaimed the teacher class 1 as they walked. "Each class may use the same machine for only 3 days. After 3 days, they must swap with other classes. As we are class 1, we have the privilege of choosing first. Allow me to introduce you to the 3 machines. One tests mental force. Another serves as a gravity chamber, and the last assesses physical abilities such as punching and agility. Now, dear students, which machine shall Class 1 select first?" As soon as the teacher finished speaking, all members of Class 1 turned their gazes towards Feng, as if silently urging, "Big brother, you choose first. Whatever you pick, we shall follow." Feng. In this world where strength reigns supreme, he naturally became the leader of Class 1, despite his indifference towards such matters. "You want me to choose?" Feng pondered for a moment. The gravity chamber with the highest limit of 3 times? He had no need for that. The machine for testing agility and strength? Also unnecessary, as his agility was unparalleled. "Then I shall select the mental force tester," Feng declared, intrigued by the concept of mental force. Since the opportunity presented itself, he wished to explore it. However, upon hearing the mention of mental force, the others wore expressions of dismay. They were martial artists, not mentalists. This mental force test seemed utterly pointless to them. Yet they dared not offend Feng, forcing half-hearted smiles that contorted their faces hideously. "The boss made a fine choice. Indeed, indeed. The boss is magnificent. We've long wanted to see how powerful mental force could be. Boss, seeing how cooperative we are, could you perhaps allow us some leeway in future challenges?" "Let me reiterate, that is impossible," Feng replied with a cold smile. With so many valuable points before him, how could he afford to be lenient? He was counting on redeeming an alien core. The other talented individuals exchanged resolute glances, each reading determination in the other's eyes. "Just because you say it's impossible doesn't mean it is. Just wait. We shall move you with our actions." They were left with no choice. The hefty price of 20 points was akin to a death sentence. In the training camp, they could not gang up on him. In a challenge, they would surely lose. Thus, their only method was to touch Feng's heart, to make him soften and relent. This was their sole avenue of rescue. "As long as we treat him well, we can certainly move him. I refuse to believe he is harder to sway than a goddess." The talented individuals of Class 1 brimmed with enthusiasm. Teacher Lee watched in disbelief. "What on earth is happening? Why are my students like this?" "Teacher Lee, take us to see the mental machine," Feng said, approaching him. "Very well." Teacher Lee, somewhat exasperated, regained his composure. Soon, the members of Class 1 arrived at the mental machine. "Report," Class 1 selects the mental machine for 3 days. Teacher Lee submitted the request. Before long, he received authorization to use the mental machine for 3 days. All right, everyone. Teacher Lee cleared his throat. Those interested may give it a try. The crowd stepped back, looking at Su Feng as if to say, "You are the leader. You go first, Su Feng." After a moment of silence, he decided not to be polite. "All right, let me take a look first." Though he had not paid close attention during Teacher Lee's lecture, he had a general understanding of how the machine operated. That IT required the expenditure of 1 point to activate. Within each machine, there exists a standard benchmark. Should you surpass this standard, even by a mere 0.1, you would earn 30 points. The mental machine resembled a mechanical helmet, accompanied by a seat for sitting. Donning the helmet, Su Feng took his place on the seat. "Teacher Lee, how do I start it?" he inquired. "Oh, just close your eyes, and you'll know," Teacher Lee replied. "Thank you." Su Feng expressed his gratitude politely. He then closed his eyes. Buzz! Instantly, lines of subtitles appeared before him. It was akin to a system, leaving Su Feng astonished. Has technology advanced to such a degree? While Su Feng marveled, a subtitle emerged. Detected martial artist level 1.0, mental impact commencing at 0.9. Su Feng was a level 1.1 martial artist, but he had only demonstrated a level of 1.0 in the training camp. Thus, his identity card recorded only 1.0. Mental impact starting at 0.9. Su Feng pondered, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, Teacher Lee spoke. "Students, even normal martial artists possess mental force, though it differs from that of mentalists. The mental force of a typical martial artist is weaker by 0.1 than their martial artist level. Therefore, if you surpass this limit, you will earn points." "Teacher, what is the mental force of a mentalist?" someone inquired. "The mental force of a mentalist is formidable, equivalent to their martial artist level," Teacher Lee explained. "However, their breakthroughs are also quite challenging. Their mental force drives their martial artist level, differing from how we martial artists break through. So that's how it is." The talented individuals nodded in understanding that moment. Su Feng comprehended that. So the mental force limit for a level 1 martial artist is 0.9. Chapter 56, Grandmaster. "All right, I shall test my limits." Su Feng wasted no time and activated the mental impact. Boom! He felt a droplet of water rush toward him, then it landed on his head. Su Feng took a deep breath. He sensed his mental force being stirred into ripples. Here it comes. Mental impact. Su Feng braced himself, prepared to face the onslaught of mental force. 10 seconds later to Su Feng. Where's the mental force impact? Why has it vanished? Just as Su Feng was in a daze, a voice chimed in. "Congratulations! You successfully withstood a 0.9 level mental impact. You have earned 30 points. Please continue your efforts, Su Feng." "What? I managed to withstand it. Is not the limit for a level 1 martial artist 0.9? "Oh, right, I'm a level 1.1 martial artist, so the normal limit is 1.0. Thus, enduring the 0.9 level impact is to be expected." Su Feng nodded, remaining humble and cautious as he prepared to begin anew. Incidentally, he had depleted all his points, but now he had 30. As Su Feng remained vigilant, ready to challenge the 1.0 mental force. Those observing, including Teacher Lee, were utterly astonished. He actually broke through the limit of a level 1 martial artist so effortlessly. Teacher Lee found it somewhat hard to believe. The impact of mental shock serves to hone one's mental strength. With frequent use, even ordinary warriors can elevate their mental prowess by 0.1 or 0.2 levels. However, the issue lies in the fact that first-time users are usually rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the impact. It is absolutely inconceivable that anyone could withstand such mental shock. While Teacher Lee was still in disbelief, a lackey suddenly pondered aloud. "I believe that given Brother Su Feng's strength, a mere 0.9 is nothing." Once one individual voiced this opinion, the other astonished talents quickly chimed in agreement. "Ah, Brother Su Feng is the strongest." "Indeed, I support that." The other geniuses who had not entered the competition exclaimed, "Enough! To defend Su Feng for a mere 20 points is outrageous. This isn't just defense, it's outright flattery." Teacher Lee interjected, "What nonsense is this? Is Su Feng truly meant to be this powerful?" "Nonsense." Shaking his head, Teacher Lee speculated privately. Could it be that Su Feng is a prodigy in mental strength? Although not a mentalist, perhaps his innate mental capability surpasses that of others. There are indeed individuals born with slightly stronger mental faculties. While they may not rival mentalists, they are certainly more formidable than ordinary warriors. It seems that Feng belongs to this category. Thus, Teacher Li discreetly took out his phone to report to the officer. Meanwhile, Officer Xiang stood at the entrance of the camp, anticipating the arrival of an 8th-level warrior. At the same time, this individual was his superior, sent to assess Feng's prowess. A true expert. Li Jiuxuan. As Officer Xiang was lost in thought, a gust of wind swept by, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Haha, elite training camp. Here I come. Before Officer Xiang could react, he caught a whiff of an alcoholic scent. Before him stood a Taoist priest, sword on his back and a wine gourd in hand. Looking at Officer Xiang, Li Jiuxuan let out a loud belch. Hic! The potent aroma of alcohol wafted directly towards him. Officer Xiang was taken aback. Is this truly what my superior described as a master? Little Xiang, are you the person referred to as the head of the training camp? Li Jiuxuan, with a flushed face, appeared slightly tipsy. That's me, Officer Xiang replied, gritting his teeth and nodding. Internally, he frowned, pondering, who exactly is this 8th-level powerhouse? Why does he lack the demeanor of a true expert? I see you're a bit perplexed, Li Jiuxuan chuckled, lifting his wine gourd and taking a swig. I am Li Jiuxian, Li Jiuxuan. Officer Xiang's pupils constricted. He recognized the name. The foremost figure of the Tiandao sect in the southern capital. The Grand Master in the yellow robe. In the Tiandao sect, the purple robe signifies noble blood, while the yellow robe denotes personal merit. Thus, the Grand Master in the yellow robe is a pillar of the Tiandao sect. Moreover, Officer Xiang had heard that across the entire Yan nation, Li Jiuxuan was one of the mainstays of the Tiandao sect, a legendary figure. Yet, such a legend appeared to be nothing more than a drunken fool. Last night, those girls were a bit too much, causing me to drink quite a bit. Hic! Li Jiuxuan belched again, Officer Xiang thought. Not just a drunken fool, but also a lecher. If memory serves, Li Jiuxuan must be nearing 70 years old. He simply looks youthful due to his high warrior level. Why do you look at me like that? Li Jiuxuan shot an annoyed glance at Officer Xiang. Do you have any objections? None. None at all. Officer Xiang hastily shook his head. You are a revered elder. How could I possibly object? As long as you have no objections. Good. Now, take me to see this so-called genius. Li Jiuxuan raised his wine gourd. Hic! Don't think that just because I'm drunk, it will hinder my capabilities. Officer Xiang was left speechless, caught between words. Just then, the phone on Officer Xiang's belt rang. Ah, my apologies, Elder. I need to urgently contact someone. Officer Xiang took out his phone to check. M.O.G. Li Jiuxuan glanced at Officer Xiang with displeasure, then began surveying the surroundings. The Feng Shui training camp is quite good. Did you consult other ancestors of the Tiandao sect? He shook his head in admiration to tea that moment. Officer Xiang stared incredulously at the communication in his hand. Feng. Once again Feng. A prodigy in mental strength? How is this possible? How can one person possess so many talents? Perhaps Teacher Li is unaware of Feng's true potential, but Officer Xiang is well aware. High comprehension, awakened Dantian, combined with exceptional physical qualities. This is already absurd enough, and now he possesses extraordinary mental strength. Is it truly possible for humanity to produce such a genius? If he were allowed to develop fully, he would undoubtedly become humanity's savior. Officer Xiang's hands trembled. Even in his wildest dreams, he would not have dared to envision such a scenario. It is simply too versatile. At this moment, Li Jiuxuan approached. What is the matter with you? Why are you shaking so much? I'm fine. Officer Xiang took several deep breaths to calm his excitement. Let us go see this genius. All right, Li Jiuxuan, not overthinking it, nodded in agreement and gestured for him to lead the way. Thus, Officer Xiang guided Li Jiuxuan toward the training room. By the way, Li Jiuxuan took a sip of wine and suddenly remarked, you might face some misfortune this year. Be careful. Officer Xiang was taken aback. If someone else had said this, he would have dismissed it with a laugh, but the Grand Master in the yellow robe of the Tiandao sect said it himself. He had to take heed. You say I will face misfortune this year? Officer Xiang gritted his teeth. Is there a way to counter it? Cannot speak of it. Li Jiuxuan shook his head. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This is the nature of destiny. Officer Xiang felt a sense of helplessness. All right then. Since Li Jiuxuan won't elaborate, I can't press further. Let us continue on. Li Jiuxuan turned his gaze toward the training camp. In his eyes, the golden aura of destiny soared to the heavens. Then he glanced at Officer Xiang, whose blood-red aura was tinged with golden fortune. Li Jiuxuan shook his head. However, it is not your fortune. It is the great fortune of humanity. Such a pity, yet commendable. After a moment, Officer Xiang led Li Jiuxuan into the training room. Upon arrival, they witnessed Class 1 in a state of astonishment. What the hell? He withstood 1.1 level. This is outrageous. Brother Su Feng is incredible. Su Feng remained seated, enduring the impact of mental force. The pressure he was withstanding had astonishingly risen from 0.9 to 1.1. His warrior level was 1, capable of withstanding an impact of 1.1 in mental force. He was already on par with mentalists. Teacher Li was utterly dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation, clearly not a mentalist, yet able to withstand such tremendous mental power. Why is his mental strength so formidable despite not being a mentalist? It was utterly incomprehensible. The majority of people's mental strength is dead. Li Jiuxuan, still belching, ambled over. Teacher Li thought, "Who is this drunken fool?" Teacher Li, do not be disrespectful. Officer Xiang coughed lightly. This esteemed individual is the Grand Master in the yellow robe of the Tiandao sect. Li Jiuxuan, Grand Master in the yellow robe? Teacher Li gasped, quickly lowering his head in respect. Greetings, Grand Master Li Jiuxuan. No need for formality. Li Jiuxuan waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to Su Feng. Oh, this lad is impressive, with destiny soaring. Of course, Officer Xiang muttered under his breath. With such exceptional talent, how could his fortune be lacking? Glug, glug, glug. Li Jiuxuan downed a few more sips, seemingly treating the wine as water. Speaking of which, to continue from before, each of us possesses mental strength. Yet for some, it remains dormant. Dormant? What do you mean? Teacher Li and Officer Xiang exchanged confused glances, struggling to comprehend. Mental strength, Li Jiuxuan smacked his lips. Dormant mental strength is not truly dead. It simply means we cannot actively utilize it. Hence it is termed dormant. The essence of living spirit lies in the ability to wield it at will, which is what you refer to as a psychic master. They can directly harness psychic energy. In truth, the quantity of psychic energy one possesses has no correlation with whether or not one is a psychic master. Ordinary individuals are all the same, psychic masters, due to their frequent utilization of psychic energy. Experience prolonged training that enables their psychic energy to be slightly stronger than AS for us ordinary warriors. Our psychic energy is static and cannot be cultivated, thus we naturally fall a bit short. This is the general scenario. However, in exceptional cases, certain individuals may possess remarkably high levels of psychic energy. The reason for such extraordinary levels remains a mystery to me. A defining characteristic of those with elevated psychic energy is their heightened ability to comprehend the powers of the universe. Such prodigies are rare, yet they do exist. You understand now. So, both instructor Xiang and teacher Li exchanged glances. The concept of psychic energy indeed bears such implications. This can be considered a secret among the higher echelons of warriors. And it is normal for you to be unaware of it. Li Jiuxuan continued to expound. He then turned his gaze towards instructor Xiang. You think this lad has considerable insight? Indeed, replied instructor Xiang with a nod. I estimate he might withstand psychic energy shocks of around level 5. TSK. Li Jiuxuan shook his head. My disciple, at level 1, could at most endure a level 3 psychic shock? I once believed my disciple to be a rare talent among humanity. Yet, truly impressive. No wonder he has captured the attention of the Yanhuang group. Li Jiuxuan regarded Su Feng with satisfaction, perceiving an aura of golden fortune surrounding him, as if it were tangible. Very well, let us cease this shock. Li Jiuxuan waved his hand, that we mustn't stir up any commotion, for that would be catastrophic. Teacher Li, who had been listening in astonishment, though not fully comprehending the high-level discussions, Grasp the essence. Su Feng must be an exceptionally gifted prodigy. Indeed. Meanwhile, Instructor Xiang nodded, fully aware of the potential uproarly Jiuxuan had mentioned, should Su Feng withstand the highest shock from the psychic device. A level 3 psychic shock, it could likely cause a significant disturbance, leading to detection by foreign spies, and that would be dire. Teacher Li, please inform Su Feng to refrain from attempting any further shocks, said Instructor Xiang to Teacher Li. Certainly. Teacher Li hurried over and interrupted Su Feng just as he was about to engage in a level 1.2 shock. Su Feng, might you pause for a moment? Su Feng, bewildered, removed his helmet, feeling exhilarated. The level 0.9 psychic shock was merely a drop of water's impact. A level 1.0 psychic shock was just 5 drops. Level 1.1 was only 6 drops. He had easily withstood them. He believed this endeavor was akin to receiving free points. With these 2 breakthroughs, his points surged by 60. He truly wished to continue amassing points, but the interruption dampened his spirits. What is going on? Su Feng looked at Teacher Li. Let us not proceed for now. Allow the other students a turn. Teacher Li replied with a smile that by the way, Instructor Xiang has something to discuss with you. Very well, Su Feng set down his helmet, dismissing the interruption, intending to return to his pursuits shortly, that he felt that here, utilizing psychic energy shocks, he could accumulate a plethora of points, just as Su Feng departed. The other prodigies could no longer contain themselves. I'm in. I wish to earn points too. Let me try. Goodness, this point accumulation is far too easy. Just a level 0.1 yields 30 points. Had I known earning points was this simple, I would have bothered with Su Feng. It was unnecessary. Haha. I disdain my former self. Indeed, Su Feng broke through 3 realms and garnered 90 points. We need not mention more, for each realm recoups the previous 20 points. Thus, the prodigies eagerly attempted the psychic shock. Bang, 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 bang. All the prodigies who attempted were rendered unconscious by the shock. Not only did they fail to break through, but they couldn't even withstand the most fundamental impact. Total defeat. Teacher Li, Su Feng's ease of breakthrough is due to his innate talent. Why do you all presume yourselves to be like him? Su Feng approached Instructor Xiang, his mind clouded with questions. Logically, my psychic energy is quite commendable, so why can I maintain the state of my Zizai Jiagong for long? Chapter 58. A turn of hand, 1,800 points. Logically speaking, Zizai Jiagong consumes psychic energy. With my robust psychic energy, I should be able to sustain it for a few more minutes, mused Su Feng as he stood before Instructor Xiang. However, he forgot that Zizai Jiagong, in another realm, was the ultimate divine technique. For someone of his level 1 warrior prowess to utilize it from the outset simply underscored the strength of his psychic energy. If his psychic energy were a tad weaker, merely at level 1 or 2, the use of such a divine technique would be infeasible. Ahem. Instructor Xiang lightly coughed, interrupting Su Feng's contemplation. Su Feng, allow me to introduce you. This is Taoist Li Jiuxian. Su Feng. A drunkard? Su Feng gazed at Li Jiuxuan in confusion, detecting a strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. Instructor Xiang. You're quite direct, aren't you? I wouldn't even dare to call Li Jiuxuan a drunkard. Li Jiuxuan. You rascal. How dare you speak to me thus? Li Jiuxuan was genuinely taken aback. Since attaining his cultivation, few dared to label him a drunkard. Rascally youth. Li Jiuxuan took a hearty swig and declared, You don't understand. Alcohol is a fine thing. Su Feng. Su Feng paused, then looked at Instructor Xiang. What do you need from me? I still wish to break through the psychic shock to earn points, if there is nothing of great importance. I shall return to my pursuit of points. Instructor Xiang scratched his head. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss. Please keep a low profile and refrain from attempting further psychic shocks for your own good. Are you suggesting that I should forfeit my points? Su Feng pondered. Instructor Xiang. This lad, why is he so fixated on points? After hesitating, Instructor Xiang replied, Theoretically speaking, that is the case. It would be best if you refrain from breakthroughs. But what about my missing points? Su Feng looked at Instructor Xiang earnestly that if I continually utilize psychic shocks, I should be able to achieve significant breakthroughs. Each breakthrough nets 30 points. That is at least 600 points. Right, Instructor Xiang? You want me to forego 600 points? That seems unjust to me. Su Feng shook his head. Instructor Xiang. I'm advising you to maintain a low profile for the sake of your life. Yet you still feel you're at a loss. Sai, it's just 600 points. Li Jiuxuan waved his hand dismissively. Give it to him. What is there to be stingy about? Young man, points could be yours. But do remain discreet. We are aware that you have comprehended the forces of the universe. You could likely break records on these level 3 testing instruments. Am I right? Indeed. Su Feng nodded. Previously, he may have been slightly inadequate. For instance, he couldn't endure the triple gravity chamber. However, after experiencing the rapid enhancement from the previous night, everything was different. He possessed the capability to shatter all training camp records. Very well, here are your 600 points. Just keep a low profile and refrain from breaking records on other machines from now on. Instructor Xiang relented. Alas, 600 points, the camp will suffer a significant financial loss, though the official Yin Nation will foot the bill. He still felt the pinch. As for the other machines Instructor Xiang mentioned, they were, of course, the gravity chamber and another device for testing agility and strength. That is unacceptable. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Breaking records on both machines to level 3 would yield another 1,200 points. Instructor Xiang. Li Jiuxuan. What to this lad is rather greedy. Huh. You rascal. Adding that up, it totals 1,800 points. Instructor Xiang's eyes widened. 1,800 points is no small sum. I could have obtained 1,800 points through the normal process. Su Feng frowned. I haven't said anything wrong. Those points are rightfully mine. Instructor Xiang and Li Jiuxuan exchanged glances. All right. Instructor Xiang shook his head in resignation. Here, take your 1,800 points. Not a gift. It's what I was supposed to receive. Su Feng corrected him. Instructor Xiang. You rascal, with a resigned smile directed at the instructor. He remarked, what a little rascal. Li Jiuxuan took a hearty swig. Su Feng paused momentarily before retrieving his points device. So, will my 1,800 points be credited? He inquired. The instructor sighed in exasperation. Fine. Here you go. He lamented, you little brat. It's a pity you aren't a bandit. Thus, Su Feng received his 1,800 points, bringing his total to 1,890. The additional 90 points were earned by Su Feng as he surpassed the thresholds of 0, 9, 1.0, and 1.1 in mental impact, each breakthrough yielding 30 points. Return the 90 points you earned from your breakthroughs. The instructor exclaimed, his eyes widening. Even if a 1.0 level warrior achieves the maximum score of 3.0 across all tests, they would only earn 600 points. 3 machines yield 1,800 points. You've already claimed the 1,800 points. Logically, the surplus 90 points should have been returned to the authorities. On what grounds? Su Feng demanded, his eyes widening. Those points were earned through my mental breakthroughs. They represent my hard work. The instructor retorted, darn it, you little rascal. Li Jiuxuan chuckled heartily from the side. All right, it's just 90 points. Don't make a fuss over it. The instructor responded, what do you mean just 90 points? Ordinary members might not accumulate even 50 points from the beginning to the end of their tenure. The best redeemable items require nearly 6 times that. He bared his teeth. 90 points is not insignificant. You must return them. Shouldn't he, a genius like me, receive some preferential treatment? Su Feng silently tucked away his points device. The instructor mused, I meant preferential treatment, not robbery. Enough already, it's settled, Li Jiuxuan interjected, reiterating the point. The instructor hesitated briefly before exhaling a resigned sigh. Fine. You can have it, he thought to himself. The boss has urged me to cultivate talents and allocate resources generously, so it should be fine. When issues arise, the boss will take the blame. It's not my concern. Thus, Su Feng secured his 1,890 points. By the way, instructor, Su Feng inquired earnestly, when can I expect my level 5 set to arrive? I ordered it this morning. The instructor shot him a glare before responding with a hint of exasperation. The earliest will be this afternoon, at the latest, within 7 days. Su Feng was taken aback. What do you mean, by at the latest? That is far too long. He was astonished that you think acquiring a level 5 set is as simple as wishing for it. The instructor retorted, equally astonished. If we happen to have a set that matches your style, it will be delivered immediately. If not, it must be recrafted, which takes time. Are you saying it will take 7 days to recraft the set? Su Feng pondered. That's the slowest estimate, the instructor confirmed. All right then. Su Feng sighed in discontent, not expecting to wait several more days. The instructor quipped, "You're upset about receiving a level 5 set for free?" "You brat." He shook his head in disbelief, but refrained from further comment. Knowing that Su Feng would inevitably argue that it was hard-earned through his breakthroughs, they the discussion's near conclusion. Li Jiuxuan yawned and interjected. "All right, let's take a look at your training camp so I can familiarize myself with the environment." "Certainly," the instructor nodded. "Su Feng, you should accompany us and refrain from experimenting with the machines. If you attempt any further breakthroughs, we won't award you any points that..." Su Feng replied. "How did you know I was planning to secretly break through for another 1,800 points?" "Oh, so you want to award me any points?" He feigned indifference. "That I've already set you to the 3.0 limit," the instructor affirmed. "Thus, any further breakthroughs will not yield points, as you've already received the 1,800 up fine." "Fine," Su Feng waved dismissively. "I'm not primarily after points. I simply enjoy the various machines here." The instructor scoffed. "Huh, you're quite the character." Thus, the instructor led the two into the realm of class 1 upon encountering the sight of numerous classmates sprawled unconscious. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. "Could you explain this, Teacher Li?" the instructor inquired of the class 1 teacher. Well, Teacher Li coughed lightly. After witnessing Su Feng effortlessly surpass his mental limits, they became overly excited. Believing that such breakthroughs were merely a matter of will, they all attempted to execute high-level mental impacts and subsequently fainted. "I see." Su Feng nodded in understanding. "Not everyone possesses my level of talent." The instructor remained silent while Teacher Li added, "You little rascal, can you not tone down the bravado? By the way, who is this?" He quickly shifted the topic towards Li Jiuxuan. "I am Li Jiuxuan," he declared, the scent of alcohol dissipating from him. Li Jiuxuan. Teacher Li's pupils dilated in surprise. "You are one of the pillars of the Tiandao sect, are you not?" "Indeed, that is correct," Li Jiuxuan replied, exuding an air of righteousness that starkly contrasted with his previous inebriated demeanor. "What? You have heard of my renown?" Teacher Li eagerly grasped Li Jiuxuan's arm. "Could you possibly read my fortune? It is said that the Taoist priests of the Tiandao sect are well-versed in divination. My fiancé, he has not spoken to me for 3 days. What could be the reason?" Li Jiuxuan was momentarily taken aback. "That you're quite animated. You only seek a reading? Very well, I shall provide you with a fortune." He gestured for Teacher Li to extend his palm. Without hesitation, Teacher Li obliged. Su Feng glanced over, noting the myriad of lines on his palm. Nothing particularly revealing. However, Li Jiuxuan scrutinized it for a moment, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. It has been ages since I've seen such an extraordinary palmistry." "What do you mean?" Teacher Li asked, somewhat anxious. "Your fiancée, is she fair and beautiful?" Li Jiuxuan queried. "Yes. Is she endowed with an exquisite figure?" "Indeed. Does she not seek your wealth or your home?" "Absolutely. She is a wonderful person. Unlike those wicked women outside, she wants nothing from me." "Then it is as I thought." Li Jiuxuan clapped his hands. You now understand why your fiancé, he has been ignoring you." Teacher Li's eyes widened. "I it because I've been too busy with work, making her unhappy?" "No." Li Jiuxuan shook his head, speaking in hushed tones. She? It is merely the task of the master. No more to be said. Do you understand?" "What? What do you mean?" Teacher Li was bewildered. The instructor and Su Feng shared similar expressions of confusion. "I never expected people these days to be so extravagant," Su Feng mused, his gaze complex. "Seems you're quite knowledgeable," the instructor remarked, glancing at Su Feng. "All right. If you have any questions, feel free to consult me." Su Feng replied nonchalantly. That moment, students from Class 2 gathered around. Keeping a respectful distance, they had long recognized Li Jiuxuan in his Taoist robes. "Are you truly the esteemed Li Jiuxuan?" the teacher of Class 2 asked. Visibly excited, "I often see you on television. I thought I was mistaken, but here you are." Li Jiuxuan inhaled deeply, his robes billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. "Indeed, I'm the old Taoist." Li Jiuxuan delicately stroked his small mustache. Su Feng remarked. "So you actually have an idol complex? Upon seeing such a crowd gathered, you immediately muster your aura to create an imposing presence. Could you perhaps assist me as well?" The teacher from Class 2 promptly extended his palm and earnestly gazed at Li Jiuquan. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a Huangpao Tianshi from the Taoist sect. Naturally, he wanted to seize the moment and have his fortune told. "Oh, of course," Li Jiuquan replied with an air of nonchalance, casually reciting, "Your fate." He spoke at length. "Wow, how impressive!" At that moment, the prodigies of Class 2 could not help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, a Huangpao Tianshi sounds extraordinarily formidable. His calculations seem remarkably accurate. I too wish for him to divine my fortune. Wow, with a wooden sword on his back and a gourd at his waist, he embodies the ideal immortal. So handsome. The majority of Class 2's prodigies gazed at Li Jiuquan with admiration. In response, Li Jiuquan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. He relished the sensation of being adored. "No rush, no rush. Wait until I finish reading for your teacher, and everyone shall have their turn." He exuded the demeanor of a true Taoist priest, charismatic, magnanimous. Class 2's students erupted in excitement. Feng interjected, "You all have yet to witness the drunken state of this Li Jiuquan. This man presents two entirely different personas. What exactly is the master's task?" Teacher Li was still puzzled by this. Feng suggested, "Why not give your wife a call? My wife has been avoiding me lately." Teacher Li replied. Feng continued, "Perhaps you should take a leave of absence and return home for a visit." "That won't do. I must work to buy her designer handbags." Teacher Li shook his head at Feng remarked. "This licking dog phenomenon is truly remarkable." Chapter 60. The aesthetic disparity between races. "Hey, how dare you insult me?" Teacher Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How could I possibly be a licking dog? That is my fiancée." "No worries. You may proceed as if I never spoke." Feng promptly silenced himself. "Your classmates shouldn't speak so recklessly." Teacher Li scoffed. Meanwhile, the students of Class 2 surrounded Li Jiuquan. Taoist, look at me. Your palmistry is quite promising. Your father must be male, right? So accurate." "Taoist, look at me." "Oh, quite well. Your mother must be female." "Incredible." "Taoist, look at me." "You are male." "Correct." Before long, nearly all the students of Class 2 had their fortunes told. They marveled at how Li Jiuquan, the esteemed Huangpao Tianshi, was indeed remarkably precise. At that moment, the teacher of Class 3, composed entirely of female students, approached. "Master, could you take a look at me?" The Class 3 teacher extended her palm. Li Jiuquan scrutinized the Class 3 instructor from head to toe. "Your legs are quite nice." "I've seen enough. Any issues?" Class 3 instructor. "I asked you to examine my hand." "My hand." The instructor stamped her foot in frustration. "Your hands are quite delicate. Is there a problem?" Li Jiuquan inquired, puzzled. Class 3 instructor. The female students of Class 3 exchanged glances. Other prodigies were equally bewildered. Feng observed. "This drunken old Taoist reveals his true colors upon encountering a woman." The instructor covered her face, feeling a tad embarrassed. "Oh, great one, with so many students watching, do be mindful of your image. This is quite unbecoming. I was referring to palmistry." The female teacher, Class 3, insisted. Li Jiuquan smacked his forehead. "All right, let me take a look." Once the divination concluded, each class resumed their training. Class 1 opted for mental energy impact exercises, with most of the students at level 1.1 being overwhelmed by the 1.0 strikes. Class 2 chose the gravity chamber, where, as the instructor had indicated, most students performed at a standard level of 1.5. Class 3 engaged in a multifaceted training room, focusing on agility, strength, and various machines. Most students achieved only the minimum standards. Essentially, very few managed to break through on the first day. Throughout the morning, students from various classes reveled in their training rooms. As for Feng, he stood aside, honing his wind energy. Instructor Xiang and Li Jiuquan busied themselves with their respective tasks. Until noon, elsewhere in a jungle far from the Yin Kingdom, a wild man entered. "Hey, you over there, leader of the succubus clan, come out at once." With a furious shout, a voluptuous woman with alluring curves and a delicate visage emerged. "Are you from the Beastman tribe? May I inquire?" "Cut the small talk. I need your clan to send a level 6 assassin to eliminate a human," the wild man impatiently declared. "May I ask, what sort of human?" The succubus leader blinked. The one from the South City training camp. He should be the most talented. First, attempt mental control. If that fails, proceed with the assassination, the wild man instructed. Understood, the succubus leader nodded. By the way, how many succubi are still infiltrating the human ranks? The wild man inquired. In South City, there should still be a dozen or so. The leader replied, blinking. Fine, handle it yourselves. With that, the wild man disdainfully departed. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer, for he found them distasteful. Why would humans be attracted to such skinny women? It baffled him. They seemed utterly frail. True beauty should embody strength. Like a tiger's back and a bear's waist, capable of smashing through a tree with a single punch. Alas, the disparity in aesthetic appreciation between races is indeed vast. This succubus clan is utterly useless. If it weren't for their ability to beguile humans, they would have been eradicated long ago. Such an ugly race. Bah! The wild man grumbled as he walked away. The succubus leader blinked, then began to close her eyes to contact her kin. Triple X, do you hear me? If you can hear me, proceed with the assassination. Targeting seduction. If that fails, then go for the kill. Target information has been dispatched. All other sisters, prepare to assist. If Triple X fails, united as sisters, we shall achieve great success. In the South City base, within the training camp, the morning training concluded, and the students of Class 1 gazed at Feng with trepidation. Upon regaining consciousness from their stupor, they had come to realize the immense power of Feng's mental energy. He was on an entirely different level compared to them. Not to mention, Feng's physical prowess was equally formidable. With strength in both body and spirit, some students even began to idolize Feng. This admiration was genuine, stemming from respect for a true powerhouse, rather than from mere points. During lunch, as Feng approached the cafeteria, everyone parted to create a path. Brother, please go ahead. Yes, indeed, brother, Feng remarked. You've gained quite a reputation, my friend. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. I guess it not because they fear I might seize their points? Feng chuckled. Without hesitation, he strode to the front of the line and ordered his lunch. Although it was somewhat ostentatious, at least he didn't have to wait in line at the cafeteria. After lunch, Instructor Xiang gathered everyone. This morning you engaged in physical training. This afternoon, you will work on your martial artist levels. Martial artist levels? How do we train for that? Do we absorb the energy of heaven and earth together? The talented individuals cast puzzled glances towards the instructor. Given that the celestial energy within a region is limited, should everyone practice together, it is likely to be depleted in no time. Fear not, for we have experts on our side who will arrange a spirit-gathering array. The instructor discerned the concerns of the crowd. Even if many practice together, the speed of cultivation will undoubtedly surpass your usual pace. Such a remarkable prospect. The prodigies were filled with excitement. A spirit-gathering array. Feng felt a twinge of anticipation. To what extent could the celestial energy be gathered? Would it enable him to break through the formidable barrier of one? Too soon, an instructor approached and began sketching the spirit-gathering array. That moment, Li Jiuquan arrived, and upon seeing so many students, he trembled. Boom! The scent of alcohol surrounding him dissipated entirely. Let me see what you are doing. Li Jiuquan stepped forward, swiftly positioning himself before the group. Are you drawing the spirit-gathering array? Chapter 61. My energy conversion rate is 100%. Li Jiuquan observed the instructor sketching the spirit-gathering array. Somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it was the spirit-gathering array. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement. This won't do. Li Jiuquan waved his hand dismissively. When was this array even established? Allow me to make some adjustments. The instructor's expression shifted. When others suggest modifications, it may be mere folly, but when the celestial master of the Tao of Heaven speaks, it is a different matter entirely. Many students turned their expectant gazes towards Li Jiuquan. Suddenly, Li Jiuquan pointed with one hand. Whoosh! The peachwood sword behind him soared into the air. Humph! Li Jiuquan pointed at the wooden sword. Go! Buzz! The wooden sword in the air multiplied from 1 to 2. Then from 2 to 4, and in an instant it transformed into a veritable rain of swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wooden swords pierced the ground. Rise! Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. followed by a dense wave of celestial energy enveloping everyone. Are you not going to sit and cultivate? Li Jiuquan inquired. Only then did the prodigies come to their senses, all cross-legged as they began to sense and absorb the energy. Impressive, Su Feng gasped in awe. The celestial energy around him felt almost tangible. This spirit-gathering effect is truly astonishing that I can finally cultivate properly. Thus, Su Feng settled into a cross-legged position, in an instant. His energy absorption rate surged to 100%. Boom! The entire celestial energy transformed into a funnel shape, pouring towards Su Feng. He sensed his martial artist level escalating rapidly. 1.11, 1.12, 1.13. Before he could fully immerse himself in his cultivation, he noticed everyone staring at him in terror. The reason? All the celestial energy was funneling towards Su Feng. Collectively, over 100 individuals could not compete with a single Su Feng. There was no energy left for them to absorb. Meanwhile, the instructor and Li Jiuquan stood in stunned silence. What is this? Are you absorbing celestial energy? This is outright robbery. No, this is faster than any robbery. Stop, stop, stop. The instructor urgently called for a halt. Yet, Su Feng did not cease. He continued to absorb wildly. 1.15, 1.16, 1.17. Elderly, the instructor beckoned. Understood. Li Jiuquan waved his hand. Boom! All the wooden swords vanished, and the celestial aura diminished sharply. Su Feng's cultivation speed correspondingly decreased 0.1.191, 1.192. What the heck is going on? Su Feng's eyes widened as he paused his cultivation. The sensation was akin to riding a high-speed train, only to be abruptly switched to a slow, creaky train. The entire pace came to a standstill. How can you even ask? The instructor approached, glaring at Su Feng. What on earth is going on with you? What did I do? Su Feng appeared somewhat bewildered. Aren't we cultivating together? Is there something wrong with my cultivation? You have absorbed all the celestial energy surrounding you into your own body. Li Jiuquan approached, sighing. Celestial energy cannot be generated out of thin air. Our spirit-gathering array is designed to draw the energy from the surroundings. Su Feng still seemed somewhat confused. What does that mean? To put it simply, we are channeling 60% of the celestial energy from the magic water region into your vicinity, Li Jiuquan explained. Hence, the celestial energy accumulates so abundantly here. And then, Su Feng pressed on, still not grasping the connection to his cultivation. You, my friend, just absorb that energy as if you were siphoning the entire celestial energy of the magic water region. The instructor's eyes widened. You understand. If we don't interrupt you, the entire magic water region will be devoid of celestial energy. Su Feng, is it really that exaggerated? You must be joking. I'm merely a level 1 martial artist. Su Feng grimaced. Both the instructor and Li Jiuquan chuckled coldly. A level 1 martial artist? A level 1 martial artist can absorb celestial energy so recklessly. The other students looked at Su Feng with skepticism. They couldn't forget that when they were seated together with Su Feng in a place rich in celestial energy, he had absorbed it all without them receiving a single drop. Wasn't he that outright theft? What is your energy conversion rate, you rascal? The instructor could not help but inquired. To absorb celestial energy on such a grand scale, you likely can't achieve even the legendary 80% conversion rate. Can you? Could it be the rumored extreme of 90%? How could that be? The 90% conversion rate has only ever appeared in theory. Li Jiuquan shook his head in disbelief. Su Feng, I'm a 100%. Ahem. After awakening my Dantian, it was 80% or 4-5. Su Feng cleared his throat. What? The instructor was astonished. The second recorded super genius in human history. Li Jiuquan was also subtly taken aback. An 80% Dantian conversion rate has only been documented twice in human history. My goodness, the other prodigies were equally stunned. Did I hear that correctly? No way. That 1/10 underachiever suddenly became an 8/10 genius? Are you kidding me? Is it really possible to encounter such a fortuitous event as Dantian awakening? I refuse to believe it. I refuse. As the crowd marveled, the instructor exchanged a glance with Li Jiuquan. Indeed, Li Jiuquan nodded in agreement. With a single thought, boom! Everyone surrounding Su Feng fainted, including the instructors. What is happening? Su Feng looked at Li Jiuxuan and the instructor in confusion. That we will discuss this later. The instructor gestured for Su Feng to remain silent at that moment. Li Jiuxuan sprang into action, creating a mere illusion, and suddenly, 164 Li Jiuxuan figures appeared on the scene. What kind of technique is this? Su Feng was somewhat astonished. Elderly Jiuxuan cultivates the power of the earth. The instructor explained, as long as he stands on the ground. He is capable of anything. Creating several clones is nothing extraordinary. Su Feng, the issue here is that there are over 100 clones. Before long, 164 Li Jiuxuan figures simultaneously crouched down, placing their hands on the heads of 160 students, 3 class instructors, and 1 array artist. In an instant, all 164 individuals were pressing down on their heads. All done. Jiuxuan swiftly merged back into one, standing before the 2 of them. The memories have all been cleared. Thank you for your hard work, elderly. The instructor nodded in appreciation. Memory clearing. What on earth is that for? Su Feng inquired. Su Feng, you have underestimated humanity. The instructor sighed. Within humanity, there are many spies. Spies? This was the first time Su Feng had heard of such a thing. Are you suggesting that we might encounter spies, even within the elite training camp organized by the military? Indeed. The instructor affirmed that, you think the military is simply idling about. Su Feng was astounded. Chapter 62. Special treatment, the instructor. That is not entirely accurate. Jiuxuan shook his head. The primary issue arises from the fact that foreign races have concealed themselves. If they do not reveal themselves, we cannot discern them. Correct. If they hide too deeply, we are at a loss. The instructor nodded. Therefore, Su Feng seemed to grasp something. Why erasing memories, they would forget about your talent. The instructor elaborated. An energy conversion rate of 80% is too outrageous. We are merely protecting you. In order to prevent you from being assassinated by foreign spies. I understand. Su Feng's expression also turned somewhat serious. However, I have heard that among the foreign assassins, there are succubi. Li Jiuxuan stroked his beard. If a succubus were truly sent to assassinate me, that would be quite amusing. Su Feng. Instructor Xiang, you old rascal. Jiuxuan laughed heartily a few times. Just a casual remark. In any case, Su Feng, you must maintain a lower profile in the future. Instructor Xiang advised. This is also for your safety. Very well. Su Feng nodded. Since his potential had already been recognized by the authorities and he had acquired the resources he sought, then a lower profile shall be that I never would have imagined that you, young man, would be so extraordinary. Instructor Xiang bared his teeth. With immense mental strength, outstanding physical attributes, a high energy conversion rate, and remarkable comprehension. Each of these qualities alone is indicative of a prodigy, and now, all 4 converge upon one individual. It would be difficult for such a person to be weak. Indeed, remarkable. Jiuxuan stroked his beard. Ha ha, Su Feng chuckled, not saying much more. Young man, with your talent, rest assured that we will not treat you unfairly. Instructor Xiang looked sternly at Su Feng. The score devices of the others will be confiscated upon exiting the camp. But yours, we have decided to leave with you. The scores on it can still be utilized after you leave the camp. Su Feng's eyes brightened. This is quite a valuable asset. How can I earn more scores? Although Su Feng currently had a considerable amount of scores, sitting idly would eventually lead to depletion. Therefore, he needed to know how to acquire more scores. Quite simple. Instructor Xiang explained. For instance, by attaining the title of champion or participating in joint military exercises. As long as you excel in performance, we will grant you additional scores. What does joint military exercise entail? Su Feng pondered. You will know in due time. Instructor Xiang smiled mysteriously. Su Feng, you're making it sound quite enigmatic. Su Feng did not press further. Soon, everyone awakened, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Then, they resumed their training together. This time, Su Feng was much more discreet. At the very least, his previously gluttonous attempts at improvement had ceased. An entire afternoon passed. Haha, wonderful. My warrior level has risen to 0.001. Indeed, this training session has yielded significant improvements. I too have advanced by approximately 0.001. Incredible. And all of this in just one afternoon. What an astonishing enhancement. The spirit gathering array is truly marvelous. The speed of cultivation has increased tremendously. Su Feng. So in their eyes, a 0.001 rise in warrior level in an afternoon is considered high. Su Feng glanced at his own warrior level. 1.23. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Su Feng admonished himself. Then he opted to exchange for a foreign core. It cost him 500 points. Moments later, Instructor Xiang approached with a dark expression. Here you go. You little rascal. Instructor Xiang placed a foreign core into Su Feng's hand. Su Feng. So this is how the transaction works? I was caught off guard. What are you staring at? Are you dissatisfied? If so, return it to me. Instructor Xiang's face flushed. Of course, I will. Su Feng promptly tucked it into his pocket. Instructor Xiang, you were just going to casually put a level 4 foreign core in your pocket? Instructor Xiang was unaware that, as Su Feng placed it into his pocket, he directly transferred it to the system space. Such an important item could not simply be stashed away. Never mind. That is of little consequence. Instructor Xiang shook his head and looked at Su Feng earnestly. After acquiring that foreign core, do not rush to use it. Why? Su Feng was perplexed. Why can't I use my own belongings? Because if you absorb that item, you will instantly transform into a peak level 2 warrior. Instructor Xiang sighed. You haven't taken the college entrance examination yet, have you? Absorption of foreign cores is prohibited before the exam. If your warrior level is excessively high, it will raise suspicions that, if caught, your eligibility for the exam will be revoked. Such an outcome would be profoundly unfair to ordinary individuals. The college entrance examination is a matter of fairness and sanctity. I understand that. Su Feng nodded. The college entrance examination is of immense importance to the people of this world and must not be desecrated. Aside from the pills sold by the state, no external items may be used. Of course, if you have no intention of participating in the college entrance examination, feel free to utilize the foreign core. Instructor Xiang yawned. Regardless, with your prowess, the state will undoubtedly specially recruit you. No, I will still participate in the college entrance examination. Su Feng contemplated. His primary mission was to become the top scorer in the examination. How could he forego it? Oh, Instructor Xiang regarded him with newfound respect. This young man is commendable, not seeking special treatment, but choosing to pursue the exam. Quite admirable, grounded and steadfast. The future holds promise. Excellent. Train diligently, and if you encounter difficulties, let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you. Instructor Xiang patted Su Feng on the shoulder, extending his goodwill. Su Feng, what is going on? Instructor Xiang suddenly seems a bit warmer, being quite nice to me. Well then, let us hurry to the cafeteria. Instructor Xiang smiled. It's already evening, if you dawdle any longer. There won't be anything left to eat, and oh worries, without me around, they wouldn't dare eat, Su Feng replied. Instructor Xiang, oh right, I almost forgot. That group is essentially a pack of sycophants, terrified of offending you and having their scores devoured by you. But seriously, Instructor Xiang took a deep breath. You truly intend to seize all their scores? If you do so, they will surely harbor considerable resentment. Of course, I will win them. Why not? Su Feng looked at Instructor Xiang with confusion. They were the ones who challenged me and attempted to snatch my scores. Now that I possess greater strength, why shouldn't I take their scores? Instructor Xiang, you seem a bit overly compassionate. Instructor Xiang, no, what I mean is, it's unwise to offend people. You've already antagonized half the class, Sai. Never mind, you can handle it as you see fit. Instructor Xiang expressed his helplessness that if they are truly displeased, let strength speak for itself. Su Feng replied indifferently. Hey, as long as they can defeat me, I have no objections, but if they cannot, I certainly won't allow them to take advantage of me. Chapter 63. 1 month later that night, Su Feng had just returned to the dormitory. Su Feng, did something happen this afternoon? Lu Xia looked at Su Feng with a puzzled expression. Why do you say that? Su Feng turned to Lu Xia. I have this nagging feeling that something occurred, but I can't recall it. Lu Xia sighed. Su Feng, it seems that Li Zhoushuan's memory erasure technique is not entirely flawless. Moreover, after our training session this afternoon, I noticed that the surrounding areas are severely lacking in natural energy. Lu Xia lamented. I have never encountered such a scarcity of natural energy. Cough. Su Feng sighed a few times. Initially, it was him absorbing it, and later, it was everyone drawing from it together, of course. Although he maintained a low profile, his absorption capacity was still quite strong, which led to a significant depletion of the surrounding natural energy. Perhaps we simply absorbed too much natural energy this afternoon, Feng casually remarked. That is also a possibility. Lucian nodded. There's only so much natural energy, with so many of them absorbing it. A reduction in the entire area is only natural. Let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on training well tonight. Feng intended to say a bit more. Suddenly, his score device chimed. Feng glanced at it. A level 5 set, it's available. It appears there are just the right sizes in stock. If there were no suitable sizes, it wouldn't be available until a week later. I have something to attend to. You carry on with your training. After saying this, Feng promptly burst through the door. Lucia. In such a hurry. Never mind, I'll continue my training. Lucia placed one hand on the ground and began doing push-ups. On the other side, Feng arrived at the entrance of the training camp. The entrance. An armored vehicle was unloading cargo while the instructor directed the operation. Feng, you've arrived? The instructor remarked. Presenting a box. Look, this is your level 5 gear, including the iron sword you requested. All of it is level 5. By the way, be careful, it's quite heavy. Heavy. Feng was taken aback. How heavy? Primarily, the level 5 iron sword is heavy. The instructor explained. The weapons of level 5 warriors are naturally heavier than ordinary ones, as level 5 warriors possess considerable strength. If they are too light, it becomes cumbersome for them to wield effectively. Understood. Feng nodded. Hand it over. I will be cautious. All right. The instructor handed the box to Feng. Feng immediately activated the wind force. He feared he might not be able to lift it. Taking a deep breath, Feng grasped the box with both hands. Although it was somewhat strenuous, he managed it with relative stability. Oh, your strength is quite impressive, the instructor exclaimed in surprise. It's all right, just a bit heavy. Feng admitted, feeling the strain. That's normal, the instructor chuckled. If you can wield the level 5 iron sword with ease, your strength will be on par with that of a level 5 warrior. I still have a long way to go, Feng laughed. Struggling slightly to lift it, he realized there was a significant gap between merely raising it and wielding it effortlessly. Feng set the box down. Let me check the clothing. Bang. Feng opened the box. This outfit, it feels like a normal weight, right? He inquired. Indeed, the instructor nodded. After all, this is protective gear. If it's too heavy, it would hinder a warrior's movements. So the weight is appropriate. Good. Feng lifted it gently. As expected, it was effortlessly light. He easily lifted a set of jet black protective gear. Let me test its efficacy. Feng glanced at the instructor. The instructor replied, What are you looking at me for? I'm about to change. You could just put it on, the instructor suggested. I prefer not to change in front of others. Feng replied earnestly. It's too troublesome to wear clothes underneath and then put on an outer layer. The instructor responded, All right, go ahead. With a reluctant wave, he turned away. Watching the instructor leave and ensuring no one was watching, Feng waved his hand. Whoosh, the protective gear and iron sword vanished. Naturally, they were stored in his system space. Claiming to change was but a facade. The real intention was to stow them away. After all, he didn't wish to carry such a heavy box back to the dormitory. Off he went. Feng headed towards the dormitory. Late at night, Feng entered the gravity chamber to train. He first tested the protective gear. The level 5 armor was indeed crafted for level 5 warriors, even with the Kaio-ken technique activated and the wind force at his disposal. When he struck, it remained utterly unscathed. He couldn't even tear it with his hands. It was remarkably resilient, truly a remarkable piece of equipment. Feng decisively donned the level 5 protective gear. Then he turned his attention to the level 5 iron sword. This weapon was currently too heavy for him, so he decided to set it aside for now. Taking a deep breath, Feng activated the double Kaio-ken. The gravity intensified threefold. Boom! The gravity chamber erupted in a blaze of crimson energy. A month later, morning. During this month, everyone practiced physical conditioning and mental fortitude in the mornings and trained their warrior levels in the afternoons. In just 1 month, Feng had reached level 2 warrior. However, he had yet to showcase his level 2 prowess before others. His identity card bore no record of being a level 2 warrior. Moreover, since his breakthrough to level 2, the difficulty of leveling up had increased once again. Even with a 100 conversion rate and the gathering array in the training camp, he wouldn't be able to advance in just a few months. Reaching level 3 was exceedingly challenging. On this day, Su Feng stood on the arena, facing none other than Guan Xiaoye. I didn't expect you to challenge me as well, Su Feng remarked with indifference. Initially, I had no intention of challenging you. Guan Xiaoye shook her head. However, as you grew stronger in the training camp, I decided to take you on. I even specifically sought out the instructor to arrange this challenge for today. With so many aspiring challengers, if she hadn't leveraged connections, Guan Xiaoye would have had to wait a month for her turn at O. You know I'm strong, yet you wish to challenge me? What is the reason behind this? Are you tired of your points? No. Guan Xiaoye shook her head. I merely wish to hone my skills. Come on, let me see your strength. Boom! A powerful surge of mental energy erupted from Guan Xiaoye. Whoosh! 6 iron beads soared into the air. Her mental strength had also improved, breaking from 5 to 6 beads over the month. Chapter 64. Transformation. Mental energy level. 1.08. She was nearing the 1.1 level. Thanks to the training camp, she had made such rapid advancements. Of course, compared to Su Feng's meteoric rise, it paled in comparison. Very well. I shall let you make the first move, Su Feng stated calmly. You remain as arrogant as ever. Guan Xiaoye felt a flicker of anger. After all, she was a mentalist. Once she took the initiative, 6 beads attacking in unison could easily overwhelm even a level 1.5 warrior. Why was Su Feng so relaxed? Could it be that he had also reached level 1.5? If I said to let you strike first, then you should strike first. Su Feng shook his head that if you hesitate further, you may miss your chance. You will regret this, Guan Xiaoye declared with a fierce shout. Whoosh! The 6 beads shot forth, all targeting Su Feng. This was akin to the combined might of 6 level 1.1 warriors. Perfectly suited to test the fruits of his month-long toil, Su Feng felt a thrill of excitement. The ultimate freedom technique, passive activation. Without even utilizing the wind force, Su Feng closed his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Despite his eyes being tightly shut, Su Feng's body seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly evading all the incoming bead attacks. What? Guan Xiaoye gasped in shock. Although she had witnessed Su Feng effortlessly traverse a pack of wolves at level 0, it was undeniable that during their time in the training camp, his agility must have grown even more formidable. Yet, to see her continuous onslaught so easily evaded astonished her. Incredible. The spectators marveled. Truly worthy of being the champion of our training camp, he's remarkably powerful, brother Su Feng. Over the course of a month, Su Feng had genuinely earned the admiration of everyone. Many harbored genuine respect for him. The instructor, watching the match, nodded in approval. Impressive. Su Feng's agility is indeed remarkable. No wonder he is the boy who weaved through wolves. Quite a rarity. The instructor couldn't help but praise. He was well aware of Su Feng's talent. Yet every time he witnessed him, he was met with delightful surprises. Truly a rare occurrence. You seem quite at ease. At that moment, Li Jiuxuan approached. What's the matter? The instructor glanced at Li Jiuxuan. It's been a month. You must have heard the news? Li Jiuxuan smiled brightly. The West Capital Bay City is embroiled in a fierce battle. The Beast Clan and the Sea Clan have joined forces, and their momentum is overwhelming. If not handled properly, the West Capital Bay City may very well fall. Don't try to scare me, the instructor scoffed. With General Zheng present, how could there possibly be a problem? So you trust General Zheng as well. Li Jiuxuan chuckled. General Zheng is indeed a rare talent. I estimate that in a few months he will achieve a resounding victory. Exactly. We simply need to await his good news, the instructor replied confidently. Li Jiuxuan concurred. How many battles had Zheng Yuejin fought? There was no way he would falter in the West Capital. Non-existent. He is indeed the steadfast pillar of Yin Nation. In the arena, Su Feng deftly evaded all of Guan Xiaoye's assaults. Then he charged straight towards her. When confronting a mentalist, one must engage in close combat. Guan Xiaoye was taken aback. Secret technique, Mind Piercer. This was a mental skill exchanged by Guan Xiaoye at the training camp. utilizing the formidable mental power of a mentalist to strike at the target. If the opponent's mental strength is weaker than hers, they will experience a fleeting moment of distraction. It is one of the commonly employed offensive methods by mentalists. Boom! Guan Xiaoya's mental force surged towards Su Feng. Boom! Guan Xiaoya felt a massive shadow rebound upon herself. Mental backlash. The target's mental strength far exceeded her own. Puffed. Guan Xiaoya spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Su Feng closed in, delivering a punch that sent her crashing to the ground. Victory! Su Feng is truly impressive. Su Feng is so dashing. Ah, I'm going to die. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Some girls were continually throwing flirtatious glances. His mental power is indeed formidable. Not mere rumors. Guan Xiaoya took a deep breath. There had long been whispers of Su Feng's unparalleled mental strength. Now it seemed it was indeed the case. Next up, Su Feng would challenge someone. He approached the instructor, announcing the continuation of Su Feng's duel. Moreover, to expedite the matches, each participant was now allowed 5 battles per day instead of 3. This would allow all duels to be completed before the training camp concluded. Soon, 2 months passed in the training camp, with merely a month remaining until the college entrance examination. Today marked the day to leave the camp, and everyone was busy packing their belongings. Meanwhile, Su Feng was still training in the gravity chamber. Gravity chamber level, 10 times, King S Fist. 3 times, Su Feng activated the threefold King S Fist. 20 seconds later, cough. Su Feng coughed up blood as the threefold King S Fist backfired on him. Release. Su Feng immediately deactivated the King S Fist. Then he gasped for breath. Although the twofold King S Fist posed no side effects, the threefold was still exceedingly difficult. Gravity chamber. Release. Su Feng shut down the gravity chamber. Now, the power of wind. Momentum. Boom! A rectangular prism of wind energy enveloped Su Feng. According to the scriptures, the completion of momentum requires encompassing an area of approximately 50 meters. Currently, I can only envelop myself. I still have a long way to go. Do not become complacent. If Instructor Xiang were to hear this, he would surely be enraged. He hasn't even entered the realm of earthly power, while Su Feng has already traversed 1/3 of the path in momentum. Then he practiced the free and unfettered technique. Su Feng took a deep breath. Throughout the 2 months at the training camp, he had made significant improvements in various aspects. However, one area, the progress in the free and unfettered technique, was rather slow, from just over a minute to nearly 2 minutes. This was the result of 2 months of cultivation. Nevertheless, in a passive state, I can sufficiently evade warriors of the same level. When actively engaged, it becomes extraordinary. The primary issue remains the slow growth of my mental power, resulting in a short duration for maintaining the free and unfettered technique. It seems I need to acquire an item to enhance my mental power. Just as Su Feng was about to check the points device for useful items, he suddenly recalled something. System, multiverse lottery system. Host binding. Su Feng, non-revocable, age, 18 warrior level, 2.3 current lottery world. Dragon Ball skills acquired. Free and unfettered technique. King S Fist system task. Become the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Nandu Bay City. Item, a healing bean, gravity chamber, 100-fold, skills. Free and unfettered technique. When actively used, the host can completely evade all attacks. Power scales with warrior level. Lasts a maximum of 1.50 minutes. King S Fist can exponentially enhance the user's physical attributes. Excessive multiples may result in backlash. Twofold has no side effects. Threefold can only be sustained for 30 seconds at the cost of great strain. Chapter 65. Secret Realm. In this month, I have only progressed from 2.0 to 2.3. Su Feng shook his head in resignation. The cultivation speed of a level 2 warrior is truly slow. Nonetheless, it's fine. Once I reach 2.8 and utilize the alien core, I can directly break through to level 4. Filled with determination, Su Feng exited the system space. Upon emerging, he noticed Lu Xia packing up, preparing to leave. "Brother, are you ready to go?" Su Feng inquired with a smile. "Yes, may we meet again by chance." Lu Xia nodded. Su Feng said nothing further. merely returned the nod. He then took out the points device, intending to see what items could enhance his mental power. Suddenly, he saw a notification on the points device indicating that he should gather. So Feng, what is this about? Although curious, Su Feng stowed away the points device and dashed toward the training ground. On the training ground, Instructor Xiang stood with Li Jiushuan and several other instructors. Whoosh! Su Feng was the first to arrive. What is going on, instructor? Su Feng looked at Xiang with confusion. Please wait a moment. Xiang smiled. Oh, Su Feng said nothing more, merely nodded and stood aside. Moments later, whoosh, 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 Lu Xia and Guan Xiaoya flew over as well. Su Feng, Lu Xia. It was a bit awkward, as they had just said their goodbyes. Ahem. The reason I called you here is that you have all performed exceptionally well in this training camp. Xiang cleared his throat. Lu Xia, warrior level 1.3. Significant improvement. With your own strength, you can contend against level 1.4 warriors. Guan Xiaoya, mental power level 1.18, just a step away from 1.2. Lastly, Su Feng, need I say more? You are undoubtedly the strongest presence in this training camp. Warrior level 1.4. This warrior level of 1.4 is what is currently on Su Feng's identity card, not his actual level that he had intentionally kept a low profile as advised by Instructor Xiang to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Besides his warrior level, Su Feng's speed, strength, and endurance were all exceptionally high. Instructor Xiang couldn't help but express his admiration. You three, if all goes well, will become the pillars of our human race in the future. Therefore, we have decided to provide you with special training. The three exchanged glances, surprised. Special training? What does that entail? Every year this segment occurs. Xiang smiled. Outstanding elites will be retained and participate in specialized training, and we will discuss the specifics once we reach the location. With a wave of his hand, Xiang signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then he took out a walkie-talkie. Whoever is in charge, bring the transport aircraft over here to the training ground. Moments later, a massive transport aircraft arrived. Let us go, everyone. Instructor Xiang led the group aboard. Su Feng and his companions exchanged glances and followed suit. Soon, they flew to the outskirts of Nandu Base City. Upon landing, do you see that? Xiang glanced ahead. There, a colossal sphere of light enveloped a mountain. What is that? Su Feng and the others were astounded. Meanwhile, Li Jiushuan and others wore serious expressions. Aside from alien threats, this is another significant danger faced by humanity, Li Jiushuan stated. This information is unknown to the general public. Only a select few are privy to it. The fact that you are aware is meant to broaden your horizons. So, what is that? Su Feng stared in bewilderment. A secret realm. Xiang's expression turned grave, and one knows the rules, nor how it came to be. We refer to it as a secret realm. The interiors of secret realms vary greatly. Some are overrun with monsters, while others are rife with gunfire. However, they all share one common trait. The entities within harbor a deep animosity towards humanity. And what about that? Su Feng pondered. If left unchecked, a secret realm will double in size after a week, Xiang explained. Even the monsters within will advance by one level. As an illustration, consider a hidden realm where, at the outset, the most formidable creature is at level 6. Should it remain unattended for a week, it will ascend to level 7. After another week of neglect, it will become level 8. Hiss, Su Feng, Lu Xia, Guan Xiaoya, and the others collectively gasped in astonishment. If left unchecked for several weeks, what manner of creature might emerge? Moreover, the hidden realm will expand. Shaking his head, the instructor warned, once it engulfs the entirety of Yen Nation, we shall be in grave peril. Thus, this constitutes the second great crisis threatening humanity. Upon the emergence of a hidden realm, we must dispatch personnel to eliminate it. How shall we do so? Su Feng inquired. Why vanquishing the core creature of the hidden realm? There is but one path to take. The instructor elucidated. Humanity indeed faces tremendous challenges. Lu Xia could not restrain his clenched fists. In addition to external races, we now contend with the threat of hidden realms. However, hidden realms are not entirely detrimental. Li Jiushuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Of course, powerful hidden realms pose significant dangers. Yet should we encounter a weaker hidden realm, like this one, it is likely only a level 7 realm, with the strongest creature being merely level 7. Should we conquer it, we could obtain a plethora of treasures. Within the hidden realm, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures abound. Indeed, the instructor concurred. Oh, the items obtained from the hidden realm can be brought out? Su Feng expressed mild surprise. One must breach the hidden realm to extract them. Li Jiuxuan clarified that Su Feng nodded. Just right. Let us see if we can acquire something to cultivate mental fortitude. Shall we proceed? The instructor cracked his knuckles in anticipation. This hidden realm was only discovered a day ago. We should resolve it swiftly so we can return home for a meal. Ah, speaking of which, Li Laosher suddenly clapped his hands. Wait a moment. I must inform my wife that I may be unreachable for several days. Su Feng. Has your fiancé, he finally contacted you? Moreover, how has she transformed from fiancé to wife in just 2 months? What do you mean by being unreachable for several days? Guan Xiaoya questioned. Human communication is utterly ineffective within hidden realms. A teacher from Class 3 explained for her benefit. If we are slow in our resolution, we may find ourselves trapped for several days, hence the need for advanced preparation. Communication ineffective? This is akin to Lu Xiao pondered. Another space-time? Su Feng interjected. Precisely. Everyone nodded in agreement. How fascinating, this hidden realm. Su Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Very well, let us enter, the instructor declared. One can hardly discern the nature of this hidden realm from the outside. Let us proceed. The group made their way towards the hidden realm. Chapter 66. 3 chances for a draw. Buzz. The crowd was suddenly engulfed by a blinding light. In the next moment, the world dimmed, revealing a mountain shrouded in mystery before them. There were no clouds, no sun, nor moon, merely an enchanting space. This is the hidden realm. Devoid of any sense of time. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued. Ensure that no one is harmed during the expedition into the hidden realm. Reward. 3 opportunities for item draws. Su Feng. Su Feng could scarcely believe his ears. 3 chances for a draw. This was unprecedented. The system was being surprisingly generous. Yet it also seemed daunting to guarantee the safety of everyone within the entire hidden realm. I am merely a level 2 warrior. Even with all my cards on the table, I can only manage to defeat level 5 creatures. This is a level 7 hidden realm. Safeguarding everyone will be immensely challenging. At that moment, Li Jiuxuan spoke. You 3 have come to the hidden realm to broaden your horizons. Stay close to us and refrain from acting recklessly. We are more than capable of ensuring your safety. Su Feng. Damn, why didn't you say so sooner? I was contemplating how to protect you. Su Feng realized that with so many powerhouses present, there was no need for him to take the lead. It was best to maintain a low profile. With the support of Li Jiuxuan and the instructor, accomplishing the side quest would be a breeze. All right, stay close to us. The instructor signaled for Su Feng and the others to remain behind him. Do not act recklessly. Understood. The 3 nodded in unison. Li Jiuxuan then stroked his beard. Everyone, hold on a moment. Let me assess the situation. Li Jiuxuan gazed toward the mountain. His eyes suddenly glimmered with a faint light. The light is too bright. It may attract the creatures. The instructor, concerned that Su Feng and the others might not comprehend, explained proactively to Su Feng. Lucia, Guanxia, we may be novices, but that does not imply we lack intelligence. Very well, Li Jiuxuan withdrew his gaze. There are quite a few creatures within this mountain. You must remain vigilant. Acknowledged, the instructor could not afford to be careless. He understood that the success of this level 7 hidden realm expedition primarily depended on the formidable Li Jiuxuan. He, along with Su Feng and the others, were merely there to fill numbers. Let us ascend the mountain. Li Jiuxuan took the lead. The core creature this time is located at the mountain summit. Ascend the mountain, I will follow Li Daosher, and you all shall follow me. The instructor added a reminder. Su Feng. Lucia, Guanxia. Then we should simply follow Li Jiuxuan, right? By the way, the creatures this time belong to the Pighead clan, scattered throughout the mountainous terrain. Li Jiuxuan took a deep breath. You all must exercise caution. The Pighead clan, the group felt a tightening in their chests. Pigs are relatively intelligent among the foreign races. Therefore, we must not underestimate them. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they encountered the path leading to the summit. the entrance. There stood a dilapidated signboard. The inscriptions had become illegible over time, but one could faintly discern the characters for Ko X Zhuang. It bore the marks of antiquity. Lu Xia could not help but express his thoughts. No one knows the origins of that. Li Jiushuan shook his head. Hidden realms do not belong to any timeline of Yin Nation, yet they possess certain connections. Connection? What kind of connection? The group was puzzled. The creatures emerging from hidden realms can generally be traced back to stories of Yin Nation. The instructor explained. Some are derived from mythological tales, while others from folklore. In summary, there is typically a trail to follow. I see. The group nodded in understanding. Oh, what about this Ko X Zhuang? Su Feng inquired. Is there a mythological story in Yin Nation regarding that? The instructor. I do not know. The instructor pondered. Su Feng, Lu Xia, Guan Xia. Was it not stated that every hidden realm has a trace to follow? How can we be at a loss now? The current clues are too scant. We must delve deeper. The instructor clarified that if it involves pigs and X Zhuang, the first thought that comes to mind is Zhu Baji. Su Feng chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, it is Ko X Zhuang, not Gao Lao Zhuang. No, Li Jiushuan shook his head, his gaze distant. Once the character Gao was damaged, it became Ko. You can clearly see which character is evidently worn. Are you suggesting that this could indeed be Gao Lao Zhuang? The instructor's eyes widened. Lu Xia and Guan Xia were equally astonished. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, wondering if his casual remark might have inadvertently come true, that I cannot assert it with absolute certainty. But Li Jiushuan turned his gaze toward the mountain peak. In 80% likelihood, I would say Su Feng. Instructor, what difference does that make from 100%? All right, let us ascend. Li Jiushuan waved his hand. Very well. Lu Xia, filled with enthusiasm, charged ahead toward the mountain path. Bang! Li Jiushuan knocked him unconscious and tossed him to the instructor. This lad's spirit is commendable. Li Jiushuan shook his head, but he cannot take the main path. Haha, novices lack experience. The instructor chuckled and then used warrior energy to awaken Lu Xia. I was ambushed. Instructor, Lu Xia exclaimed in terror. I was knocked unconscious outright. The hidden realm is truly terrifying. Su Feng, I was the one who knocked you out. Li Jiushuan spoke. Lu Xia, why did you knock me out? Generally speaking, we do not take the main road. He explained to the instructor, because it is easy to disturb the monsters within the secret realm. We can only sneak past through other paths. I see, Lu Xia said with sudden realization. I'll say it again. Don't rush. Stand behind me. He glared at Lu Xia. Whatever you do, don't act recklessly. Yes, Lu Xia responded loudly. Li Jiushuan. Instructor, you brat, keep your voice down. What if you alert the monsters? All right, everyone quiet down. Li Jiushuan gestured with his hand. The group promptly closed their mouths and closely followed Li Jiushuan. There's a small path over there. Let us proceed. Li Jiushuan pointed to the side. Fortunately, this peak isn't too steep. There are other mountain paths to take. The group adhered to the mountain trail. Making their way up, watch your step and try not to step on any branches, Li Jiushuan reminded. All right, you can rest assured, sir. The instructor nodded. We are no novices. We have plenty of experience. Rest assured. It is impossible to make such a basic mistake. Crack. Just after saying that, the instructor stepped on a branch, producing a sharp sound. Li Jiushuan. Ahem. The instructor awkwardly cleared his throat. While there aren't any monsters nearby. A little noise doesn't matter. Su Feng, you guys pay attention. I just demonstrated for you. Don't make such a rookie mistake. Chapter 67, A Blade. Su Feng. Lu Xia. Guan Xiaoyu. Your excuse is truly pathetic. Crack. At that moment, Teacher Li accidentally stepped on another branch. Li Jiushuan. What is wrong with you all? There are just too many branches. Teacher Li hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. Thus, the group navigated the small path and reached the middle of the mountain trail. Along the way, there were indeed quite a few branches, and practically everyone had stepped on a few. Fortunately, the sounds weren't loud enough to attract any unusual beings. That's Su Feng. The instructor couldn't help but glance at Su Feng. Among all present, only two had not stepped on any branches. Point one was Li Jiushuan, an 8th level expert, which goes without saying. The other was Su Feng. This Su Feng, he is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Suddenly, Li Jiushuan, leading the way, waved his hand. Whoosh! The entire group came to a halt. Do you see that? The Pighead clan is right over there. Li Jiuxian pointed to the side. The group looked up, and a few bushes obscured their view. However, they could vaguely see 3 stout figures seated there, but their heads were that of pigs that were gathered around a campfire. Seemingly roasting something, the bushes blocked their view, making it difficult to see clearly. Annihilate them. Lu Xia was eager to engage. He had slain countless unusual beings, which led him to feel the urge to draw his blade every time he encountered one. There are only 3. Their strength is around level 5. Li Jiuxian pondered. I can cast a silent spell to muffle our sounds. Then you can engage them. It's important to note that the silent spell cannot move. Your battle must occur within the circle. Do not step outside. If we make noise outside the circle, it will be troublesome. Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. The instructor nodded. He knew that if not for giving Su Feng and the others some training, Li Jiuxian would have already charged in, slaying recklessly. After all, this is just a 7th level secret realm. Li Jiuxian could easily break through. Just be mindful of your safety. Li Jiuxian waved his hand. Buzz, a gray light descended from the sky, enveloping Su Feng and the Pighead clan. Roar, what is this? At that moment, one of the pigheads looked up at the sky. In the sky, something appeared, gray and indistinct. All right, let us fight together, the instructor said to Su Feng and the others at this moment. The 4 of us teachers will face off against the 3 pigheads. You 3 should assist as best as you can. Understood? They all nodded. Good. I'll count to 3, and on 1, we all charge out. The instructor declared point 3, 2, 1, charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instructor led the charge, followed by the teachers of Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Boom. Guan Xiaoyu did not remain idle. She activated her psychic power, sending 7 orbs flying towards one of the pigheads. Su Feng drew out his level 5 iron knife from behind, while Lu Xia removed a backpack and began to assemble his weapon piece by piece. Long spear, red tassel spear, go! Lu Xia and Su Feng rushed out as well. As they emerged, they saw the 3 pigheads sitting by the fire, each holding a large fork that on the fork was the charred body of a human child. Its grotesque face and burnt skin sizzling in the flames, occasionally splattering oil. The group was taken aback. How despicable. They actually eat humans. Lu Xia erupted with rage and charged forward, having a deep-seated hatred for the unusual beings. Lu Xiao's emotions exploded at that moment. These creatures. Su Feng tightened his grip on the iron knife. Boom! Double King S Fist. Without hesitation, Su Feng activated the non-side effect Double King S Fist. Following that, he charged towards the pighead. Damn! Brothers, there are humans. The pigheads also reacted. Damn! I was enjoying my roast child, and now I'm being disturbed. Well, the pigheads bit down on half of the roasted human. Then I'll slaughter you. A side dish. With a flick, the pighead hurled the roasted human away and charged towards Su Feng and the others. Boom! In an instant, the 2 sides collided, the instructor with a peak combat power of 5. 9 directly pinned down one pighead. Bang, 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 bang. A fierce battle ensued between one person and one pig. Meanwhile, the other teachers from Class 1 and Class 2 joined forces to fight against another pighead. On the other side was the teacher from Class 3. She was engaged in combat with a pig head, which couldn't help but salivate. Such tender hands, such tender feet, such tender humans. The pig head chuckled gleefully. I'll butcher you. You'll surely be delicious. I love to eat tender humans, bastard. Lu Xia thrust forward with a spear. Swish! The spear grazed the pig head's skin but failed to penetrate its defenses. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. The pig head trembled slightly. Boom! The overwhelming presence of level 5 surged forth, sending Lu Xia flying. Bang! He crashed against a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Xia glared at the pig head, his eyes filled with rage, but he simply lacked the level, determination without strength. How I loathe this! Lu Xia clenched his fists, overwhelmed with emotion. Puffed! Blood surged forth, and he coughed up another mouthful. At that moment, Su Feng, enshrouded in a crimson aura, charged in. One strike, he slashed at the pig head, disturbing me while I play with the beauty. You're courting death. The pig head opened its massive mouth, attempting to swallow Su Feng whole. It seemed intent on devouring Su Feng in one bite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 7 iron orbs soared through the air. Bang, 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 bang. All of them struck the pig head's teeth. Ouch! That hurts like hell. The pig head quickly shut its mouth and turned to glare at Guan Xiaoyu. You're the one who ambushed me. The pig head glared fiercely at Guan Xiaoyu. Then erupted, boom! The teacher from class 3 was pushed back a step by the force. Su Feng also stumbled back 2 steps. Die, you bastard! The pig head charged towards Guan Xiaoyu. Ah, Guan Xiaoyu screamed. Then focused her mind to direct the iron orbs, all of which flew towards the pig head. However, the pig head's tough skin and flesh rendered these attacks utterly ineffective, as if they were merely tickling it. Just as it seemed the pig head would reach Guan Xiaoyu. Go back. At that moment, Li Jiuxian calmly uttered 3 words. Boom! The pig head was sent staggering back several steps. Just in time, Su Feng charged in from behind. Brandishing his knife, with this strike, Su Feng instantly summoned the Wind Force, simultaneously activating the Triple King's Fist. The Wind Force intensified. The Triple King's Fist reached its extreme enhancement, with a level 5 iron knife. He aimed for the pig head's back and struck. Swish! The pig head was cleaved in 2. Blood and flesh are flying everywhere. Li Jiuxuan exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at Su Feng. The teacher from class 3 was equally bewildered and at a loss for words. Chapter 68. Why is the gap so vast? This lad, isn't he only at level 1? How could he possibly slay a level 5 pig-headed creature? Moreover, the iron knife in his hand, is it not a level 5 iron knife? How is he wielding it with such ease? How could a level 1 martial artist possibly lift a level 5 iron knife? It is utterly inconceivable. Even someone as formidable as Li Jiuxuan could not help but utter a gasp of astonishment. Su Feng's growth is astonishingly rapid. Am I truly inferior to a student? The teacher from class 3 looked down at his own hands, struggling to accept this reality. These teachers were meant to protect the students. Yet, what was the result? They could not even handle a pig-headed creature. Meanwhile, a student effortlessly dispatched it with a single strike. What a joke! Thank you, Senior Li Jiuxuan, and thank you, classmates Su Feng. Guan Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how terrified she was when she saw the pig-headed creature charging towards her. Her prideful iron ball attack was utterly ineffective. No matter, Li Jiuxuan waved his hand, signaling Guan Xiaoya not to dwell on it. As for Su Feng, he merely shuddered. The blood and flesh on his knife were sent flying. He turned and charged towards the other 2 pig-headed creatures without uttering a word. The teacher from class 3 swallowed hard. After killing a level 5 pig-headed creature, would he still have the strength to fight on? At that moment, Lu Xia approached, wielding a long spear, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Why is it that we, all graduates of the elite training camp, have such a vast disparity in strength? I too wish to understand. Guan Xiaoya bit her lip in frustration. Damn it! Lu Xia tightened his grip on the spear. He felt no resentment towards Su Feng's strength. Rather, he resented his own inability to fight alongside Su Feng against the alien creatures. Why is the gap so immense? Lu Xia gritted his teeth. Teacher from class 3, I too wish to understand why there is such a disparity between myself and Su Feng. Knowing one's own weakness should motivate one to train diligently. At this juncture, Li Jiuxuan approached. You all possess great potential, especially you. Li Jiuxuan flashed a smile at Lu Xia. I understand now. I will train diligently. Lu Xia nodded. In comparison to truly powerful alien beings, I'm still far too lacking. The alien creatures I previously killed are utterly inconsequential. Such a mindset is commendable. Li Jiuxuan nodded in approval. This secret realm exercise is intended to impart a lesson to Su Feng and the others. After all, within the training camp, the most talented of talents, like Su Feng, have enjoyed a smooth journey. They have never faced setbacks. This unchallenged ascent is not conducive to growth. Hence, the authorities wish for them to confront level 5 monsters, to instill in them an awareness of their shortcomings. Indeed, both Lu Xia and Guan Xiaoya have recognized their own inadequacies. Yet Su Feng, this lad managed to slay a level 5 pig-headed creature. Su Feng, wielding the iron knife, charged directly towards the pig-headed creatures faced by Teacher Li and the teacher from class 2. Move aside. Boom! Su Feng suddenly surged forth, activating the Triple King fist once more. Though he could not maintain it for long, he could unleash it in an instant. What the heck, Su Feng? Teacher Lee exclaimed in shock. What? Su Feng, which student is causing trouble? The teacher from Class 2 expressed some dissatisfaction. We are engaged with a level 5 monster. What business does a level 1 martial artist have here? As Su Feng descended from the sky, poised to strike, the two teachers could only step aside, prepared to rescue Su Feng should he be injured, to avoid wasting medical resources. Before the words could escape their lips, sizzle, a knife, engulfed in crimson flames, descended from the heavens. It cleaved the pig-headed creature in two. What the heck? Teacher Lee was utterly dumbfounded. Good grief. The teacher from Class 2 also stared in disbelief. Are you cheating? Collect the remains. Su Feng merely shuddered, shaking off the blood from the knife, without hesitation. He strode towards a final level 5 pig-headed creature. Teacher Lee. Teacher from Class 2. This lad. You all must be shocked, right? The teacher from Class 3 approached. I, too, was taken aback. This fellow effortlessly dispatched my alien creature with a single strike. What? He has already killed one. Teacher Lee and the teacher from Class 2 were astonished. How is this lad so powerful? His identification card indicates he is merely at level 1.4. Does he possess a hidden level? Upon hearing this, Li Jiuxuan silently nodded. This was in accordance with his and Instructor Xiang's intentions, to keep Su Feng as inconspicuous as possible. Is it truly significant to conceal one's level? Li Jiuxuan interjected. You must remember, how young is he? Even if he trains tirelessly, he cannot surpass level 2, right? To take a step further, let's consider him as a level 2 martial artist. A level 2 martial artist slaying a level 5 alien creature. This is monstrous. Everyone couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. How terrifying. How can he achieve such an extraordinary feat? Teacher Lee couldn't help but grit his teeth. The others were equally perplexed. Only Li Jiuxuan sighed softly. This lad must have a profound understanding of the power of the heavens and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so formidable. The last alien creature was currently engaged in battle with Instructor Xiang. Instructor Xiang, with his peak combat power of level 5.9, was overpowering the pig-headed creature. Instructor Xiang, move aside. That moment. Su Feng charged forward once again. Su Feng. Instructor Xiang kicked the pig-headed creature away and glanced back at Su Feng. Upon seeing Su Feng's crimson eyes, he froze in surprise. What is with this lad? Has he lost his mind in battle? The Triple King fist. Su Feng activated it once more in an instant. The wind surged. Unleash, filthy beast, perish. Haha, human child, I shall devour you. The pig-headed creature, sensing Su Feng's challenge, opened its mouth wide, just as Su Feng swung his knife. Buzz! One slash. The pig-headed creature was cleaved in two, its gaping maw flying into the air. Cough! Su Feng suddenly stumbled, supporting himself with the knife. The backlash was quite severe. Su Feng wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of blood. Indeed, while the Triple King fist is powerful, the backlash is equally formidable. Even if it is activated for just an instant, each time consumes around 3 seconds. 3 times totals nearly 9 seconds in less than 10 seconds. Su Feng sustained some internal injury. Are you all right? Instructor Xiang hurried over to support Su Feng. He had seen Su Feng's mouth bleeding to a course. I am fine. Su Feng took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous energy within. Moreover, I only feel exhilarated, absolutely invigorated. Chapter 69. Don't hesitate to accept this. I have. Avenge you. Su Feng gazed at the half-body of the infant creature and murmured softly. He had seen on television that the war between humans and aliens was far more brutal and resulted in greater casualties than this. However, it was ultimately not the same as witnessing it firsthand, until he witnessed the aliens roasting humans. The grotesque faces, the decaying skin. These images lingered in his heart, unable to be erased at that moment. It felt as though something was clogged in his heart, preventing him from feeling at ease. Only after slaying these 3 alien creatures did he feel a sense of relief. Instructor Xiang was supporting Su Feng and overheard his murmured words. This lad is impressive, worthy of focused cultivation. Instructor Xiang regarded Su Feng with newfound respect. After all, not every genius is willing to fight for humanity, Some traitors even betray their own kind. Yet Su Feng, without a doubt, is a genius who will fight for humanity. At this moment, Li Jiuquan approached with Lu Xia and the others. I can't believe it, bro. You are truly incredible. Lu Xia looked at Su Feng with admiration. You re-bleeding? The observant Guan Xia detected the issue. It's nothing. Su Feng merely replied nonchalantly. But those monsters didn't even touch you. Guan Xiaoya was puzzled. Before Su Feng could respond, Li Jiuquan spoke up. The balance of the heavens and earth must be maintained. Su Feng, your ability to slay creatures beyond your level must have come at cost, right? When that crimson aura appeared, you became significantly stronger. Su Feng was taken aback. The crimson aura? Ah, it must refer to the red aura of the King's fist, right? You speak of the blood-colored aura. Is it not a secret technique that consumes one's life force? Li Jiuquan spoke earnestly. Such forbidden arts, though powerful, should not be overused. After all, they deplete one's lifespan. Forbidden arts? The others were astonished. It dawned upon them. All that could enable one to transcend their limits and slay foes must indeed be a technique that consumes life. It is not worth it, Su Feng. They urge him anxiously. With your potential, once you grow stronger, you could effortlessly slay fifth-level alien beings. Why resort to such means? I understand your anger. When I first witnessed the alien races slaughtering humanity, I was equally incensed. However, it truly is not worth it. Your life is invaluable. Indeed, the other instructors echoed their sentiments. For a genius like Su Feng to expend his lifespan merely to eliminate a few beings of a human race, it is far too costly. Su Feng found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate that? The Triple King's fist is a legitimate technique after all. No further words were necessary. Li Jiuquan waved his hand, producing a jade pendant. I shall grant you this treasure. It can bolster your physique. Over time, it should compensate for the lifespan you have lost. However, I implore you, do not resort to such forbidden arts again in the future. Su Feng, I do not hesitate to accept it. Xiang, the instructor, glared at Su Feng. Hurry and take it. Su Feng, very well, very well. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng accepted the jade pendant and fastened it to his waist. The moment he donned it, Su Feng felt a peculiar sensation. His body had indeed become marginally stronger. Though the improvement was slight, it was undeniably present. Accumulated over time, it could lead to significant enhancement. Thank you, Taoist. Su Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. It is nothing. Li Jiuquan merely stroked his beard. He found Su Feng quite likable. For the sake of humanity, he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Such a genius, who harbors love for his people, must be nurtured diligently. Xiang and the other instructors shared this sentiment. Indeed, they regarded Su Feng even higher than Li Jiuquan. To receive a gift from a senior and to immediately refuse it, showing humility. What character and noble disposition, love for humanity, and commendable talent. How could such a genius not be cultivated? Su Feng, unable to articulate his thoughts, Su Feng simply closed his eyes, opting to remain silent. At that moment, Li Jiuquan approached the half-buried infant nearby. That time, the celestial savior pervaded the 10 directions of the realm. Often employing divine power, he recited a sutra for the deceased. Upon completion, Li Jiuquan waved his hand. Buzz, a golden specter soared into the heavens. What if the sutra was successful? Are the beings within the secret realm truly real? Lu Xia was dumbfounded. Of course, Xiang glared at him. Who told you that the beings within the secret realm are not real? We once shared your belief. Li Jiuquan cast a glance at Lu Xia. Until one day, I attempted to perform a sutra for a wandering soul, and it succeeded. This indicates that the humans within the secret realm are indeed real. That you've performed the sutra before? Lu Xia inquired, puzzled. Yes, it is as you think, Xiang nodded. What I previously stated was that the monsters within the secret realm harbor animosity towards humanity is a euphemistic expression. To be precise, it is the alien races that are slaughtering the human race. This is a commonality among all secret realms. Su Feng suddenly opened his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Lu Xia mirrored his action. Guan Xia also gritted her teeth. What we can do is only to eliminate the alien races within the secret realm and then perform sutras for the fallen humans. Jiuxuan shook his head slightly. It can only be this way. Xiang nodded in agreement. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Let us ascend the mountain and observe the core monsters of this secret realm, Feng suggested. Let us go. Lu Xia eagerly shook his spear. Xiang, calm yourself. Do not become a martyr like your brother. Your futures are bright. Remember, do not recklessly risk your lives within the secret realm. Li Jiuxuan cautioned, if you perish here, it would be in vain. Understood. The group acknowledged. Then they prepared to continue their ascent. Suddenly, a faint cry echoed from not far away. What is that? The group turned their attention to the source. Let us take a look. Li Jiuxuan, bold in his abilities, summoned the power of the earth to shift the land ahead. Soon, the ground lifted a cage, bringing it closer. Inside the cage were 3 small children, their bodies filthy and disheveled, as if they had been rolling in mud. What is this? Lu Xia was taken aback. Then, realization dawned upon him. This was the food for those 3 pig-headed creatures. Had they not slain the pig-headed beings, these children would have been devoured. These brutes, Xiang cursed under his breath. Li Jiuxuan waved his hand, and with a snap, the cage opened, and the 3 children stared wide-eyed, curiously observing Su Feng and the others. What should we do? Su Feng looked to Li Jiuxuan and the others. We cannot take them out. Li Jiuxuan shook his head. It is peculiar. I can perform sutras for them within the secret realm and can extract treasures from the realm, but I cannot bring out humans from a secret realm. Thus there is no way. Are we to let them fend for themselves? Guan Xiaoya could not bear it any longer. Eliminating the core of the secret realm is the only thing we can do. Li Jiuxuan replied calmly. Chapter 70. Su Feng's 8th level core. Once the core monster of the secret realm is slain, the other monsters will perish as well, including those pig-headed beings, Li Jiuxuan explained to them. Ultimately, the secret realm itself will gradually dissipate. And what of these humans? Guan Xia could not help but inquire, and one knows. They may survive, or they may vanish along with the secret realm. Li Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes. They probably won't disappear. They are real beings who can be saved, Lu Xia asserted. Perhaps, after the secret realm dissipates, they will all live safely. Guan Xiaoya offered her perspective. The group fell into a moment of silence. Indeed, they might live safely. For a time, the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Suddenly, Su Feng noticed something. Was it not said that alien races above level 4 possess cores? Why did I not obtain any cores after slaying 3 5th-level alien beings? Alien cores, Xiang and the other instructors exchanged knowing smiles. The monsters within the secret realm do not yield alien cores. However, there are other valuable treasures. What treasures? Someone could not help but inquire. You will know in due time. They are indeed good treasures. Li Jiuxuan stroked his beard. What a tease, Guan Xia muttered under her breath. Li Jiuxuan and the others chuckled. Subsequently, the group continued their ascent toward the mountain peak, outside the secret realm. In the Shidu Bay City, Zhang Yuejin stood upon the city walls. Opposite him lay a dense throng of alien beings. So many. Very well, I shall ensure that you all remain here today, Zhang Yuejin murmured. Casually gesturing, a long knife sliced through the air. Laser cannons, fire at will, Zhang Yuejin commanded. Boom! The laser cannon pierced through, charging toward the alien beings. Typically, the invasion of alien beings could be resolved by laser cannons. However, if they amassed in overwhelming numbers, the laser cannons would be insufficient, prompting a report to the military for suppression. ZZZ. The ultra-powerful laser cannon effortlessly penetrated countless alien beings. Numerous aliens fell to the ground. Blood and flesh filled the air. Alien cores scattered all around. Drip. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Zhang Yuejin looked up at the sky. Rain? Under the influence of the rain, the light distorted and the power of the laser cannons drastically diminished. The alien beings on the ground recognized this and began to advance toward the Shidu Bay City. At this rate, they would reach the Shidu Bay City in less than 10 seconds. The Sea Clan as well? Zhang Yuejin murmured. Report. An 8th-level sea creature, the Cloud Serpent, is currently raining down At this moment, a voice crackled through Zhang Yuejin's earpiece that I understand. Zhang Yuejin nodded lightly, then cast his gaze upon his blade. Ever since it was discovered that nuclear bombs could cause mutations in the alien races, humanity's primary means of combating them has become the laser cannon. Are the aquatic and beast tribes joining forces? It seems they are well prepared. However, boom! Zhang Yuejin's aura erupted. Level 8 peak. Unfortunately, you shall all remain here today. The territory of my Yen nation is not to be infringed upon by you alien beings. The blade was drawn. A hurricane sliced through the sky, cleaving towards the dark cloud dragon above. Boom! One strike. The clouds dispersed. The rain ceased. The power of heaven and earth has reached the peak of level 8. From the sky, a voice filled with terror emanated from the dark cloud dragon. Everyone knew Zhang Yuejin's martial artist level was peak level 8, and the alien races were aware of it as well. Yet, the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth reaching the 8th level limit truly caught him by surprise. In the next moment, Zhang Yuejin appeared behind the dark cloud dragon. Those who trespass upon the borders of my Yen nation shall meet their demise. Zhang Yuejin swung his blade towards the dark cloud dragon. Sizzle. The skin tore. Dark blood gushed forth. You have actually comprehended the power of wind to such an extent. The dark cloud dragon trembled in fear. The speed and attack were far beyond his imagination. Run. The only thought left in the dark cloud dragon's mind was to flee. But in the next instant, Zhang Yuejin reappeared before him. You dare to compare your speed with one who has mastered the power of wind? Zhang Yuejin scoffed. Just so happens, I have recently obtained a legacy, and I was pondering what gift to give that lad if you were top the examination. I shall take your level 8 core. You dare to attempt to take my cultivated descendants of humanity. The dark cloud dragon seethed with rage. I will fight you to the death. Ha! Zhang Yuejin laughed heartily, striking once more with his blade. Simultaneously, he did not forget to inform the ground forces. The rain ceased, and the laser cannons activated. In an instant, the laser cannons on the ground roared to life, sweeping away the joint forces of the beast and aquatic tribes. Even the level 7 sea turtle from the aquatic tribe could not withstand a single blow. The higher-ups among the alien races were also shaken. What the hell? Why has it stopped raining? That fellow is being relentlessly pursued by Zhang Yuejin and has no time to summon the rain. Nonsense. Can you withstand a few strikes from him? How was communication handled before the battle? Wasn't it agreed that he would be kept at bay? He should not bother with Zhang Yuejin and just summon the rain. Unable to withstand it, Zhang Yuejin has reached the peak of level 8 in the power of heaven and earth. What? This is too unexpected. If it were the previous Zhang Yuejin, they could have easily managed to restrain him with the dark cloud dragon. To kill Zhang Yuejin would take at least 20 minutes. Within that time, they could have breached the western capital Bay City, then shut down the laser cannons and besieged Zhang Yuejin. But now, the dark cloud dragon cannot even hold on for a minute. It is far from what they had anticipated. Should we make a move? What a foolish notion. With the rain stopped, if we go over, we will be shot down by the laser cannons. Retreat? If we can retreat. Then let us. As the ground forces withdrew, the dark cloud dragon in the sky was already left battered and bloodied. Spare my life, and I shall serve your human race. The dark cloud dragon pleaded in terror. Sizzle! Zhang Yuejin cleaved it in two. Black blood filled the air. Zhang Yuejin glanced at the bloodstains on his blade, tightening his grip on the hilt. Mother, you were right. Such a fine blade should not be wasted on sparing alien beings. Afterwards, with a single movement, the dark cloud dragon's level 8 core flew into Zhang Yuejin's hand. Kid, if you top the examination, I shall reward you, but do not let me down, Zhang Yuejin murmured, although they were far apart. He was aware of the instructor's evaluation of Feng, diligent, ambitious, albeit a bit greedy, yet exceptionally filial. He has exchanged treasures for his parents, as long as he takes good care of his parents. He will not betray humanity, and he is worthy of great responsibility. In the secret realm, Feng and his companions arrived at the mountain peak. Along the way, they encountered other pig-headed creatures. There was no need to elaborate. They were all slain. Occasionally, those in need of absolution were also granted it by Li Jiushuan. Throughout this journey, Feng, Lu Xia, and Guan Xiao wore grim expressions. The cruelty of the alien races towards humanity was far worse than they had imagined. Roasting meat was considered mild, Chapter 71 mythical level. Skinning, tongue cutting, consuming raw flesh while still alive, etc. though is called a secret realm. Feng and his companions felt it could entirely be regarded as hell. You will get used to it, Jiuxuan merely sighed. Even he, at times, felt powerless. One day, our human race will prevail, he encouraged the instructor. There will be such a day. After a moment of silence, the group finally gazed upon their destination. The mountain peak. There stood a grand inn. The inn was brightly lit. There was even the aroma of meat wafting through the air. The group, especially for Feng and the others who were participating in the secret realm for the first time. They had envisioned the lair of the mountain boss. It could be a cave, perhaps a grand palace, or even a throne made of piled human bones. Yet they never expected it to be a place resembling an inn. What to do? The instructor also looked at Li Jiuxuan with a puzzled expression. Although he was experienced, this was his first encounter with such a situation. No matter, we shall enter directly. Li Jiuxuan gestured for everyone not to panic. Then, he stepped through the door himself. As the others hesitated, Feng was the second to follow him in. The bold are often the skillful. With his mastery of the ultimate freedom, he was not afraid of any unforeseen events. We shall go as well. The instructor waved his hand. The group entered the inn. Waiter, bring us wine. Where's my meat? Bring on the meat. Inside the inn, nearly every table was filled with patrons. Each individual wore a look of enjoyment. Indulging in wine and meat. What the hell, humans? Lu Xia was taken aback. In the secret realm, there are actually humans enjoying food and drink. Is this real? Feng frowned slightly as he felt an uncomfortable sensation in his mental energy. At this moment, Li Jiuxuan glanced at Feng. Oh, this lad has noticed something? Indeed, with his strong mental energy, it was likely he had reached the peak of level 6, while this secret realm was only level 7. No wonder. TSK. Peak level 6, quite the prodigy. Feng's original mental energy was around level 6. After 2 months of training in the camp, he had been continuously cultivating the ultimate freedom. The consumption of mental energy was replenished and enhanced through constant exercise. Successfully reaching the peak of level 6, he was on the verge of breaking through to level 7. Let us set that aside for now. Jiuxuan signaled for everyone not to be surprised. Let us first see the chef to observe how he prepares the wine and meat. Yes, let us go take a look. The group had no objections as Feng unsheathed his blade from his back. The feeling of unease in his spirit growing stronger. Such vigilance? Lu Xia looked at Feng in surprise. We cannot be careless. Feng's brow furrowed deeply. They made their way through the crowd towards the kitchen. Strangely, both the waitstaff and the diners completely ignored Feng and his companions, as though they did not exist at all. The group made their way unobstructed to the kitchen door, peering through the window to see a burly man wielding a cleaver. Chopping meat, stand behind me. Jiuxuan waved his hand. Drawing a deep breath, Li Jiuxuan was just about to push the door open. Creak. The door swung open. The burly man wielding the cleaver stepped out. Blood still dripping from the blade. Greetings, gentlemen. The man smiled at Feng and the others. Would you like to try some of the meat I prepare? I guarantee it will be delicious and satisfy you. Looking at the kind-hearted giant, Lu Xia could not help but murmur. Could this be run by humans? The chef is human. The guests are also human. Could this place be a sanctuary for humanity? Level 7 aliens can transform into humans. Jiuxuan remarked calmly. If I am not mistaken, you belong to the shape-shifting pig-headed tribe, correct? The pig-headed tribe? Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. As for Feng, he had already positioned his blade before him. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the burly man. As for the mental pressure, it dissipated after leaving the inn. You say I belong to the pig-headed tribe? The burly man laughed heartily, shaking his head. Call me whatever you like. Would you like to have some meat? Delicious, isn't it? Meat? Li Jiuxuan let out a cold laugh. You are consuming human flesh, aren't you? Indeed, is human flesh. The burly man nodded, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. Scoundrel! He shouted angrily at the instructor. Beast! The other teachers joined in the condemnation. What is the matter? Is it unacceptable to eat human flesh? The burly man looked at the crowd in confusion. When you feast on roasted suckling pig, it is permissible, yet when we consume children, it is not. You can eat pork, but we cannot indulge in human flesh. What kind of reasoning is this? Guan Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. She felt that the burly man had a point. Do not be swayed by his words. Li Jiuxuan admonished sharply. The wars between tribes are devoid of right or wrong. Everyone fights for their own kin. Just consider, would you want your parents, friends, or loved ones to be devoured by another tribe? Upon hearing Li Jiuxuan's reprimand, Guan Xiaoya quickly regained her composure. Yes, I cannot allow those I care about to perish at the hands of another tribe. Guan Xi resolutely reaffirmed her stance. Humph. The burly man spat disdainfully. Foolish human race. Humph. Li Jiuxuan brandished his wooden sword, positioning it in front of Su Feng and the others. You are aware of the practice of roasting humans? Did you know this as soon as we arrived? Naturally, every blade of grass and tree on this mountain is under my control. The burly man brazenly admitted, It seems that the previous stealth was utterly futile. Su Feng remarked, The instructor chuckled dryly. Observe the battle of the esteemed Li Jiuxuan. This is a confrontation of a level 7 powerhouse, one we cannot interfere without. Indeed, Su Feng nodded, but remained vigilant. At that moment, the burly man shouted, Let me slay all you contemptuous humans. He charged at Li Jiuxuan, wielding his cleaver. Wretched beast. Li Jiuxuan thrust forward with his wooden sword. Whoosh! The sword was unleashed. Boom! A formidable force of earth erupted from the wooden sword. I, too, can harness the power of heaven and earth. The burly man howled. Boom! A torrent of earthy energy surrounded him. Remarkably, he too wielded the power of heaven and earth. Li Jiuxuan was somewhat astonished. Their mastery of this power was astonishingly similar. Go! However, he hesitated not and swung his wooden sword with conviction. Infused with the might of the earth, the wooden sword pierced through. The burly man countered with a slash of his cleaver. Bang! The two forces clashed in midair, locked in a stalemate. What? Li Jiuxuan's pupils slightly trembled. How can a level 7 monster withstand the assault of his level 8 prowess? A mythical being, the instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 72. Very well. I am a genius, a mythical creature. Within the secret realm, there are fundamentally two scenarios. One is folklore, and the other is mythological tales. The most prominent characteristic of a mythical creature is its immense strength and unpredictable abilities. Generally, mythical beings possess power that far exceeds their peers. A level 7 can contend with a level 8, and an 8 can challenge a 9. This burly man, with his level 7 prowess, withstood Li Jiuxuan's attack. Undeniably a mythical creature, a mythical being. Are you truly a manifestation of Zhu Beiji from mythology? Li Jiuxuan's pupils shifted slightly. Get away! The burly man suddenly erupted with power. A wave of formidable earthly might surged forth, shattering Li Jiuxuan's heavenly and earthly force. The might of heaven and earth can only be comprehended at level 7. Boom! Li Jiuxuan staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. What Zhu Beiji? The burly man spat. I know not of what you speak. Come and battle me. Let me witness the might of a level 8 human warrior. Humph! Li Jiuxuan snorted coldly. Very well. Wretched beast. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of my kind. Boom! Li Jiuxuan unleashed a tremendous aura. It sent the burly man reeling. Su Feng and the others, due to Li Jiuxuan's deliberate consideration, remained unscathed by the force. The earth, gazing upon Li Jiuxuan now, Su Feng could only think of this. The esteemed Li Jiuxuan is extraordinarily formidable. Merely observing his silhouette evokes a sense that he embodies the very essence of the earth. Lu Xia also could not help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, all who beheld Li Jiuxuan could not help but entertain a singular thought. Li Jiuxuan is the earth. The earth is Li Jiuxuan. Is this the profound understanding of the power of heaven and earth possessed by a level 8 warrior? Su Feng marveled in silence. This is the integration of might into oneself. Level 8. At this moment, the instructor quietly remarked to Su Feng. Level 6 is the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth. Level 7 is the construction of the might of heaven and earth. Within this realm of might, any earthly force below it becomes ineffective. Thus, a level 7 warrior opposing a level 6 warrior is akin to a father effortlessly dominating a child. The subsequent level 8 warrior embodies integration, merging the might of heaven and earth into oneself. The power of heaven and earth is him, and he is the power of heaven and earth. This is the essence of an 8th level warrior. A fully integrated level 8 warrior can easily handle the might of a level 7. Do you understand? You, a level 5 warrior, possess such extensive knowledge? Feng was astounded. Naturally, the instructor replied, a hint of pride in his voice. As a soldier, such knowledge is imperative. Then why have you not comprehended the power of heaven and earth to advance to level 6? Feng inquired. The instructor, knowing and comprehending are two different matters. The instructor's eyes widened. The power of heaven and earth is exceedingly challenging to grasp. Is it truly difficult? Feng began to speak. Do not claim that your understanding was effortless, the instructor interjected, baring his teeth. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary talent. Do you comprehend? Very well. I am a genius. I understand now, Feng nodded. The instructor, he wished to retort, but realized Feng was indeed a genius. One that occurs but once in a millennium. Unable to refute, the instructor silently turned his gaze back to the battle between Li Jiuquan and the burly man. Bang, 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 bang. The clash between Li Jiuquan and the burly man was exceptionally fierce. Every strike, every swing of Li Jiuquan's sword resonated with the weight of the earth. Were an ordinary person to withstand even a mere graze from his sword, they would likely suffer grievous injury or even death. Yet, even such a powerful Li Jiuquan found himself struggling to subdue the burly man. The latter, enveloped in a golden-brown glow, braced himself against Li Jiuquan's onslaught. At times, he even seized opportunities to retaliate with his cleaver. Feng, are you curious? Why did the esteemed Li Jiuquan not suppress his opponent? The instructor turned to Feng once more, sporting an expression that implored for inquiry. Feng, do you long to win this verbal spar just once? The instructor previously, when Li Jiuquan first engaged with his opponent, the outcome was a stalemate. Feng remarked nonchalantly. You were not surprised then. Instead, you exclaimed, mythical level. If I am not mistaken, the bodies of mythical creatures must be incredibly robust. With that formidable physique, they can challenge foes of higher levels, correct? The instructor, damn, this kid has deduced it so accurately. Ahem, it is roughly as you say. The instructor cleared his throat, in addition to possessing extraordinary strength. They wield various abilities. In short, mythical creatures can engage in battles beyond their rank. It is indeed reliant upon their physical prowess. Feng could not help but marvel, never anticipating his deduction to be correct. What kind of physical fortitude enables a level 7 to challenge a level 8? Boom! At that moment, Li Jiuquan and the burly man collided once more. Li Jiuquan's wooden sword met the burly man's cleaver. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the clash of their weapons. Crack! Li Jiuquan suddenly spat a mouthful of liquor onto his wooden sword. Upon contact, the sword erupted with tremendous energy. Crack! The burly man's cleaver shattered instantly. The sword's radiance showed no signs of dissipating, piercing straight toward the burly man's head. Boom! A thunderous roar ensued. A fragment of the burly man's head shattered. Indeed, what had once been a vivid, almost lifelike visage, now bore a gaping wound. How splendid! The burly man staggered back several steps, covering the damaged portion of his face. You have marred my handsome visage. It is not a transformation. Jiuquan gazed at the burly man in surprise. Logically speaking, the visage of an extraterrestrial being after transformation should be entirely real, with no possibility of fracture. Thus, it appears, you have conjured an illusory visage with energy, Li Jiuquan realized in an instant. Illusory. What illusion. The brawny man clutched his shattered visage, only to find the extent of the fractures widening. How infuriating! Is the spell about to falter once more? With a gaze filled with animosity, the robust figure glared at Li Jiuquan. It is all because of you, that I have become so hideous. Ah, the man was on the brink of madness. Enough of this incessant chatter. Li Jiuquan, disinterested in further discourse, leapt into action. With a swift motion, he struck his wooden sword. Buzz! The radiance surged. Go! With a decisive strike, the wooden sword soared into the air, hurtling towards the brawny man's head. Boom! That single strike obliterated the entirety of the man's countenance. His large, pig-like ears could no longer be concealed, springing forth in full view. Humanity! Humanity! Droplets of saliva dripped from the brawny man's mouth. His once pristine white teeth began to yellow, growing increasingly sharp, cackling, amidst a fit of strange laughter. The man's physique expanded, becoming grotesquely corpulent. Chapter 73. The Perfect Freedom Technique, Part 1. In the blink of an eye, the once relatively handsome brawny man transformed into a grotesque creature with a broad head, large ears, and a mouth full of fangs, towering at around 5 meters tall. He stood before Li Jiuquan, resembling a small mountain. As he stood there, drooling copiously, he gazed at Li Jiuquan, a powerful being like you must taste exquisite. Right? Cackling, it is all your fault for witnessing my true form. You shall all perish, all perish. The pig-headed creature let out a furious roar, conjuring a 9-pronged rake from thin air. By heavens! You still claim you are not the second disciple? Lu Xia exclaimed in shock. A mythological level monster, Zhu Beiji. Instructor Xiang confirmed the creature's identity. After all, none could match him more closely in resemblance. Yet, why does he not acknowledge himself as Zhu Beiji? The teacher of Class 2 furrowed his brow slightly, because back at Gaolao village, he was known as Zhu Genglai. A flicker of realization passed through Su Feng's eyes. Zhu Beiji. That is the name given to him by Tang Sung. Oh, indeed. Instructor Xiang smacked his forehead. It was not that he was unaware of these tales, but rather that the notoriety of Beiji was so resounding that he overlooked the title Zhu Genglai. Who would have thought he would encounter the legendary second disciple? Lu Xia was momentarily stunned. No, he Su Feng corrected. He is Zhu Genglai, a demon, not the Beiji who accompanied Tang Sung. Precisely, Instructor Xiang nodded. Su Feng perceives this quite astutely. You must not show mercy simply because of his identity. A demon is a demon. If you show mercy, he will kill you. I understand. I share an irreconcilable enmity with the alien races. Lu Xia nodded, but he merely lamented, but had no intentions of leniency. Boom! At that moment, Li Jiuquan clashed with Zhu Genglai once more. After revealing his true form, combined with a 9-pronged rake and the augmentation of a mythological level monster, Zhu Genglai seemed intent on overpowering Li Jiuquan. Should we lend assistance? Guan Xiaoye exclaimed in urgency. Instructor Xiang. Ah, well, you likely cannot assist, Su Feng pondered. Instructor Xiang? Teacher Li. Teacher of Class 2. Teacher of Class 3. What? What do you mean you cannot assist? Shouldn't it be that none of you can help? You make it sound as if you can. Are you delusional, Su Feng? Are you implying that you can intervene in such a battle? Instructor Xiang's lips twitched uncontrollably. This lad has truly lost touch with reality. It should not be a problem that Su Feng estimated. Utilizing the freedom technique. Self-preservation should not pose an issue, and I should be able to restrain Zhu Genglai as well. I reckon that would be of help to Li Jiuquan. After all, in a battle of such equal footing, any external force could tip the balance. Instructor Xiang. Good heavens, you truly dare to boast. Although Zhu Genglai is a level 7 monster, he is a mythological level entity. It is akin to 2 level 8 powerhouses clashing. Even a level 6 martial artist caught in the fray would suffer dire consequences. You dare to claim you can intervene? Instructor Xiang scoffed. Su Feng. Is it so hard to speak the truth that no one believes it? Su Feng was about to say more when suddenly, Li Jiuquan took a hearty swig of liquor and promptly expelled it all. The wine god, bang! Li Jiuquan forcefully slammed the wine gourd onto the ground. Instantly, the once ordinary gourd enlarged. Rumble, the colossal gourd struck the earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Following that, an overwhelming force surged towards Zhu Genglai. What is this? Zhu Genglai attempted to struggle, but found himself bound in place. Restrain, Li Jiuquan commanded. Boom! Zhu Ganglai was slammed to the ground by the overwhelming energy. Roar! Zhu Ganglai bellowed. The resounding roar echoed through the mountains. Abominable beast, cease your rampancy. Li Jiuquan waved his hand once more. His wooden sword soared into the sky. Buzz! In an instant, it multiplied, transforming from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. Countless sword shadows floated in the air. Sword come. With a roar, countless sword shadows converged into one. That seemingly ordinary wooden sword transformed into a golden, colossal sword. As Li Jiuquan struck once more, buzz! The golden giant sword was enveloped by countless ethereal Bagua diagrams. Exterminate the demons. Go! Li Jiuquan pointed at Zhu Ganglai. Whoosh! The giant sword pierced through the sky, directly aiming for Zhu Ganglai. Roar! Zhu Ganglai howled, still trying to resist. Boom! But the giant sword struck at lightning speed, directly targeting Zhu Ganglai's head. Exterminate the demons. Li Jiuquan waved his hand again. Buzz! The giant sword split into countless wooden swords. 10,000 swords. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless wooden swords surged towards Zhu Ganglai. Boom! Zhu Ganglai's head was utterly shattered. How magnificent! Lu Xia couldn't help but raise his fist in excitement. So impressive. That move of the wine god's suppression followed by the giant sword's beheading. Elderly, you are truly remarkable. Exactly as I envisioned a celestial being. Indeed, quite impressive. Feng nodded, then turned to Instructor Xiang. That move of the wine god is surely a signature technique of Taoist Li Jiuquan, correct? Yes. Instructor Xiang nodded. The wine god transmits Li Taoist's might through the liquor, thereby achieving the purpose of subduing foes. The subsequent convergence of 10,000 swords, transforming one into myriad, is also an expression of Li Jiuquan's understanding of earth power. This is something others cannot replicate. That much is evident. Feng nodded. Previously, Li Jiuquan had over 160 avatars, and now, with this barrage of swords, Feng surmised that Li Jiuquan's understanding of earth power leans towards replication of avatars. How fortunate to have a level 8 powerhouse leading us. Teacher Li chuckled. In less than a day, we have breached the secret realm. Ah, what a thrill. A holiday is in order, Feng. Are you eager to see your fiancée? Oh no, I should say your wife. Wait, Feng suddenly realized if Zhu Ganglai dies, shouldn't the secret realm conclude? Shouldn't the system task be completed? Be cautious. Zhu Ganglai may not yet be dead. Feng took a deep breath. What? The crowd gasped. His head is gone, and yet he is still alive. That's impossible, right? Instructor Xiang shook his head at Feng. Are you being overly cautious? No. At this moment, Li Jiuquan spoke from a distance. Zhu Ganglai is indeed not dead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, boom, the headless body of Zhu Ganglai stood upright, cackling. A peculiar, sinister laughter emanated from his torso. Then, whoosh, a pig's head sprouted anew. Such a fine human. I do long to taste your flavor. Zhu Ganglai set his gaze upon Feng. Chapter 74. The Perfect Freedom Technique. Part 2. Zhu Ganglai had heard everything Feng had just said. You are quite impressive among these humans. Though you may be weak, you're the first to realize I am not dead. Zhu Ganglai grinned. A genius of a human race. Is it? Killing you would surely enrage your kin, wouldn't it? Zhu Ganglai swung his rake towards Feng. Abominable beast! Li Jiuquan immediately bellowed, wielding his wooden sword from afar. Whoosh! The wooden sword shot towards Zhu Ganglai. Haha! Have I struck a nerve? Zhu Ganglai turned and countered with his rake. Bang! The wooden sword collided with the rake. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged forth. Li Jiuquan waved his hand, and a shield of earthy hue materialized around him, effectively deflecting the impact of the energy blast. Roar! Seizing the moment while Li Jiuquan was occupied with his defense, Zhu Ganglai let out a furious howl and charged directly at Feng. With the speed of a level 7 mythical beast, he closed the distance to Feng and his companions in the blink of an eye. I'm going to devour you. Ha ha ha! Zhu Ganglai exclaimed with excitement, opening his mouth wide, ready to consume Feng. Be careful. The instructors could only manage a warning, but Zhu Ganglai was already upon them. It was too swift. Everyone was caught off guard. As for Su Feng, he remained utterly composed, even feeling a thrill of excitement. Come on, a level 7 mythical monster. Free and effortless. Activate. Su Feng's pupils abruptly transformed to white as flames of the same hue ignited around him. Die. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai lunged forward, attempting to bite Su Feng. Whoosh! With a single chomp, he devoured a large chunk of earth. Haha, delicious. So delicious. Zhu Ganglai grinned as he munched on the soil. Su Feng. The instructors looked on in horror. How could such an all-around genius like Su Feng possibly? Damn it. Li Jiuxuan was furious. He understood better than anyone how talented Su Feng was, and how he could very well become a pillar of the human race in the future. In such a circumstance, to be devoured by a foreign creature was simply unacceptable. In his rage, Li Jiuxuan raised his sword to the heavens. Activate! Whoosh! 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 One sword transformed into a myriad. Then, they merged back into the enormous golden sword. Divide! Boom! The colossal golden sword instantly splintered into countless giant blades. I never imagined a moment's carelessness would cost the life of a supreme talent of the human race. Li Jiuxuan felt a wave of guilt. I must use your death. Just as Li Jiuxuan was about to continue, he suddenly noticed that Su Feng was standing right behind Zhu Ganglai. The gigantic form of Zhu Ganglai blocked Su Feng from view. It was not visible to the eye. Rather, he sensed it through the power of the earth. How did this kid survive? Li Jiuxuan found it hard to believe. He knew Su Feng was concealing his warrior rank, which was the mutual understanding between him and the instructor. Based on his estimation, Su Feng was likely around level 2. However, even a level 2 warrior should not survive an attack from a level 7 mythical beast. This was simply illogical. At that moment, after chewing on the earth for a while, Zhu Ganglai sensed something was amiss. There was no sensation of chewing human flesh at all. Where's that brat? Zhu Ganglai's eyes widened. The previously furious instructor was also taken aback. What? Zhu Ganglai didn't swallow Su Feng. How is that possible? The instructor's expression was complex. He genuinely could not comprehend Su Feng. He had no confidence in dodging Zhu Ganglai's attack himself. I am right behind you to that moment. Su Feng's voice came from behind Zhu Ganglai. Damn it. You tricked me. Zhu Ganglai spun around instantly, swinging his rake towards Su Feng. Su Feng, enveloped in white flames. His pupils also white. Whoosh! Just as the rake was about to strike Su Feng, he vanished from the spot. So swift was his movement that none present could catch a glimpse. Whoosh! Su Feng drew his blade. Slashing toward Zhu Ganglai. Zing! The blade immediately dulled. Su Feng, a level 5 blade really can't breach defenses. Ha ha ha. A toy weapon thinks it can harm me. Zhu Ganglai laughed heartily. It seems you only have speed on your side. Zhu Ganglai swung his rake again, aiming to smash down on Su Feng. Whoosh! Su Feng vanished once more. Speed alone. Sorry, but with just that you can't hit me. Su Feng evaded again, his expression cold and indifferent as he gazed at Zhu Ganglai. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten. The true adversary. After uttering those words, Su Feng swiftly retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless giant swords surged toward Zhu Ganglai in a relentless barrage. Oh no! Just as Zhu Ganglai conceived this thought, he was instantly bombarded by the giant swords, obliterating his body. This time, I'll smash your body and head to pieces. Let us see if you can recover from that. Li Jiuxuan snorted softly, then turned his gaze toward Su Feng with satisfaction. That movement technique of yours must be the legacy of General Zheng No. You've likely comprehended it at a profound level. Haven to you? Su Feng. No, this technique of mine is called free and effortless. However, since Li Jiuxuan has said so, I won't bother explaining. Such concepts are often difficult to clarify. Indeed, Su Feng nodded, dispelling the free and effortless state. Impressive. At that moment, the instructor and the others approached. They did not understand the forces of nature or other intricate matters. They only knew that Su Feng had survived in the clutches of Zhu Ganglai. He had even managed to restrain Zhu Ganglai. This display of power left them utterly astonished. Su Feng, you're truly remarkable. When will I be able to match your strength? Lu Xia sighed. Being a newcomer himself, he was still being protected by others, while Su Feng was already beginning to shine. Don't be disheartened. You've only just begun. Li Jiuxuan reassured them as he approached. You must strive diligently. Yes, Lu Xia and Guan Xiaoye replied in unison. You've done well that moment. Li Jiuxuan looked at Su Feng that I will report to the higher-ups. You should receive excellent training that MHM. Su Feng nodded, accepting without refusal. To grow stronger. Resources are of utmost importance. All right, everyone tidy up. I'll go retrieve the nine-tooth rake. Li Jiuxuan chuckled lightly. This time acquiring a mythical weapon, the nine-tooth rake, has been quite fortunate. Haha. Indeed. The instructor and others also smiled that a mythical weapon is truly a rare find. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Su Feng furrowed his brow. Wait, why has my task been completed yet? Could it be? Su Feng glanced at the battered Zhu Ganglai. Could he possibly revive after being reduced to such a state? What a joke! Boom! At that moment, Zhu Ganglai indeed stood back up. Just a surge of energy. Instantly, all his injuries healed. Ha ha ha! Try to kill me is no easy feat. Zhu Ganglai grinned wickedly. What? Li Jiuxuan was equally baffled. Why is this guy so hard to kill? Chapter 75. Perfect free and effortless technique. Part 2. You cannot kill me. Zhu Ganglai laughed heartily. Really can't be killed? The instructor began to doubt everything. Li Jiuxuan has struck him down twice, yet he still hasn't perished. Oof. If one strike doesn't do it, I'll just strike more times. Li Jiuxuan swung his sword again. I refuse to believe that after 17 or 18 attempts, you die. Can't be killed, really? Su Feng observed Zhu Ganglai, and through his energy perception, he noticed that Zhu Ganglai's aura had weakened slightly. Although it was not by much, it was indeed diminished. It seems that if we truly kill him several dozen times, Zhu Ganglai will meet his true end. However, is it not a tad too difficult to kill him that many times? Su Feng fell into contemplation, feeling that there must be a way to break the deadlock in this secret realm. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging. Zhu Ganglai, Gao Laozhuang has always had an important character who has yet to appear. Su Feng muttered to himself, sensing that perhaps the solution lay therein. Thus, taking advantage of the instructor's observation, Su Feng slowly slipped away from the group. That inn? I've always felt something was off. Su Feng made his way toward the inn, his eyes resolute, devoid of any fear. Soon, he re-entered the inn. The inn was as eerie as before, bustling with people, each engrossed in their own affairs. None seemed to notice Su Feng. Even with Zhu Ganglai on the verge of being killed, these individuals displayed no reaction whatsoever. Su Feng murmured, then closed his eyes. He needed to sense the source of his discomfort. He felt that place must hold some issues. Guided by his spiritual energy, Su Feng approached the inn's counter, where a charming matron was directing the staff. Here, over there. Hurry up with the drinks. She appeared to embody the role of the proprietress. Is this Gao Zulan? Su Feng speculated. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch toward the ground. The blade had dulled while battling Zhu Ganglai, and once the secret realm was breached, I would demand compensation from the instructor. After all, I had endured injury for the sake of breaking the secret realm. Surely that counts as work-related injury, right? Then, Su Feng began to pound the ground mercilessly, even with the considerable commotion he caused. The surrounding patrons remained unfazed. Some continued drinking, while others feasted on meat. Utterly bizarre. I can feel it, drawing ever closer. With the aid of his mental prowess, Su Feng is able to sense the distance between himself and his target. Boom! With one final strike, Su Feng conjures a coffin. Without hesitation, he flings open the lid. Inside lies a skeleton, adorned with a green crystal orb. This is it. Su Feng reaches for the orb. The moment his fingers make contact, a tremendous surge of mental energy floods his mind. This object. Su Feng's pupils widen in disbelief. The crystal orb is brimming with an immense reservoir of mental energy. It is as if absorbing the core of a foreign entity enhances one's power. While absorbing this crystal orb augments mental strength. The magnitude of mental energy contained within this orb is astounding. How could there be such an abundance of mental energy? Su Feng's hand trembles as it grips the orb. If he were to absorb all of this energy, his mental prowess could potentially reach level 8. What on earth has transpired? Su Feng's curiosity is piqued so far. The only certainty he holds is that the skeleton before him must be Gao Sulan. And the inn, along with its proprietress, are mere illusions. Never mind. Let me first elevate my mental strength to level 7. Feng steadies his mind and begins to absorb the mental energy. His mental prowess has already peaked at level 6. He is nearly at level 7. Levels 7, 8, and 9 are particularly unique, marking a watershed moment. Thus, level 6 and level 7 are essentially a dividing line that I am genuinely intrigued to discover how much my strength will increase upon breaking through to level 7. Feng commences the absorption of mental energy. Boom! Instantly, a vast wave of mental energy envelopes him. Simultaneously, he finds himself ensnared in an illusion. In this vision, a burly man arrives at Gao Laozhuang, claiming to be Zhu Ganglai, who rescues the Gao family. Subsequently, Zhu Ganglai works for the Gao family, where he becomes acquainted with Gao Talan. Their relationship blossoms, and as they discuss marriage, Zhu Ganglai, having drunk excessively, reveals his true form as a pig. This incites the wrath of Gao Yuanwei, who mercilessly ridicules Zhu Ganglai, attempting to expel him. Yet, Zhu Ganglai, deeply enamored with Gao Solan, endures the humiliation, until one fateful day, Gao Yuanwei insists that Gao Solan marry another. With a dowry of 44 pigs, this ignites Zhu Ganglia's fury. Armed with a cleaver, he slaughters both parties, transforming them into delectable dishes. Overwhelmed by the immense blow, Gao Solan descends into madness. In the aftermath, Zhu Ganglai establishes an inn in accordance with Gao Solan's dreams, where he slaughters passing guests. The life force of those he kills is preserved to nourish himself, while all mental energy is retained to sustain Gao Solan's spirit. Though countless years have passed, and the mortal body of Gao Solan has perished, her essence, nurtured by the spirit orb, has manifested a false apparition, represented by the proprietress and the inn, throughout Zhu Ganglia's tale. There is no mention of any monks or monkeys. Feng abruptly opens his eyes. Holding the orb, he trembles with intensity. How many lives must be taken to amass such a wealth of mental energy? Taking a deep breath, Feng comprehends the story's implications, realizing why Zhu Ganglai is so formidable. It turns out he possesses a life orb as well. This creature, Feng exhales heavily and resumes absorbing the mental energy. Although the energy is steeped in malevolence, it is all lifeless. Even if released, it cannot absolve the souls of the deceased. This mental energy must either dissipate into the cosmos or be absorbed by someone. Faced with the choice of wasting it or utilizing it for himself, Feng opts for the latter. Boom! Before long, Feng's mental prowess breaks through to level 7. I am transformed. Feng opens his eyes. A flicker of exhilaration evident. Multiverse lottery system. Hostbound. Feng. Irrevocable. Age. 18 warrior level. 2.3 mental level. 7.0 physical condition. 3.8 due to training in the gravity chamber. Current lottery world. Dragon Ball skills acquired. Zizai Ji Gong. Kaio-ken system task. Become the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Nandu Base City. Items. 1 Senza Bean. Gravity chamber 100-fold. Skills. Zizai Ji Gong. When activated, the host can completely evade all attacks. Power scales with warrior level. Last for a maximum of 3 minutes, allowing for 3 seconds of full Zizai Ji Gong. Kaio-ken can exponentially enhance the user's physical condition, but excessive use may result in backlash. Double without side effects. Triple can be maintained for 30 seconds. Chapter 76. Instant kill of mythical beasts. Perfect Zizai Ji Gong. Feng's pupils constrict. He is not mistaken, having broken through to level 7. He can now wield the true Zizai Ji Gong. Although it lasts only 3 seconds, it is indeed the perfect version. Even the ordinary Zizai Ji Gong can now last 3 minutes. Feng inhales deeply. This enhancement is monumental. The orb. Feng gazes down at the orb in his hand. It still contains approximately 98% of its mental energy. Just a slight absorption has led to such a significant increase. Su Feng swiftly stores the mental orb within the system space. It is unfathomable to consider the potential gains if I were to absorb the entire orb. With that thought, Su Feng vaults out of the pit. This is not the place for absorption. I will return to it once I shatter the mirror. Zhu Ganglai. It is perfect timing to test my perfected Zizai Ji Gong on you. Su Feng's rage ignites as he charges towards Zhu Ganglai. Moments after Su Feng launches himself, the entire inn dissolves like a mirage. On the other side, as Li Jiuxuan battles Zhu Ganglai. Bang! Li Jiuxuan once more repels Zhu Ganglai. Suddenly, Zhu Ganglia's expression shifts dramatically. What is happening? The mental orb. Turning around, he witnesses the inn's disappearance. My Tsuelan. Zhu Ganglai erupts with fury. Who dares to meddle with Tsuelan's mental orb? Filth! How dare you distract yourself? Li Jiuxuan sends a sword flying towards Zhu Ganglai. Get lost! Zhu Ganglai bellows in rage, bracing himself against the attack with his rake. Bang! The two collide violently, both staggering back several paces. Seizing the moment, Zhu Ganglai bolts towards the direction of the inn. No matter who you are, dare to touch my Tsuelan. I will take your life. Just then, Su Feng arrives and the two collide face to face. Oh! Su Feng laughs heartily, charging towards Zhu Ganglai. Come, just the target I was looking for. Perfect Zizai Ji Gong. Activate. Boom! Su Feng's hair turns instantly white. His body ignites with a blaze of white energy. His pupils gleam silver. This is the true embodiment of the perfect Zizai Ji Gong. In the first second, Su Feng senses the power coursing through him, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Such formidable strength resides within me. I feel as though I am invincible. Just then, Zhu Ganglai charges at him with a rake. In the second, Su Feng moves. He raises his arm, aimed at Zhu Ganglia's abdomen. From a distance, a punch lands. Boom! An invisible force strikes Zhu Ganglia's midsection. Like a steel blade slicing through tofu, it effortlessly pierces through Zhu Ganglia's body. Zhu Ganglia's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Su Feng, but he cannot comprehend why this mere boy has managed to dispatch him with a single blow. He is clearly a level 7 mythical beast. Logically, he should have been able to crush him with a single strike. This defies all reason. As Zhu Ganglia's expression reflects his unwillingness and confusion, he succumbs, his life force extinguished in the third second. Su Feng dispels the Zizai Ji Gong. This means that from the moment Su Feng activated the Zizai Ji Gong to the instant he annihilated Zhu Ganglai, a mere 2 seconds elapsed. Su Feng gasped for breath, his body swaying slightly. The mental energy, there is still a significant reserve, yet his body cannot withstand it. The power of the perfect Zizai Ji Gong is overwhelming. The mental energy. While activating Zizai Ji Gong, safeguarded my body, effectively reducing the backlash by 99%. Nevertheless, the immense energy backlash still limits me to merely 3 seconds of endurance. If only my body could grow stronger. Perhaps I could maintain it for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or even longer. So it was like this. Su Feng strained to maintain his balance, leaning against a nearby tree. His mental fortitude and martial prowess could not falter. While Su Feng was lost in thought, Li Jiuxuan and the others flew over. Su Feng, what happened? How did Zhu Ganglai die? The crowd gazed at Su Feng in disbelief. You brat, did you actually kill Zhu Ganglai in an instant? Li Jiuxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even he couldn't fathom killing Zhu Ganglai. After all, Zhu Ganglia's vitality was notoriously resilient. How could a mere second-level martial artist like Su Feng possibly achieve that? I just acquired a one-time use item, Su Feng coughed lightly, explaining. With that item, I was able to nullify Zhu Ganglia's immortality, and then it temporarily granted me the power to eliminate him in a single blow. So I did it effortlessly. Half truth, half lie. Indeed, after Su Feng obtained the mental orb, Zhu Ganglia's life orb would significantly diminish in effectiveness. Thus, Su Feng could eliminate Zhu Ganglai directly, leaving him no chance to resurrect. The falsehood, of course, was the mental orb, which Su Feng concealed by transforming it into a one-time use item. Such treasures as the mental orb left him uncertain about how the authorities would handle them. Undoubtedly, he was a genius, and in the eyes of the officials, he was the most promising candidate to reach level 9. Yet, that was merely potential. He believed that if the mental energy were absorbed by an 8th level powerhouse, it could instantly forge a 9th level warrior. One was a matter of hope, while the other was a certainty. If he were to relinquish the mental orb, it would likely no longer be in his hands. Hence, he resolved to keep it hidden. After all, this was a treasure he had discovered himself. Surely, he should have the right to manage it. Moreover, if the authorities were to bestow it upon another, it would most likely result in a 9th level powerhouse. If he utilized it himself, mastering the ultimate technique would undoubtedly enable him to eliminate a 9th level warrior. Thus, from every angle, it seemed far more advantageous for him to keep it. With this thought in mind, Su Feng took a deep breath. Yes, the mental orb would perform much better in my possession. Are you saying you discovered a one-time use item? Li Jiuxuan and Instructor Xiang looked at Su Feng in astonishment. Indeed, Su Feng nodded affirmatively. Incredible. Li Jiuxuan and Instructor Xiang exchanged glances. This was truly remarkable. What do you mean? Su Feng did not comprehend their reaction. In truth, humanity's research on secret realms worldwide was still in its nascent stages. Instructor Xiang took a deep breath and explained, we have a significant theoretical hypothesis. The secret realm may indeed have simple methods to break through. What does that mean? Lu Xia scratched his head. To put it simply. Li Jiuxuan began. The most straightforward method to tackle a secret realm is through sheer force. Li Jiuxuan declared, we suspect that besides brute force, there may be other methods to break through. However, this theory has remained in the experimental phase. Occasionally, we discover certain items in other secret realms that can greatly reduce the difficulty of breaking through. Yet more often than not, we can only rely on brute force, finding nothing at all. Taking this secret realm as an example, Zhu Ganglai could indeed be defeated through brute force, albeit with great difficulty. He would resurrect multiple times. Yet, Su Feng found the item, nullified his immortality, and eliminated him in an instant. This was the breakthrough item. So that's how it is. The crowd understood. This theory had long lacked experimental data. Instructor Xiang turned to Su Feng. Therefore, the breakthrough item you obtained this time is a crucial piece of experience. I see. Su Feng nodded. By the way, how did you find the breakthrough item? Li Jiuxuan inquired. I was merely passing by the inn when I felt unwell and discovered it. Su Feng replied, puzzled as he looked at Li Jiuxuan. Did you not feel unwell in the inn, Senior Li? Not at all. Li Jiuxuan shook his head. That inn was an illusion. I recognized it at a glance, but that was all. That I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Su Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Su Feng realized that I understand now. It must be that my mental fortitude is strong, yet my physical prowess is weak. Hence, I would feel profoundly uneasy in such a situation. My frail body caused my mental energy to constantly warn me. While Senior Li Jiuxuan possesses both strong power and mental fortitude, naturally, he would not feel anxious. What about us? Lu Xia asked. That we are weak too. Why do we not feel uneasy? Because your mental fortitude is not sufficiently strong. Su Feng asserted. At the very least, one must have comprehended the power of heaven and earth to perceive abnormalities. Indeed, Su Feng is correct. Li Jiuxuan nodded. It seems this breakthrough was largely thanks to Su Feng. Speaking of which, the item you used to eliminate Zhu Ganglai was genuinely one-time use. Instructor Xiang inquired. Of course. Su Feng spread his hands, indicating he had taken nothing. Very well. Instructor Xiang scratched his head. That if you discover any other items, you may present them to me for submission to the Yin Kingdom. In return, the Yin Kingdom will grant you points that you can use to exchange for items. Understood. Su Feng nodded, not revealing any unusual reaction. The others began praising Su Feng. You're truly impressive. I never expected you would break through. Haha, when I saw you eliminate Zhu Ganglai with a single punch, I nearly died of fright. Who would have thought it was a one-time use item? Haha. Indeed, the group chatted, while Li Jiuxuan and Instructor Xiang gathered their belongings. For instance, Zhu Gonglia's nine-toothed rake and his life orb. Unfortunately, due to Zhu Gonglia's previous resurrection consuming some of its power, coupled with the severing of the connection to the mental orb, This life orb's effectiveness had significantly diminished. All right, the secret realm is about to vanish, Li Jiuquan said, holding the nine-toothed rake, gazing into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the world changed color. The crowd felt a flash before their eyes. Whoosh! They exited the secret realm, reappearing on the mountaintop. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the side quest. You have received 3 chances for item draws. Su Feng. Here it comes. Su Feng's breath quickened slightly. This was his first time directly obtaining 3 chances for draws. Before Su Feng could react, boom! He felt the surrounding energy of heaven and earth surge several levels. Su Feng and the others were bewildered. What was happening? Weren't you asking me why the monsters in the secret realm do not drop energy cores? Li Jiuquan chuckled. Once the secret realm is dismantled, it transforms into the energy of heaven and earth, dissipating across Blue Star. Initially, the energy disperses, lingering near the peaks, hence the concentration of energy here is the highest. Subsequently, as time passes, this energy will spread to every corner of Blue Star. It may even elevate the spiritual energy content of Blue Star to a new level. Is that so? The crowd was astonished. At this moment, Su Feng had already quietly seated himself on the ground, beginning to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. What is so surprising? Cultivation is the most important matter. Su Feng directly began to inhale voraciously. Level 2.3. Level 2.4? Wow, it's indeed fast. An instant jump of 0.1 levels. Inhale. Level 2.5. Level 2.6. This is astonishingly quick. It's like flying. Su Feng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The energy of heaven and earth in this vicinity was remarkably dense. Stop! Before Su Feng could continue absorbing, Li Jiuquan waved his embroidered robe, causing the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth to dissipate instantly. Su Feng's energy level, 2.6001, 2.6002, Su Feng. Damn. Su Feng shot an annoyed glance at Li Jiuquan. Senior Li, what is the meaning of this? You brat. Li Jiuquan glared at Su Feng. The energy of heaven and earth dissipating from this secret realm benefits all of Blue Star. Our spiritual energy is reviving. The energy in the world will only increase. This energy, once dispersed, will ultimately return more. This is for the greater good of humanity. You have absorbed everything. How can this be permissible? Su Feng. Very well. It is mine to... Su Feng scratched his head, remaining silent. After all, the spiritual energy had already been dispersed and could not be reclaimed. He cast a glance at the instructors, only to find them all collapsed on the ground. It seemed that during his tempestuous absorption, Li Jiuquan had once again intervened and knocked them unconscious. Speaking of which, Su Feng looked at Li Jiuquan in confusion. Senior Li Jiuquan, the energy of this world does not appear to be particularly abundant. Does it? I am quite curious how such a meager amount of energy can nurture individuals of your caliber. Those at level 8, based on his own absorption experience, Su Feng reasoned that a typical level 6 warrior would likely achieve a similar absorption efficiency. A standard level 6 warrior could potentially cause energy depletion, rendering absorption impossible. What about level 7? And level 8? Would it not be even more challenging? Thus, Su Feng harbored this lingering doubt, because Li Jiuquan gazed skyward. At level 6, one begins to engage with the powers of the universe, and from level 7 onward, each advancement relies solely on the comprehension of these universal forces. Energy becomes trivial, as long as it is barely sufficient. It suffices, then. The cores of level 4 extraterrestrials, do you comprehend? Perhaps one is inadequate. What about thousands, or even tens of thousands? Is it not, Su Feng, to slay extraterrestrials and then use their cores for advancement? Chapter 78. S-Class Hidden Reward. This is the method for level 8 warriors to advance. Do you find it cruel? Li Jiuquan chuckled softly that I end this war between extraterrestrials and humanity. Numerous level 4 cores are produced daily. The extraterrestrials also cultivate using our human cores. This is entirely commonplace. Su Feng fell silent. Humanity also possesses energy cores. This was something he had learned from books. Starting at level 4, a human's dantian begins to condense something akin to a golden core. In contrast to the energy cores of extraterrestrials, the golden core, can be considered humanity's energy core. It was at this moment that the instructors began to awaken groggily. Why are we unconscious? Indeed, what transpired? Everyone appeared somewhat dazed, except for Instructor Xiang, who pondered deeply before sensing the energy of the universe, ultimately casting a meaningful glance at Su Feng. Oh, at that moment, Lu Xia sensed the energy of the universe. Why does it feel as though the energy of the universe has increased slightly? When Li Jiuxuan was erasing memories, he had inadvertently moved a bit forward. Thus, Li Jiuxuan explained once more. Oh, I see now. Lu Xia and Guan Xiaoye were both astonished. The spiritual energy is still recovering. It continues to grow. Very well, everyone, let us return to the training camp. Instructor Xiang organized the group. Certainly, the others did not refuse. Consequently, they all boarded the transport craft heading back to the camp. As for Su Feng, he quietly seated himself in a corner and activated the system. Item lottery. Su Feng summoned the item lottery wheel. Below the wheel were 3 chances to draw. Here we go. Su Feng decisively initiated the lottery, a triple draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 celestial beings. Excellent. Celestial beings can restore any injury at will. This is undoubtedly quite practical. Onward. Su Feng pressed the draw button again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a combat suit. Before Su Feng appeared 2 types of Dragon Ball combat suits. One was the original with a cape, while the other was the later version worn by Vegeta. Devoid of any superfluous adornments, please choose one style. Naturally, I prefer the one without the cape. Su Feng decisively selected the latter. When it comes to combat suits, simplicity is preferable. Moreover, this second-generation combat suit appears to possess superior performance compared to the first. Buzz! The combat suit materialized in Su Feng's system space. Only one remained. Su Feng rubbed his hands together, feeling a tinge of anticipation that I hope the last one yields something exceptional. Lottery. The pointer on the lottery wheel spun. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an S-class hidden reward. Summon the God of Destruction for 1 minute. Usage count. 1 time. An item, and yet it can yield such a thing? Su Feng was taken aback. Summoning the God of Destruction. Is this considered an item? Soon his breathing grew heavy with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, he had drawn the ability to summon the God of Destruction for 1 minute. 1 minute of the God of Destruction. This could serve as a trump card. Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of security. By the way, system, is the summoned God of Destruction obedient? The thought of the God of Destruction's notoriously rebellious nature made him feel a headache coming on. Ding. Commencing explanation of the rules regarding summoned entities for the host. First rule. The power displayed by the summoned entity is equal to the host's warrior level plus 1 to 5. 1 to 5. Su Feng frowned slightly. This rule was not what he had anticipated. Ding! Based on the rank of the summoned entity, the minimum is 1, and the maximum is 5. So, how many levels does the God of Destruction add? Su Feng inquired. Ding! The God of Destruction adds 5. Therefore, if the host is currently at level 2.6, the God of Destruction will be at level 2.65, equating to level 7.6. Now I understand. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully, then asked if I advance to level 6, would the God of Destruction then be at level 11? Ding, yes. Su Feng. Is that possible? Su Feng's breathing grew heavy once more. Indeed, summoning the original God of Destruction is formidable. But if one day he surpasses the God of Destruction, then this summoning skill would seem rather trivial. With the current setup, while initially not powerful, as his warrior level increases, the God of Destruction will always remain stronger. It could serve as a reliable backup. Su Feng felt that this was far more practical. Excellent. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. From a long-term perspective, the growth potential is quite impressive. Continue with the explanation. Ding. Now, explaining the second rule regarding summoned entities. Second rule. Summoned entities are merely summoned entities. They possess no independent thoughts and will completely obey the host commands.